Chapter 121. Sure enough, no matter what the outside temperature is, the seawater under the ice is always warm, wet and salty. Fusey plunged into the water without any struggle, for no other reason than that the famous disaster plague black smoke was insoluble in water. The overwhelming black smoke swallowed up the tiny figures of everyone. Xiaowen watched the scene from afar, and the light in his eyes did not go out. Yanji watched the poisonous black smoke pressing down on him, and the exposed skin was burning with a burning sensation that was difficult to ignore. The pain was not caused by ordinary skin injuries, but also by the piercing pain of the internal organs being burned by the raging fire. Yanji couldn't help but half kneel on the ice, and the golden light in the beast's eyes that never stopped finally dimmed, as if he could not resist the danger. At this point, Yanji's face showed no pain or unwillingness, but instead a kind of urgency. He stretched out his hand towards a certain direction, and his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. No. Don't do it. However, it was too late. With a soft and crystal white light, a six-pointed star of the same color appeared under Yanji's body. His vitality quickly recovered, and his bones and internal organs were reshaped under this power. Ina narrowed her eyes. This scene was really familiar. In the match with Shu Yu, Shea's spirit body mutation skill, Divine Vision, could sacrifice her own life in exchange for the lives of teammates. It was an extreme and terrifying resurrection trick. And Yanji's current situation was very similar to that time. Ina recalled Fu Xi's instructions and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. The sequelae of using and seeing he made her reaction speed a little slow, and she did not find Liana's hiding place in the first time. Looking around, the ice layer was blown to pieces by and seeing he's spatial turbulence, and there were deep and shallow cracks everywhere. It was possible that Liana was hiding in a gap. Ina was a little confused. The reflectivity of these ice layers was very high. The night was originally the home field of the Sentinels, but now the vision was disturbed by these tiny reflections. Glass snakes are species that like to use static to control dynamics. Combined with Liana's suspicious personality, perhaps they can do the opposite. Fusey's words echoed in Ina's mind. Ina's gaze gradually retracted from the distance and stared at the broken ice marks in front of her. Disaster lowered its huge head, and its half-bone claws fell from the sky, directly smashing the central ice layer into pieces. Countless ice crystals and powder flew in the air, just reflecting Liana's terrified eyes. Ina smiled, and because of the continuous maintenance of the spirit body mutation skill, her face was somewhat unconsciously distorted. Liana's face was as pale as wax, and her hands were shaking. Fusey underestimated her ability. Her spirit body mutation skill, Scapegoat Snake, can not only create clones to confuse the enemy, but also transfer the negative effects of the copied object to the copied body. But the more negative effects are transferred, the greater the consumption of the spirit body. The body of the glass snake in Liana's palm is almost transparent. Transferring the plague from Yin, she almost exhausted her mental power, and even the most basic mimicry is difficult to maintain. Ahem. Liana watched the claws of disaster enlarge in front of her eyes, but she had no strength to dodge. She couldn't jump into the water like Fusey to avoid the poison. The guide's physique was not enough for her to withstand the low temperature for too long. At the critical moment, the huge white tiger phantom appeared again. Liana's eyes flashed, and Yanji took her away from Ina in an instant. Although the poison in Yanji's body was transferred, the pain was real. It would take some time to adapt to recover to his heyday. Ina was distressed. You really followed the hunter's team. Fu Xi made a bet with me. Would you hide in the camp, or take the risk to follow the team? Unfortunately, I lost the bet. Liana's voice was weak, but with a mockery that could not be ignored. Boring bet. Ina spread her hands. There is no way. Who made us end the last training match suddenly? I didn't have the opportunity to understand you at all. Yanji lowered his head, and could only see Liana's slightly trembling shoulders. He seemed helpless. Can you still hold on? Liana nodded slowly. I won't die for a while. Xiaowen stared at the sudden appearance of a person, and suddenly remembered that Yanji said that the hunter's team was 18 people. There were 16 bodies on the ground, and they missed 2 people. Now that I think about it, Yanji was trying to cover up the existence of this woman, deliberately understating the number of people. There were a total of 19 hunters, and except for the 2 who ran away, the remaining one was this woman who suddenly appeared. Xiaowen lowered her head slightly. The skin on her temples twitched slightly, and her eyelashes fluttered, like the antennae of an ant flapping constantly. Stop for a moment, everyone. Xiaowen suddenly raised her head, with a very exaggerated smile on her face, looking too happy. My friend is here. Looking at the smile on her face, Ina suddenly felt a little familiar. Before she could think about it, rustling footsteps sounded from behind them. Good evening, damn guys. Jasmine raised her hand and waved. Her voice was full of the girl's unique cuteness. If it was a normal situation, Ina would be happy to make friends with her. It would be even better if Jasmine didn't hold her teammates hostage. Xingqi followed Jasmine, with a pair of empty eyes blinking, looking like a zombie with a hollow brain stem. Compared with the tall and slender Xiaowen, Jasmine was petite and could barely reach Xingqi's chest, looking unthreatening. However, she was holding an unconscious Luo Yi in her hand, and her effortless look reminded people of a little girl pinching the back of a cat's neck. Ina's voice turned cold. What did you do to them? Molly was very naive and romantic, but her words were not as harmless as her appearance. Xiaowen, you always do some useless superficial work. You are obviously very jealous, but you are still pretending to be considerate. You must be very anxious, right? Xiaowen turned to her and said in a calm voice, That's just your imagination. Don't speculate on others based on your own selfish desires. Molly threw Luo Yi aside, moved her fingers, and said in a bad tone, You have to go against me today, right? Xia. When half turned sideways, I'm not interested. Molly snorted twice, and turned her gaze back to Ina, staring at the huge disaster beside her. Hiss, apart from anything else, your taste is really good. Let's make a deal. Whoever gets it will get it. How about it? Xiaowen still looked indifferent. Deal. Ina had been observing the status of Xingqi and Luo Yi, guessing that they should not be out yet, but just temporarily lost consciousness. Otherwise, judging from the current number of people in their team, they should have been judged out. No matter what, at least one of the two must be saved. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. As Xiaowen and Jasmine reached a certain consensus, they unexpectedly activated the weapon box at the same time, and two strange purple figures flew towards Ina. They were the same size, both adult manta rays with a wingspan of up to 10 meters, but the tail was hanging with a pointed tail as long as an adult's arm, and purple electric currents as thick as hair jumped on it. Disaster immediately spewed out black fog to intercept, but they were not afraid of the plague toxin at all, and went straight through the thick black fog like muddy water. And the distance between them and Ina was shortened by 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Ina secretly thought that it was not good. This manta ray was immune to poison. Although Disaster's movements were not slow, it was still not comparable to the flexible and changeable manta ray. It was obviously unrealistic to compete in strength. Calm down, Ina. Enin's voice suddenly appeared in Ina's mind. In case Ina thought it was a trap, Fusey's voice also sounded. Don't worry, Ina. Release the poisonous fog to hide your body and get into the water. Ina glanced at Xiaowen and Jasmine from the corner of her eye. The two figures were coming fiercely, and were about to bully her. There was no time to hesitate. Disaster sprayed the last black fog, and Ina took this opportunity to jump into the water. The sound of entering the water was almost negligible. Xiaowen and Jasmine rushed to the water's edge, hesitated for a while, and finally did not go into the water. With a flash of purple light, the huge manta ray shrank into human form. Xiaowen and Jasmine stood side by side, each holding a black box in their hands. TSK, they seem to have discovered our secret. This was the first time Xiaowen used such an impatient tone. Jasmine was still as nonchalant as ever. It's okay if they find them. Can they stay in the water forever? Their companions are still in our hands. They will come up sooner or later. Underwater, Ina looked at Enin and Fusey in front of her, a little surprised. Are you okay? Enin's body was wrapped in a transparent film, soft and tough, and would not break easily. He was surrounded by several manta rays, which were slightly smaller than Xiaowen and Jasmine, but could completely wrap 5 or 6 adult men. They seemed to love Enin very much. The film on his body was made by those manta rays for him. It kept him warm and provided oxygen, so he could move underwater for a long time like a sentinel. Fusey checked Ina from head to toe and didn't see any wounds, so she explained, Xiaowen can't go into the water, and I guess Jasmine is the same. Fusey had dealt with Xiaowen before, although she was an unconscious corpse at that time. She asked her subordinates to deal with Fusey, but she stayed away from the sea. She also tied a heavy object to Fusey to ensure that she would sink to the bottom of the water to feed the underwater creatures, but she did not stand by the water to confirm. Instead, she left quickly as if she was avoiding something. It was obvious that Xiaowen hated water. But if she was like these manta rays, the underwater should be her hometown. Why would she hate or even fear water? Several manta ray cubs surrounded Fusey and Enin, constantly entangled them with their heads and tails. Enin touched their heads twice, and sent a message to the two with his mind tentacles, because Xiaowen is an alien. Chapter 122. Aliens refer to people or things that are different from others. They are obviously different from the surrounding environment, groups or other people of the same kind. This difference is mostly in appearance, ability, personality, concept, etc., which makes aliens unique and outstanding among many people of the same kind. Inan spoke straightforwardly like an artificial intelligence. Fusey and Ina looked at each other, and Fusey raised her chin to let him continue. Inan lowered his eyes, and saw that the little manta ray swallowed his palm into his mouth as a toy. Although he didn't bite it, the 2 rows of densely packed sharp teeth still made people's scalps numb. Xiaowen is the strongest among them, and also the youngest. Because of playfulness, she left the tribe for a while. When she came back, she found that her mother was brutally killed by human poachers. In order to avenge her, she assimilated the group of people, but lost her original body, and could only live in the human body. According to them, there are 3 manta rays that came ashore to follow Xiaowen for this reason. Inan explained calmly. Fusey, isn't it a bit too concise? This kind of plot would take 3 chapters in a comic. Ina also asked at the right time, then why can she turn back into a manta ray? Is it because of the black box? Inan answered at the right time, because what I just said is what the manta ray group knows. Ina suddenly reacted, could it be? Yes, Inan confirmed her guess. According to my speculation, the people who hunted Xiaowen's mother were not so-called poachers, but a scientific expedition team that came to study polar creatures. They made Xiaowen's mother into a weapon box, and all the manta rays that suffered together were not spared. They all became their weapons to hunt more of their kind. Because of the top technology, the manta ray group can only hide here and there. Xiaowen disguised herself as a human and invaded from the inside at the cost of losing her body, which led to today's patrol team. Inan's face showed a rare appreciation. She is protecting the tribe in her own way, even if she is regarded as an alien. The 3 looked at each other in silence for a while. After a short silence, Inan spoke first. There are still some situations. Let's talk while walking. Where to go? Ina was a little confused. Fusey felt the direction of the water flow around her, and had an answer in her heart. This can lead to Xiaowen's camp. Sarah and Mia must be placed there. Without Yanji, they have no ability to fight back. Take this opportunity to directly reduce the number of Mia. Inan nodded, will is out. As long as Sarah and Mia are also sentenced to death, this round will be won. Inan said that Will was out. Fusey recalled Xiaowen's attitude towards Yanji, and could probably guess what Yanji did. TSK, worthy of being the first place in Lanyuan for 3 consecutive years, with a good family background. The 3 of them headed towards the camp under the guidance of the manta ray group. The cub that Fusey had seen underwater before obviously recognized Fusey. After greeting her happily, he swam around Inan like a big cat that had found a small fish. Ina looked at it curiously and couldn't help but sigh. Inan, why didn't I realize that you were so popular with animals before? Inan glanced over. Well, coincidence. He didn't seem to have any desire to explain. The situation of Luo Yi and Xing Qi is unclear. I originally thought that if the competition continued, at least one of them should survive. Now it seems that they are in danger. Ina was worried. Fusey was not surprised. Luo Yi's space jump ability overlapped with Jasmine's, so it was understandable that he was caught by her. Xingqi was the prey that Jasmine had been eyeing for a long time. They need a lot of fresh blood to strengthen the team. When they meet someone they like, they will swallow their minds and assimilate them into the same kind. However, only specific candidates can become their carriers. Inan explained. Xiaowen agreed to settle Mia and Sarah, probably because he wanted to assimilate Yanji, but Sarah and Mia's bodies were not up to their standards, so they could stay until now. According to the current situation, Xiaowen took a fancy to Ina's body, and it must be said that his vision was in place. The 3 forces on this map have no so-called safe zone at all. In comparison, the group of manta rays that retain pure animality are trustworthy partners. However, Fusey did not think that Xingqi would be assimilated by Jasmine so easily. He could escape the first time, and he would definitely escape the second time. Xiaowen and Jasmine waited for them to come out of the water for a long time, so they would definitely guess that they escaped by water. According to inertial thinking, they would definitely think that they escaped back to the hunter camp, and would not realize the need to return to defense in a short time. But nothing is absolute in the world. Since Xiaowen can come up with a tactic to disintegrate humans from the inside, he probably also knows the truth that the light is dark. Fusey signaled everyone to speed up and kill Mia and Sarah before Xiaowen and Yanji could react. At this point in the semifinals, many people have discovered a strange problem. Why hasn't the core appeared yet? Lukiki turned around and asked Sheki beside him. Sheki coughed softly. It just appeared in a different form. Lukiki tilted her head, thinking of the flashing lights at the tails of those manta rays, and had a bold guess in her mind. Could it be that those manta rays are the core incarnations of this map? Sheki smiled. Yes, this has happened before. The winning team in that game hunted a large number of map creatures, accumulated enough cores, and reversed the situation. But Sheki's lifeless eyes turned. Neither Apat nor Miji seemed to have such an idea. The manta ray group sent Fusey and others to the bottom of Xiaowin's camp. Before going ashore, the little manta rays still entangled Inon, lingering back and forth along his arms and waist. Inon had no choice but to touch them one by one like touching a little mushroom head. When he touched the last one, a thin tail rolled up, and the little manta ray seemed to say something to him. Fusey saw Inon's expression paused. Inon relayed his thoughts. They don't want us to confront Xiaowin, and hope we can avoid Xiaowin. Fusey paused for a moment, then reacted. Xiaowin's current strength is unknown, so it's best not to confront her head-on. Ina, you can avoid it. Ina's current physical strength should be the highest among the few people, and she is also the most attracted to Xiaowin. Time is tight. Ina can only agree to stay where she is, and let Fusey and Inon go to the camp to find Sarah and Nia. Xiaowin did not take all the team members away. At least the woman who appeared with her at the beginning, that is, Meili, is now waiting in the camp. Inon rubbed his palms. He didn't feel it underwater, but when he got ashore, he found that the temperature here was so abnormal that his ears lost consciousness in just a few minutes. Fusey caught a glimpse of his movements and whispered, "Let's make a quick decision." A small and beautiful hummingbird appeared in Inon's palm. The spiritual body mutation skill, exploring the road, is an excellent skill for finding people. Moreover, Mia's spiritual body was seriously injured by Fusey, and she could not detect Inon's mental fluctuations at all. Mary was arranging for the two girls to rest. Their breath was very weak, and they seemed unable to adapt to the polar climate. Their blood circulation was not in place, and their limbs were at risk of necrosis. Mary had never seen such a weak creature. The humans who invaded their tribe were terrifying and powerful. So, are human tribes also divided into strong and weak? Before leaving, Xiaowin told her that if Mia and Sarah showed any abnormality, they should be assimilated immediately, or killed and sunk into the sea. But Meili did not think that these two weak humans would be a big threat. They looked like they could not even kill snow rabbits. Found it, Inon stopped exploring. Mia and Sarah are together, and there is a very strong mental wave following them. Fusey thought for a moment and asked, "Can you help me disguise myself?" She and Luo-Yi had both disguised their appearances, but Luo-Yi was intercepted by Jasmine, so his ability naturally failed. Now Fusey is using her original face. Inon looked down at her, as if puzzled. "What are you going to do?" "I don't have the appearance disguise ability like Luo-Yi. The most I can do is hide your breath." Fusey told Xia when about how she pretended to be dead before. "Surprising? I'm used to it. Are you afraid that resurrection will make the NPC's impression of you negative?" Fusey nodded. "If the first impression is based on deception, no matter what you say, it will not be believed." Inon's movements were slightly stiff, but the stiffness of his limbs could be covered up by low temperature. He paused. Manta rays do not rely on appearance to identify people. Smell and voice are the basis for them to identify humans. You can work hard in these two aspects. Fusey was thoughtful, her eyes lit up, and she thought of a good idea. Chapter 123. Mary settled the two humans, and was about to go out, but was stopped by the smell of blood brought by the wind. "Ibwa. What happened?" Mary asked loudly. A pile of polar bear corpses suddenly appeared at the door. "I don't know where they came from. We are cleaning them up," Ibwa replied. Mary was a little surprised, and went straight to the door to check. Seeing the pile of corpses, Mary swallowed subconsciously. The bloody smell lingering around his nose was so strong that he couldn't open his eyes. Polar bears are not rare animals. They can be seen everywhere here like snow rabbits, because they are very aggressive and have few natural enemies. Fusey hid in the dark and watched Mary walk uncontrollably towards the pile of delicious food. Yes, the favorite food of manta rays is the internal organs of polar bears. The polar bear that Fusey encountered when she first entered this map resisted very strongly before death, but there was no blood of other creatures at the scene, only traces of the bear itself. Spasmodic and stiff muscles, huge scratches, and cracked eyes all indicate signs of manta ray predation. Children know that fresh corn is needed to catch sparrows, and Fusey certainly knows how to catch a young manta ray. Seeing Mary approaching the pile of polar bears, Fusey took this opportunity to sneak into the camp without anyone noticing. The small hummingbird hid in her arms, and Innan's voice lingered in her ears. Sarah and Mia are in the same place, a temporary station at 3 o'clock, and the alert points are on the north and west sides. Fusey followed his guidance and approached the target smoothly. Her senses, which were not restrained by the suppressor, allowed her to clearly capture the guide's weak breathing. Innan's spirit followed her, disrupting her mental fluctuations and reporting the movements of Melly at the door. Melly dispersed the team members who came to check, and one person or a manta ray feasted on the pile of corpses, as if they had been hungry for a long time. How did you come up with this method? Innan was curious. Fusey communicated with him through the mind tentacles. When I first landed on the map, I was not far from Xiao Wen's camp. There was a polar bear corpse there, still warm, but only the internal organs were hollowed out. Obviously, the hunter was in a hurry and ran away without filling his stomach. Xiao Wen once hypnotized me. I guess she was assimilated by the human set of advanced animal behavior rules, and wanted to abandon the nature of animals. Even Melly did not dare to hunt openly, and could only hunt for food during the rest time. As Fusey's voice fell, she had touched Mia and Sarah. Mia was still in a semi-comatose state. She was not in danger of death, but she was not threatening at all. Fusey was very receptive to taking advantage of others. The military tents here were very sturdy. Fusey squatted on them lightly, and avoided all the guards in the dim sky. Fusey raised her hands slightly, simply accumulated strength, and chopped the highest point of the support with her palm. Innan was about to say that it would be better not to make too much noise, but he saw Fusey using the collapsed tent support to embed it into the thick snow, blocking the entire underground space like an underground birdcage. Mia was already very weak, and at this moment, Fusey stabbed her throat with a knife. It was a fatal blow, and there was no room for resistance at all. And Sarah immediately activated the spiritual body mutation skill, heterotopic collapse, which allowed her to shuttle freely in different medium spaces. It was originally a good self-defense ability, but at this moment, it was predicted by Fusey in advance. How do you know? Sarah, who bumped into the steel support, floated to the surface unwillingly, and was grabbed by Fusey's soft throat. Fusey smiled and broke her neck. You can't analyze two media at the same time. I watched the replay of your top 16 game. In just 10 seconds, both guides died. Even Melly, who came after hearing the news, didn't react. He saw two bodies lying limp on the ground, and his eyes gradually became gloomy. Fusey saw Melly lick the blood on his lips, and waited for the system sound at the end of the game. Innan came back to his senses immediately. Something is wrong, save your life first. Before he finished speaking, his spiritual connection with Fusey was forcibly cut off. Fusey watched Melly lick the red on his lips. She had seen Melly's beautiful face like a night cloud, but now she saw a bloody man with muscle texture and no skin. Just like all the dreams in the past. Fusey squeezed the blade in her hand tightly, and the warm blood flowed down her palm, and was frozen into ice before it touched the ground. But Fusey didn't feel any pain. She just stared at the front of her eyes. Her eyes were scattered and empty, as if she was simply distracted. The blood man tore his palm, and swallowed all the flesh and blood on it into his stomach. The facial features on his face were no longer there, only two empty eye sockets and a white nose bone exposed. As if it noticed Fusey's sight, it slowly raised its head and smiled at Fusey with a bit of evil. Fusey looked at it calmly, and could only look at it calmly. She lost her ability to move. Innan was anxious in his heart, but his face was still calm and calm. The mental connection is broken, Mia and Sarah are confirmed dead, but the game is not over. Ina instantly understood the crux of the matter. Will is not dead. Innan was very sure that his information was correct. The Manta Ray group told him that they tore the evil-minded human to pieces. At that time, Liana did not meet up with Yen Ji and the others, so she could not launch Scapegoat Snake. The one torn to pieces could not be Will's substitute. But they all overlooked a possibility. What if Will and Liana had the same ability? Xingqi stared at Sarah intently. At this moment, Xingqi's eyes were not focused, and he looked like a lifeless doll. He should have thought of it earlier. Will was like a cockroach in a mud ditch, a rat in a sewer, and a barnacle in the deep sea. Ordinary means could not kill him at all. Molly's patience was not as good as Xiao Wen's. She yawned lazily. I can't wait any longer. Let me give it to you this time. I have to go back to count the spoils first. As she said that, she stretched out her hand and touched Xingqi's eyebrows. She meant to see how his transformation progressed, but she was caught off guard by a pair of blood-red eyes. You? Jasmine only had time to say one word before she remained silent. Sarah noticed something was wrong and walked over cautiously. What? Before she finished her words, Jasmine suddenly attacked, and her huge force attacked Sarah's neck, instantly cutting off his head and body. A blood-red four-eyed butterfly came out along with the gushing blood. The butterfly fluttered and struggled to fly upwards, but Xingqi cruelly grabbed its wings and crushed it into powder with an expressionless face. As he gently spread his palm, the red phosphorus powder floated in the air, like a handful of insignificant sand, and the familiar system sound rang in the minds of all the contestants. The game is over, EP wins. Unlike all the previous games, the venue was silent. It was not until Fusey came out of the simulation chamber that she heard a faint noise coming from outside. F*******. Don't curse here. Be careful that your moral education points will be deducted, and you won't have to take the final comprehensive test. It's not that I don't understand, I didn't understand. I hate it. We are all confused when watching the game from a god's perspective. How do the people in their game know that they will win? Why didn't Will die? Why is he on Sarah? What kind of invincible ability is this? Don't you think that the guide Opatrai is more invincible? I thought he was controlled. Fusey listened to the noise outside, and her eyebrows showed fatigue. She couldn't help rubbing her temples, and said in a low voice, "Go back first, and review it tomorrow night." Inan and Ina looked at each other. He glanced at Xingqi's back obscurely, and nodded. "Okay, then tomorrow morning, Sheki and Bailuan's game." "Well, don't wait for me." Fusey blinked slowly, but there was still no sense of reality on the soles of her feet. Unexpectedly, there would be a boss with such strong mental interference in this competition. She had to go back and get an injection of interferon immediately, otherwise this body might collapse before the finals. Fusey was not surprised by the outcome of the game. When she opened her eyes and saw the map environment, she knew that the game was over, and the number of guides was their biggest shortcoming. However, Wire's ability to fake death made Fusey a little concerned. Based on her understanding of Yanji, he would not let his teammates do such tricks to exchange for the favor of NPCs. At least when he handed over Wire, he really gave up this teammate. It seems that the internal problems of the Miji team are no less than those of Luther's team. They met in the top 16. As if to confirm Fusey's guess, a fierce quarrel suddenly came from the room next to them. Fusey could hear the hysterical female voice through the door. "You threatened me to join my team, and now you want to turn the tables?" Liana's voice has never been so harsh. "Yes, I said I wanted to join your team, but how did I know you were so useless? You can't rely on me alone?" This is the weird voice of Will. Yanji seemed to whisper something, but Fusey was a little dazed and didn't hear it clearly. "We're started to speak fiercely again. Everyone knows about your family's troubles. Don't think you can get rid of the stain by escaping to Moran. It's not that I look down on you. Who in Tanya is willing to team up with you? Look in the mirror, Mississippi. If you don't have that awareness, just stay in the field and wait for marriage." Fusey suddenly reacted and turned around to find the suppressor. Suddenly, she saw Xingqi holding her suppressor in his palm with a tissue in his hand and bringing it to her. Fusey nodded, "Thank you." She reached out and took the suppressor. Click. The cold suppressor circled her wrist, and her ears were finally quiet. Xingqi saw her walking out naturally without any abnormality, and he breathed a sigh of relief and followed her. Everyone left the competition venue in a low-key manner. Chapter 124. It felt like time was passing very quickly in the stadium, but in fact only half a day had passed. In order to take care of the viewing experience of another semifinal tomorrow, the school will give half a day off in the afternoon, so you can enjoy the holiday even if you don't have a game. It's rare for Gauls to have such a humane system. Fusey lay on the bay window, surrounded by soft and delicate blankets, which looked very suitable for a nap. The light in the afternoon was not as glaring as in the morning. Fusey turned off the light transmitting function of the window, and the room instantly became dim and quiet. Fusey fell asleep. The confrontation between Fusey and Melly before the end of the semifinals made her fall into a familiar hallucination. Thinking about it carefully, she hadn't dreamed for a long time. She wanted to go back to a dream. However, she didn't dream anything. After her consciousness sank into the depths of the spiritual sea, Fusey only saw a dark void. Fusey walked forward slowly, and after an unknown period of time, she heard faint footsteps. Fusey paused in thought, and the footsteps also stopped. Fusey suddenly opened her eyes, and met Xingqi's gaze at the door. Xingqi tapped the door lightly. "Sorry, I saw the door was open. Did I wake you up?" Fusey shook her head slowly. She suddenly remembered something, and waved to him to stand closer. Xingqi did not doubt him, and walked forward slowly. Fusey spread her hands and raised her palms. "I want to see your hands." Xingqi's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm, without even a trace of hesitation, and he stretched out his hands without reservation. He showed just the right amount of curiosity, as if wondering why Fusey made such a request. Fusey held his wrist, and looked at his palm carefully. His palm lines were clear and regular, his skin was white and delicate, and it felt cool and dry. He didn't look like a bionic man. His fingers were long and thin, with clear joints and beautifully trimmed fingertips. Such a perfect pair of hands, but there was a strange bulge at the base of his left hand. Fusey kept rubbing the bulge with her thumb. She made a judgment in her heart, but asked curiously, "Have you ever hurt your hand?" Xingqi already knew what she had discovered, so she said frankly, "Yes, I broke my bone when I was a kid. I didn't treat it because I was afraid of being discovered. I thought it would heal on its own. As a result, it became like this after it grew up. It didn't affect my life, so I didn't care about it." Lied. Xingqi's bone age was very young, and it was obvious that he was still in the growth stage. With the current medical system, this kind of old bone injury would not leave any traces if he was treated with care. Unless the injury was left recently, there was no time for systematic treatment, and it could only be dealt with hastily. Fusey didn't expose him. "Really? I didn't know you were quite rebellious when you were little." Xingqi answered meekly, "I was young and ignorant, but I'm not anymore." Fusey didn't let go of his hand, but instead squeezed his palm suggestively. "Moran's medical level is top-notch in the entire galaxy. After the semifinals, let's go back and treat his hand first." Xingqi didn't comment. "It's all right. I listened to you." He wasn't afraid of checking his bone age, so at least he didn't lie about his age. Fusey let go of his hand with little interest and pointed to the empty seat next to him. "Sit down." Xingqi observed Fusey's expression from the corner of his eye. She was very relaxed and didn't mean to blame him. The bay window was not small, and Fusey only occupied less than half of the space. There was more than enough space for another person to lie outside, and Xingqi would not have any physical contact when sitting next to her. "Do you know Weir?" Fusey supported her head and looked up at Xingqi's reaction. Xingqi was surprised, and his body stiffened slightly after sitting down. "Why do you ask that?" Fusey snorted and laughed. "Have you noticed that you always divert or rebound the problem? It's okay once or twice, but if it happens too many times, it will only make people more suspicious of you." Xingqi smiled. "But you will not dispel your doubts about me because of my answer. Even on the court, you are always on guard against me. It's okay once or twice, but if it happens too many times, won't you be tired, senior sister?" It was rare for Xingqi to be eloquent, and Fusey was surprised. "Is this a prelude to confessing to me?" Xingqi lowered his eyes, shook his head gently. "Before the semifinals, you have already rejected me, right?" Fusey half leaned on the bay window and smiled. "This is not the first time I rejected you, but the following paragraph is the first time I say it, and it will probably be the last time. Think about it before listening. I will not turn back, and of course I will not allow others to regret it." Xingqi seemed to have sensed something. His jaw tightened, and he unconsciously clenched his fingers. "You say? Well, gives me a very familiar feeling. Whether you know this person or not, he can't stay." Fusey spoke slowly, and clearly expressed her murderous intention. Xingqi was not surprised. He listened quietly without showing any surprise. The game in the morning did not end after Mia and Sarah were eliminated. I guess that Will's spirit body mutation skills are related to resurrection or parasitism. Among the spirit bodies in the known universe, only Queen Tan Sui Wuha and Prime Minister Morin have similar skills. Xingqi said softly, "Will is one of Morin's adopted sons. His ability is indeed inherited from Morin. I don't know why he appeared in Tanya. If you want, then I can provide an opportunity to take action." "Oh!" Fusey narrowed her eyes. The old man's interest in adopting children has not changed. Hearing her address, Xingqi couldn't help laughing twice. "Fortunately, there are no old nobles here, otherwise they would hear you teasing their great chairman like this, and I'm afraid they would have a verbal dispute with you." Fusey meant something, wouldn't you? "Of course not." Xingqi looked at her devoutly. "I am a staunch anti-aristocrat. You don't seem surprised at all. If Will died in Gales, there would be a lot of trouble. As a native of Moros, don't you have any feelings for this place?" Fusey continued to ask. Xingqi didn't care. "Oh, I like more and more now." He avoided the main point, and Fusey was too lazy to ask. She continued, "I haven't watched the replay of the semifinals, but I can guess a little bit. Is Will hiding in Jasmine's camp?" Xingqi sighed at her sharpness and answered, "Will's spiritual body mutation skill, Poem of Innocence, Moran language should be translated like this. It can temporarily parasitize the consciousness on the surrounding creatures, and when the right time comes, It can seize the other party's body and use it for itself. At that time, Sarah let me go in Jasmine's camp. I thought he was just like you analyzed, because he was dissatisfied with my existence and deliberately let me die. In fact, Will had already controlled his brain at that time, and turned a blind eye to my escape in order to find you and use Jasmine's hands to catch you all in one fell swoop. He parasitized Sarah for too short a time, and could only interfere with a small part of the host's behavior, and could not completely control her. Otherwise, Jasmine would have caught up with you by the time we met. Although Fusey had never seen Will use this ability, she was very familiar with Morin. The old man's spiritual body mutation skills were far more difficult to deal with than Will, a half-baked one. If Xingqi had not pretended to be controlled and stayed by Jasmine's side to kill Will, the battle line would have been infinitely extended. Fusey praised generously. You did a great job. Xingqi felt strange. Thank you for the compliment? Fusey reminded him. Children who act like spoiled children always get candy. You'd better ask me for some benefits now, because I'm about to ask you about the details of how you killed Will and won the game. Xingqi immediately pleaded pitifully. Can you not ask for details? Sure. Fusey had enough of lying down, and sat up with a soft pillow behind her waist, still in a relaxed posture. Anything else? Xingqi thought about it, and carefully brought up the old matter. Do you remember that before the game I said that Bailuan did not participate in the mystery of Jiaolan? Come here. Fusey stretched out an index finger and hooked it at him, with an ambiguous tone. Xingqi's eyes moved slightly, looking a little timid and scared, but his fingers were shaking slightly. If Fusey knew Xingqi well enough, she would know that he was so excited that he could hardly pretend. Xingqi just came over, and was about to say something when Fusey clamped his chin with one hand. Her palm was just above Xingqi's lips, and her fingers pinched his cheeks, leaving no room for escape. You have just come of age. Tanya has a comfortable academic atmosphere, and Morin has a comfortable environment. This time when we win Mike, you will not only graduate successfully, but also get a personal recommendation from Principal Tanya and permanent residency in Morin. The bonus is enough for ordinary people to squander until death. As long as you are willing, I can make Xingqi's identity completely reasonable. The same is true for the Croce fleet. You can have a life that ordinary people dream of. Fusey lowered her blue eyes. Her tone was light, but her fingers were constantly tightening. Xingqi could feel the sharp nail blade on her little finger sweeping across his fragile throat, and the warm fingertips were stroking his jawline, like scratching a cat's chin. He should have been afraid and regretful. But he was like a fearless moth. Seeing the power of the fire, he was still willing to crash into the blazing hell. So are you going to continue? Fusey's voice was even lower, as if whispering in his ear. Xingqi blinked, and reached out to hold Fusey's wrist. She didn't use much strength at all, and was easily freed by Xingqi. Yes, Xingqi smiled, with a little lovable red mark on his handsome face. This is my choice, don't feel burdened. Fusey snorted lightly, and finally didn't stop him. Get out after you finish talking. Okay, Xingqi accepted it. I said before that Bailuan is not the mastermind behind the scenes. No matter how much he dislikes Luther, he will not joke about the lives of other students in Gales. So I checked Luther's movements before transporting the gems, and I found that he went to the Silence House. It is a sanatorium near Gales, and many sentinels go there for mental counseling. For sentinels with frequent manic attacks, it is understandable to go there for recuperation, but I found that Will also went there on the same day. As a guide, he could not enter and exit such a place unless he was a part-time guide. What's more, he was disguised that day, and people who are not familiar with him could not recognize him at all. Xingqi took out the optical computer and handed it to Fusey, motioning her to look at the copied video on it. Fusey took a quick look. The time interval between Luther and Will's entry and exit was very short, and it seemed that they had agreed in advance. But Will's disguise was very different from his real self. How did Xingqi recognize him? Xingqi coughed twice. I put something on him. Fusey didn't care about it anymore, and motioned him to continue. The reason why Luther had a manic attack was probably because Will gave him a psychological hint. For a guide of Will's level, it was as easy as drinking water to control the mind of a low-level sentinel. The remote control of the gem explosion was always in Will's hand. Xingqi lowered his head to take back the optical computer, and called up another video for Fusey to see. It was the surveillance star video, when the two of them appeared in the square. I don't know when Xingqi got it. Now it seems that the time when Luther and Bailuan had a dispute was just the time for the two of them to approach the gym. I think their target may not be Luther or Bailuan from the beginning to the end, but... You? Fusey raised her eyes, her face calm. Xingqi considered the words. If we were closer at that time, or Luther's attack was later, the radiation fluctuations of the explosion would definitely affect you and me. If you didn't use your spiritual body for defense, you would definitely be affected, and it would be more likely to enter the manic phase early. Fusey didn't interrupt her. In fact, Xingqi didn't know that they had already walked into the radiation influence range at that time, and she and Xingqi were able to be safe and sound because she used her spiritual body. Otherwise, they would not be able to participate in the semifinals normally. There is only one point I am not sure about this result, Xingqi sighed, that is, how did we know that we would go to the central square to check the authenticity of the gem? Don't say it. Fusey suddenly sat up straight. Her voice was more serious than ever before. After the semifinals are over tomorrow, we will find out after catching him and asking him. Xingqi looked at her steadily, and finally slowly took her right hand and kissed her finger bones. Okay, you have a good rest. I won't disturb you. When Xingqi walked out of the room, Fusey realized that her heart skipped a beat. Because she clearly remembered the conversation that afternoon. Tell me again, what is the name of the gem? The Mystery of Galen. It is engraved on the exhibition stand. In Moro's language, I will not make a mistake. It was a conversation between Ina and Fusey. It was Ina who made Fusey notice the message that Luther brought the gem into the school. Chapter 125. Xingqi was very considerate to close the door for Fusey when he went out, but Fusey didn't notice it at all. She was completely immersed in the memories of that afternoon. As a person without memory, Fusey cherishes every memory she has, not to mention that it happened not long ago, and she remembers it very clearly. But now she is somewhat resistant to such a clear memory recall. Fusey can clearly recall every micro-expression and every interjection of Ina. Fusey lowered her head and sent a message to Ina using the light brain. Are you in the apartment? Ina replied almost immediately. Yes, what's the matter? Fusey didn't take a nap again. She was eager to do something to offset the lingering irritability. You don't have to wait for me for dinner tonight. You go first. I don't feel well and want to rest. Fusey explained. Ina didn't notice anything unusual and agreed directly. Fusey opened the window. The monitoring star outside was operating non-stop, concentrating loyally on the huge DeFeel 1st Military Academy. Fusey turned on the optical computer. Normally, she could send and receive messages using the portable optical computer worn on her iris. Only when she communicated with Bernard or Sheila would she use the optical computer, which was not portable at all, because it was equipped with the most confidential anti-reconnaissance device. Fusey flipped to the person at the bottom of the address book and typed a line of words. Give me the patrol route of Gale's monitoring star. The other party seemed to be very idle, and responded almost the moment Fusey sent the message. ? So you are still alive? Gale's recently held Mike to strengthen the defense system. My authority here can only see the route, and I can't directly issue orders to them. Fusey interrupted him. Enough. The other side paused, sent a document, and noted, although I don't know what you are going to do, my disappointing nephew is currently studying in Gale's. His identity is sensitive. If something happens, the guys from the review committee may be recruited. I hope you can avoid him. Fusey sent a perfunctory Bai Luan must be busy holding a pre-match mobilization meeting for the players. He has enough things to do in the past 2 days, and Fusey should not confront him head-on. Fusey took out a silver-white square handkerchief from her few luggage, and then took out a black mask, stacked the two on the table, and finally took out a tube of liquid nitrogen to shape and cool it down. In this way, a mask that isolates infrared sensing and spiritual body detection appeared in Fusey's hand. This thing is effective for a very short time. After 3 hours, these two substances will react completely, and the materials for making it are rare. Fusey only brought 2 copies this time just in case. Fusey put it on her face, and shivered because of the low temperature of the liquid nitrogen that had not yet dissipated. She whispered, next time, I have to ask Bernard to improve it. Fusey lied to Xingqi. She didn't intend to let Will survive tonight. Because of some historical reasons, Fusey had to see Will's heart stop with her own eyes to feel at ease. Since the explosion 2 days ago, the defense system of Gale's has been strengthened by more than double. The route map is filled with dense red lines and search areas. Any thief or bounty hunter will be shocked and try to avoid it. However, Fusey has experienced more stringent defense systems before, and is very familiar with this seemingly airtight monitoring route. It takes no effort to find loopholes in it. Sure enough, no matter how strict the discipline of Gale's is, it is still a campus that has not experienced the beating of society. Fusey squatted on the roof of the apartment building where Miji lived and sighed above. If her current image is photographed by any gossiper and posted on the campus forum, it will definitely become one of the top 10 campus weird stories. There were only 2 small round holes on the silver-white mask, with a bulge at the nose and smooth mirror-like surfaces elsewhere. It looked like a low-quality mask that couldn't be any rougher, but no matter how the monitoring star inspected it, it was impossible to detect the infrared reflection on Fusey's body. Fusey lowered her head and stared at the quiet lawn at night. It seemed that a quarrel was breaking out there, and the protagonist was Fusey's target tonight. Will was arguing with Liana again, or rather, he was threatening Liana unilaterally. Will, don't go too far. Why do you always hold on to my identity? Respected Miss Sheila, Will's tone was very formal, but it didn't mean that he had the slightest respect for Liana. Do you think that abandoning everything and running to Moran will settle the matter? Do you still need me to help you recall what you have done? Liana suddenly fell silent. With Fusey's superb eyesight, she could clearly see the expressions on their faces. Fusey had never seen Liana show such a humiliating and angry expression. In my memory, Liana always stood up straight with pride and elegance, and no words could make her lower her head and give up her self-esteem. Please let me go, I beg you. Liana's voice was very frustrated, as if she had determined her so-called fate. I have agreed to your request. What else do you want? Will raised the corners of his lips, and a vicious smile suddenly appeared on his beautiful face. I want you to return to the Sheila family and admit your guilt. What did you say? Liana raised her head suddenly, and her voice trembled slightly. You might as well let me die. Will's smile got bigger, like a naughty child. Then you go to hell. According to the law of Defeer, the intentional murder of a partner should be sentenced to death. I say it again. I am acting in self-defense. Self-defense? I am not wrong. Liana suddenly became crazy, her voice unconsciously raised, her eyes fixed on the guide in front of her, and suddenly she felt that his face was extremely ugly, and even made her stomach feel like vomiting. Will refused to let this poor guide go, and said in a charming and cruel tone, Who made you a weak woman? Even if you are a pioneer guide, even if you are at the top of the physical training class, and get full marks in the thermal weapon disassembly class, you are essentially a harmless and incompetent woman. So you can't kill Mr. Vitalik, you must have premeditated and planned to murder him. Although he beat and insulted you before, this cannot be an excuse or pretext for your murder. Will admired Liana's trembling lips and pale face. He believed that he had Liana's lifeline, and could do whatever he wanted to her. Fusey listened to this expressionlessly, and finally understood why Liana obeyed Will's words. It turned out that Liana was not an old noble who came to Tanya to study unwillingly, but a fugitive criminal who was forced to come to Tanya to avoid the limelight. Fusey has heard of the rules of Defeld. In a marriage relationship, if a man violently kills a woman, he will only be sentenced for accidental injury, which is a lighter punishment, because the man's original intention was to commit violence, not to kill. If a woman kills a man in the process of resistance, she will be sentenced to intentional homicide, which is usually the death penalty. Because there is a huge difference in genetic strength between men and women in Defeld, ordinary women are far from being a match for men, so a woman's counter-killing of a man must be deliberate and not accidental. Her goal is to kill her husband. Such a dangerous woman must be severely punished. Fusey once questioned the authenticity of this law, because Moran had no concept of marriage, so she could not understand that marriage could exempt so many crimes. Until Ina accidentally told her about this law, Ina, a native of Moros, admitted that there was indeed such a trial case. It's ridiculous, Ina sighed, but this is the fact. Perhaps Defeel urgently needs an uprising and change, but most people's focus is still on the abolition of the nobility law. Fusey gathered her thoughts and saw Will leaving the dazed Liana and leaving, as if there were other things to do. Liana stood there in a daze. It would not be good for Will to expose her. The Sheila family had already gone, and they were lingering under the suppression of the Victoric family. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Her stepfather had long since acquiesced that she died in the Sea of Stars. From the moment she escaped from the trial court, her surname was abolished. Will simply wanted to see her in pain, to see her struggling in the abyss of power, and finally dying in hatred. And she could do nothing. Fusey stared at Will's back and followed him quietly. According to the patrol range of the monitoring star, the place where Will and Liana had just argued was a blind spot for surveillance. But Liana was there, and Fusey could not do anything, so she could only wait for another opportunity. Fusey followed Will leisurely. She knew that Will would definitely go to a place tonight, and that was the best place for Fusey to do it. The Sentry Detention Center under the Defeel Military Academy was used to temporarily detain sentries with manic attacks. It had the most complete medical system and the most powerful military reserve in the entire school, and it was not a suitable hunting place in any way. Will walked into the underground detention center with an easy gait, and the monitoring stars that were supposed to sound the alarm wherever he passed were all on strike, and he was allowed to enter the innermost room. Luther was not dead. The Sentinel's life was terrifyingly tenacious. Even if he was hit by high-energy radiation and genetic diseases such as hemolysis were induced on the spot, the weak Kalidar bloodline in Luther still allowed him to survive until now. Will looked down at the unconscious Luther and said in a grim tone, "It is a great blasphemy that a lowly civilian can have the bloodline of his adoptive father. Let me correct this mistake." He spoke in orthodox Moro's language. Fusey was too lazy to listen to his declaration before his death. Seeing him release his spirit body to absorb Luther's spiritual power, the inhibitor on Fusey's wrist opened. Will turned back alertly. Who? There was no time to call for help, no time to beg for mercy, no time to fight back. Will's face showed the powerlessness and struggle that Liana had shown before, but just as Liana was powerless to her situation, Will could not escape the spiritual lock of Fusey. Endless darkness devoured Will's body. At the critical moment, Poem of Innocence was spontaneously activated. The blood butterfly trembled and wanted to hide in Luther's flesh and blood, but was pinched by the small hand condensed by black fog. The bloody four-eyed butterfly screamed in fear. No! No! Who are you? Why are you going to kill me? Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm willing to give you anything. Fusey sneered. I want your life. The torrential black fog poured down, filling the entire restraint room, and Will's Poem of Innocence had no room to play at all. Before dying, Will tried his best to open his eyes wide, trying to see where this cruel and dangerous killer came from, but he could only see a touch of silver. Fusey lightly pinched the blood butterfly with 3 fingers, and it instantly turned into powder. Unlike the death in the simulation cabin, Will closed his eyes this time and never opened them again. His chest became dead water, and his heart and breathing were silent. Fusey was satisfied and withdrew his spirit body. Beep, beep, the piercing alarm sounded suddenly, and the dazzling alarm lights illuminated the entire underground detention center. Fusey suddenly turned around and rushed towards the entrance that was about to be blocked. Chapter 126. Why did the alarm system suddenly trigger? Fusey followed Will in. She was sure that Will had interfered with all nearby monitoring stars. This was a unique ability of K1 level guides. Fusey also guessed that Will would come to Luther tonight, so she took advantage of his power. Fusey buckled the suppressor back on her wrist. She disguised the bodies of Will and Luther, so that even if she was investigated later, the only result would be that Will sneaked into the detention center late at night, but was killed by the crazy Sentinel. However, Fusey left in a hurry, and did not have time to sort out the details. If someone found out that there was a third person present, it would be troublesome. Who triggered the alarm system? Fusey slipped out before the entire underground detention center was closed, but saw that the whole of Gales was immersed in a piercing long sound. That was the prompt sound of the first level alarm being turned on. A question mark slowly emerged in Fusey's heart. It seems that the detention center did not trigger the alarm system, otherwise there would not be such a big battle. It seems that someone has made a bigger noise in Gales. Fusey looked around and saw that all the entrances and exits of the buildings were being closed. It seemed that the warning system would not be lifted for a while. Fusey quickly returned to the residence arranged by Gales for them. Of course, she did not forget to avoid the runaway monitoring stars. Those things were patrolling over Gales like crazy, as if they were looking for something. The nights here are very long, and the nightlife of Gales students is also very rich. At this time, few students will stay on campus honestly. Fusey took off her mask and threw it into the hot water, while taking off her black coat. Fusey has done this kind of thing many times, and handled it in an orderly manner. Tonight should have been a celebration party for Apate, because they had won the semifinals, which was equivalent to getting a ticket to the finals. Tomorrow's game would only determine who their opponent would be, but would not change the result of their entry into the finals. This time is similar to your final exam is over, but others still have to take it, so of course you have to have fun. Fusey watched the silver mask in the hot water gradually melt and turn into a pool of gray liquid, and reached out to pour it into the sewer, leaving no trace. Puff Fusey's throat tasted fishy, and she couldn't help coughing up a pool of blood mixed with internal organs. She took a deep breath, trying to relieve the severe pain in her lungs. When this body was created, Bernard warned her not to use the spirit body, otherwise the body would gradually die due to organ failure. In fact, Bernard did not approve of her using this body to enroll in Tanya. Even if it was for the bet that she could not use the spirit body during the competition, Sheila did not restrict her from using the spirit body in her daily life. She had no need to torture herself like this. Bernard had no idea that the higher the level of the Sentinel, the closer the integration with the spirit body. When Fusey lived in Kananki, She had to use the spirit body to complete almost everything. Fusey even thought about whether she could use it to help write a job report. In order to eliminate this dependence, Fusey must instill the idea of I am an ordinary person in herself. This is not an easy thing, just like a bird will not use its feet to travel after getting used to flying. Fusey wants to suppress the appearance of the spirit body, so she must use death to remind herself of the fact that she cannot cross the boundary. Cough cough. Fusey covered her lips, and coughed twice, and blood foam appeared on the palm of her hand. Fusey leaned against the sink and washed her hands, cleaning off the blood. She knew the critical value of her body very well. This level of damage was not fatal, and at least it would allow her to hold on until the end of the game. After everything was cleaned up, Fusey had time to take a look at the news on the optical brain. The person who gave her the route map for the patrol of the monitoring star was anxiously sending a short essay. The Gauls exhibition hall was stolen. My Lord God, if you want something inside, you can tell me. I can help you get it without damaging the interests of Gauls. We don't have to use such extreme methods, right? Now the whole Gauls is under martial law. In a few hours, the review will be over. Those guys will smell the smell. Defeer has been doing a serious internal cleanup in the past 2 years. If our relationship is exposed, it will definitely be more beneficial than harmful. You must think twice before taking any action. The exhibition hall was stolen? Fusey was a little surprised. What's so good about stealing those junks? Things with a viewing value far greater than their actual value cannot be converted into cash even if they are stolen, not to mention that those things are branded with Gauls, and the auction house will refuse to accept them. Once they are taken out, they will become living targets. The only value is to put them at home for your own viewing. Even with this, we have to take the risk of being discovered and reported by others. No matter how you look at it, it is not worth the loss. Fusey immediately asked, "Do you have a list of stolen items?" The other party immediately responded, "Didn't you do it?" For items were lost this time. Because the news was blocked quickly, I only know that the treasure of the museum and the clearance disc were lost. The remaining 2 items should not be very important, so I didn't get clear information. The treasure of the Museum of Gales is actually the first generation of telekinesis key left by the previous principal. That thing can allow ordinary people to own a mecha exoskeleton. It is a thing with far more commemorative significance than practical significance. As for the clearance token, currently, all dark crystal forging tools are in the hands of the authorities. Even if the thief can find a way to reforge the token into a weapon, it will become a forbidden weapon without any record. Once it is revealed, he will be sentenced to death. What is he after? Did he steal the 2 most precious things in the entire exhibition hall just to demonstrate? Or to satisfy his sense of self-achievement? No, Fusey felt that she missed some details. Find out the information of other stolen items as soon as possible. Fusey typed this line. The other party finally reacted. It turned out that it was not you who did it. I apologize for my stereotype, but who else can sneak into the exhibition hall without being discovered besides you? Because of the pain, her scattered thoughts suddenly became clear. Fusey closed her eyes and meditated silently. First of all, the other party could not be a large gang, nor could it be a single soldier. At least there must be a K1 level guide present. It is worth noting that not all K1 level guides have the ability to disrupt the monitoring star. As Morin's adopted son, Will is familiar enough with the operating rules of the magnetic field signal of the monitoring star of Gales, and has enough information to support him to avoid the peak period of the monitoring star patrol. So there must be someone among the thieves who has an extraordinary understanding of Gales. Fusey slowly opened her eyes. In fact, the answer has always been obvious. Someone went to the exhibition hall to scout the place before the semifinals started. In order to cover up his purpose, he also borrowed her name. The conversation between her and Ina in the light brain is still 3 hours ago. Ina, where are you? A few minutes later, Ina's message came back. Luoyi accidentally ate Defei's dishes and is now vomiting, but we are almost done here and will be able to go back soon. Fusey followed up and asked, is Xingqi with you? Ina did not doubt him. Yes, but he doesn't look very good tonight and didn't say much. Fusey stared at this sentence and slowly frowned. Not him? Did Xingqi really go to the exhibition hall out of curiosity? Fusey leaned on the soft armrest of the sofa. A mocking smile spilled from her lips. How is it possible? There is no such coincidence in the world. At least Fusey doesn't believe in such coincidences. She rubbed her chest, and she always felt that there was blood congestion there, which made her breathless. It happened that the list of stolen items from the exhibition hall was sent, and Fusey picked up the light computer to check, and her eyes condensed slightly. I personally went to the scene and walked around. In addition to the treasure of the town hall, and the clearance disc made of dark crystal, Martha's skull, and swan dragon crystal were also lost. The loss was not heavy. Martha's skull, swan dragon crystal, with the guess just now. Fusie's expression when she saw these two names was almost numb. Now she has only one question in her mind. How did Xing-Chi appear in two places at the same time? Or, the one who went out to dinner with Ina was not the real person, but someone else who used the spirit body mutation skill to disguise. Fusie rubbed her swollen temples. Now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep first. Fusie climbed onto the bed, but suddenly remembered something, and touched the light brain to send a message to the woman. Do you know the reason for the demise of the Cadia family? Fusie typed this sentence, but did not send it for a long time. Finally, she sighed and sent the sentence intact to Shilai. Because of the distance of half a galaxy, Shilai could not reply immediately. It was not until Fusie was drowsy that Shilai replied sparingly. No. Fusie stared at these two words, but had no intention of continuing to ask. She already had a guess, and asking again would only verify the result. Do you want to verify this result? Fusie stared blankly at the metal pattern on the suppressor. Ming-Chi had made a decision for her not long ago. He actually told her not to feel burdened. Everything was his own choice. Ridiculous. If a light sentence could offset the crime, then 90% of the criminal cases in the world would not happen. Knock knock. Fusie's door was knocked. The sound was very light, the rhythm was very slow, and it was Ina who came back from the dinner party. Come in. Fusie lay on the bed in a daze. Ina pushed the door open, and saw Fusie's pale face and tired eyes. She hurried over to check on her. Oh dear, are you okay? Fusie tilted her head to look at her. The concern and anxiety on Ina's face did not seem fake. Fusie replied softly, I'm fine, just a little tired. The Gauls Museum was stolen tonight, and the whole school was under martial law. When we came back, we were stopped outside the school. Billowing came forward to guarantee us to come in. Fortunately, you didn't go out today, otherwise it would be really painful. Ina sat beside her, and chatted with her in a light tone. Fusie blinked, and suddenly held Ina's hand, with the same relaxed tone as her. How did you and Xing-Chi know each other? Ina's body was slightly stiff. If Fusie hadn't held her hands, she might not have noticed such subtle muscle changes at all. Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Ina lowered her eyes, seeming a little confused. Fusie stared at her for a while, and finally smiled faintly. I'm curious. Just treat it as a bedtime story. Tell it to me. She used an imperative sentence, and her tone fell, as if she was sure that Ina would not hide anything from her. Ina patted her hand. It's too late today. I tell you when you feel better. Fusie looked into her brown-red eyes, and finally nodded gently. Okay. Chapter 127. Fusie thought she would have a sleepless night, but when she opened her eyes, it was already the next morning. Fusie shook her heavy head. The sequelae of using the spiritual body certainly could not be offset by a good night's sleep. Her limbs, which seemed to be filled with lead, were not as agile as before. She had to stop and slowed down after walking 2 steps. This was not okay. Fusie was a little distressed. Today's game was very important. She really wanted to go to the scene. Fusie groped her way out of the room, but found that it was later than she thought. It seemed to be noon. The game should be coming to an end at this time, and it would be too late to rush over. Fusie took out her optical computer and saw the message from Ina. Dear, you had a high fever in the middle of the night and couldn't be woken up. Because the school was under martial law, I couldn't take you to the phototherapy room. I could only give you 2 injections of antipyretics. Fortunately, you recovered in the second half of the night. I will help you record the details of this morning's game. Have a good rest. Fusie was confused after reading it. So many things happened after she fell asleep last night. There were indeed traces of intramuscular injection on her arm, but she had no impression of it at all. Are you awake? A voice suddenly came from the corner. Fusie looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xing-Chi getting up from the carpet in the living room. From his expression and movements, he seemed to have not slept all night and went for a 30-kilometer long-distance run. The fatigue in his eyes could not be faked. "Aw, you didn't go to the game?" Fusie came back to her senses and found that her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, as if a broken bell was inserted into her voice. Xing-Chi paused, lowered his head to pick up the pillows scattered on the carpet, and unconsciously dodged Fusie's eyes. "I have a poor alcohol tolerance and accidentally got drunk all night. Ina and the others will help record the details of the game." Fusie glanced at him twice without hesitation. It seemed that he had no external injuries, except that his mental state was a little poor. Then, Fusie suddenly realized a problem. Today's game was not postponed? Xing-Chi was stunned, then nodded and said, It was held normally, but the school's martial law will affect the number of people in the spectator area. I heard that the school asked Bailuan for his opinion, and he and Sheki both said that there is no need to postpone the game. Unexpected but reasonable, the longer the game time is delayed, the more variables there are. Although the person who stole the exhibition hall has not been found, the latter is more important than Mike. Fusey covered her lips and coughed twice. She spread her palm to check without leaving any trace. Fortunately, there was no blood. The body has no signs of further collapse, which is good news. Fusey was in a better mood, and was thinking about taking care of a guy who said one thing and did another. Have you hidden yourself? What? Xingqi seemed not to have heard clearly, and when he looked up, the stunned expression on his face had not disappeared. You mean? Fusey said in a calm voice. Last night, the incident in the exhibition hall was not done by you. Xingqi opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Fusey. You don't need me to remind you that the mouth is the source of trouble. Xingqi lowered his eyes, and the bloodshot on his eyeballs made his vision blurred. His voice became lower. I went out for dinner with Ina last night. Because I couldn't drink much, I lost consciousness for a while in the middle of the meal, but I am very sure that I did not enter the exhibition hall, and I never stole any property there. Fusey glanced at the white light flashing outside the window, and nodded gently. It's good that it wasn't you. It's not easy to wade into the muddy water of Gales. We just came here to compete, so we don't want to get involved in it. Xingqi obediently replied, Okay, do you want to rest for a while? Or inject the nutrient first? Fusey waved her hand, turned around and closed the door, which was an obvious gesture of refusal. Xingqi did not insist anymore. He naturally bent down to tidy up the messy sofa cushions. His eyes glanced out the window inadvertently, and did not see any strange reflections. Fusey returned to the room and browsed the light brain lazily. Sure enough, he did not see any information about Will and Luther. Fusey did not think that Will's body had not been found yet. Every day, someone would go to the detention center to check the sentinels inside, and conduct corresponding mental counseling. The only possibility was that someone suppressed the limelight of this matter. Opening the forum, many people are discussing this morning's game. Where are the people who said they wanted to avenge their previous defeat before the game? Besides, our German is from Shuiguan, come out. Are you still shouting? I didn't expect. Bailuan and his team are not even in the top 3. Wake up! They and me are only tied for 3rd place. Tied for 3rd place. Who said our president didn't make the top 3? The above person suspects that you are a traitor. Damn, Gales was always at the top before. Yeah, Gales has missed the championship for 2 consecutive times. Is the game over? Fusey looked at the time. Yesterday, they played with Yanji until almost afternoon before the winner was decided. Today's game ended at noon. Fusey continued to read on, hoping to see some other information. The president is very busy every day. How can Herman and his friends compare to him? Yeah, a lot of things happened in the school these 2 days. I thought the competition would be postponed, but it was held as usual today. Let me interject. Who went to such great lengths to steal some junk from the exhibition hall? Be careful with your words, brother. Although this is an anonymous forum, be careful that the student union will talk to you. This user has been banned. Ahem, look, even if everyone knows what is in the exhibition hall, the symbolic meaning is there. Not everyone can get involved. But the timing of this incident is so clever. Why did it happen before the last game of the semifinals? Could it be those people from other schools who did it? No, why would people from other schools be interested in the things in our exhibition hall? The previous theft in the exhibition hall was caused by students stealing from the school. That person was a fanatical fan of the first principal, and he was directly persuaded to leave just to touch the first principal's old notebook. It's getting more and more outrageous. Don't let outsiders think that our school is full of perverts. Oh, I can't see. It's quite interesting to be in such a rigid school forum like Gales. Can you say more? Waiting online. Ah, where did the topic go? I still can't accept the fact that the president will miss the finals this year. You said it's a fact. How can it be changed? I don't think the president himself cares about this matter, so we don't have to worry about others. By the way, will the president step down next semester? I heard that Oddby paved the way for the president in the review meeting. This account has been banned. Don't post such politically sensitive topics casually. This account has been banned. This topic has been banned. Fusey blinked and looked at the page that jumped automatically, still a little dazed. Not to mention, Gales' speed of covering his mouth is the fastest in the galaxy. He would be suppressed to death almost at the first sign. Fusey finally knew why the woman said that her nephew's identity was sensitive. It turned out that he was a candidate for the review committee. Fusey thought about it. The review committee is the core high-level organization of Defeer. Most of them are the mainstays of the old nobles. That's why they said that even if the abolition of the nobles bill is issued, the lifeblood of the country is still in their hands. Because the core of power has not changed fundamentally. Defeer is still in the hands of the chairman and the review committee. However, Fusey is very concerned about one point. The first generation of the principal's notes of Gales can actually make people risk being expelled to steal. However, Fusey is skeptical about the accuracy of this kind of thing circulated among students, and still needs to do corresponding verification. Fusey was thinking about sending a message to the woman to ask about this matter, and heard a faint ring. Someone came to visit. Fusey stood up, changed into presentable clothes, and combed her face to cover up her sickly paleness and the dark circles under her eyes. Fusey walked to the door, and was about to open it when she saw Xingqi standing silently by the side, seemingly hesitating whether to go forward. Fusey gently waved her hand, signaling him to go back to the room, and Xingqi nodded hesitantly. Although Fusey had expected it, she was still a little surprised when she opened the door. The two people who were still communicating online last night finally met, but Fusey recognized each other, but the other party might not recognize Fusey's appearance. Bethlyn looked at Fusey in front of her and smiled friendly. "Hello, I am Bethlyn Oddby, currently in charge of the school's investigation work. Do you have time to cooperate with my investigation?" Fusey looked up and down at this woman. Although she was unkempt and acted wildly in private, her appearance at work was still quite intimidating. Behind her were Bailuan and several members of the student union. Fusey moved to the left to make way. "Of course, please come in." "Commander Bethlyn," Fusey said softly. Bethlyn glanced at Fusey's unfamiliar face and shuddered suddenly. The wide-open door in front of her looked a bit like the bloody mouth of a beast. Bethlyn walked in while thinking secretly. It should be an illusion, right? Chapter 128. Fusey took the people to the living room and sat them down. She didn't feel unhappy or guilty about being investigated at all. She looked relaxed as if she was entertaining an old friend. "Please sit down wherever you want." Fusey said this, but her body sat down in the main seat very skillfully. Bethlyn secretly observed her movements and expressions, and felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't remember who this feeling came from. "Ahem, sorry to bother you at this time, but we checked the list of people who went out last night. Your team members were all recorded, but you were not. Can you answer the reason?" Bailuan lowered his head, turned on the real-time recording function of the optical computer, raised his head, and looked at Fusey attentively. Fusey looked at his slightly pale lips, and couldn't help but sigh that Bailuan's work efficiency was really terrible. He had to devote himself to the investigation work right after the semifinals, without any overdoing. He was really a natural work expert. "You should have been at the match between us and Miji yesterday. When the match was about to end, I was controlled by Mei's illusion. My mental resistance value is not very high. The match ended suddenly, so the sequelae are a bit serious. It's a party, it doesn't matter when you go." Fusey didn't hide anything and told the truth. Bailuan nodded gently. The Sentinel's mental resistance value is much lower than that of the guide. The physical damage suffered in the match simulation chamber can disappear with the end of the match. Mental damage can only be offset to a certain extent. Sentinels with serious mental damage even need specific mental counseling to recover. It seems that Fusey's reason is very sufficient. Bailuan sent a very official greeting. "Is the problem serious? There is an open mental health room inside Gales, and mental bleach is distributed regularly for free. If you need it, you can go and find out." "Thank you, I will go if it is serious." Fusey seemed to accept his kindness. Bailuan continued to ask, "Excuse me, did you stay here yesterday without going out?" Fusey nodded calmly. "Well, the monitoring star at the door should be able to check my entry and exit records." Bethlyn suddenly interrupted. "My classmate, is this your first time in Gales?" This question was incoherent and attracted the attention of Bailuan and a group of student union members. Fusey raised her eyes, stared at Bethlyn's light green eyes, and said with certainty, "Of course this is my first time here, but Tanya had an exchange student activity before. President Bailuan should have an impression, right?" Bailuan nodded. "Yes, but it was Miji, not a Pat, who came to visit and study in Gales that time." Bethlyn put away the strange thoughts in her heart and put on her cynical look again. "Oh, that's right. I think this classmate is very familiar, a bit like an old friend of mine." Fusey snorted secretly. Bethlyn is very sensitive. She recognized it so quickly. Bailuan and the students behind him looked at each other. Bethlyn's image in school is the irritable leader of the investigation team. It is rare to see her have a good personal relationship with anyone. Now she is only meeting Fusey for the first time, and she can say something like it's a pity that we met earlier, which really subverts Bailuan's cognition. Bailuan looked back and forth between Fusey and Beslin, and finally continued the questioning process. Okay, next I want to ask you a few questions in a private capacity. Is it convenient for you? Fusey raised her eyebrows, and could probably guess that Bailuan was going to ask her about the visit to the exhibition hall with Xingqi, who knew that Bailuan had gone crazy and asked, "You already have your own guide, right?" Ah, Fusey, who had already thought of how to refute, was rarely stuck. What did you say? Bailuan raised his hand to turn off the real-time recording function of the optical computer, and lowered his voice. Today's routine questioning ends here. If you don't have a dedicated guide, remember to go to the school sanatorium to lower your mental threshold. He deliberately repeated the question of mental threshold. Did he want to remind her of something? Fusey stood up and sent them out of the room. Beslin looked at her with a hint of inquiry and curiosity, as if she was unsure of her identity and wanted her to give some hints. Fusey saw that Bailuan and the student union had walked a short distance away, so she raised her finger and pointed at her eyes. Beslin, shock. She knew it. Beslin blinked, verified her guess, and left with satisfaction. As soon as the door closed, Xingqi appeared out of nowhere. What did they say? Fusey subconsciously comforted. Nothing. Basilin's presence means that the incident is not serious. At least it won't attract the guys from the review committee. Her voice became lower and lower, and Xingqi was trying to concentrate and listen. Later, he found that Fusey was silent, and then he raised his head belatedly, bumping into Fusey's calm eyes. He moved his lips. What's wrong? Fusey looked at him strangely, and suddenly realized why Bailuan emphasized the issue of mental threshold in the end. She stared at Xingqi's face for a long time, and her gaze was too strong. Xingqi couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her eyes. Fusey? Fusey reached out and grabbed his fingers, and made a silent gesture at her lips with her other hand. Xingqi understood what she meant, followed her force, and moved closer, standing a little further away from the door. Fusey pointed at his temple, and then at the place where Bailuan had just placed the light brain. Xingqi understood, and released his spiritual body. I don't know if it was Fusey's illusion. Baiqiong looked a little strange when he appeared. Black and red stripes flashed on it. Fusey just blinked, and it returned to normal. Looking at Xingqi's careful investigation, Fusey opened her mouth, but still didn't ask. Xingqi explored all the places and objects that Bailuan passed by, and finally found an inconspicuous black button under the carpet. Baiqiong held a thumb-sized flat button in her mouth, and jumped carefully onto Fusey's forearm, lowering her head, and placing it in Fusey's palm. Fusey picked up the button and examined it carefully. It was as flat as a tissue, but it felt hard and cold, like a combination of some metal and ore. It was not certain whether it had a monitoring function. Fusey had never seen such an ordinary device. What kind of monitoring device could be installed in such a flat structure? Xingqi was behind her, looking over Fusey's shoulder at the thumb-sized mental fluctuation monitoring button, and his eyes could not help but darken. This is from Defeer. It looks like some kind of alloy device, but it is actually made of Damaki's skull, Xingqi explained in a deep voice. Fusey turned around and looked at him. Damaki? Wasn't this thing declared extinct hundreds of years ago? Xingqi raised his hand to signal Fusey to put the thing up, but Fusey didn't insist, and gave it to him directly. That's just the official statement. Damaki has a special sensitivity to spiritual bodies. It was once used to detect the mental threshold fluctuations in the contaminated area. Once it comes into contact with abnormal fluctuations, it will turn red. Xingqi briefly introduced its principle. Fusey recalled this part of knowledge and nodded slowly. Well, it is true that many organizations are using primitive biological instincts to judge the danger of contaminated areas. This behavior once caused this type of creature to be on the verge of extinction. Xingqi smiled bitterly. So Damaki has long been declared extinct. In fact, there are still a group of artificial captives hidden in the Sushin Garden of Moros. This thing is probably placed here to detect abnormal mental fluctuations. Xingqi put the button on his finger and played with it. The black button rolled from his little finger to his index finger, and then rolled back from his index finger. Fusey understood the function of this thing, but she didn't understand why Bailuan reminded her of its existence. The person who invaded the exhibition hall last night suffered a severe mental injury, and today the investigation team only needs to find the area where the mental body fluctuates abnormally to catch the thief. Fusey glanced at the button. It did not change color, proving that there is no one with abnormal mental body in this area. Is Xingqi really not a thief? No, that's not right. Xingqi came back from school with Aina and the others last night. Bailuan saw it with his own eyes and guaranteed it. He couldn't possibly suspect Xingqi. Sure enough, you are still doubting me. Fusey lowered her eyes. Taking the blame for others is always unpleasant. Fusey reached out and held Xingqi's hand that was playing with the button, and placed the button in her palm and gently pressed. Crack, the black bone fragments poured out from Fusey's fingers. Xingqi was a little surprised. Every detector will be recorded if it is suddenly damaged. I just accidentally found a strange device. For the safety and privacy of the team members, it will be destroyed on the spot. What's the problem? Fusey said in a low voice. Xingqi paused and nodded silently. What's more, Fusey opened the window and clapped her hands to clean up the bone fragments. Bailuan said that, isn't it expecting me to do this? Xingqi tilted his head, seeming a little puzzled. Fusey chuckled and pointed to the building standing on the north side of the central square, outside the window, where Gales's mental health treatment room was set up. Someone wants to talk to me, and it seems that he doesn't give me a chance to refuse, so I go. Fusey was hinting. Xingqi was silent for a while, but still whispered, Bailuan is a little different from my impression, and his attitude may not be sincere. Fusey certainly didn't trust Bailuan, but Beslan was dragged into the water by her now. Given their friendship, Beslan would not let Bailuan dig a hole for her to jump into. So this meaningless agreement was probably finalized by these two people together, waiting for Fusey to express her position. Xingqi lowered his head, and the soft tail of his hair brushed against his neck, looking quite messy and beautiful. Then you, be more careful. Fusey nodded indifferently, and her eyes suddenly glanced at the scattered nutritional supplements on the table. Have you taken nutritional supplements recently? The topic changed too quickly, and Xingqi felt a subtle embarrassment in his heart. Yes. Fusey walked around him to make sure that he really had no unexpected situation. It seems that he has grown a few centimeters taller. How can someone grow taller at this age? Fusey was puzzled, but she didn't question it in the end. She just thought that his bones had not healed yet, and there was still room for growth. Seeing that she didn't mean to ask more questions, Xingqi breathed a sigh of relief. Shouldn't he be discovered? Chapter 129. It was almost evening when Fusey arrived at the mental hospital. Bailuan had just finished assisting the investigation team, and had a moment to breathe. The mental hospital was deserted because of the recent martial law in the school, and Fusey easily found an empty room. The guide who was immersed in the game interface saw Fusey coming in, and before he could come back to his senses, he had already said, I went to see the real person. When Fusey walked in, he saw the light computer interface spread out on the table by the guide. The record displayed on it showed that the poor guide had lost 12 games in a row. Agatha immediately turned off the light computer after noticing Fusey's gaze, and asked in a disguised manner, Ahem, why didn't you knock on the door? Fusey pointed to the half-open door. I knocked on the door, but you didn't hear it. The sweet-looking girl seemed to be choked, her cheeks flushed, and she stared at Fusey with a blank mind. God knows she was just imitating Fusey's operation of winning the game without using hand cards in the semifinals, but she ended up losing 12 games in a row. Fusey kindly reminded, don't reveal the number of cards in your hand too early if you are the banker, and replenish them in time after each card is played. Stop! Agatha came back to her senses and interrupted Fusey. It's working time now. Don't talk to me about the game. Fusey nodded understandingly. Okay, then shall we start? Agatha pretended to be aloof and sat on a chair beside her, motioning Fusey to sit opposite her. God knows Agatha's heart was beating with excitement. Her ears were filled with the sound of thundering heartbeats, and she almost walked with her hands and feet trembling. Do you need spiritual counseling or psychological counseling? Agatha asked carefully. Fusey glanced at her nervous face, changed to a relaxed posture and slumped into the soft chair, looking at this warmly decorated room with a little curiosity. The carpet here is made of very expensive snow rabbit wool, very soft and delicate. The tables and chairs are wrapped in soft fur cloth. The decorations on the table are exquisite and cute, and the chair legs are tied with leather pink straps. At a glance, there are no sharp objects. Fusey has never been to any guide sanatorium, whether in Tanya or Gauls. This is the first time. Agatha calmed her breath and returned to normal. I watched your game yesterday, you are very good. Fusey turned her head and raised her eyebrows. Thank you. Are you here for mental counseling because you have mental disorders after the game? Agatha couldn't help but explore. Fusey didn't comment. Is that right? Agatha nodded. Then let's establish a spiritual connection first. She was a little nervous after saying that. Establishing a spiritual connection can share the spiritual sea of the sentinel. In other words, she can directly feel Fusey's spiritual body. That's the secret she has kept for most of the race. Thinking of this, Agatha couldn't help but get excited. If she could see the little secret of the Mike champion today, It wouldn't be so hard to accept the weekend duty. Facing her expectant eyes, Fusey shook her head slowly. Don't bother so much, you can give me. Talk therapy. The hot flames in Agatha's eyes puffed out. The so-called talk therapy is actually pure chatting, without any physical contact and spiritual resonance, which is the least popular treatment method for sentinels. Agatha laid on the table and sighed. Am I not attractive enough? Fusey couldn't help laughing. I just think that a cute guy like you can achieve the effect of spiritual counseling just by chatting. She said it easily, without any intention of flattery, but Agatha seemed to be bewitched and blurted out, Do you like the opposite sex or the same sex? She regretted it after asking, and quickly made amends. I don't mean to offend, I'm just curious. Fusey didn't care about her motives and thought about this question seriously. From the current situation, heterosexual. Such a pointed answer made Agatha's eyes widen. You already have. The door was knocked at an inopportune time. Agatha was forced to swallow her words and looked in the direction of the voice. President? Bailuan said to Agatha apologetically. I'm sorry to interrupt your communication. Can you give me this place for a few minutes? Agatha's strange eyes hovered between Fusey and Bailuan, and finally nodded. Okay, but don't talk too long. Thank you. The gift that AI Ning brought you is placed in the hall outside. Agatha swept away the haze and trotted to open the gift. Bailuan sat in Agatha's seat and got straight to the point. I want the pair of dark crystal discs. Fusey, She looks so much like a thief? Have you been working too long and are in a trance? The real culprit of the theft in the exhibition hall is not me. Fusey tried to wake him up. Who knew Bailuan was unusual today? The monitoring stars here change shifts every 10 minutes. I make it short. Give me the order disc, and I tell you Xingqi's true identity. Fusey almost couldn't help laughing. Is this a valuable bargaining chip? Seeing her expression, Bailuan said in disbelief, You know? Fusey spread her hands. Obviously. Impossible, how can you tolerate? Bailuan frowned. What did he promise you? I pay double, as long as you agree to my conditions. Fusey crossed her hands and made a pause gesture, stopping Bailuan's endless chatter. Not to mention that the pair of discs are not in my hands, and secondly, the members of a pat are all carefully selected by me. You don't need to find a breakthrough from them. Bailuan's face suddenly became very bad, and the red bloodshot in his eyes suddenly became terrifying. How is it possible, if it's not with you? His voice became lower and lower, and the whole person fell into a terrifying state of self-questioning and self-answering. Fusey saw the veins on his forehead popping out, his long fingers clenched together until his knuckles turned white, and he coughed twice. If I'm not mistaken, what you lack is not the Ling Dai, but the dark crystal, right? Bailuan suddenly paused, raised his eyes, and stared at Fusey's eyes, and said hoarsely, What do you mean? A dagger suddenly appeared in Fusey's hand. She made a beautiful knife flower with a casual posture. The dark crystal content of this knife is more than 95%. I coated it with a layer of silver. They are incompatible. As long as the coating is worn off, it can be used normally. Bailuan stared at her movements, his breathing gradually slowed down, his hands unconsciously pressed on the table, and his broad palms were a little red. What are your conditions? Fusey laughed cynically. I haven't thought about it yet, how about owing it first? Okay, Bailuan agreed without blinking, as if he was afraid that Fusey would regret it. You can come to me anytime if you have made up your mind. His eagerness was a bit like a drug addict who suddenly got drugs to relieve his addiction, which made Fusey ask one more question. What if I tell you to go against Morin? This was already very offensive to the noble children who grew up in Moros. Morin's status in their hearts was no different from that of a god. Okay, I will do my best to achieve everything you ask for, Bailuan said word by word. Fusey looked at him strangely, as if she had just met him for the first time. Bailuan took a deep breath, silently adjusted his heartbeat and frequency, and tried his best to make his face look normal. The deal is done. I will continue to investigate the theft in the exhibition hall. If it's not you, I will find out the real culprit. Fusey smiled and interrupted him. If possible, let's just let it go. Bailuan moved his lips, put the dagger into his folding pocket, and said with a complicated expression, Are you sure you are not deceived by the harmless appearance of the guide? Fusey waved at the door. Agatha, I think your president needs some spiritual counseling. Agatha happily jumped in, with 2 pink handmade cups in the shape of cats. Hearing this, she looked at Bailuan very naturally. Then the president, Please release your spirit body to treat me first. Bailuan hurriedly stood up. Sorry to take up your space, I leave now. Agatha pouted, but didn't feel disappointed. She pointed to the 2 handmade cat cups on the table, and said, Please say hello to AI Ning for me. I will bring her a gift next time. Bailuan nodded in agreement, and turned back to Fu Si and said, "You stay here for a while, and leave in 10 minutes. Normally, a spiritual counseling session takes about 20 to 30 minutes. Fu Si, who knows what he is thinking, will certainly not ruin their plans." As Bailuan left, Agatha's smile suddenly disappeared, and she turned around and stared at Fu Si without blinking. "What deal did the president make with you?" "Huh?" Fu Si raised her head unexpectedly. "Why do you ask that?" Agatha looked at her for a while, and suddenly lost her temper, lying on the table and howling. "The president lost the game today but didn't rest at all. He was running around dealing with the academy incident all day, but he still found time to meet with you. The last time I saw him so busy was when the Oddby family was selecting an heir. So he must have something very, very important." Agatha raised her face, and her light chestnut eyebrows raised upwards. "Don't you? You bully him because he's easy to talk to." Fusey suddenly felt helpless. "You have a deep misunderstanding of me. I'm actually a kind person." Looking at Agatha's expression of "Do you think I believe you?" Fusey could only change her defense line. "Why do you think we made a deal? Can't it be a friendly exchange between classmates?" Agatha lay on the table like a boneless person. "Hey, don't you know that AI Ning?" She suddenly closed her mouth, looked up at Fusey warily, raised her hand and drove her away. "I'm about to get off work. I won't keep you." Fusey got up slowly, put the chair back to its original position, turned around and left this sanatorium full of girlish hearts. Even if Agatha didn't let it slip, Fusey could guess it, so she took the dagger seized from Ada before going out today. Aining is the only female guide in the Bailuan team. Although she looks very petite, she has actually been an adult for a long time. The first time Fusey saw her, she knew that she would not live long. At first, Fusey didn't know where this death energy came from, but she realized that her life essence was missing, and if she didn't take care of it, she would soon die. And this idea was confirmed after Ina showed her the game records. AI Ning had a very serious heart shock problem in the semifinals. Even though it only lasted a few seconds in the eyes of outsiders, Fusey was very familiar with this situation. AI Ning had a very serious old injury, and it was caused by Dark Crystal Wu. Chapter 130. Aining is a weak and non-aggressive guide. Any wound that is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Sentinel will become a fatal wound for Aining. The Sentinel can still suppress the wound caused by the Dark Crystal weapon by relying on the strength of the body, but the guide can only seek other methods. It is true that the Dark Crystal is a cursed material. The wound caused by the Dark Crystal weapon will continue to fester and cannot heal. The best way is to use a light particle cutter to completely separate the skin and flesh, but it cannot be ruled out that the radiation in it will cause harm to the human body. Aining has a poor physique, and forced treatment may have a counterproductive effect. So the best way for her is to fight poison with poison, and use a medical cutter made of dark crystal for treatment. The process may be a little painful, but it is a permanent solution. The only obstacle on this road may be that no country or organization will use dark crystal as a material for medical treatment. Fusey kicked the stones on the roadside. At night, no one could be seen on this road. Only the whistling cold wind accompanied her on her return journey. I guess Bailuan has tried every possible way, and he has no other choice but to turn to Fusey. Thinking of this, Fusey suddenly realized that she had overlooked a problem. How could AI Ning have the opportunity to come into contact with the dark crystal weapon? As a student who has never participated in a major battle, AI Ning is no different from a flower in a greenhouse. Moreover, with Bailuan protecting her, she would never have the opportunity to come into contact with such a dangerous weapon. In Fusey's memory, only a few battles used such weapons, and each time caused countless casualties. And AI Ning was still a child at that time. Fusey's steps did not slow down because of her thinking, so when she heard the faint voice, she did not have time to avoid it. "Do you have to force me to this point?" Ayane's voice was rarely so sad. Fusey could not help but be refreshed and looked in the direction of the voice. The other voice sounded very attractive, and the low and hoarse voice was mixed with an inexplicable grievance. "I just want to confirm your safety." Fusey's ability to recognize the voice color allowed her to recognize the identities of the two people in the conversation at the first time. "Why is Mashu here?" Fusey felt annoyed for no reason, and was about to interrupt them when she heard Mashu whisper, "If you don't want to come back, leave Moran as soon as the game is over. They won't let you go." Ayane's voice was indistinguishable. "Put away your self-satisfied face. Aren't you tired of hearing the same words all the time?" Mashu moved his lips in astonishment. His eyes were particularly bright in the night. He seemed to want to explain himself, but was interrupted by Ina. Ina smoothed the hair hanging by her ears and said listlessly, "Because of that slight sense of guilt, you said some things for my good without authorization. You seem to never think about whether your identity is appropriate, whether the timing is appropriate, and whether what you said will cause trouble to me. You are just wishful thinking to compensate me, and want to offset the slight sense of guilt in your heart. Ina waved her hand and turned her back to him. I will pretend that I have not seen you today. If you still have a little respect for me, don't bother me again in the future. Ina walked through the tall bushes and took Fusey's wrist. Let's go. It's windy at night. Fusey looked back, and Moshu was still standing there stupidly. His tall figure and drooping hair made him look like a stray dog. Shouldn't we care about him? Fusey asked. Ina glanced at him with her peripheral vision and said coldly, no, he won't die. Since the people at the center of the topic said so, Fusey was not interested in further investigation. I'm hungry. I want to eat glutinous rice and fish sashimi. Ina was stunned for a moment before answering, the school can't go out recently, and you may not be able to buy fresh ingredients on campus. Fusey waved her hand. It's okay, I asked Xingqi and Louis to buy it before I came out, and I'm sure they can catch up. Ina thought about it and asked, when did you know? Fusey still looked lazy. The first time I saw you was on A2547. That place will definitely be included in the list of barren stars in 100 years. It's hard to imagine that the edge of the super galaxy would be so chaotic. Ina smiled. Defel relied on invading other galaxies to expand his territory in his early years. A 254. 7 stars is one of them. Fusey narrowed her eyes and recalled, to be honest, your appearance and temperament are incompatible with that place, and it is not a perfect disguise. Perhaps everyone is curious about their image in other people's minds. Hearing her say this, Ina couldn't help asking, what was I like in your eyes at that time? Fusey said very pertinently, you may not believe it, but you are the only good person I have seen there. Good person? Ina repeated it in Moran language, looking very surprised. Are you sure you are talking about me? Fusey touched her neck, thinking of the time when she went to the deserted planet to perform the mission, and her tone was very sure. When all the restaurants tried to poison me with unripe cassapa and purple spike, you were simply the god of food in the world. After hearing this, Ina didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just because of this? Fusey suddenly stopped and looked at her. Many people think that a moment of touching is nothing, and a moment of kindness is nothing, but as a three-dimensional creature, a lifetime is made up of these moments. At least for me, this is a very precious memory. She rarely expressed her true feelings like this, and Ina also began to look her in the eye, thought for a while, and said, Ina! Luo Yi's voice floated over from afar, stopping Ina's desire to confide. After Luo Yi finished shouting, he realized that Fusey was also here. He asked in confusion, aren't you going to the mental health room? Fusey made up an excuse to get rid of him. I happened to meet Ina on the way back, so we went together. Luo Yi looked at the path behind them in confusion, and then looked at the road leading to the mental health room building, secretly complaining, this is not on the way at all. The three of them went back together. Inan was sitting at the table holding a paper book and reading. Fusey glimpsed the big words interpretation of human nature on the cover from a distance. Fusey, ? My team members seem to have been replaced by something strange. As if he noticed Fusey's sight, Inan put down the book and raised his head, facing Fusey's strange look, and said in a flat tone, I picked it up when I went to buy ingredients. Fusey nodded silently, turned around and saw Xingqi was already arranging the dishes, so she simply went over to admire his art of arranging the dishes. Her presence was so strong that Xingqi couldn't help asking, what else do you want to eat? It's still time to order more food. Fusey shook her head. Ever since she used her spirit to kill Weir, her 5 senses had been affected to varying degrees. She ate just to offset the boredom brought by the same old nutritional supplements. However, every time Fusey approached Xingqi, she could smell the faint scent of rose and citrus. Even though her sense of smell was damaged, the scent did not disappear, and even became stronger. This was not a good sign. Fusey stepped aside and waited for the meal to start. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be her last meal in Gulls. The finals were scheduled for 3 weeks later. Including the journey, they could stay in Gulls for 3 days at most. This was also the reason why Fusey rushed to take action before the semifinals, because the Mike finals were scheduled to be held in Tanya. Even if Gulls found out that there was another murderer for the real cause of Will's death, he could not rush to Tanya to ask her for an explanation in a short time. Moreover, Gulls had not announced Will's news until today, most likely to suppress the limelight and solve it internally. The old man Morin has adopted countless children, and Will is just one of them. It is not worth it to stir up much waves. Besides, Will had an accident when he went to find Luther by himself. The mental confrontation between the two led to brain shock and death, which had nothing to do with Fusey. The potential of Weir's spirit is too great. Fusey cannot let such a potential threat continue to grow. Even though the decision that night was a bit impulsive, Fusey did not regret it. It's not the first time to do this anyway. Just as everyone gathered at the dining table to prepare for dinner, an unexpected visitor came to visit. Enon opened the door, and his silver-gray eyes reflected Jean C's figure. He was a little surprised. "Why are you here?" Jean C's tone was a little solemn. "Are you all here?" Fusey poked her head out from behind Enon. "What happened?" Jean, come in and tell me." Jean C was led into the door. Seeing everyone sitting at the table, he realized that they were having a dinner party. He felt guilty. "Sorry to bother you, but this matter is urgent. I hope you don't mind my sudden visit." Luoyi waved his hand quickly. "How could it be, Dean? You are too polite." Fusey even pointed to the empty seat. "Do you want to sit down and talk while eating?" Jean C waved his hand solemnly. "No, I just received news that Will broke into the Sentry Detention Center of Gales without permission and was mentally attacked by the crazy sentry. He was declared brain dead when he was found." Fusey widened her eyes. How could this be? Shang-Chi coughed twice, attracting Fusey's attention. "Don't eat too much cold food, be careful of pneumonia." Shang-Chi nodded obediently. Fusey turned her head again, with a little more worry between her brows. "What does Gales mean? Our classmate died in such an unclear way. They should have an explanation, right?" Jean C shook his head slowly. According to the data feedback from the monitoring star, it was Will who took the initiative to enter the detention center and interfered with the operation of the monitoring star. Later, because of the exhibition hall incident, the detention center has not lifted the martial law. It was only in the past 2 days that it was discovered that the monitoring stars inside have been on strike for a while. Fusey should have known this information, but she felt something was wrong when she listened. Fusey was also present when Will used his spiritual body to interfere with those monitoring stars. According to her spiritual understanding, those monitoring stars would at most have their magnetic fields disordered for a period of time, and the picture would be distorted for a short time in the eyes of outsiders. After all, Will went to silence him. He would not let Luther's death look particularly strange, so he naturally had to conceal his whereabouts. Fusey followed behind him, and did not make a second intervention in those monitoring stars. That is to say, after Fusey killed Weir and left, a third person interfered with the monitoring stars, causing them to go on strike for several days. Gales was in a hurry, and didn't take care of the security of the detention center, so Weir and Luther's bodies were not discovered until today. Fusey's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her expression faded. Jean C didn't notice her abnormality and continued, "Because we made the mistake first, and he is not a native student of Morin, we can't go into this matter in depth." Fusey rubbed her eyebrows, and there were details behind this matter that she didn't know. Who dared to follow her and take advantage of the situation? It's better not to let her catch him. Chapter 131. Jean C came to tell them about this matter today, in fact, to let them strengthen their awareness of self-safety, and not to conflict with classmates because of some quarrels. It is normal for Sentinels to have some minor frictions, but don't transfer these conflicts to private. At this point, Jean C was still a little puzzled. Does Will usually have any friction with Luther? In my impression, they don't have any contact. Why did it come to this situation? Everyone looked at each other, and shook their heads to express that they didn't know. Jean C sighed. "It's my fault. If I could have discovered their friction earlier and mediated it, maybe it wouldn't be." Fusey hurriedly touched Enon's waist from behind. Enon looked over without knowing why. Fusey glanced at Jean C, who looked depressed, and signaled him to comfort him quickly. Enon said softly, "Teacher, Tanya advocates free teaching. Every student has the right and opportunity to develop freely. Will's fate today is inseparable from his behavior. You don't need to put the blame on yourself." Jean C realized that he had lost his composure in front of the society. She raised her eyes and congratulated Fusey. "I haven't congratulated you for entering the finals yet. The schedule is very tight. Don't be too stressed. Whether you win or lose, Tanya will recognize your glory." Fusey nodded. Jean C explained a few more words to Fusey, and asked her to pay more attention to the psychological state of the team members. After Fusey's repeated requests, she still refused to eat. After explaining all the matters, she left directly. Enon looked at Jean C's back and sighed faintly. Fusey looked at him curiously. "It's rare to see you look so depressed." Enon didn't explain much, turned around and sat down at the dining table, and asked for the first time, "Are you not going to open the wine today?" Fusey raised her eyebrows and turned to Ina and said, "No other activities tonight?" In terms of the metabolic rate of the Sentinels, ordinary alcohol is difficult to knock them down, but alcohol will affect the release of the spirit body to a certain extent. Fusey never consumes too much alcohol the night before the game. She asked this, and Ina certainly wouldn't spoil the fun at this time. Okay, I get it. However, when she turned around, she saw Xingqi carrying 2 bottles of Morancasia and putting them on the dining table. Fusey saw the seal on the bottle, her eyes moved slightly, a little surprised. Can you buy Kasia here? Xingqi shook his head. It was brought from Moran. The wine industry in Defei is not well developed, and the wine here is as hard to swallow as the food. Yana couldn't help complaining. I've been in Moran for so long that I almost forgot what a hard life I had in Moros. Fusey comforted. Anyway, the semifinals are over. After the handover is completed with the 2-year group, we will set off back to Tanya. Thinking about it this way, they haven't been in Gales for a long time. Luoi touched his chin, very confused. Why do I always feel that time passes so slowly in Gales? Fusey said coldly. It's because of less training. No, Luoi waved his hands quickly. It's not slow, not at all. Fusey didn't argue with him anymore. She picked up the wine glass. Come on, I hope we can get a good result in the final. While saying this, she didn't forget to press Luoyi's hand holding the wine glass. Don't drink, I don't want to see you drunk all night. Luo curled his lips, and very reluctantly replaced the wine with freshly squeezed berry juice. Ding, the 5 cups collided together. Perhaps because of the wine, Fusey rested very early today. When Ina knocked on the door, Fusey was playing games and accumulating sleepiness. What's wrong? Fusey motioned Ina to come in and talk. Ina hesitated a little. She stood beside Fusey's bed and said with some entanglement, something happened a long time ago, but I still want to confess to you. Fusey guessed what she was going to say by looking at her expression. She lowered her head and glanced at the time displayed on the light computer. It was good, it was not past midnight yet. If you want to talk about Xingqi, you are not the first person to tell me about it today. Fusey casually played 2 cards and ended the game. Ina's expression turned cold. Who else mentioned it to you? Fusey sat up. She didn't want anyone else to know about her deal with Bailuan yet, so she could only look at Ina silently. Ina carefully observed her expression, and could not find any hidden displeasure or anger, only calmness. Are you not angry? Ina changed her words. Fusey asked sincerely, why do you all think that I can't tolerate deception? In fact, it is difficult for everyone to be 100% sincere, and concealing something for a while doesn't mean anything. Fusey even pointed at her face. You can't get sincerity with a mask, that's the social rule of human beings. Because she had expected it, when she saw a corner of Ina's tattoo during the fight with Yanji, Fusey did not have any negative emotions, only a calm heart. Similarly, Fusey saw Ina and Mashu arguing because Mashu never missed any battle of a pat, especially the scene involving Ina's appearance. The wolf cub's sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and it is not difficult to find his master in the crowd. From beginning to end, Fusey was a calm bystander. There are no eternal enemies or eternal friends in the world. Even if Ina betrayed her one day, Fusey probably would not have any anger or sadness. Ina seemed to understand Fusey's subtext from these few short sentences, and fell silent for a rare time. Finally, she smiled bitterly and said, I seem to know why you don't need the help of a guide. Fusey showed an attitude of listening attentively. Your character is more determined than any sentinel. Ina lowered her head, her voice gradually becoming lighter. At least I can't be as indifferent as you. Fusey looked at her quietly for a while, and suddenly mentioned a scene from a long time ago. Do you remember when Xingqi just joined the team? I asked you if you would walk with me to the finals. Ina certainly remembered that dark path. She and Fusey walked many times together. Fusey smiled, with a bright smile in her deep blue eyes. That's enough. It's late today, go back and rest. Ina nodded gently, and her slightly heavy footsteps when she came in unconsciously became much lighter. Fusey lay on the bed as usual to score points in the game, and fell asleep unknowingly, without a dream all night. 3 days later, Tanya's return team gathered at the space station to prepare for departure. Bailuan was waiting there early to see them off, and Jean C shook hands with him and talked. I watched your semifinals, and felt deeply sorry. Bailuan smiled gently, without any of the anger of a sentinel. It's just that I'm not as skilled as others, there's nothing to regret. He was not being modest. There were big problems with the people in their team in the semifinals, and they had no chance of winning against the fierce champion team. He said this, but his expression was secretly happy. Fusey knew that Aining's injury had been relieved. Bailuan's condition was much better than before the semifinals. If he had the tail of the spiritual body fusion, he might have been up to the sky. What Fusey didn't expect was that Beslan also came. She was wearing a baseball cap, and her light-colored hair was hidden under the brim of the hat. The whole person's presence was much more restrained. Veselin stared at Fusie's back, hiding behind Ina with complicated eyes. After she went back that day, she sent a message to Fusie to verify, but she didn't get any reply. But the man's eye color, eyes, and movements were exactly the same as in her memory. Veselin didn't think she would make a mistake. Even though she had thought about it all night, and still couldn't figure out why that person wanted to hide in the school as an ordinary student and participate in such a thankless military school league, she didn't need to add luster to her resume. Oh yes, I don't know what's wrong with her. She has been pretending to be weak and slacking off. Otherwise, wouldn't she win the game in a few minutes? No, what good would it be for her to win this game? Veselin's heart was in turmoil, so she hadn't come back to her senses when Jean-C walked up to her. Veselin, thank you for your care these days. I will take the students away first, Jean-C said. Veselin came back to her senses urgently. Oh, okay, be careful on the road. Jean-C turned around and asked the students to board the airship and prepare to depart. Seeing that Veselin's face was about to wrinkle, Fusie kindly blinked her left eye at her, and then she saw Veselin's expression change from shock to confusion and then to helplessness. Interesting, this woman is still the same as before, and everything she thinks is shown on her face. Fusie turned her back and raised her hand to shake it, saying goodbye to this rich and ancient galaxy. This time Fusie took medicine in advance and did not get dizzy on the airship again, but for some reason, she was always eroded by the vague sleepiness in her brain, often falling asleep while playing games or browsing the forum. After losing points for the third time, because of AFK, Fusie began to face this problem. She went to Jean-C for a mental examination, but was told that everything was normal. The sleepiness might be because the body did not get a complete rest. In other words, every time she slept, she did not have the effect of rest. Finally, Jean-C patted her shoulder heavily and comforted her. Don't be too stressed. Fusie, who didn't feel any pressure at all, could only agree, I know. When Fusie came out of Jean-C's office, she bumped into Liana unexpectedly. She was about to knock on the door, but it was Fusie who opened the door, and she didn't have time to retract her surprised expression. Fusie nodded at her, and the two passed by. For some reason, Liana's expression when she looked at her was weirder than ever before, and there was also a hint of fear. Fusie didn't have the energy to find out where her attitude change came from. Just a moment later, she was sleepy again. Fusie stretched lazily and prepared to go back to sleep. When she returned to the lounge, she found Xingqi waiting for her. The whole room was filled with a faint smell of rose and citrus. He seemed to have been here for a while. Fusie's eyes lit up, raised her hand to stop him from speaking, stretched out her hand to grab his neck, and sucked it like sucking a cat. Her action caught him off guard, and Xingqi subconsciously thought she was going to strangle him. When he came to his senses, he found that his head was still resting on his neck. Xingqi, ? What happened? When he looked down, Fusie had fallen asleep. He realized belatedly that Fusie's behavior, just now, was to absorb pheromones. Was it a spur of the moment? Xingqi pursed his lips, his fingers trembling slightly, but his movements were steady, and he put Fusie's body into the hibernation chamber. Good night, he said softly. Chapter 132. Because the Haney took the exclusive route from Defil to Moran on the return journey, they saved a lot of time. It took them only a week to reach the destination that would have taken 10 days. When Fusie was woken up, Xingqi was still sitting next to her hibernation chamber. Rubbing her sleepy eyelashes, Fusie was a little surprised. We're here already? Xingqi put down the light computer in his hand, and the screen just stopped at the settlement interface, which was a big victory. Just now, Dean Jean-C came to inform us to get off the airship. Seeing that you were resting, he asked me to wake you up later, Xingqi explained. Fusie reached out, and Xingqi handed her the light computer. A friend has challenged you. Since you said you would not accept any invitation from anyone, I helped you reject it. Oh, it's probably from Feng Qingya. Don't pay attention to him. Fusie glanced at it, and didn't care much. Feng Qingya had been wanting to play a card game with Fusie that he hadn't played before since the semifinals, but Fusie had lost interest in that game, and went back to playing Infinite Mana. Because this game requires the cooperation of teammates, Fusie can no longer achieve a 100% win rate. No matter how strong her command is, and how extreme her use of resources is, she will still be pitted by her teammates. This is a very challenging thing for Fusie, and she doesn't get bored easily. At the same time, she can also witness the diversity of species. Sometimes she doubts that the people who are connected to her team are people, not other creatures. Fusey supported the side wall of the hibernation chamber with one hand, turned over lightly, and moved her stiff joints. Since she found that Xingqi's pheromones had a positive effect on her, Fusey's sleepiness symptoms have been greatly alleviated, and her body has gradually returned to the state before the semifinals. Fusey pressed the back of her neck. Is this the guide? It's more addictive than she thought. Suddenly, Fusey's pupils lit up. She received an encrypted communication. It was sent by Bernard. The things you mentioned before have been sent to Kananki for you. Fusey thought about it, and typed another message to him. Please send it to Tanya for me. Bernard seemed speechless, and didn't reply until Fusey got off the airship. But Fusey knew very well that he would definitely do it. After they passed the customs inspection in Kananki, they would take the space train back to Tanya, which would only take about half a day. As a result, Fusey saw an unexpected person at the space station. Shizue rushed over and gave Fusey a hug. The two bodies pressed against each other, and the hot temperature infected Fusey. She asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Shizue lowered his head and rubbed her neck lightly. The moist and soft breath brushed her ear, which was a little itchy. Shizue's voice was as gentle as his breathing. "Shilai won't let me leave Morin, so I can't go to watch your game. I feel wronged." Fusey patted his back as if nothing had happened, signaling him to let go of her first, as she couldn't walk in this position. Shizue obediently loosened his arms, but his slender and wide hands were still around her waist. He was a little concerned about the faint smell of pheromones on Fusey. Where did this bastard come from, daring to leave such a mark on her? Shizue narrowed his eyes, and looked back and forth between Xingqi and Nen with a scrutinizing gaze. Time was running out, and Fusey patted the side of his neck, and Shizue could only lower his head obediently. "What's wrong?" "Let's go back to school first. There are too many people here," Fusey said calmly. Shizue had to put his thoughts aside for the time being and boarded the space train with him. Jinci also saw Shizue's figure, but he thought he was here to pick up his friends. He looked at him, and then looked away. Shizue sat down next to Fusey, and the scarlet vines wrapped around Fusey's wrists. Fusey lowered her eyelids and did not stop him. "I carry the things you asked Bernard to transport for you." Shizue connected her to the spiritual channel, and the voice sounded in her spiritual sea. Fusey raised her eyebrows and moved her eyes to Shizue's face. "With you?" Shizue noticed that someone was watching them, but continued to nod as if no one was around. Fusey thought about it, and thought it would be okay to leave it with Shizue. It would be much safer than leaving it in the student dormitory. "Okay, you keep it for me until the end of the game. Remember not to tell Shilai about this." Shiza of course responded to everything. "No problem. I will definitely go to the finals to cheer for you." The two people's communication all relied on the red vine as thick as a little finger, and outsiders could not eavesdrop. Ayane's eyes moved between Xingqi, Shiza and Fusey, and coughed twice and said, "Fusey, you haven't introduced him yet. This is..." Fusey turned her head and briefly introduced to the team members. "This is my younger brother Shiza, currently studying in the first grade of Tanya. You should have seen him in the entrance examination competition of Feiyuan before." Aina laughed. "That's right. We asked you why you didn't invite him to participate in the competition." Shiza lowered his head and complained softly, "If I could, I would have." Fusey held his hand and squeezed it, and Shizue immediately fell silent and changed his words. "I am not interested in the competition mode of the game." Yana expressed her understanding. "This is normal. Most Moran people love peace." Fusey squinted her eyes, and she felt sleepy again, and her brain became dull. Shizue, who always paid attention to her expression, noticed something wrong and immediately used his mind tentacles to explore her spiritual sea. Shizue was such a sharp guide. He could guess where Yi Tsongbai was delayed when he was a little late for work. Jinci could not find any abnormal spiritual sea, but he could see it clearly. Fusey's spiritual sea seemed normal, and even a little active, but it was actually due to the pheromone disorder caused by the spiritual suggestion of the guide. In other words, Fusey's sleepiness was not because her body did not get a good rest, but because she found a suitable guide to prepare to build a nest, and her body was cooperating with her spiritual body to store energy. Shizue was shocked, and the vines became tighter and tighter, and Fusey felt a slight pain in her wrist. She looked at Shizue sideways, only to see his drooping eyelashes and the abnormal twitching of the blue veins on his neck. She reached out and patted his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Shizue took a deep breath, and when he looked up again, he said to Fusey with a normal expression, "It's okay. You were just affected by the interstellar magnetic field recently. Just rest for 2 days." Fusey didn't doubt him. Anyway, she could feel that her body functions had returned to normal levels, and it would not be a problem to cope with the finals. Everyone returned to Tanya College safely, but as soon as they entered the school gate, a riot broke out. "Ah, sister, do you still need a guide? Can you sign an autograph for me?" Ina was surrounded by a group of beautiful and lovely guides, all of whom wanted to take photos with her and get autographs. Fusey ignored Ina's pleading eyes and even gloated. "Our Ina has a very good temper and will never refuse others." Hearing Fusey say this, the girls became more enthusiastic. Because they were of the same sex and Ina was not very aggressive, everyone was very happy to stick to her and ask for autographs. "Sister, you were so cool in the semifinals. You should also do your best in the finals. Senior, what type of guy do you like? Can you consider dating me after the finals? Senior, will you consider joining our team in the next mic? Senior's spirit body is a cat like mine. We are a perfect match. You latecomers, don't compete with me." Fusey didn't hear the confusing words behind and sneaked away with the team, leaving Ina alone surrounded by enthusiastic guides. This situation will occur after each mic competition. After all, it is a super interstellar competition jointly organized by all the Sentinel military academies, and the champion deserves everyone's attention and coronation. Although the game is not over yet, it is easy to be slapped in the face if you open champagne at halftime, but Tanya has not produced a champion for several consecutive sessions. If a dark horse appears in a season, it will be crazily sought after by students. Ina's performance in the semifinals was really eye-catching. Yin Jiqing was out, and there were really not many Sentinels who could make him lose face. At this moment, it seemed that everyone had forgotten that when Fusey first participated in the competition, except for Inan, all the members of the team were unknown and invisible people in the college. Even Ina's name was rarely seen on the college honor roll. Fusey was almost low-key to the extreme. But the finals were approaching, and they were all champion candidates. It was really unreasonable not to notice them at this time. Fusey said hello to Jinxie, and parted with Luo Yi and the others at the entrance of the student dormitory. However, Shi Zhe insisted on following her, and Fusey could only watch him enter the door. "I remember that you were a very sensible person before." Fusey was helpless. Shi Zhe snorted coldly. "If I don't get nervous, you will be snatched away by other guides." Fusey stretched out a finger and put it on his lips, a little unhappy. "Don't talk about me like an object, and it is my freedom to choose who I want. Even if you know that he has bad intentions and unknown origins?" Shi Zhe mocked. Hearing him say this, Fusey's displeasure disappeared, and she completely regarded him as a child throwing a tantrum. "Do you think I would let someone I don't know stay around me?" Seemingly hearing the perfunctory tone in her words, Shi Zhe said dissatisfiedly, "You are always like this. What if the situation is beyond your control? A clean background is the most important requirement for entering Kananki. You are now sincere and then. You talk a lot today." Fusey narrowed her eyes and looked up and down at Shi Zhe. "What exactly do you want to say?" The chattering man was suddenly paused, and suddenly he reached out and took off the earrings he had been wearing on his ear bones, and his face changed subtly. Fusey looked at his face coldly. This face can be described with all the beautiful words in the world when it is not disguised. When the boy's delicate eyebrows and eyes are full of tears, it is more lethal than any words. "Don't choose him, sister." Shiza lowered his head. "This road is more difficult than you think." Fusey forced herself not to look into his eyes. "It's too late. From the moment I made a bet with Shilai, I never thought of turning back." Shiza's shoulders trembled slightly. When he found out Xingqi's identity, he thought about why Fusey let him enter Morin, enter Tanya, and even attend Mike with her. Such a dirty, vicious and sinister guide. What on earth can Fusey appreciate? Fusey snorted lightly. There must be someone in this world who stands up to be the first bird to stand out. Since he is willing, why don't I help him? Shiza's lips trembled. He knew in his heart that no one could change what Fusey decided. "Okay." Shiza calmed down. "Then I hope you will never regret it." Fusey smiled lightly. "Of course." Chapter 133. Since the quarrel that day, until the day of the finals, Fusey and Shize have not met again. The two seem to be in a cold war. Fusey felt that she had to break the ice first, so she sent him a message before the finals. "Remember to bring the things I left with you." Fusey didn't care about his mood anymore. Anyway, even if Shize was angry, he would not ignore her instructions. He would definitely do what he asked. "Fusey, let's go." Ina patted her shoulder and prepared to enter. "Yeah." Fusey turned her head, and a huge hemispherical airship hovered behind her. The venue and materials for this finals were provided by Morin. As one of the super galaxies, important figures in the Interstellar Federation will also appear. Under the attention of many parties, various entrance inspections have become particularly strict. Bailey stood at the end of the passage. Seeing Fusey coming, he hurriedly came over. "Why are you here just now? The entrance ceremony is about to begin." Fusey likes to step on the spot. Isn't this just right? Fusey's relaxed attitude sometimes makes people hate her. Bailey was concerned that she was about to compete, so he couldn't talk too much at this time. He could only signal them to go through the security gate first. Fusey led the team members to pass the inspection safely, and walked towards the center of the entire stadium. At the same time, they clearly heard the host of the stadium make an impassioned introduction. "Welcome to the mic competition. Let us witness the birth of this year's champion together. Please enter, all contestants." Walking through the dark and long passage, the view outside suddenly became clear. The entire stadium was bright and wide. The tens of billions of Cebu created the glory of this sightseeing ship. Ah! EP121 must win. Admiral Laikia actually came to watch the game? Is he going to select players from the winners? Damn it, I still can't figure out why EP121 can keep paddling into the finals. I can't figure it out either. There must be something fishy going on. How could our Yenshin lose? EP121 must have cheated. Stop shouting. I've never seen anyone badmouth their own team. Don't watch if you say that again. Noisy discussions came from above. The entire stadium chose a semi-open viewing system, and the sentinel's excellent hearing allowed her to hear everything clearly. Fusey rubbed her ears, and slowly raised her eyes. The people sitting in the top viewing seats were the representatives sent by all parties in this competition. As expected, Sheila was not present. Fusey's eyes swept over one by one, and when she saw the position to the right of the center, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. The flamboyant and gorgeous woman did not sit upright in her seat. Instead, she kept playing with the unique golden hair behind her ear and stared at the stadium below with a cynical look. Ten Suiyan, the only heir to the Queen of Indeclare, actually came to the competition site in person. This guy is really not afraid of death. He just left the territory of Indeclare. There is no queen to protect her safety here. Nai and Talus also came. As the commanders of the 1st and 2nd fleets of Moran, they attended this event, which represented the high attention of Moran officials. Most of the remaining people were unfamiliar faces. Fusey took a glance and looked away without interest. Turning around, Sheki and Feng Qingye were entering from the other side of the stadium. Sheki's goggles were light blue today, and his eyes hidden under the lenses could be vaguely seen. If Fusey didn't know that he couldn't see anything, she would probably feel that she was being watched gently. "Finally, I can meet you here." Sheki took the lead in extending his hand. "I hope you can do your best in the next game." Fusey paused, and shook hands with Feng Qingye first, and then held Sheki's thin white fingers. "You too." Sheki seemed very excited, and Feng Qingye couldn't help but glance sideways. He had been showing a secret joy since the end of the semifinals, and he didn't even restrain himself on the day of the finals. "Please take your seats, contestants." The simulation chamber used in the finals is different from the usual competitions. The translucent cabin can see any details in it, and any mental attacks and mind tentacles cannot interfere with this game. Fusey stood in the center, and entered the new simulation chamber under the guidance of the staff. All cheers and discussions were isolated, and Fusey slowly closed her eyes. All contestants are in place, the game map is loading. The map is ready, the name of this map is Atlantis. The game begins. Don't cry, Anya, don't laugh, our country is destroyed. Anya disappeared, Anya appeared, our country is reborn. Our supreme glory, please listen to our plea. Don't disobey Anya, don't betray Anya, she will always be our Anya. A voice came from my mind, and Fusey felt that her brain was in chaos, as if she had been soaked in a bottle of wine all night. Fusey opened her eyes with difficulty, and wanted to confirm where she was at the first time, but she felt that there was nothing under her. I'm in the air? Fusey was not panicked, but rather curious. She looked down, and saw large patches of gorgeous corals. Looking down, she saw the silver-white fishtail swaying slowly. Fusey's pupils trembled, and she subconsciously moved her waist, and saw the gorgeous and huge fishtail swaying. Fusey raised her hand, and her 10 fingers were connected by translucent web feet, and her nails were as sharp as blades. They were not ordinary human hands. She quickly grabbed the end of her hair, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her hair was still dark. Fusey then had the mind to look down and scan her body, confirming that she had really turned into a half-human, half-fish mermaid, with tiny diamond-like scales covering her chest, and scales of different sizes covering her arms, and the scales on her waist and abdomen gradually began to grow larger and spread downwards. There were fins of the same color on the side of the silver-white fish tail, and it could swim dozens of meters with a slight swing. Although the underwater power doubled geometrically, Fusey was not relieved. If the underwater area of this map accounted for more than 70%, the combat capabilities of Lu Kiki and Lin Xian on Feng Qingya's side could be abolished. But since she could become a mermaid and gain underwater mobility, would everyone in this map gain underwater combat capability bonus? Then, Fusey suddenly realized something very fatal. Fusey looked behind her. There was no cover on her smooth and white back. Her smooth black hair like seaweed set off her moon-like skin. The black and white were clear, and the visual impact was very strong. Becoming a mermaid does not have any clothes to cover the body. The key parts are protected by scales, but the back is completely exposed in the water. Ayane's tattoo is on her back. The skin exposure of the mermaid image can easily expose her identity. Fusey sighed. Garaman's tattoo was marked by a special spiritual body mutation skill, which is equivalent to a spiritual mark, and will follow the host for life. Normal tattoos don't show up in the simulation chamber, which is why Fusey is worried. No matter what, let's find them first. Chapter 134. The sea here is bottomless. Fusey tried to swim upstream. The closer she got to the water, the more oppressed she felt. She resisted floating to the surface. She couldn't leave the sea. Fusey frowned rarely. This map deprived her of the right to move on land. Was it for the balance of power between the two camps, or was it simply to promote the plot of the map? Since she couldn't go up, Fusey had to swim downstream. The light underwater would become darker and darker. Fortunately, Fusey's night vision ability was greatly enhanced. Her Fusey suddenly heard a long call in her ears. This sound sounded ethereal and mysterious, longer than the whale's cry. Fusey should not understand it. But she automatically translated the meaning of this cry in her mind. The general idea was to call her companions and let her return to the tribe. Fusey was a little confused. She had her own camp right after she came in. Did that mean that this map would have a confrontation? She was thinking about it all the time. Fusey had adapted to the fishtail, and was not restricted in her movements. She quickly found the tribe that called her. Passing through a strange and rugged underwater cave cliff, Fusey saw a dozen half-human, half-fish creatures. They all held a palm-sized scallop in their hands. The scallop's big mouth was filled with objects emitting dim light. The distance was too far and Fusey could not see the specific materials of those objects. What made her most uncomfortable was that these mermaids came up to her very enthusiastically, and kissed her tail fin and fingers as soon as they saw her. It was difficult to tell the gender of these mermaids just by looking at their appearance. Their tails were dark blue, their skin was relatively dark and close to grayish-white, and the density of scales on their bodies was also very high. Fusey looked very different from them. She looked like a little sheep who had strayed into a wolf pack. Fusey was numb. Her experiences of the collapse of the sky told her that as she became an outlier in a camp, there would be a high probability that nothing good would be waiting for her in the future. They made a soft sound and circled around Fusey. Fusey's brain automatically translated this sound. Where have you been? Fusey wanted to open her mouth to respond, but she didn't know if these mermaids could understand her. Who knew that she could only make a strange sound of her in her throat. Fusey closed her mouth silently. Well, even her language ability was taken away. It was really an inhumane transformation. Fusey spread her palms weakly, wondering if there would be a way to change back. A palm-sized shell was placed in Fusey's palm, and the mermaid who handed over the shell looked at her eagerly. Most of these mermaids were beautiful, and it was hard not to be bewitched when looking into their eyes. Fusey asked calmly, "What is this?" Although the voice coming out was still that weird cry, the other party seemed to understand, and answered her very actively. "The marrow jade in this sea area is very delicious." Fusey lowered her head to observe the handful of shiny stones, and found that they were more than a dozen high-level cores. She raised her head and looked around. The mermaids put the stones into their mouths, and chewed them like chewing small cookies, and swallowed them. Although it was a little difficult to swallow, the effect was significant. The scales on their bodies instantly became shiny and full, the whole fish was radiant, and even the muscle lines were smoother. Fusey's mouth twitched. What kind of terrifying energy affinity is this? The sentinels and guides still need to activate the ring to activate the core, but these mermaids can directly absorb the energy in it, and use it for themselves? The horror of this is no less than that one day humans can maintain their vital signs by drinking oil. We are about to continue on our journey and replenish our strength as soon as possible. The mermaid next to her was still signaling her to eat. Fusey thought about it. She was no longer an ordinary sentinel now. Could she also directly swallow the core to strengthen her body? But before she could verify this idea, she was pulled by the mermaid next to her to swim deeper into the sea. They are catching up. Keep hiding in the depths. Don't get caught. Don't be seen. Don't let Ania be seen. The mermaid's calls echoed in Fusie's ears. She tried to distinguish the meaning of them, and caught a very key name. A bold guess slowly emerged in Fusie's mind. Ania, is it me? Before the data of this game was fully loaded, Fusie heard a nursery rhyme. The name Ania mentioned repeatedly must be an important clue, and now this important clue is Fusie herself, which makes her a little puzzled. However, the situation was critical, so Fusie could only suppress her curiosity and follow the large group of mermaids to migrate. After Fusie became a mermaid, all her senses became strange. The water flow on her body no longer had any resistance, but instead felt like light silk. Fishes have different hearing from primates. She can now feel the humming sound of more than a dozen mechanical devices chasing behind her. From the perspective of mermaids, this big guy with a body size comparable to that of a small whale, and emitting harsh sound waves is indeed quite terrifying. What's more, the hooks and rope nets launched by those submarines are designed to catch fish. Could it be the same situation of two tribes confronting each other, as in the last Snow Valley? Fusie had some guesses, and needed more clues to further confirm the power composition of this map. Unlike Fusie's leisure, the mermaids around her were as if they were facing a great enemy. Their tails were about to leave afterimages, and they wanted to take Fusie in their arms, and take her 2 miles away. It seems that Ania is an important identity, otherwise these mermaids would not risk their lives to protect her. Fusie looked down at the white fish tail, and then looked at the group of mermaids surrounding her. It would be difficult not to be discovered with such an outstanding appearance. Some fish have the ability to mimic. It would be more convenient if she could change her appearance. Before this idea was fully formed, Fusie was surprised to find that the skin on her arm began to turn gray and white, and gradually covered with large pieces of fish scales. As expected, the fish tail under her also turned into an inconspicuous gray-blue. The mermaid next to her did not show any surprise when she saw her change, and still grabbed her and swam forward quickly. Obviously, he knew that she had such an ability. Fusie then began to look at the body of this mermaid. In addition to mimicry, would it have other abilities? Fusie took the time to look back and estimate the distance between the submarines and them. Although the mermaids were very fast, the submarines were very tight, and it was only a matter of time before they caught up with them. Fusie had seen the style of these submarines in archaeology books. They were the products of the ancient blue planet, and should not be able to withstand too much water pressure. As soon as this thought came to her mind, there was a tooth-grinding sound of mechanical disintegration behind her. Fusie turned around, and saw that more than a dozen submarines chasing behind her suddenly stopped. They began to twist and deform slightly. Fusie looked down at her hands, and slowly made a grasping motion. Crack with a loud noise, more than a dozen submarines were crushed by a pair of invisible giant hands, turning into a group of worthless scraps of copper and iron. There were also bursts of blood mist. These submarines did not yet have unmanned driving technology. The drivers hidden in the submarines were destroyed by the terrifying pressure, and the mechanical parts fell down and remained on the seabed forever. Fusie stared at her hands blankly, somewhat unbelievable. Since she no longer used her spiritual body, this ability to turn the hands to clouds and rain seemed to be a thing of the past life. The mermaids cheered excitedly when they saw this scene, and rushed forward to bite the human body. For a time, the blood polluted the sea red, mixed with the broken limbs of humans and the joyful cries of mermaids. Fusie stayed where she was and did not move. She was still feeling this strange ability. After confirming that she did not accidentally use the spiritual body ability, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fusie swung her tail and returned to her original state, relaxed and without any sense of blockage. The power in her body can be freely controlled and moved as she wishes. The range of influence is still unknown. Fusie swam forward to check the submarines, hoping to get more clues. The submarines were divided into 2 parts. Fusie crushed the main cabin to pieces. The rear cabin had just been opened by the mermaids to search for the fish caught in the net. Unexpectedly, several mermaids trapped inside were rescued by accident. Fusie raised her eyebrows. It seemed that these submarines had been wandering in this sea area for some time. She was about to go up to check the rescued mermaids, but a huge force came from behind and pulled her back. Fusie subconsciously wanted to fight back, but was stopped by the smell of blood. The mermaid who pulled her behind blocked the flying blade. The dagger pierced his chest, and the tip of the blade stopped unwillingly in front of Fusie. The rescued mermaids saw that their first attack failed and rushed forward to attack again. Ania! Leave them! Damn it! Kill these idiots! Fusie was stunned for a short time and quickly raised her hand, but found that the power that she could do whatever she wanted could not work on these mermaids. In other words, she could not hurt any mermaid. Fusie caught the slowly falling body in front of her. There was a big hole in his chest. The dagger was extremely sharp and deeply penetrated his heart. A lot of pink-blue blood spilled from the wound. He could not be saved. Fusey's eyes were fixed on his chest. "Anya, don't be sad," the mermaid, whose movements became stiff, raised her hand and touched Fusey's cheek to comfort her, even though she did not show obvious sadness. His breath disappeared quickly, and the moment his heart stopped beating, the whole fish lost its vitality. Fusey gently closed his eyes. "Well, since the golden finger cannot be used, let's return to the most primitive fight." Fusey pulled out the dagger stuck in his chest, and the sharp cold blade emitted fluorescence on the seabed. The smooth fish tail swung, and Fusey's melee ability on land was comparable to Ayane's, not to mention that she now had the blessing of this body. Kill her. Kill this traitor. The rescued mermaid had no intention of running away, and her turbid eyeballs could only reflect Fusey's figure. Fusey slowly held the dagger in reverse. The mermaid had webbed hands, and she was still a little uncomfortable. But this did not affect her speed in killing fish. The mermaids watched helplessly as their weak and powerless Anaya slashed away all the peace factions one by one. Fusey threw away the dagger in her hand and returned to the poor little fish, only to see his body gradually dissipating with the waves, leaving only a core as clear as amethyst. It was as big as a mermaid's heart, floating slowly with the waves, as if it had never stopped beating. Chapter 135. Fusey took some time to figure out the origins of those mermaids. Although these 4 mermaids looked no different from the mermaids around Fusey, they all wore a black pearl necklace around their necks. At that time, the sea water was polluted by human blood, and Fusey did not notice this subtle difference in the chaotic situation. Otherwise, she would not have let down her guard. Fusey put away the purple core and continued to migrate with a large group. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ina stood on the deck, looking at the sea with worry. Next to her, Luoyi was lying on the railing with a pale face. "I didn't say. Why do we have to follow that group of people on the boat?" Luoyi finished the sentence with difficulty. Ina still stared at the sea, and answered in a gentle voice, "I need to figure out the relationship between the camps here first. These sea anglers carry a lot of drugs and medicines in the cabin. They must have other purposes when they go out to sea." Luoyi's thoughts have begun to diverge, and the whole person is dizzy. I don't know why. The seawater here will always have a strange dizziness after looking at it for a long time. Ina was a little surprised. "Aren't you seasick?" Luoyi hurriedly defended himself. "How could it be? I never get seasick, but the sea here has a particularly great impact on me. I won't say it anymore. I go inside to relax." Luoyi hid in the cabin and let Ina blow the sea breeze on the deck alone, and by the way investigate the number of contraband smuggled by these sea anglers. Ina stood at the stern thinking about the dizziness Luoyi mentioned. Although everyone is a sentinel, everyone's mental sensitivity is different. Just like some people find the smell of alcohol unbearable, but some people are obsessed with it. Ina lost her sensitivity due to some training in her early years, and she is not as sharp as Luoyi in this regard. She lowered her eyes and looked at the gray-blue sea. The sea here looks very docile. Even the waves on the sea are very small, and the shaking of the hull is very light. "Hey, foreigner, don't stand there. Come and help us spread the bait. It's not in vain to take you out to sea." A man who is nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear shouted at Ina. As the sun sets, they obviously don't have much time. Ina looked in the direction of the sound, and several men were holding a blood-red wooden box, grabbing a handful of things and throwing them on the sea. And there were several huge mahogany boxes piled up beside them, which seemed to be bait to be thrown into the sea. Ina walked over, and was stuffed with a whole box of heavy bait in her hand. She looked closely, and found that it was a whole high-level energy core. "Don't stand there. All the baits must be thrown into the sea before dark, otherwise neither of you two will be able to return." The ferocious man's malicious eyes lingered on Ina, and even revealed an indescribable smile on his face. Ina didn't care about the dirty thoughts of these sea anglers. She only found Luoyi, and the whereabouts of the other 3 teammates were unknown. This map has no harsh environment, no obvious crisis, and even no conflict between the 2 teams as soon as possible. Ina rubbed her eyebrows and perfunctorily threw the bait in her hand into the sea. Ina's eyes glanced around and accidentally saw a faint reflection on the ankle of the man who spoke rudely to her. Why is there a reflection in this part? Ina calmly looked at the man's movements and postures. The reflection effect of human skin is very weak, not to mention that these people's skin is brown. Even under direct light, it should be dark. Moreover, it is the transition time between night and day, and the light is dim. Unless he is wearing some metal ornaments on his ankles. Ina just took a quick glance, and only saw the undulating lines similar to snake scales. The smooth scale-like ornaments can indeed create such a reflective effect. Then, Ina found a very strange point on these people. They tried to breathe through their mouths. This is not a rare thing. Many people will try to breathe through their mouths to relieve the problem of difficulty in taking in oxygen when their nasal airway is blocked. But these people have high nose bridges and large nasal cavities. It seems that there is no disease problem that will hinder their airway. One or two can be said to be an exception, but the four men standing at the bow are breathing with their mouths half open intentionally or unintentionally. It's like four fish that have landed on the shore. Ina had some guesses in her mind, and she looked at these men with a bit of inquiry. I don't know what stimulated these guys. The man who was rushing to put out the bait suddenly turned his head, grabbed Ina's collar, and lifted her up. What's that look in your eyes? Are you provoking me? He cursed with some ugly words. Ina raised her eyebrows slightly, looked down at his hand that was holding her tightly, and said in a flat tone, You'd better let me go. Although she said so, she didn't give the man a chance to change. She reached out and held the man's wrist, lightly bent it to the side, and pulled his other arm to tie it into a knot. The man rolled on the ground in disbelief, looking up at the terrifying woman. Bones are the hardest structure of human body, but in her hands, they are no different from soft twisting sticks. Ina looked at the terrified NPCs fleeing in all directions, and snapped her fingers gently. Clouded leopards appeared in the dark, and bit off the calves of all those who tried to escape. Finally able to observe the skin of these people's legs carefully, Ina squatted down and looked at their torn trouser legs in the weak light of dusk. Ina's inference was correct. The skin of these people's legs was no longer human-like. Dense fish scales covered their calves, and a knife poked them, and made a sound of metal and stone colliding. Explain why your legs became like this, and why you threw cores into the sea, throwing this kind of gem. Luo Yi heard Ina ask this question when he rushed from the cabin to the deck. He looked at the four people lying on the ground wailing, and said awkwardly, What happened? Ina spread her hands. Nothing, I'm just a little curious. The man with the knotted arm shrank back in fear, as if he was afraid that Ina would continue to do it. Ina tried to soften her attitude. I just want to know where the things on your legs came from. Several men looked at each other at the same time, and finally the man with a body as big as a bear said tremblingly, I can tell you, but you have to let us go back to the shore. Ina nodded indifferently. We went out to sea to fish before, and accidentally caught a box of mahogany, the kind you see, full of gems. We thought it would be a waste if we didn't try, so we wanted to go into the water to see if we could find more. We didn't expect that since we brought these things back, we became more and more thirsty for water, and even fish scales grew on our legs. The man told about their experience 3 days ago. They finally couldn't stand the itching on their legs anymore, so they found a fisherman who lived by the sea to ask what kind of strange disease this was. Who knew that after the fisherman looked at their legs, he said that they were not sick, but had received a curse. They took the gift of the sea, and had to pay the corresponding price. They originally thought that they could sell the gems and let the scales grow on their legs, but as time went by, they were more and more eager for water, and they could even breathe in the water, but it was difficult to breathe on land. So we could only return these treasures. How can people live in water all their lives? The man was choked up at the end, and the fear of death overwhelmed their desire for wealth. Ina and Luo looked at each other, and Luo asked first, Can it be restored to its original state as long as it is returned? We don't know. This damn disease is too torturous. We can't stand it. The man was obviously tortured to the limit. Ina shook her head sympathetically. This is not a disease, it's pollution. Even if all the gems are returned, it can't be cured. Luo suddenly remembered something. Pollution? So this sea area is already a polluted area? It's very likely. Ina stood up and stepped on the man's throat. I have searched the situation on the shore. The main battlefield of this map is on the sea. The concept of polluted area is very unfamiliar to Luo. He has never seen a real polluted area, nor has he experienced purification work. The pollution level of Indiclay and Moran's polluted areas is very light, and only regular cleaning is needed to avoid endangering the normal lives of citizens. There were few elements of the contaminated area in the usual training maps, so this was Luo Yi's first time to face the contaminated area. The remaining 3 people looked at Ina's actions with horror. This woman killed people without blinking an eye, just like picking a rose. They didn't dare to breathe, but part of the reason was that their lungs were seriously polluted, and their respiratory system was no longer functioning. Ina's expression was slightly solemn. We must find Inan and Xingqi as soon as possible. The role of guides in the contaminated area is far greater than that of sentinels. She and Luo Yi, 2 sentinels, were trapped in the center of the contaminated area. Once alienation occurred, there was no time to react. Bang! The boat under her feet suddenly shook violently. Ina stabilized her center of gravity and stared at the 3 men. What the hell are you doing? The 3 men said they were extremely wronged. We didn't do anything. They were just a few guys who made money by smuggling drugs and banned drugs. They shouldn't have the courage to lie to Ina. Luo Yi suddenly pointed at the water. There are fish. Ina saw his complex expression and followed his fingertips. Indeed, there were faint fish fins looming on the sea. It's over. It's dark. Devil. The devil is coming. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. The 3 people who were lying dead on the ground suddenly began to cry loudly. As their voices echoed in the sea, the shaking of the boat became more and more violent. Ina felt something was wrong. The man must have been hiding something. Since they were returning the gems, why did they call those things bait? And why did they have to come at night? The daytime climate was obviously more suitable for going out to sea. Ina, my spiritual body mutation skill is not far enough at sea, and I can't get back to the shore. Luo Yi said nervously. He is not a good swimmer. If he falls into the sea, it may hinder Ina's actions. Ina's brain was working fast. He raised his hand and wanted to activate daytime to clear the fish directly. Her. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Although it was a little strange, Ina's heart suddenly relaxed and looked back. Fusey was lying on the stern and waving at Ina. Ina looked carefully and said in disbelief, Fusey? After a pause, she couldn't help but purse her lips and laughed. Why did it become like this? I saw that Fusey's neck and arms were wrapped with a lot of seaweed, which was green and made her face look a lot greener. The situation was critical, but Ina completely lost her heavy heart and laughed. Chapter 136. Fusey looked at Ina with a pale face, laughing so hard that she couldn't stand steadily. She wanted to say something, but suddenly remembered that she had no ability to communicate with words. There was no guide to connect with her mentally, and she couldn't use sign language because of webbed hands. For the first time, Fusey felt powerless in communication. She could only wait for Ina to stop laughing. She quickly walked to Fusey and wanted to pull her up. Fusey shook her head and refused. She raised her tail to show Ina, indicating that she couldn't leave the sea. Ina saw her tail fingers moving uncontrollably, but Fusey quickly dropped her tail. Ina said with a little regret, I will speak, and you nod or shake your head. The shaking of the ship had stopped, and Fusey stopped. The mermaids from wanting to sink the ship. The mermaids were angry at the men lying dead on the floor. After tearing them apart and eating them, the mermaids were no longer restless. Ina thought for a moment and asked a question about Fusey. You can't stay away from the sea for a long time, right? The seaweed wrapped around Fusey's body was full of seawater, which could protect her skin to a certain extent. Sure enough, Fusey nodded. Ina continued, nod if you need me to find teammates first, and shake your head if you need me to deal with the opponent first. Fusey hesitated for a moment, nodded first, and then shook her head. It's strange. It's been almost an hour since the start of the game, and Fusey hasn't seen any of the opponents. Neither Sheki nor Feng Qingye are people who will live in fear. They haven't taken the initiative to attack yet. Are they tripped by something? Ina understood her concerns almost instantly. I understand. This time, the map has pollution settings. You must be careful in the sea. Don't take the initiative to contact the pollution source without a guide to do the evolution. Fusey nodded silently. Her range of activities is now greatly restricted. Not only can she not go ashore, but even the final destination of the mermaid migration is not very clear. Fusey inevitably felt anxious. She lowered her head to look at the palm of her hand. The translucent webbed fingers were connected between her 5 fingers. It was soft and not aggressive. Noticing her depression, Ina couldn't help laughing. It's rare to see you like this. Fusey raised her eyelids to look at her. Ina made a frame with her hand, circling Fusey's figure inside. Her lips moved a few times, and she was about to say something, but her feet trembled again. Fusey's eyebrows moved slightly, and she looked at the sea sideways. Night has come, and the wind and waves on the sea surface have surged a lot for no reason. Deep or shallow wave marks appear on the sea surface, and many plankton have floated up. Fusey swung her tail anxiously. She always had a bad feeling. As if to confirm her guess, the waves on the sea surface were getting bigger and bigger. The mermaid sensed the danger and called Fusey to return to their side. Fusey squinted her eyes. Her vision was weakened to a certain extent after becoming a mermaid. She could only see a vague vortex in the middle of the sea and the world outside the water. There was no place to hide on the sea surface. Fusey raised her hand, trying to stop the vortex from approaching. A force that could not be ignored collided with Fusie's power. She instantly realized that this vortex was not a natural disaster but a man-made one. Fusie dived into the sea suddenly, and her strong and powerful tail could swim against the current in the whirlpool. Not far away, Lukiki looked at Fusie's figure getting closer and closer, and spit out a transparent bubble. Found it so quickly, Lukiki popped the bubble, flicked her tail, and tried to hide in the chaotic ocean current. Her hair was still dyed red, and her slightly curly hair hung behind her. The fishtail, as bright as Fusie, also replaced her legs. The moment Fusie saw her, the corner of her mind that was obscured by the fog suddenly cleared up. So that's it. The same mermaid, the same source of power. Fusie's eyes locked on Lukiki, and the energy magnetic field around her was exactly the same as hers. At this distance, Lukiki didn't even activate the spiritual body mutation skill to deal with herself. Lukiki's spiritual body Raven has the ability to execute enemies from a long distance, which is simply a sneak attack weapon in such a dim, dark, and chaotic environment. But she had no intention of releasing her spirit body's mutation skills. Fusie slowly raised a smile, glanced at the small ferry on the sea, and estimated in her mind how long it could last in such a storm. And could she get rid of Lukiki before the ship sank? Fusie swung her tail lightly, and avoided the ship fragments mixed in the ocean current. Forget it, don't think about it, just do it. The fingers connected by the translucent webs emerged in the chaotic ocean current. Fusie's blue eyes were extremely dazzling in the deep sea. She could feel that Lukiki's ability was of the same origin as hers. So with a little guidance, she could take control of the sea vortex. Under the gray-blue sea, a strange energy surged back and forth between the two. Fusie focused on grabbing power, and casually swung her tail, directly breaking the iron keel that was rushing towards her. Lukiki was still young, and her attack was extremely violent. She used all the disassembled parts of the ferry as projectiles, and used the entrainment of the ocean current to create a jealous and dangerous vortex, trying to crush Fusie's body in the vortex. Fusie blinked quickly, and her hands suddenly clasped together, and the vortex speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Lukiki's exclamation was swallowed up by the dark sea, and her mind was full of astonishment. She is crazy. The vortex was rotating so fast that the two mermaid sentinels could not escape the gravitational attraction, not to mention that there were Fusie's teammates on the sea. She didn't care about her own life and death, but her teammates would also be buried in such an abyss. The mermaids retreated far away for some reason, and only Fusie and Lukiki, as well as Luoyi and Ina on the sea, were left in this sea area. If Fusie really wanted to die together, it would be the result of Lukiki's life in exchange for their 3 lives. This is completely inconsistent with Fusie's winning mentality. Lukiki's brain was working rapidly. No, Fusie's ultimate goal must not be to fight to the death. She must have left a way out for herself. Where? Lukiki's eyes moved around. Because of her distracted attention, she narrowly avoided the ferry fragments several times. The iron keel fragments rubbed her back. The burning pain was covered by the overstimulated adrenaline. The power flowing through her fingertips gradually dissipated. Lukiki had to admit that Fusie adapted to this mysterious and dangerous original power faster than her. I am always unwilling to lose to you. Lukiki looked at Fusie in the vortex. Fusie raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she was about to smile victoriously, but the arc of her lips stopped abruptly. Then, Lukiki felt a tightening around her waist, and she had already escaped from the center of the vortex. The mental fluctuations around her clearly told her that the people behind her were in a state of combat, but she still wanted to shout, I can't leave the water. She saw with her own eyes that all the mermaids who came ashore had become Kors, and today they fell into the hands of Yen Sisi, the idiot. Yen Sisi carried Lukiki out of the water and jumped onto the deck. Feng Qingye was already fighting with Ina next to him, and he still had the leisure to lower his head and tease. Why do you need my help again? Lukiki swung her waist painfully and rolled on the deck, and the huge fishtail almost slapped Yen Sisi's face and gave him a loud slap. Yen Sisi combed back her wet white hair, revealing her full white forehead and confused eyes. Ah, you can't leave the water? Lukiki struggled to the edge of the deck and pounced down by herself. The moment she touched the seawater, her burning and cracked skin seemed to be moistened by nectar, and the whole fish finally came back to life. It didn't get eliminated immediately, fortunately. Even though there was no survival crisis, Lukiki still raised his tail, and stirred up a large wave that once again drenched Yen Sisi, who was squatting on the deck. Okay, this time it was his negligence. Lukiki opened his mouth, but could only make a strange sound, so he simply closed his mouth and stopped talking. The whole fish sank into the sea, with only half of his head exposed. Yan Sisi seemed to understand. Brother Yi is fighting with Aina, and he said we'd better not get close. Lu Kiki rolled his eyes. Yan Sisi continued, we dropped jammers into the sea area just now. Fusey should be held back, and won't be able to get here in a short time. Lu Kiki frowned and stared at him unkindly. How do I know that you can't leave the water after you become like this? Yan Sisi's eyes were erratic, even becoming a mute. Lu Kiki raised her tail again to splash water, and wanted to splash him, but he dodged it swiftly. Don't make trouble. Do you have a way to transform back? Yan Sisi asked her seriously. Lu Kiki was very hesitant. The information in her hand was incomplete, and she couldn't infer the specific transformation method of mermaids. Before the two of them could figure out the reason, a loud noise came from the side. Yana nimbly avoided the broken sail and fell to the ground, half squatting like a playful cheetah. You didn't try your best. People who don't concentrate don't deserve to win. Feng Qingye confronted her calmly. The two were just at the two ends of the stern. The ship was very large and had a heavy draft. The battle just now destroyed the sail. If they wanted to dock, they could only rely on other energy sources at the bottom of the ship to drive the engine. This is also the reason why the two did not use their full strength. If the two top sentinels fought with all their strength, the ship would sink within 3 moves. Their water combat ability is very limited. Feng Qingye's White Falcon spirit body is only 1/10 of its ability in the water. Aina obviously knew his concerns and directly launched, Daytime, to confront him, forcing him to fight head-on. Feng Qingye could only dodge and look for opportunities. The result was that Aina had no scruples at all, destroyed the entire deck, and even kicked the sail in half. Feng Qingye withdrew his gaze from the sea and looked directly into Ayane's eyes. I am indeed not a power-type sentinel. It is difficult to win this battle head-on against you. Ayane's smile had frozen. She thought with a smile. At least the opponent's core members were lured out. Sheki walked slowly from behind Feng Qingye. Sorry, 2-on-1 is really not glorious. Yana moved her fingers and confirmed again that her limbs were completely locked, and even her eyes could not move. The clouded leopard, as bright as a star, gradually dimmed, and Ayane's heart skipped a beat. Spirit body confinement? Sheki could actually do this. This ability has never been revealed in previous competitions. Chapter 137. Sheki and Feng Qingye stood side by side, and he said gently, I can't restrain her for too long. Her spirit body is very strong. Don't hold back and fight quickly. Feng Qingye nodded. His spirit body had been waiting for a long time. The smooth and healthy White Falcon raised his head, and his dark pupils reflected the motionless figure of Aina. Ether Storm is a very simple and rough spirit body mutation skill. The initiator will enter the magnetic field turbulence within a radius of 30 meters. Neither sentinels nor guides can be immune to its damage. No matter how fast the evolution is, the human body is still made up of flesh and blood. The magnetic field turbulence can kill people invisibly. Ayane's eyes widened and her fingers moved slightly. Before she could move, she saw from the corner of her eye that the gray-blue sea surface suddenly raised a wave more than 10 meters high, and it hit the cruise ship straight. Fusey was very unhappy. The device dropped into the sea was obviously designed for mermaids. Her ability was severely restricted, and she could not respond to Aina and Luoyi in the first time. Since you've resorted to tactics first, let's not have it easy for everyone. If Fusey can't get to the battlefield, we just overturn this sea area and let's go into the water to fight. She swung her tail, and summoned more than a dozen waves to attack the cruise ship standing on the sea. Don't worry about Luoyi, his spiritual body mutation skills are enough to avoid most physical attacks. Feng Qingye watched the huge waves hit the cruise ship, and had to stabilize the hull first. He and Sheki had no underwater combat capabilities. Once they lost this cruise ship as a foothold, they would be at the mercy of others. Sheki held on to the fence next to him to stabilize his body. When he used disqualification order, he could not leave his original position at will, and had to keep a close combat distance with the affected person. Leaving Aina might relax his control over her. Aina obviously also discovered this. She couldn't move her body, and the tilt of the deck under her feet made her slide to the side uncontrollably. She moved her fingers slightly, squeezed out some mental power with difficulty, and tried to use, and seeing he, to turn the tide of the battle. As if sensing her thoughts, Fusey hit another big wave, and the whole hull shook more violently. Sheki had difficulty keeping his body steady. Aina gritted her teeth secretly, and seeing he, was still released by her. A huge hole appeared above the entire sea area. Sheki raised his head. He was not afraid of the poisonous fog of disaster. Medusa's spirit body had the ability to detoxify and resist poison. Of course, Ina would not give him a chance to take advantage of the loophole. Moreover, most of her mental power was sealed, and she could only use a small part. Disaster was still too extravagant for mental power. So everyone watched the terrifying gap in the sky like a skyscraper, and suddenly a four-legged stuffed animal the size of a human head fell out. It can't be said that it is petite. If you go to the pet store to make an appointment to wash this cat, you must be charged as a super fat cat. The confused gray cat met 3 pairs of eyes staring at it. Meow. Its short and fat limbs are not suitable for standing on the tilted deck, so it stretched out 4 fat claws to hold the ground tightly as soon as it landed, so it didn't fall into the sea immediately. There is a hint of agility in the clumsiness. Shecky saw the scene through the shared vision with the spirit body, and couldn't help but question, this doesn't seem to be a place for joking. His mental strength was slightly loosened by the huge shock. Ina pulled the corner of her mouth. I don't have this plan either. As soon as the voice fell, the gray cat's orange-yellow round eyes suddenly opened wide, staring at Feng Qingye's figure on the deck. Ina's lips curled slightly. Northern Lights likes to eat birds the most. Northern Lights opened the abyss mouth without hesitation, and the gray cat's originally cute and generous face suddenly turned into a small black hole, but the huge gravity only worked on Feng Qingye alone. There was no time to be surprised, and the white falcon struggled with its wings, but it was getting closer and closer to the cat. Shecky's eyes, which had been closed tightly, moved, and instantly cancelled the maintenance state of disqualified order. The moment he recovered his mobility, he used disorder again. Ina's pupils trembled, and the action of Northern Lights paused. The terrible gravity disappeared. Ina's face twitched slightly, and her expression was gloomy and twisted in the dark night. Feng Qingye saw the opportunity to launch Ether Storm again, but Ina hid in the sea water with the huge waves coming again. Ah, as expected, Shecky said softly, this kind of mental interference has greatly reduced the continuous effect on them. Disorder is Shecky's most powerful mental interference mutation skill. Ordinary sentinels will see illusions that are indistinguishable from reality under this skill and produce self-destructive behavior. In the previous auditions, Luther spoke nonsense to Shecky, so he punished him slightly. Luther died in his own spirit body's mouth without even having to survive a single illusion. Ina showed a mental will far beyond that of ordinary sentinels, and disorder was not fatal to her. From her appearance, she got out of the illusion in just a few breaths, and her spirit body didn't even have time to do destructive behavior. This is the embodiment of terrifying mental control and self-discipline. Shecky was thoughtful. Her teammates are not simple either. Captain! Yin Cece's voice flew over from the stern. The ship is going to sink. After experiencing the round-the-clock bombardment of the 2 sentinels, the giant waves hitting, and the black hole erosion of the strange cat, the cruise ship is finally going to sink. Feng Qingye unconsciously clenched his wrist and thought about countermeasures quickly. Is it an important part that is damaged or the hull is damaged? No, Yin Cece's face was very bad. Someone opened a big hole in the bottom of the ship. All the important parts are soaked in water, the hull is too heavy, and it will sink soon. Before the voice fell, the world in Yin Cece's eyes suddenly sank a lot, not because he fell into the sea, but because the bow was lifted up. There is no way, Shecky, hold on to me. Feng Qingye calmly grabbed Shecky's wrist, and jumped into the sea with his team, before the hull completely turned over. Chapter 138. At the moment when Feng Qingye led his team members to jump into the sea, the cruise ship with a serious draft gave up resistance, and slowly fell silent in this roaring sea. Seeing him so decisive, Fusey was a little surprised. I thought they would struggle for a while. Shecky's Medusa and Feng Qingye's White Falcon have absolute dominance in both air and land battles, and their only weakness is underwater combat. It is no secret that most of the Indakla people are not good at swimming. Fusey has grasped this weakness and must overturn their ship no matter what. The dark and lightless sea water patterned the smoke of the previous battle, and the whirlpools and waves gradually calmed down with the flow of time. The battlefield moved underwater. Lukiki could not compete with Fusey for the power of the ocean, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't do it at all. Compared to her initial immaturity, Fusey is now more adept at using this power. She made energy membranes for Ina and Luo Yi to isolate them from the seawater, ensuring their basic survival ability underwater. However, the scales of fate will not always tilt towards Fusey. Fusey keenly noticed that the speed of the water flow around her suddenly slowed down. Just like a windy day suddenly became calm, and the trees still, Fusey stopped cautiously. It seemed to be a sign of some extreme danger, and the surrounding fish and plankton began to drill into the cracks on the seabed. heard the long and ethereal sound of the fish came from the deep sea and was sent to Fusey's ears with the flow of the water waves. My child, come here. For some reason, Fusey subconsciously wanted to obey the person who issued this command. She swam forward with her tail, but then she came to her senses and stopped suddenly. Before she could figure out where this wonderful sense of belonging came from, a white figure like a ghost in the sea approached quickly from a distance. Yin Cece looked thoughtfully at Lu Kiki beside her, who showed a confused and intoxicated expression. Before she could stop him, she approached the figure like a tired bird returning to its nest. Good child, Ania, come to me. Another call. This time Fusey was completely awake and was not bewitched by the voice. Her subconscious told her that she should leave here immediately. Ania, you shouldn't leave me. The outside world is too dangerous. The beautiful female mermaid had an extremely delicate face, and her figure clearly showed the flexibility and curves that belonged to women, which was completely different from those mermaids, who did not distinguish between genders. In this dim seabed, Fusey suddenly felt that she was emitting a faint glow, and those who bathed in it would definitely be blessed by the ocean. Lu Kiki was held in her arms by her, and she gently stroked the scar on the fish's tail. Her palm radiated a gentle and warm energy wave, easily restoring Lu Kiki's state to her prime. Fusey stared at their figures, and slowly began to speculate. There is more than one Ania in the ocean. At least now, Lu Kiki and she are both called Ania by this female mermaid. But compared to the strange sense of belonging shown by Lu Kiki, Fusey's sense of rejection is more obvious. She is unwilling to worship and follow this powerful and beautiful existence. At some point, the mermaids watching the battle in the distant sea surrounded Fusey and tightly encircled her in their protective circle. Ania, how come you are here? The mermaids protecting her were like facing a great enemy, staring at the silver-white figure with a vigilant look. The mermaid Ania looked calm, and her body language did not show any tension. Fusey read a hint of compassion and contempt from her eyes. She is also Ania? Fusey's eyes moved back and forth between Lu Kiki and Ania. How many Anias are there? As long as you can give up resistance, I can also take you back to Proc Bay together. The mermaid Ania protected Lu Kiki in her arms, as if she was really a mother who was worried about her child. Good child, I'm here to take you home. Lu Kiki stared at Ania's soft face, rubbed her palm with great affection, and responded to her in the language of mermaids without any instruction. I will obey your orders, your majesty. Sheki did not act rashly. He could feel that this unique female mermaid had a very strong mental fluctuation, and Lu Kiki, as a sentinel, could be easily bewitched. But he couldn't rush to purify Lu Kiki's spiritual sea. It was not clear how powerful this NPC was. Once he alerted the enemy and showed hostility, he would probably lose the chance to take the initiative. Your Majesty, we have chosen the master to follow. I'm sorry that I can't obey your order. The mermaid in front of Fusey obviously did not accept the other party's offer. Fusey looked at their resolute profiles, and suddenly recalled the 4 mermaids she had rescued from the submarine before. They looked no different from the mermaid who died for her, but they aimed their claws at their own kind. They were most likely a faction that followed the mermaid queen, so they rushed up desperately when they saw Fusey the traitor. Ania looked at her former people, and finally did not make any aggressive behavior. She turned her eyes to Feng Qingye and the others. Unlike Lu Kiki, who had turned into a mermaid, Feng Qingye and the others still maintained human characteristics, and it was hard not to be regarded as an alien. Lu Kiki raised her head and wanted to introduce her friends to Ania. From her perspective, the queen had become her greatest support and family, and her family would not hurt her friends. Before Lu Kiki and Ania could communicate, the queen had already invited her companions with a loving face. Friends from afar, do you want to visit Proc Bay? That is our most beautiful home. Feng Qingye and Yin Cece looked at each other. They could see that the female mermaid showed unexpected kindness, but due to the language barrier, they could not communicate in the conventional sense. Sheki's mind moved slightly, and his thought tentacles wrapped around Lu Kiki's wrist, reading the thoughts in her mind, and conveyed the identity and invitation of the mermaid to his companions. Feng Qingye and Sheki communicated silently through the tentacles of thought. Do you want to agree to her? Sheki felt heavy in his chest underwater, and the water pressure caused all kinds of discomfort in his body. Although Lu Kiki created a water film for them, it was still not as comfortable as on land. Agree to her. It seems that this is a battle for resources in the camp. We need to know more clues and more fields. Sheki made a decision quickly. Ania seemed very satisfied with their obedience. She pulled Lu Kiki's wrist and left in the direction they came from. Ina approached Fusey from behind and asked her with her eyes, do you want to keep them? Fusey stared at the 2 extremely similar backs. Her expression was a little solemn. No, she actually wanted to test the power of the mermaid Aenia, but once she had any idea of hurting Aenia in her mind, there would be an unignorable resistance that made her give up the attack. Is this the map's protection for important NPCs, or is it just a restriction on Fusie's current identity? Anya can't hurt Anya, or Fusie can't hurt Anya. Fusie's mind was turning over and over, and Ina could only see that she was not so willing to let her opponent go. After thinking it over again and again, she made a bold decision. Fusie glanced at Ina and saw that she put her hands together, calmed her mind, and pulled the resonance of her spirit-body mutation skill, and seeing he, to the extreme. They were so tacit that Fusie acquiesced to Ina's tentative behavior. Anya and Lukiki stopped with a sense of something, and turned around to look. The black hole covering the sky and the earth suddenly appeared, and countless tentacles climbed the edge of the black hole, slowly revealing its fat and huge body. A sense of suffocation permeated the water, not only a sense of oppression, but also a warning of death that it was difficult to breathe. Seeing the full appearance of this guy, Fusie's pupils trembled slightly, and she subconsciously grasped Ina's arm, her 5 fingers deeply embedded in her flesh, but still could not stop the guy from appearing. This thing is recognizable. If Mashu was at the scene, Ina's identity could be recognized by this guy without relying on tattoos. She used Asta, without any scruples. Ina looked at her gently, and Fusie understood her meaning in this eye contact. It seemed that some shackles were cut off by Ina herself. Unlike Disaster, Asta is far more harmful and famous than the former. It was the culprit of the giant pollution zone, which caused the unrest of the 3 main stars of Defil at that time. Countless high-level sentinels died after being polluted, and ordinary people could not resist it. The casualties were hundreds of millions, which was a very evil and difficult pollution source. If Disaster is terrifying, then Asta is the fear itself. Such a troublesome guy with a vast pollution area was completely contained and destroyed by the extermination team sent by Garoman after only 9 months of freedom. This incident once caused a lot of discussion within Defil. Although most people have never seen the real body of Asta, as long as someone is interested, they will find out the origin of this guy. Fusie looked at Ina with a complicated expression. She knew that if she wanted to test the map boss like Aenia, she had to hold the mentality of dying together and not hold back. Otherwise, once the opponent's fighting spirit was aroused and she wanted to counterattack, she would lose the initiative. Aenia tilted her head. Compared with Asta, her figure was too small. Her nearly 2-meter-long fishtail was not even as big as the suction cup on the opposite tentacle. But she did not show any fear. She protected Lukiki behind her with her backhand, like a big cat protecting a cub, letting her find a place to hide by herself. Ina's eyes were fixed on Feng Qingye and the others. Her goal was clear, and she did not intend to fight Aenia for a long time. As long as the lives of these 4 people were taken, the game would naturally end. Asta received Ina's command and twitched its huge tentacles. Its scarlet and black intertwined figure seemed like the harvester thrown into the world by the god of death. For the first time in the game, Feng Qingye felt the powerlessness of force suppression. He did not hesitate at all. The spirit-body mutation skill, Yuankong Wok, instantly emptied all his mental power, and at the same time cut off the branch tentacle shot by Asta. Asta only has 4 main tentacles, and the other tentacles are extensions of the main tentacles. In the information Feng Qingye had read before, these 4 tentacles represented birth, aging, illness and death, and were the power representatives of all pain, but because of the lack of information, he did not know what negative effects this thing would actually have on people. The best way to avoid it is not to be touched. Chapter 139. Ina's mental power was rapidly draining away, and she was visibly weakening. Fusie was very puzzled. She didn't have to do this. It was absurd for Asta to appear in the Military Academy League with such a level of combat power. Even if the students who came to watch and participate in the competition were all chosen by heaven, and would become the backbone of the battlefield once they graduated, they had not stepped out of the ivory tower to see the real battlefield. The 4 tentacles of Asta were basically similar in appearance. The branch that Feng Qingye cut off by intuition came from the death tentacle, which was also the most dangerous one. Feng Qingye finally understood where Ina's sense of relaxation came from. With such a powerful weapon in hand, he and Sheki would only have a 3-point chance of winning if they joined forces. What's more, this was underwater. Compared with Feng Qingye's solemnity, Sheki was very relaxed. He used the shared perspective of his spirit body to carefully appreciate the huge and strange body of Asta. Most pollution sources don't look very nice. Haster's body is similar to an octopus, but it doesn't have as many tentacles as an octopus. Its surface is covered with dark phosphorus armor, which reflects dark red light underwater. Ania looked at the thing in front of her, and could feel its malice directly. She sighed, and clasped her hands together. A half-human high gilded scepter appeared in her hand. This scepter is about the thickness of a wrist, with complex patterns carved on it. It looks more like some obscure spells than decorations. The most eye-catching thing is the sea blue gem inlaid on the top. Fusie's eyes were fixed on the gem. If her perception was correct, it was a rare top-level core in the world. Ania held the scepter devoutly, and the core at the top sensed her wish, and all the power of the ocean began to gather towards it, like a grand worship ceremony. Fusie lowered her head and spread her hands, grasped them hard, and could clearly feel the power slipping away from her fingertips. Asta seemed to have sensed this growing threat, and twitched its tentacles anxiously, wanting to tear this tiny existence apart. After being taken in by Aina, the pollution source was driven by her, losing its own thinking and subjective consciousness, but still retaining some biological instincts and danger perception ability. From Asta's perspective, Ania is very dangerous. Aina frowned slowly, and Asta's perception was conveyed to her without any error, and she also had a subtle sense of urgency. However, Asta's death tentacles were blocked at the moment they were about to touch Ania. An invisible barrier blocked the huge and fat tentacles, making its movement speed infinitely close to zero. Then, starting from the tip of the tentacles, like a giant corpse that had swelled up in the sea, the thick tentacles expanded and burst inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles representing death grew more than 3 or 4 times larger, like a stranded whale. Bang! The underwater sound was diluted by half, but everyone was still hit by the aftermath of the explosion. Asta, the most dangerous and terrifying death tentacles were destroyed. The sea area was gradually filled with a bloody smell, and countless marine hunters moved in the distance, but they did not dare to move forward because they felt the breath of danger. Asta lost a tentacle, but was not panicked. As soon as the tentacle of life touched the broken part, a new and tender tentacle emerged. Feng Qingye couldn't help but sigh. This thing has top-notch destructive power and infectious power, and even its self-recovery function is no worse than any top sentinel. Ania was not panicked when she saw the scene. Her eyes passed through Asta's body and locked onto a point in the void. Aina had a bad feeling, and before she could react, Ania raised the scepter again, and a sense of blockage eroded everyone's body. It was as if they were suddenly thrown into a large vat of glue, and it took a lot of effort to move their hands and feet. Even the huge Asta was no exception, and the movement of the tentacles was obviously much slower. This was not the worst case. Fusie watched countless mermaids gather from the gaps in the coral or the canyons in the sea. They looked different from the mermaids Fusie had seen. Their tails shone like diamonds, and their movements were not affected at all. Their deep blue tails drew bright tracks in the water. Fusie looked at their appearance, and had a bad feeling in her heart. The mermaids fearlessly rushed towards Hastur's body, and their sharp armor blades cut through its phosphorus armor. Because of the obstruction of movement, the 4 tentacles could not accurately hit these flexible guys. Not only that, the mermaids attacked in the direction of Fusie and Aina. Fusie soon noticed that the wounds on Hastur's body began to turn white, and layers of crystalline substances appeared on its phosphorus armor, but they spread to a large area in a few breaths. Asta is a huge and extremely evil pollution source. Originally, it did not care about the wounds left by these ants on it, but gradually, it found that it had lost control of its body. Like sentinels and guides, pollution sources are also divided into mental pollution and physical pollution. Asta's mental pollution power is not high, and its main source of pollution is the 4 tentacles. Those crystals swallowed and parasitized on the tentacles, quickly climbing over the bodies of one pollution source after another, turning them into new nests. Fusie immediately thought of the concept of assimilation. The wounds touched by these special mermaids will be occupied by the crystals and spread throughout the body. Fusie swung her fish tail, but still could not escape Ania's restraint. Aina clenched her hands anxiously. She looked at the deterrent power emanating from Ania, and suddenly felt a little regretful. It's a pity that such a useful ability cannot be contained. From a certain perspective, these mermaids are also a kind of pollution source. The situation suddenly reversed. Sheki, who had no sense of urgency, relaxed his body, and was happy to observe Fusie's response. Fusie moved her waist, and the purple core that had been hidden in her tail fin was rolled out by the tip of her tail, and she threw it out with the last bit of strength. The buoyancy in the water was much greater than on the shore. With just a little initial speed, the core could accurately float into Luo Yi's palm behind him. Luo Yi, who had always had no sense of existence, was stunned for a moment, and then understood what Fusie meant. The pure purple core glowed faintly, like a pious heart, and was solemnly held in Luo Yi's palm. Ania noticed something. There was still a vitality that could not be ignored in the core. She frowned and gave an order, strangle immediately. However, her speed was still not as fast as Luo Yi. As Asta disappeared from the spot, Luo Yi absorbed the core, and his spiritual body mutation skills were advanced. Space jump can only allow him to escape alone. After being enhanced by the high-level core, wormhole can carry dozens of people for long-distance space movement. If you can't win, just run away. There is nothing shameful. Luo Yi's ability is of little use most of the time, because his individual combat ability is really ordinary, but no one does not need a retreat and a margin of error. Fusey is very clear that she regards Luo Yi as a retreat and guarantee, which is his greatest role. As long as he does not fall behind at the critical moment, it is her greatest hope. Ania looked at the people who disappeared out of thin air and put down the scepter in her hand calmly. Find them and kill them without mercy, she issued a wanted order calmly. The spiritual connection between Sheki and Lukiki was not terminated, and Ania's meaning was accurately conveyed to him. He was a little surprised that the ruler of the mermaid group did not seem as kind and tolerant as he looked. After all, from the appearance, Lukiki and Fusey are most likely her children. Or they are all Ania. Influenced by the regional culture of Indiclare, Sheki and others knew that mermaids were a matriarchal clan. Such a power system would inevitably lead to a shortage of heirs. Obviously, the new generation of queens would be born between Fusey and Lukik. Was Fusey kicked out of this group just because she did not respond to the queen's call in the first place? Sheki did not think so. Chapter 140. Ten Suiyin sat quietly in the special viewing seat, and the seat next to her belonged to the church envoy of Indiclai. In fact, her trip was not supported by Indiclai. Even the queen who had always indulged her expressed her intention to persuade her in a tactful way. But she still came. Ten Suiyin thought of the main purpose of coming here, and she couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Her fingers unconsciously hooked the incompatible golden hair behind her ears and wrapped it around her fingertips. Noticing her movements, Yin Xiaolin asked sharply, "Is there anything wrong?" Ten Suiyin suddenly remembered something, and glanced around calmly, but did not see Shilai. Something was wrong. As the honorary principal of Tanya, Shilai had never missed such occasions. Not only Shilai, but also Morin, the current chairman of the field, missed this game. It was as if they had made an appointment. The diplomatic representative sent by Defir this time, besides Bailuan, is Manhard, a guy with a good appearance. You have to know that this is the least capable one among Morin's many adopted sons. Compared with Bailuan, who has made great achievements at a young age, he is just the embodiment of clouds and soil. Before Tan Suiyin could figure out the problem, there were bursts of exclamations from the viewing area below. Oh my god! What is that? If I'm not mistaken, it's Asta, the pollution source with S rating in Defir's early years. Why did this thing appear on the field? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Asta has been taken in by the government a long time ago. These exclamations mixed with panic questions are enough to glimpse the shadow that Asta once brought to the citizens of Defir. Those present were not ordinary military school students. Those who could come to the finals to watch the game must have seen the world and had actual combat experience. Therefore, they understood better what the appearance of Asta meant. As the discussion deepened, the noisy voices gradually stopped, and the entire stadium was filled with an indescribable silence. If this S-level pollution source was really the one that Defir had contained, then the one on the field. Ten Suiyin looked around, and his eyes met with the person on the far right. Bailey looked at the increasingly tense situation on the field, and his heart was beating non-stop. It was not that he was nervous for Fusey. After all, he didn't know why he was so anxious. Feo and Lonley participated in the mic map planning. In order to avoid suspicion, they could not appear on the scene, so the representative sent by Tanya was only Bailey. As a result, no one listened to his complaints. Bailey sighed faintly. Tanya has always been very indifferent to Mike. It would be best if she could get first place, but it doesn't matter if she can't. They don't think that the quality of a school's teaching can be determined by the result of just one competition. After all, a true academic master can make a name for himself even on a deserted planet where no one cares. School is just a springboard, and geniuses are never bound by the environment. Thinking of this, Bailey couldn't help but cast his eyes on Fusey and Ina. It's hard to believe that these two guys are young in the entire mic competition. The discussion outside was in full swing, and the competition was also tense. In the dark underwater, Fusey and others were teleported to an unknown sea area by Luo Yi's spiritual body mutation skill. The sequelae of crossing the wormhole were somewhat obvious. Fusey shook her head, and her vision gradually became clear. This is a strangely shaped underwater cave. The caves are large and small. The largest is as thick as a sentry tower, and the smallest is only the size of Fusey's wrist. They are distributed in a random pattern. Some are crowded together like the pores on human skin, and some grow alone on the edge. The ups and downs, uneven, ugly no matter how you look at it. This cave has obviously been subjected to external forces, and the large and small holes are covered with teeth marks, as if something has chewed and left traces. Fusey swung her tail and approached the cave to observe the traces carefully, but was stopped by the mermaid behind her. That is a forbidden area that cannot be set foot on. No one has ever come out alive. Ania, don't go. Realizing their strong intention to stop them, Fusey had to stop, otherwise these little fish would test the law to show her the dangers of these caves. It must be said that their loyalty to Fusey is unquestionable, and they have always defended Fusey's safety with their lives. Fusey lowered her eyes, and happened to see a fish tail spit out from one of the fist-sized holes. The white bones looked like specimens placed in a memorial hall, with no flesh and blood left. At the same time, bubbles of various sizes appeared, and once they appeared, they quickly floated upwards. Ina looked around and came back to sign with Fusey. There seems to be air in it. I suspect it is an underwater platform. Mermaids will die if they go in, but humans may not. Fusey patted Ina's shoulder with her webbed hands, and the worry in her eyes was conveyed to Ina. Ina used sign language again to comfort her. It's okay, I go down and take a look, you and Louie stay up there. Seeing her hand movements, Fusey frowned in disapproval. Ina had just consumed a lot of mental energy, and her current state was not suitable for acting alone. Ina did not accept her proposal this time. We must find other team members immediately. They have now obtained the combat power of NPCs. If we want to break through, we have to take risks. Now it can be determined that the clues of the entire map are concentrated on 3 different Anias. As for why there is a mermaid in each team, the specific purpose remains to be explored. Fusey was convinced by the determination in Ina's eyes, and watched her stuff herself into a small cave. Just watching her movements, Fusey's breathing was a little difficult. She has mild claustrophobia and can move in a small space for a short time, just like getting into the ventilation duct during the previous exhibition match, but this time is different. The time interval between the bubbles in these caves is very long, which means that the passage inside is not short, and it takes time to exhaust the air. Ina's figure can get into these caves very well, but Luoyi may not be so easy. All the way down, Ina felt more and more that there must be another world inside, because she found that the lower she went, the brighter it was. Until she rushed out of the cave, the long-lost air and gravity wrapped her up, and Ina landed lightly. The seawater was attracted to the cave entrance by the strange gravity, and did not fall down. The space inside was very large. The cave entrance she came in was very far away from the ground. Looking up, it was at least 30 meters away, and the walls around were very smooth. Even humans with 2 feet could not escape, let alone mermaids, who had lost their ability to move on land. Some plankton emitting faint light climbed on the smooth rock wall, barely illuminating the surroundings. The sentinel's natural perception told her that there was no danger. Ina stamped her feet on the spot, judging the distribution direction of the caves here by the echo. The echoes were mixed and chaotic, circling around the caves and floating back to Ina's ears. She listened carefully, and found that there were 4 large main caves and countless small caves. There would be no useless main buildings or unexplored areas in any map. Just like the Uchuangma safe zone in the map of the wasteland, the reservoir of Kuyu, and the hunter camp in the Snow Valley, since they appeared, it means that they must have a role. Ina touched her chin, squatted down, and made an inconspicuous mark on the spot. She had a bold guess that Lin Xian, Xing Qi and Inan, the 3 guides, had not appeared since the start of the game. Not on the shore or in the water, 9 out of 10 were trapped in this underwater cave. There was one thing that Ina still found strange. Since the guides were temporarily separated from the battlefield, why could Sheki move with the team? You know, if Sheki hadn't intervened in the middle, she would have been able to eliminate Feng Qingya on the cruise ship. Although the child was extremely talented, his methods were still a little immature. Ina always felt that she was bullying a young man when fighting him. Ina, who had this idea, did not realize that her real age was only 1 year older than Feng Qingya. Plop, the sound of water dripping. Ina looked over, and found a small water reservoir. It looked very shallow, only half a palm deep, about 5 meters round, with irregular edges, and a white stone connected to the edge. Stone? Ina narrowed her eyes, walked slowly over, stretched out her hand, and gently dug the stone. The whole human hand bone was dug out. Ina looked up and finally saw the whole picture of this thing, with the faint light from the plankton. More than a dozen mermaids were densely embedded in the wall, and they were connected head to tail, because the spine of the fish runs from the upper body to the tail, and these bones can be connected together. And drop by drop of sea water was led from the cave above into the reservoir below. Perhaps normal people would find this scene unlucky and gloomy, and couldn't bear to watch it anymore, but Ina observed these skeletons with interest, trying to distinguish their identities in life. Who knew that the more she looked, the more wrong it was, and Ina frowned rarely. According to Ina's short observation, mermaids are normally genderless. Lu Kiki, Ania and Fusey are exceptions. The faces of the mermaids surrounding Fusey have both feminine softness and masculine fortitude, and their secondary sexual characteristics are not obvious. Including the crystal mermaids summoned by the queen to fight against Asta, it is also difficult to distinguish their gender. But looking at these mermaids embedded in the wall, no matter from the direction of the bones or the size, they are undoubtedly female. Their skulls are small and round, and their bones are not old. They are only 16 or 17 years old in human age. What's even more weird is that these bones are not the product of the same era. The bones at the bottom have obviously existed for a long time, and some are corroded beyond recognition, while the bones at the top seem to have died not long ago, with the flesh just decaying and the bones still revealing a lustrous luster. Ina has the most appropriate explanation. Every mermaid who falls into the cave will not die immediately, and they naturally want to escape and climb up. However, mermaids have limited mobility on land, and they can only climb the smooth stone wall and look up, trying to experience the embrace of the ocean before they die. The first mermaid who died here is the ladder to the next one. This stacking will create the current scene. As for why they are all female, Ina narrowed her eyes. If she guessed correctly, these mermaids probably all had a common name. They are all Ania. Chapter 141. Just as Ina was staring at the wall made of mermaid bones, the sound of dripping water was suddenly mixed with faint footsteps. Ina's eyes were slightly fixed, and she hid quietly in a corner where the faint light of plankton could not reach, and her whole body merged with the shadow. It sounded that the two adult men were coming, with steady and powerful footsteps, and there was no sign of injury. Combined with the map situation, the people coming were most likely Xingqi and Inan. Ina held her breath and concentrated. Influenced by the previous, or now she would doubt the authenticity of her teammates when she saw them, in case the clones mixed in. Although according to the tonality of this map now, there is a high probability that there will be no clones here to confuse the audience. Two tall and straight figures slowly approached from outside the cave. The dark environment slowed their pace a lot, as if they were worried about something. Seeing the two approaching the water storage tank, Ina finally saw their faces clearly. The diamond-like fish scales covered half of Xingqi's neck, and stopped at the position just below his eyes. Some crystals parasitized on his body. It should have been an extremely weird scene, but because of his exquisite and handsome face, this weirdness was neutralized, causing those crystals to become a foil. Inan turned his head to look at him, and there was no worry in his tone. Can you still hold on? If the degree of alienation is too serious, take a rest first. Xingqi nodded gently. The tail of his hair was a little longer. The black hair swept across his neck and fell on his shoulders. The neck occupied by the fish scales was a little itchy. He had to restrain his urge to scratch, so he seemed a little absent-minded. Inan looked away and searched for a way out. They woke up in this cave. It had been a while since the game started, and they hadn't found any exit to the outside world. Ina watched the two people's movements and didn't show up rashly. The current conversation between the two was not enough to prove their identities. Xingqi stared at the small reservoir, his Adam's apple rolled obscurely, his reddish-brown pupils blinked with the water drops above the reservoir, and his expression was unexpectedly a little confused. Water, it's sea water. I really want to return to its embrace. Xingqi, come and see. Inan suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it had a cold and magnetic texture, and it sounded particularly calm. Xingqi suddenly came back to his senses, stood up and walked to Inan's side. Inan stared at an empty position. Xingqi followed his gaze, and said in a low voice, "Someone has been here." Ina watched them stare at the place where she had just dug out the hand bones, thinking about whether she should go out and show up. "We just left. It's still wet here," Xingqi whispered. Inan nodded in agreement, his light gray eyes scanning the surroundings. His intuition was that something was wrong. "Who's there?" Inan asked coldly. Ina's heart skipped a beat, and then she realized that Inan was tricking her, and he probably hadn't realized that there was really someone hiding here. Ina was still very confident in her concealment skills. However, there was no need to train her lurking ability when facing teammates. It's me. Ina appeared from the shadows. The two looked surprised, and then they took a defensive posture. How do you prove it? Ina thought for a moment and reached out to Inan. You can use your mind to connect. Inan did not rashly reach out his thought tentacles. He asked calmly, what is my full name? Ina was slightly stunned and hesitated. You don't have a surname. Inan nodded calmly and confirmed her identity. Where did you come in from? The environment here has been investigated by them, and no exit was found, but since Ina can appear here. I'm sorry, Ina pointed to the sky, I came down from above, but obviously I can't take you out from above. Although the holes are large and small, some of them can accommodate adult men, but their inner walls are slippery, and there is no foothold for support. Just going up is a big challenge. Inan obviously understood this. He glanced at Xingqi's profile and said to Ina, what happened to you outside? He was injured in the neck by the mermaid mutant, and his mental strength is constantly declining. As early as when the mutant first appeared, Inan used the mental body mutation skill, 60 seconds reincarnation, on him to try to purify the pollution on him. Strangely, this tried and tested purification method did not work on Xingqi. After the time passed, Inan had no chance to try again. Ina looked at Xingqi's state and did not seem to be nervous. She just confirmed whether his mind was clear and whether he could control his actions. Xingqi nodded slowly. I can. Okay. Ina paused and told her and Fuzi's experience again. When she talked about using Asta to test Ania, Inan interrupted her rarely. You used a high-level pollution source? Inan stared at her with disapproval in his eyes. There's no need to go this far. Ina shrugged and said nonchalantly, isn't it that the four of them are there? The game will be over after they are all caught in one net. Even if it fails, it can force Anya to use her life-saving method. Inan shook his head gently, and did not comment on this confrontation. He looked up at the holes that seemed to be breathing. What do you think this place is? Although he used a question, it already revealed the calmness of knowing the answer in advance. It's probably a mermaid tomb, Ina added immediately, and not every mermaid is qualified to come here. From the clues obtained from the mermaid bone wall, this is a mermaid tomb dedicated to exiling the air. But Ina still has one thing she hasn't figured out. From Anya's attitude towards Lukiki, she cherishes and loves her children very much. Even when facing a high-risk pollution source, she did not flee, but used the power of the ocean to fight against it. Why are these female mermaid skeletons here? Ina raised her head. You just said that Xingqi was injured by the alien mermaid. Are there other mermaids here? No, Xingqi explained. When we entered this map, we were participating in an abnormal hunting operation for mermaids. After the operation failed, we were captured by the mermaids and thrown here. He pointed to his wound. This is left after being scratched by their tail fins. Ina rubbed her temples, and something flashed through her mind quickly, but she didn't catch its tail. In addition, before looking for a way out, let's get rid of the fourth person here first. Inan's tone was cold. Ina was stunned. The fourth person? She couldn't help but doubt herself. Did she really consume too much mental power when using and seeing he, just now, which caused her perception ability to decline? She didn't realize that there was a fourth person here at all. As if he had seen through her doubts, Inan kindly explained, the cave here is a bit strange. The mental perception will be partially blocked here, otherwise we would have discovered it when you just entered here. As for the fourth person, Inan's eyes wandered for a while. She seems to be very good at hiding. Ina understood. Is it Lin Xian? Probably. Xingqi paused. According to the information, her spiritual body is a white dove. I thought her ability would tend to be healing and purification. Based on Lin Xian's previous performance in the competition, she did play the role of a healer. After all, Sheki is a pioneer guide, and her mental counseling ability is slightly inferior. Inan raised his hand, and the colorful hummingbird landed on his fingertips. I can't find her exact location. I don't know if it's due to the environment here, or if she has other means of hiding. Speaking of Lin Xian, Ina heard Fuzi say a few words about her origins. As a newcomer brought out by Feng Qingye for training, both her battlefield adaptability and psychological endurance are incompatible with Bailuolan's top elite team. I thought she would be a breakthrough, but according to the current situation, the remaining 4 people are too strong in group. Even if Lin Xian loses her chain here, the impact on their team is minimal. Ina patted the dirt on her palm and threw the mermaid hand bone next to the small pond. Wait. Xingqi suddenly spoke. He spread his palm. Yaina, I want to see your hand. Yaina didn't understand, but she did what he said. Xing-Chi held Yaina's wrist and looked at her palm. Several not-so-obvious silver lights flickered on it. If you don't distinguish them carefully, you may mistake them for the effect of ambient light. Xing-Chi closed his eyes and carefully felt the mental fluctuations above. His expression became more and more solemn. Because he is now in a semi-alienated state, he is very sensitive to this kind of mental abnormal fluctuations. Xing-Chi is very sure that in the short time that Yaina and the bones were in contact, her limbs also began to be alienated. He turned his head to look at the wall full of mermaid bones, suddenly took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand, and gently touched their movements and postures. So that's it, he muttered to himself. These mermaids are high-level pollution sources themselves, and they still have this ability even if they have been dead for a long time. The caves here have no ability to block spiritual perception. What really interfered with the guide's perception were these corpses. Following his gaze, Aina reacted belatedly. Her mental power was greatly consumed, and she did not immediately discover the intrusion of pollutants. Aina and Xing-Chi exchanged glances. Inside the wall, Xing-Chi lowered his eyelids. Most likely. Aina raised the corners of her lips slightly. The wall here is very solid, and destroying a part of it will not cause a large-scale collapse. Then, I'm sorry. Aina punched the hard stone wall. With her hand as the center, spiderweb-like cracks spread inch by inch, and finally the whole wall became shaky and shattered at the touch. It's really here. Aina looked at Lin Xian's frightened face with interest. Enon stared at Ayane's strong movements. It turned out that the person he sensed when he entered here was Lin Xian, but Aina thought that her mental strength had declined, so he was discovered and showed up in advance. Lin Xian asked tremblingly, "How did you find out?" Aina stretched out her hand to give her a quick death, no comment. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. The moment Lin Xian died in Ayane's hands, the whole cave began to shake violently. Enon and Xing-Chi looked at Aina at the same time. Aina blinked. "Do you believe me when I say I only used a little strength?" Crack splash, as the surging seawater poured out, the whole cave began to shake violently, and a certain delicate balance was broken. Aina stared at the seawater falling from above, and involuntarily let go of the leader's delicate neck. It looks like it's going to collapse here. The 3 of them were still calm, and the seawater soon covered their chests. Good news, a way out was found. Bad news, a dead end also appeared. But Aina didn't feel much guilt. If it collapsed, could it be repaired? But she really felt that she didn't use much strength. How could it cause such a large-scale collapse? Fusey was still waiting outside, and the backflow of seawater here was just right for her to come in to help. However, before Fusey appeared, the 3 heard bursts of shrill mermaid calls. Xing-Chi quickly realized that this was the dying cry of the mermaid. Something happened outside. Yaina's eyes were stern and she said, "I go check it out first." After that, regardless of how the 2 reacted, she went straight out of the cave along the rising water level. Xing-Chi lowered his head. Affected by the alienation, he returned to the water to relieve the thirst in his throat. His desire for water was finally relieved to some extent. Enon quietly observed his reaction. The water was almost over his head, but he didn't make any panic movements. "Can I touch you?" Enon suddenly spoke. Xing-Chi raised his head and understood what he meant in an instant. He showed him the sharp fish scales on his neck to indicate that he was free. Enon stretched out his hand without hesitation and scratched his scales fiercely. The sharp nail blade cut his fingers, and those crystal-clear crystals appeared around the wound almost immediately. At the same time, he sank into the water and took a deep breath. An indescribable feeling permeated his limbs and bones, and the senses that were originally blurred underwater became several times clearer. Several gill-like breathing holes appeared on the side of his neck, indicating his alienation. Enon changed his posture underwater and lowered his head to look at his palms. The degree of alienation was still acceptable, and would not affect his mind and actions in a short period of time. So that's it. For guides with low physical strength, the best way to leave here is to become them. Chapter 142. As soon as Aina rushed out of the cave, Fusey noticed her. She put her hands behind her back and made a clumsy gesture with her translucent webbed hands, indicating that she should hide. Aina squinted her eyes and saw the current situation clearly. Dozens of mermaids shining with crystal light surrounded Fusey. Those mermaids who followed Fusey were all fixed in place, as if they were restrained by invisible chains. Ania actually led the team to encircle Fusey. Fusey stared at the mermaid queen in front of her. When confronting her, Ania did not show any disgust and disappointment towards the traitor. It seemed that cleaning her up was a simple matter. Obviously, she was very concerned about the attitude of the other Ania before. "Come back with me to be judged," child, that is your sin, you should not escape. The sea will forgive all life. Fusey carefully savored these two sentences. Ania said that she was carrying sins. Did she mean to betray the mermaid tribe? There is another key word, judgment. Ania did not intend to execute her on the spot, but to take her back for trial. If she just wanted her life, why would she do this? An inappropriate desire to explore suddenly surged in her heart. Fusey raised her head, and Ania's face was as sacred and gentle as ever, revealing an inviolable majesty. Okay, I am willing to accept the trial. Fusey gave up resistance, as if she succumbed to Ania's holy power. No, Ania. You can't go back. Ani? You don't need to accept any trial. Don't go back with her. The mermaids, who had been following Fusey, were very resistant to Fusey's answer. They had shallow or deep scars on their bodies, and most of them had lost their basic ability to move. Fusey glanced at the wounded fishes and said, "Let them go, Ania." Hearing her say this, the mermaid Ania was stunned for a moment. After coming to her senses, she waved her hand casually, signaling the attendants not to capture the mermaids and let them fend for themselves. Rather than letting bygones be bygones, her attitude was more like contempt. Even if these mermaid remnants were exiled, they would not be able to make any big waves. Ania arranged 2 mermaid attendants to take Fusey into custody, and she personally transported her back to Proc Bay. Ina watched them from afar. The communication between mermaids was an encrypted call to her. Just looking at Ania's movements, she seemed to have no intention of continuing the fight. Ina's expression suddenly became stern. From her perspective, Fusey was caught by the mermaid attendants without any struggle and taken to deeper waters. She was a little dazed and subconsciously looked around. This cave seemed to have experienced a lot of vibration and grinding, which should have been caused by the fight between Fusey and Ania. No wonder she only destroyed one wall, and the whole cave collapsed. This doesn't seem like an attitude of shaking hands and making peace. Ina thought for a while, and decided to follow. Fusey asked her to hide, as a backup, probably to see what Ania wanted to do. It must be said that although Lin Xian was given away for free, the other 4 people of Bai Luolan were still difficult to deal with. Gurgle gurgle, with the sound of bubbles surging from the spring, Xingqi and Enan appeared behind her one after another. Luoyi also appeared silently, with a strange look on his face. He spread his palms, and the full core came out from between his fingers. Ina raised her eyebrows in surprise and sighed. Where do so many resources come from? Luoyi pointed around, but his eyes froze, and he took his hand back after a while. Ina understood that the mermaid would become the core after death. Fusey had expected that Anya would chase her, so she simply let Luoyi hide and deal with the aftermath. Ina patted Luoyi's shoulder to comfort him, turned around and pulled a thought tentacle from Enan, and told them about Fusey's plan. At the same time, on the other side, Fusey followed Anya obediently, and seemed to have given up resistance. Anya kept her close to her, and her excessive desire for control made her have to keep Fusey under her nose to feel at ease. So Fusey didn't find any chance to escape. Although she didn't plan to escape. In memory, many people are eager to judge sins and enemies, and there are always people who claim to be righteous. Fusey never thought that she represented the righteous side. In the final analysis, many wars were just different camps with different intentions. The winning side could naturally write the history books. There was nothing to complain about. Ania, don't blame me. A whisper suddenly came from her ear. Fusey looked sideways. Ania's delicate and cold white face seemed like a miracle. Even in the dim water, it was difficult to hide her inhuman beauty. She was such a person, but at this moment, the expression on her face was the same guilt and reluctance as that of humans. Reluctance was understandable, but where did her guilt come from? Before Fusey could figure out this slight incongruity, she suddenly saw the light in front of her. Proc Bay is the largest habitat of the mermaids. Apart from humans, mermaids have basically no natural enemies in the sea, so this deep sea trench far away from the land has become the largest paradise. Groups of mermaids passed by them, and their eyes could not be concealed as they examined Fusey from head to toe. Fusey was not unfamiliar with this kind of scrutiny, and she was transported to the deep-sea prison with a calm mind. It was called a prison, but it was actually a huge sunken ship. It was obviously once glorious. Its huge size and luxurious interior indicated its high cost. This sunken ship had been renovated. As soon as Fusey entered here, a deep sense of fatigue spread from her body. The closer she got to the inside of the sunken ship, the stronger this feeling became. Fusey watched the mermaid attendants escorting her with her peripheral vision. They seemed to dislike this place very much, and even pushed her harder. One by one, the inner rooms were divided into cells. The mermaids on the periphery looked very young, and they must be some insignificant marginal prisoners, But the further she went in, the stronger Fusie's sense of danger became. Finally, Fusie saw an unexpected person. Lukiki raised her head weakly, and was not surprised to see Fusie's gaze. She pulled the corner of her mouth and lowered her head again. The whole fish looked very depressed. Fusie's mind was spinning rapidly. Lukiki was here too? Wasn't this a place for prisoners? As the extremely noble Anya, the heir of the Mermaid Queen, why would Lukiki appear here? Judging from the extent to which she was bewitched by Anya, she would probably not do anything to disobey the queen, so it was impossible that she was imprisoned here because of a big mistake. Fusie was pushed again and again by the mermaid attendant behind her, and could only continue to move inside. Soon, her tail seemed to be welded to the floor after being filled with lead, and it was difficult to even lift a scale. Fusie stared at the innermost room. There was no doubt that this was prepared for her. Fusie was used to being served with the highest standards of security wherever she went. The mermaid attendant locked her up and left immediately. The look of not wanting to stay for a second made Fusie more certain that this place had a great influence on the mermaids. Finally, she had time to sort out the clues, and Fusie began to deduce Anya's plan and motives. There were undoubtedly 3 Anya here. She and Lukiki could not be considered the real Anya, but only the backup. Fusie's mind echoed the song she heard when she first entered this map. It was a nursery rhyme sung in the voice of a mermaid, which should be the initial hint. Fusie murmured, repeated the rhyme several times, and finally focused on the last sentence. She will always be our Anya. Forever. Always. Fusie felt that the most important link was missing. That abandoned cave. Fusie tried her best to open her eyes. She could clearly realize that her brain had become dull, and her thinking speed had slowed down a lot. The longer she stayed here, the more exhausted she became. She had to figure out the winning conditions of the game as soon as possible. Damn, Anya came too coincidentally. She didn't have time to communicate with Ina about the information in the cave. Since that strange and rugged cave appeared at the edge of the map, it must have played a key role. Considering that Lin Xian, Xingqi and others had not appeared yet, it was probably the gathering point of the guide. No, Anya appeared too timely. And she fought with Fusie without saying a word. With her power, there was no need to entangle with Fusie. Thinking about it carefully, Ania's action at that time was more like destroying the cave. After seeing a large amount of gas coming out of the cave, she stopped slowly and started negotiating with Fusie, persuading her to accept the trial. Why destroy? Why destroy? Fusie clenched her fist tightly, wanting to pierce her palm with her sharp nails, and exchange the pain for a moment of sobriety. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could only leave a shallow white mark on her palm, which soon disappeared with the push of the water. Fusie stared at the palm of her hand in a daze, and the translucent webbed fingers connected between her knuckles looked like a cute and small round fan. Small round fan. What an ancient craft. Why did she know the appearance and name of this ancient craft? So strange. No, there is nothing strange. This is common sense that everyone who has taken cultural courses knows. Human, am I still a human now? What is a human? What do they look like? Fusie raised her head in confusion and wanted to find a reflective object to see her appearance clearly. Reflection. What is reflection? Why do I know this concept? Fusie swam forward with all her might, but it was just her best effort in her mind. To outsiders, she just swung her tail tenderly, and the arc could not stir up any waves. Fusie half opened her eyes. Her blue pupils could not focus, hanging vaguely in her eye sockets, like a simulated doll that had not been highlighted. The fins on her arms automatically entered a dormant state, softly attached to her forearms, like a silk shawl soaked in water. The silver-white fishtail that was originally polarized gradually dimmed, and followed its owner into a great depression. Go to sleep, you are too tired. Chapter 143. Fusie had a dream. She hadn't seen this dark underground laboratory for a long time. Those days of life and death seemed to be a thing of the last life. Whenever Fusie recalled it, she felt that she was too lenient and should have destroyed it completely, so that those self-righteous guys would never have a chance to turn over. Fusie exhaled calmly. Normal people would wake up quickly if they realized that they were dreaming. However, Fusie had been looking for past memories in dreams for many years, and had long been accustomed to this illusion of stepping on the clouds, and to a certain extent, she had the ability to control dreams. Fusie peeked into the past from dreams, trying to find clues about memories. Prepare to inject interferon. 2 people wearing full protective suits surrounded the observation box and gave orders to the assistants beside them. Fusie watched them inject interferon and growth hormones into the experimental subjects in an orderly manner. All the experimental subjects here have the same body shape and the same face. Fusey stared at this very familiar scene. A strong sense of suffocation spread from the heart valves spontaneously contracted and closed, the waves of palpitations were too strong, she had to wake up from the dream. Fusey slowly opened her eyes, her slow mind needed some time to restart. Proc Bay is far away from the sea, it can be said to be dark. In addition, the atmosphere inside the sunken ship is very depressing, there is no sound, life, or light. Unless you are a mushroom that is used to growing mold in a dark corner, otherwise, anyone who stays here for a long time will go crazy. Crackle, crackle. Fusey didn't want to pay attention, her eyelids were fighting fiercely. Crackling. Who would have thought that the sound would continue and get louder, even in the water, it had a transmission force that could not be ignored. Fusey frowned slightly, followed the waves in the water, and actually saw a beam of light. It was just a pinhole-sized hole, but a small spot of light was reflected through it. A strange multi-legged insect was reflected on the ground, and its three-segmented body allowed it to crawl unhindered in the complex wooden structure. Fusey stared blankly at the multi-legged insect. Its sharp mouthparts could directly bite open the hull of the sunken ship, and the pinhole-sized hole gradually became the size of a grain of rice. This process took only about 10 minutes. Fusey looked very bad, because the cell suppression ability could not think normally, she just felt that the sound was very noisy, and it made her unable to fall asleep. When the hole expanded to the size of half a knuckle, a white and slender finger squeezed in with difficulty. Then, the finger suddenly tightened, and because there were few points of force, the finger shook slightly. After about 10 seconds, the whole wall began to gradually deform, and finally made a sound of breaking under the heavy load. However, Fusey still had no reaction, watching two strange creatures rush in. Or in other words, such a short time made her fall into layers of dreams again. Ina put away the singularity. This insect looked scary, but it was actually one of the most docile sources of pollution. It didn't consume much mental energy every time it was used. As soon as Xingqi came in, he saw Fusey standing in the corner with a dull look, and suddenly he had a bad guess in his mind. He tentatively stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of Fusey. Fusey's eyes followed his hand to his face. There was a look of struggle in her eyes for a moment, and then her eyes were blocked by her drooping eyelashes. She was too tired, and nothing that happened in the outside world could arouse her desire to explore. Xingqi was currently in a semi-alienated state, with fish scales covering half of his neck and face. As soon as he came in, he could feel the subtle suppression and influence of this place on him. On the other hand, Ina, who was not alienated, was still looking at the structure inside with great vigor. As a complete mermaid, Fusey must be under 100 times more suppression than him. Before Ina came in, she had asked Inan to explore here. Because the hummingbird's spirit body could not be used underwater, she could only use the spirit body mutation skill, exploring the road, to simply explore the situation inside, and finally concluded that there were two weak mental fluctuations. Inan was familiar with Fusey's mental fluctuations, and immediately pointed out the direction for Ina, and then launched a rescue. They were not sure about the specific purpose of Ania to capture Fusey, so they could only contact her first to determine the subsequent combat plan. This was very risky. Ania's movements were unknown, and the number of mermaid attendants was unknown. No matter how you looked at it, this was not the best way to deal with it. I don't understand. Why didn't Apat stay put like by Luolan? Isn't this too risky? More than one person agreed with this. Yes, this is too risky. I don't know why, this map always gives me a sense of crisis that seems familiar. Tan Sui and listened to the low discussions below, and looked at the figure on the far right again, without leaving a trace. This is the finals, everyone is paying attention to who will win the championship, and their eyes are naturally fixed on the broadcast screen, so naturally no one sees Tan Sui's little move. The outside field was restless. As the host military school of the event, Tanya's students wanted to go into the simulation chamber to play for a pate, rather than being outside and guessing the next match point. This was the closest Tanya had been to the championship in the past 3 years, and Ina was still looking at the sunken prison slowly, while Lu Xingqi was giving Fusey spiritual counseling. Before coming in, Ina had explored the periphery of the sunken ship, because there were very few mermaid guards here, and there were no supervisors at all. It can be seen that the mermaids did not want to get close to the sunken ship. Through observation, Ina came to a conclusion that there was a high probability that some chemical substances or drugs were transported here, and they were difficult to dissolve in water. Because there were 3 rooms with closed doors, and even some seaweed was used to tightly block the door gaps. She and Luo took a sea fishing ship at the beginning of the game. They transported a lot of drugs and banned drugs, and this cruise ship was no exception. Mermaids are affected here because the waters here have been polluted. Fish breathe by filtering oxygen through their gills, so they will naturally be affected by other gases and substances in the water. Ina has a waterproof membrane created for her by Asta. Xingqi and Inan are still in the early stages of mermaid alienation, so they will not lose their minds if they approach here. As for Fusey, Ina turned her head to look. She still had her eyes half closed, but her tail was hooked on Xingqi's calf, preventing him from leaving or moving. Ina couldn't help but laugh, and swam over to ask, "How is it? Can you wake her up?" Xingqi shook his head gently. His mind tentacles glowed with a dark scarlet light, and circles were wrapped around Fusey's wrists, and a steady stream of mental power was sent to her, but it was like a drop in the ocean without any news. Fusey had no intention of responding. He could not forcefully open her spiritual sea, and could only do the most basic spiritual purification. Ina thought about it, and decided to take Fusey out first. "Can she go with you?" Ina asked Xingqi. Although Fusey had lost her subjective thinking consciousness, she still maintained a friendly attitude towards them. Should they be able to communicate? Xingqi tentatively pulled Fusey's wrist, but the fishtail on his calf suddenly contracted, and the force was so great that his bones made a terrifying crisp sound. Ina did not approach Fusey rashly. As sentinels, they had a natural sense of competition, just like male lions fighting for territory and mates. Humans would not easily conflict with each other because they could restrain their instincts. Fusey was in this state now, and it was hard to say whether she still had the restraint that belonged to humans. Xingqi's calf was in so much pain that it cramped. He pleaded with Fusey through his mind tentacles, "Can you loosen it a little?" He thought he would not get a response, but Fusey's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the fishtail really loosened a little, but it was still on his calf, with a strong sense of presence. Xingqi raised his eyebrows. "Can she hear?" "Let's leave here, Fusey." Xingqi persuaded again. Fusey's face flashed a trace of struggle, and a rare look of confusion infected her pupils. She turned her head, and fixed her eyes vaguely on a point. Xingqi looked over along her line of sight, and saw only a closed wall. "What are you looking at?" Fusey certainly couldn't answer him. Instead, Ina looked over thoughtfully, and suddenly hammered her palm. Inan detected two familiar mental power fluctuations. "Since Fusey is here, is it possible that Lukiki is here too?" Xingqi did not comment. As a pioneer guide, his perception ability was much weaker than Inan's. After entering the sunken ship, it was even more difficult for him to conduct any deep spiritual exploration. Once he had this idea, an ice cone would drill into his nerves and his brain, making him cold and painful. "You watch her here and find a way to get her out. I go to the next door to see." Ina's hands moved quickly, and she told Xingqi to act separately. Xingqi nodded slightly. Fusey was obviously unwilling to let him go in this state. It would be more convenient to let Ina act alone. Ina left from the other side of the exit. Xingqi turned around, and saw Fusey still staring at that direction. Xingqi suddenly realized that she was looking at another place with strong mental fluctuations. If Lukiki was also imprisoned here, Fusey must want to take the opportunity to kill her. Even if she had lost most of her consciousness, this goal was engraved in her subconscious. Xingqi pulled her finger. "Don't worry, she's dead." Hearing this, Fusey finally turned her head and looked at Xingqi's face, as if judging the credibility of his words. Xingqi was a little uneasy. In this state, Fusey acted only by subconsciousness. If she had left an unreliable impression of him before, she would naturally not believe the information he gave now. But if Fusey's obsession was not resolved, it would obviously be a difficult task to persuade her to leave here. Xingqi pursed his lips. He raised his hand, and if you look closely, you will find that his fingertips are trembling slightly. He is both nervous and excited. He held Fusey's face, moving very slowly, as if he was afraid of disturbing the butterflies resting on the leaves. Xingqi gently touched her forehead, and invaded her spiritual sea in an instant. Unexpectedly, he was not attacked. Xingqi calmed down. In fact, it was a very common thing for guides and sentinels to share thoughts, but because of the person standing in front of him, he had a similar cautious emotion for the first time. Looking around, this was actually a room full of dark colors. The floor was blue-black, the walls were gray-black, and even all the settings were gray-blue, with a cold metallic light. This was a laboratory. Fusey was standing in the corner, leaning against the wall. She had obviously been here for a long time. She was watching an operation, or torture. The person on the operating table was slender, and the straitjacket fixed her firmly on the cold metal table. There were mechanical tentacles around her, which were equipped with scalpels, anesthetic needles, and conductive locks. Once the person on the table had any intention of resisting, the anesthetic needle would be pierced into her heart. There is no skill in cutting with a scalpel. It is just for cutting. As soon as the blood flows out, it will be covered by the conductive lock and naturally stop after a strong current. Xing-Chi saw the artificial limbs, arms, calves, and even hearts lined up on the side. They all seemed to be prepared for the person on the operating table. Mechanical transformation was popular in the early years. Ordinary people could use the means of replacing body parts to gain power far beyond ordinary people. However, later, prosthetic limbs withdrew from the historical torrent due to the problem of irreversible growth, and this kind of transformation was not so popular with the public. Xing-Chi took 2 steps forward, trying to see the face of the person on the operating table clearly. As he walked forward, he carefully glanced at Fu Xi's expression. When he found that she had no intention of stopping him, he turned his eyes to the operating table with confidence. He saw the face of the person clearly. Xing-Chi's breathing suddenly slowed down. The person lying on the operating table looked 7 points like Fu Xi. Chapter 144. Fu Xi noticed Xing-Chi the moment he came in. It must be because she was taken away by Ania for too long, so Ina and Xing-Chi came to find her. If it was not long ago, Fu Xi might have symbolically curbed his desire to spy, but since that night, she knew that this guy was a stubborn person who would not turn back until he hit the wall. Let him watch. Fu Xi did not say anything or move. Xing-Chi stared at the person on the operating table with his back to her and blinked, and asked softly, "Is it too late for me to leave now?" Fu Xi couldn't help laughing. "I'm here now." She stood up and stretched her arms lazily. It was obvious that she had been watching here for a long time. The person on the operating table had finally completed the transformation. Half of his body was replaced by a metal prosthesis, and now he looked a kind of deformed and weird beauty. Xing-Chi looked at the device codes of the mechanical arms, including the parameter introduction posted under the operating table, all of which were written in Moros. Obviously, this is not Moran laboratory, not to mention that human transformation experiments were banned in Moran hundreds of years ago. Xing-Chi fell silent. He was not sure what Fu Xi's attitude was now. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. Fu Xi saw his uneasiness and slowed down her voice to tease him. "It's okay. This is not a shameful secret. I won't kill you to silence you if you see it." Xing-Chi lowered his head, his expression unclear. Fu Xi took 2 steps forward and stretched out her hand to swipe across the void, like dragging the progress bar of a video, quickly advancing the progress of the memory. This process was a bit painful for her, but it was still bearable. Xing-Chi saw the scene in front of him changing rapidly, countless figures and scenery quickly overlapped and reconstructed, and finally stopped in front of a tall transparent wall. This is a single-sided visible wall used to observe the ecology of the experimental subjects. There are dozens of experimental subjects inside. They have similar body shapes, and even their faces are similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. Most importantly, their hair color and skin color are white due to lack of pigment. It is not the kind of white that has never seen the sun, but the pale white like a corpse. It is also because of this skin color that their similarity with Fu Xi is greatly reduced. The person standing outside and watching is Morin Kaligar, the current chairman of the field. Judging from his appearance, this chairman has a young face that does not match his status, but his temperament is too gloomy. Just looking at it directly makes people feel suffocated. This is Fu Xi's memory. Xing-Chi pursed his lips. He has heard a lot of information and messages about Fu Xi herself, but nothing is as real as the news given by her in person. 14 years ago. Xing-Chi paused and asked her as tactfully as possible, "Have you been to A2547? If Louis were here, he would definitely ask loudly. 14 years ago, Fu Xi was just a little girl. How could she travel across galaxies? How could she appear on a deserted planet on the border of D-Fel? Fu Xi did not immediately deny his question, but said, "You were only 5 years old 14 years ago, so you should not remember much. So you were really there at that time." Xing-Chi turned his head and stared into her blue eyes. "Why?" Fu Xi looked behind him. The experimental subjects put in the observation box were injected with stimulants and excessive adrenaline, which could maximize their desire to fight. Morin organizes such a screening activity every month. Thousands of experimental subjects are constantly consumed in this kind of fighting, and the one who survives in the end is the strongest one. This is a very simple and crude method of raising poisonous insects. If Fu Xi was not a participant, she would probably admire the extreme extravagance. People who are willing to spend a lot of money will succeed in everything they do. Fu Xi, answer me, what did you do on planet A2547? Xing-Chi felt palpitations at her evasive attitude, and he urgently wanted an answer. Fu Xi raised her eyelids. Xing-Chi looked a little different now than when they just met. She seemed to have grown a little taller, but her pupils became a little lighter. What answer do you want to hear? Fusey tapped her temple. When you ask this question, do you want to get the real answer, or do you want the answer you have already determined to come out of my mouth? She pointed her finger at the battlefield behind him, and said lightly, hearing is false, seeing is true. What you saw with your own eyes, the year is what it is. Don't be like this. Xingqi raised his eyes, and looked at her sadly, almost begging, I want to hear you say it. Fusey sighed softly. She realized that she seemed to have too much patience with him, and her first reaction when she heard him ask this question was not annoyance, but pity. You got the skull of Martha. You should have checked the mental power residue on it. It was me who killed your mother, and it was me who eliminated the remnants of Cadia. That was war, Xingqi. It was still too cruel for you. Fusey's tone did not change at all. She never argued for any of her actions, and naturally would not beautify the facts. Xingqi was stunned. He didn't expect Fusey to be so straightforward. The disguises of the two people seemed to be gone in an instant. People come to this world naked. No matter how many gorgeous crowns and colorful clothes they wear, they are just dregs to cover up their nature. Fusey spread her hands. This topic should not be explored now. If you want to withdraw from the competition now, I won't stop you. One sentence brought them back to the competition. Xingqi certainly didn't forget that this was the competition site, but emotions often arise in crisis. He wanted to seize this opportunity to knock on Fusey's closed door, but he didn't expect that the truth behind the door was what he didn't want to face the most. Fusey stared at his beautiful face, but didn't see the expected expression, anger, regret, hatred, none of them. He narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, occasionally, you have to argue for yourself, senior sister. Fusey turned her face to the side. A normal person facing the hatred of killing her mother, let alone maintaining rationality, would be lucky if he didn't immediately rush over to die with her. Xingqi looked up at the ceiling. Each room in the laboratory here was unusually tall, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. Let's go out first. You also said that this is not a suitable occasion for reminiscing about the past. Xingqi stretched out his hand and drew a semicircle in the air. His other hand gently pulled along the trajectory, and a pure white door appeared in front of the two. Fusey raised his eyebrows. The speed of time in the thinking world is different from that outside. A few hours here may only take a few seconds outside. Logically, he shouldn't be in such a hurry to go out. After getting the answer that had been unsolved for many years, he didn't ask questions, but was busy completing the game. Isn't this mentality a bit too good? From Fusey's perspective, she could only see Xingqi's back. His hair was a little long, and softly rested on his shoulders. His dark hair was messy and soft. Or are you not as calm as you seem? Before they could walk out of here, a big mental wave came, and the scene in front of them began to collapse and shatter. Fusey raised her head. Someone is coming. The two of them forcibly left the spiritual sea. As soon as she opened her eyes, Fusey saw that the dilapidated shipwreck was shaking violently, and it was even about to restart. Fusey, ? The cabin is destroyed, and there is no energy to drive it. How can the ship move? Xingqi let go of her hand, and swam to the hole gnawed by the insects to look out. With the help of the faint light of the plankton, he saw the thing that pushed the ship to move. It was a huge albino anaconda. It took 20 adult sentinels to hug its waist. The overall length was endless, and would definitely not be less than 50 meters. That was Yin Cici's spirit body, and he was carrying the entire shipwreck away from this sea area. Xingqi frowned. It takes a lot of mental energy to enlarge the spirit body 10 times, not to mention that Lukiki is not in danger of staying here. Well, there is some now, but they can enter the shipwreck like Aina and take Lukiki away. There is no need to carry the entire shipwreck away, right? Fusey also saw the scene. With the blessing of mermaid vision, she saw it more clearly. The giant anaconda was crawling on the seabed, with the entire shipwreck wrapped in its snake belly. The speed was not slow, and it looked a little anxious. Fusey turned around and didn't find Aina. After a little thought, she must have gone to the next door to find Lukiki, who was also imprisoned here. She would never let go of such a good opportunity. Fusey glanced outside. It was unknown where the giant snake was going to move the boat, but it seemed that he had no intention of coming in for a direct battle. Wait, Fusey regained consciousness and her thoughts also revived. Of course, she had not forgotten the inference before she fell into the dream. The same title, the same female mermaid, the cave that was concealed. By the way, Aina asked me to tell you that the cave we escaped from was actually a mermaid tomb, where dozens of female mermaid skeletons lay. Xingqi communicated with Fusey through the mind tentacles. Fusey's mind suddenly became clear after hearing this. No wonder Ania was so anxious at that time. She was very afraid that Fusey would discover the secret of the mermaid tomb. She will always be our Ania. This sentence expresses the most straightforward meaning without any metaphor. From the birth of the mermaid to the present, Ania has always been in charge of it, and all the subsequent Anias died in her hands. The so-called kind and tolerant motherly love is nothing but a deadly poison mixed with sugar. Fusey's thoughts did not affect her actions. She swam quickly to Lukik's room. Ina had consumed a lot of mental energy before. Even if Lukik's combat power was 0 now, the other people of Bailuolan were not for show. Yin Sisi was here, and Feng Qingye and Sheki must be here too. But before she arrived, Ina's figure rushed over and threw herself into Fusey's arms, pushing her more than 10 meters away before she stopped. Fusey lowered her head, and Ina quickly signed, "Leave here." Fusey subconsciously raised her eyes, and focused her sight on an arrow blade flashing with cold light. It was flying straight towards Fusey. Fusey's pupils shrank suddenly. She did not rush to block the arrow blade, but turned her head to grab Xingqi's wrist, and took Ina with her. She swung her tail suddenly, and swam quickly towards the gap bitten by Singularity. That was the strongest offensive spiritual body mutation skill of Medusa's spiritual body, Hate. Any person or spiritual body shot by it would be immediately used by Sheki. Once it touched the target, it would be hit. Once it locked the target, it would fight to the death. It was a very disgusting skill. Fusey didn't want to fight with her teammates, so she could only avoid the edge for the time being. After all, it was hard to say what cards the three people here had in their hands. Chapter 145. Fusey's movements in the water are more than 10 times faster than on land. Once she escapes from the mermaid cage, Sheki will not be able to catch up with her. The other party obviously understands this truth. Sheki connected all his teammates with his mind tentacles. Seeing that Fusey was about to escape from the sunken ship, he immediately issued an order. She, block her way. The giant anaconda responded and moved. Its strong and powerful snake body rolled up, and instantly covered the hole created by Ina. Ina turned her head. The space inside the cabin was limited. Asta would hurt the enemy and himself if it appeared in such a place. At this time, the Sentinel was powerless against the Pioneer Guide. Sheki's mental body mutation skills were mostly control or anti-control. Ina really had no way to deal with him. Xingqi came to his senses, and silently stretched and flexed his fingers. The mental body mutation skill, no discrimination between foe and foe, enveloped the three people, instantly making Hate lose its target. The duel between K1 level guides is often only a matter of a thought. Both of them are Pioneer Guides. From the perspective of spiritual body, Sheki is more aggressive. Baiqing Bird is mainly for purification and healing, while Medusa is mainly for illusion control. However, under Sheki's control, resentment is like a headless lizard running around everywhere, and there is no way to reselect the target. Xingqi blinked. His vision is basically useless underwater. He has been using mental power to perceive and see things. Sheki and Lukiki are here, and Feng Qingye is nowhere to be found. While guarding against resentment's return attack, he also has to look for Feng Qingye's trace. When his thoughts are filled, his worries have no chance to emerge. Fusey suddenly heard a long call. Her was Ania's voice. Her voice was very special, different from other mermaids, and the bewitching power in it was obviously stronger. Lukiki suddenly raised her head, and a touch of obsession and fanaticism spread across her face. She shook off Sheki's thinking tentacles holding her, swung her fish tail, and flew towards Ania outside. Fusey was stunned. Ania's influence on Lukiki exceeded her expectations. Sheki didn't seem surprised. He notified Yin Sisi outside. She ran away. Don't let her get close to Ania. Feng Qingye will meet me at the exit. The other guide's mental power was stronger than he thought. There was no point in continuing the stalemate. He took back Hate first. The cold arrow with a cold light turned into a soft black snake in his hand, and crawled back to the top of Medusa's head. Seeing him turn around and run, Xingqi moved forward a few steps, but Fusey grabbed his wrist. Don't chase. Let's leave here first. I can feel that Ania is very close to here. She couldn't guarantee that she would be awake when she saw Ania, so in order to avoid accidents, Fusey had better not appear in front of the Mermaid Queen before finding Ania's weakness. At the same time, Lukiki was rushing towards Ania's arms. Yin Sisi followed her and paddled in frustration, not even wanting the boat. The anaconda swung its tail, and the snake tail wanted to roll Lukiki around the waist, but she slapped it away viciously. After all, she was an S-level sentinel, and her body strength reached its peak after the mermaid transformation. Yin Sisi could only admit defeat. The tail whipped him so hard that his head was aching now, and he could only pin his hopes on the spiritual body mutation skills. Hundreds of human colors can deprive the sentinels in the entire area of the buff effect, restore them to the initial stage, and gradually extract the spiritual power of the sentinels in the area for its own use. Luki's speed suddenly slowed down. She swung her tail unwillingly, but there was always a sense of powerlessness following her. Yin Cece breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed her tail fin and dragged her back, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pressed her tightly. In the chaos, he was whipped several times by the fish's tail. After this game, I must let her treat me to a good trip. Yin Cece muttered in his heart. Playing a game and fighting with teammates is really tiring. Ania focused her eyes on Luki, and the scepter in her right hand emitted a faint purple light, and a gentle and majestic power overflowed from it. Yin Cece saw this scene and thought it was not good. He also exerted some force on his hands, causing Luki to struggle dissatisfiedly. He didn't care about her feelings at this time, and only cared about keeping her away from Ania's influence. It's really weird. Why is it that Fusey can come and go freely without being affected by the mermaid transformation, while Luki follows Ania's voice like a demon? What clues are they missing? Yin Cece was puzzled. The fish in his arms jumped too hard, so he had to distract himself to suppress it. However, he saw Fusey approaching Ania from the corner of his eye. It seems that Luki is not the only one who has lost his mind. Fusey swam to Ania calmly and responded to her call for the first time. Is the trial about to begin? Ania lowered her eyes and stared at her with complicated eyes. You said you would accept the trial, but it turned out to be a lie to deceive me. Fusey shrugged. How could it be? I was held hostage. Ania was a little suspicious. She did see that the white snake ran out of the deep sea with the giant ship. If Fusey was held hostage, it would make sense. She didn't dwell on this question for long. The time was coming soon. All Ania had to go to the altar to participate in the ceremony. No one was left behind. Fusey seemed to stay beside Ania obediently, without any intention of resisting. This dispelled Ania's suspicion to a certain extent. Luki was in the realm of hundreds of human colors, and gradually began to exhaust herself. The silver-white fish tail lost its luster, and she looked like a salted fish lying down. Fusey shook her head gently. They couldn't escape. They couldn't escape the ceremony about the ownership of the ocean. Ania couldn't let two hidden dangers exist in the world. The mermaid tomb was the best proof. Ordinary mermaids would only die if they came into contact with the air. A ladder to heaven was built in the mermaid tomb, indicating that the female mermaids did not die immediately after being thrown in. Only Ania could leave the water for a short time. The best proof was that Luki was brought to the deck and did not die immediately. As for why the mermaids were exiled to the vacuum cave, Fusey raised her head and looked above the strait. They must have got the answer soon. At this stage of the competition, whoever can get more clues and goodwill from NPCs will have a greater chance of winning. And Fusey did not intend to let Ania become her helper. Obviously, Ania has a very large uncontrollable force, and cooperating with her is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Ania raised her hand, and the thin water sword quickly gathered around her body. She raised her fingers slightly, and shot out in an instant, aiming directly at Yin Cece's eyebrows. Fusey noticed a detail. She avoided Luki's body, and seemed to be afraid of hurting her. Yin Cece's pupils shrank slightly. There was no point of force in the water. He also brought a mermaid more than 3 meters long, and it was quite embarrassing to dodge. Ania frowned slightly, her 5 fingers arched, and the water swords increased by more than 3 times, and the dense crowd made people's hair stand on end. Yin Cece groaned in his heart, and just when he wanted to retreat, a stream of white light slanted out from behind him, accurately hitting each water sword and breaking it up, instantly relieving Yin Cece's pressure. Looking back, Feng Qingye caught up slowly, and Yin Cece blinked. Thank you. Feng Qingye didn't look at him. His eyes were always fixed on Ania, always alert to her movements. The two sides were deadlocked, and Fusey suddenly said, her hearing her voice. Ania turned back suddenly, with surprise in her eyes that she couldn't get rid of in time. Fusey said, the time is almost up. I am willing to accept all the results of the trial. Don't worry about her life or death. Of course, Ania would not believe it easily. Not long ago, Fusey was still a very rebellious heir. She came back with her just to save the lives of her followers. How could she be willing to accept the sin that belonged to her on behalf of Luki? There are many doubts, but Ania has no time to investigate her mental journey. Everyone watched Ania put away the scepter, and ordered the mermaid attendants to return to the deep sea. Fusey followed her obediently. Feng Qingye couldn't help but frown, and communicated with Sheki, who was hiding in the back through the thought tentacles. Just let them go like this? Sheki felt something was wrong. Their information was not equal to that of a Pat. Fusie's attitude towards Ania has always been too peaceful. Why would she be willing to be imprisoned? And why did she return to the seabed after reuniting with her teammates? It's impossible that she wants to use Ania's power to avoid their attack. Thinking of this, Sheki couldn't help but ponder. Luke Kiki and Yen Sisi were their main sentinels. Now it would take a lot of effort to contain Luke Kiki. Is this really the best solution? TSK, as expected, a bad apple spoils the whole pot of porridge. Lin Xion's popularity is not good. The current incomplete information about Bai Luolan is caused by Lin Xion's early exit. Otherwise, Sheki would definitely be able to infer where Ania's obsession with the air comes from. The words are rough, but the truth is there. Lin Xion does lack a bit of courage and boldness. Xing-Chi had a period of weakness after being transformed by the mermaid. She could have taken advantage of that time to lure them into a trap and kill them. She had to wait for Aina to come before she panicked. She is a useless piece of shit. Wake up. What can she do as a guide? She was led by Yishin before, but now she is finally exposed. She is a drag. This is obviously a supporter of Bai Luolan. At this point in the game, who doesn't want the team they support to win? Their words are more intense. Some people even echoed loudly, I am better than her. If Bai Luolan loses this time, I will go to the forum and build a tower to tell her that the world is dangerous. Ten Suiyan looked at the noisy atmosphere in the audience and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Lin Xion is a little younger. It is normal for her to not dare to fight two people one by one due to her lack of experience. Even if she musters up the courage to kill Xing-Chi while he is weak, she may not succeed. She didn't believe in Xing-Chi's level, she just felt that the person who could be accepted into Fusie's team must be extraordinary, even if he looked like an ordinary purification guide. Ten Suiyan stared at the backs of Fusie and Ania leaving side by side on the screen. His eyes brightened. They really look alike. Chapter 146. Fusie followed Ania all the way back to Proc Bay, and she was so relaxed that she didn't look like a death row prisoner who was about to be put on trial. Although she didn't plan to leave at the beginning, she couldn't resist the excessive concern of her teammates. Fusie didn't communicate with Aina in advance. After entering the sunken ship, she was affected by the water and didn't receive Inan's mental connection, which led them to think that she had met with an accident, so they dived into the sunken ship to rescue her. However, according to normal people's thinking, entering the enemy's base alone is not a wise decision. So when Fusie said that she must return to Proc Bay again, Aina didn't agree. After Sheki left, Fusie pulled Xing-Chi's mind tentacles to let him act as an interpreter, and explain the plan behind to Aina, which was seriously opposed by the other party. Too risky. Aina showed such a serious expression for the first time. If it fails, can you start from success? Fusie was a little helpless. Why are you sure I will lose? Aina still felt that this plan was too bold. Fusie convinced her with one sentence. No matter what the result is, I am the only executor. Even if I fail, the game will not end immediately. Don't you have to cover for me? At this point, it would be too much to object, so Aina had to let her go. Are you afraid? Ania's voice suddenly came from behind. Fusie looked at her sideways and met her prying eyes. Fusie pretended to hesitate and responded to her fearfully. I am just afraid of the unknown. Hearing this, Ania reached out and patted her bare back. The scales on her hand scratched Fusie's back, causing a slight pain. Don't be afraid, my child. The sea is always your home. It will tolerate everything you have. Fusie stared at her eyes and felt something was wrong. Her eyes were gentle, mixed with a little appreciation and fanaticism. Fusie wanted to look again, but Ania looked away, pushed Fusie's body, and drove her to a huge platform. Proc Bay is a large underwater canyon. Since it is a canyon, it must have its highest point. Fusie raised her head. At this position, she could even vaguely see the light coming through the sea. Countless crystal mermaids surrounded the two of them. Fusie took a rough look and found that there were probably hundreds of mermaid servants with combat power equivalent to S-level sentinels. Not to mention that these mermaid servants are all infectious. At least Xing-Chi's mental power has been affected. Fusie felt the obvious difference when he invaded the spiritual sea. If this game is not over, he and Inan will become mermaid servants who obey Ania's orders. Slight alienation can give them the ability to move freely underwater, but every convenience has a price tag at the moment of birth. Time is up. Ania raised her head, her eyes blurred, as if she heard a voice that made her happy. The silver-blue scepter appeared in Ania's hand again. She held the scepter tightly with both hands, closed her eyes, and prayed in a low voice. Fusie and Ania were on the same altar. A strange energy connected them, and Fusie could clearly hear all her thoughts. I know that I have sinned deeply. My people have been deceived by me, and my children have been deceived by me. I am not worthy of being a leader. But I have no choice. Ania opened her eyes, and her azure eyes were exactly the same as Fusey's. A bunch of silver blue energy chains fixed Fusey on the altar, like thousands of long knives piercing her body. Pain and joy appeared in her body at the same time. Fusey was in a trance for a moment, as if she had returned to the dawn when she was born. At the same time, the light of the scepter in Ania's hand became brighter and brighter, and the pure vitality was continuously infused into the core at the top, and it began to beat like a thriving heart. This scene was so clear and easy to understand that anyone could see that the judgment in Ania's mouth was just an excuse for plunder. Is it because the power began to decline? Fusey thought distractedly. Her power was still at its peak when she fought against Asta, but she seemed powerless when she confronted Yen Sisi not long ago. On the other side of the cliff in the distance, Ina stared at the scene nervously, muttering to herself, her life essence can't withstand such intake. If this continues, she will die before a turning point appears. Xingqi said, if you go out now, all her plans will go to waste. Luo Yibai was bored and counted the number of scales on the back of Enin's hand. Enin pulled back his hand. According to my monitoring, Fusey's life essence can still last for 15 minutes. Ina frowned. Life essence is linked to mental power. Even if they rescue Fusey 10 minutes after the ceremony begins, she will only become a walking corpse. Fusey asked her to wait for a turning point, but did not tell her the time and probability of this turning point. Ina vaguely knew the weirdness of this map. The current distribution of forces here is too monotonous and sparse, which is completely inconsistent with the tone of the finals. Therefore, Fusey was certain that a third party would appear, and what would happen under this background was actually very clear. Because of the small number of people, the four of Bai Luolan could only act together, and the situation was really passive. Sheki was actually waiting for an opportunity. According to his experience, Ania could not be the only boss in the entire map. Everything requires checks and balances, and there must be someone who can check and balance her. Buzz buzz buzz, the water flows suddenly began to become chaotic, and a strange sound floated into Feng Qingye's ears. Lu Kiki has now regained some consciousness. She raised her head alertly, and looked up at a certain point in the sky. Sesame-sized black shadows densely covered the entire water area, but in the blink of an eye, they became as big as black watermelon seeds in the perspective. Their speed was too fast. When Ania noticed it, hundreds of submarines were already in sight. Seeing this scene, Ania was not panicked. She could not move before the ceremony was completed. The well-trained mermaid attendants met those steel monsters. Fusey narrowed her eyes. The specifications of these submarines were the same as those she had seen before. They were also here to hunt mermaids. Among them, the most special one, Ania, was obviously their main target. They aimed their hunting spears at Ania's position and shot out without hesitation, stirring up a series of water trails. Hundreds of hunting spears were fired. They did not intend to capture them alive this time. It was obviously not the first time they hunted. This time, they were going to recover the bodies. Ania was not panicked. The mermaid servants rushed forward one after another. The spears made of fine steel were comparable to their claws. Even if they tried their best to stop them, they were still somewhat powerless. Seeing that the spear that had escaped from the defense line was about to reach Ania, the mermaid attendant used her body to build a barrier without hesitation. The impact of the spear after penetrating the flesh and blood was greatly reduced, and it just stopped above Ania. Seeing more and more mermaids dying in front of her, Fusey gently said, "Don't stop yet." Ania's eyes flashed with hesitation, and the empty places in her body became more and more full. The silver-white fishtail became glittering and shining. The power of regaining power was too good to give up. As if seeing through her lines, Fusey sighed, "But your people are about to die." She talked a little too much, and Ania couldn't help but speed up the speed of drawing in her hands. The scene above the entire altar was extremely chaotic. The hunting spears fired crosswise continuously, but the mermaid's physical strength was limited. No matter how powerful those crystal-like mermaid attendants were, they were still flesh and blood, and they were still a few points behind in fighting against human technology. Sheki had watched the battle for almost the entire time, and had already determined the positions of the remaining members of a pact. Fusey's combat power was basically zero at the moment, and Ina's mental power had not yet fully recovered. This was the best time to attack. The giant anaconda and Medusa appeared together directly above Ina. Their positions had long been exposed by Sheki's screening. Ina knew what was going on, and was not surprised. She thought Sheki would wait until Fusey completely lost her mobility before attacking. Now it seemed that he was a little impatient, and took advantage of the chaos to attack directly. This time, Sheki was not polite to her. He came up with 3 hatred targets directly targeting Ina and the other 2, and Luo Yi was excluded by him. Xingqi's pupils lit up slightly, and the white bird appeared in the water and stood steadily on his shoulder. No distinction between friend and foe once again enveloped the 3 people. Sheki snorted. It was meaningless to use the same trick twice. Hate only wandered for a few seconds before locking onto the target again and accurately flew towards the 3 people. Xingqi narrowed his eyes and learned to be smart. Ina gritted her teeth. Asta could not be released here, as it would affect Fusey on the altar. In this case, Northern Lights was forced to take up the post. When the gray cat was thrown out of the black hole, it was still confused. The whole cat was soaked in sea water. It wanted to scream angrily and paddled with curses, but choked on several mouthfuls of sea water. It screamed angrily and ate hate, along with a huge amount of sea water. The essence of hate is the snake-like hair of Medusa, which has a body, which gave Ina a chance to exploit a loophole. If this is a mental attack or a skill without a physical body, Northern Lights is really useless. Sheki pursed his lips. From Medusa's perspective, Polaris is a small compressed space body, similar to the principle of a black hole. It takes a while to digest after eating excessive matter. However, hate requires a lot of his mental power to drive, and it cannot be activated a second time in a short period of time. Fusey's death is only a matter of time. The biggest goal now is to get rid of the 2 relatively weak guides of the opponent. No matter how strong Ina is, she can't deal with 2 attack points at the same time. As long as Feng Qingye and Yan Sisi act separately, they will definitely be able to tear a gap in a Pat's defense. His meaning was conveyed to the 2 sentinels. The 3 of them looked at each other and started to act at the same time. Chapter 147. Luo Yi immediately took in and out of Yan Sisi's attack range. Inin's spirit had no chance to move underwater, so Luo Yi had to ensure his safety. Who knew Inin suddenly reached out and scratched his collarbone. This was not light, and Luo Yi immediately felt a sharp pain. You are crazy. Luo Yi was about to question, but was stopped by Inin's overly cold eyes. Try to see if your strength is enhanced? Inin asked. Luo Yi quickly splashed in the water twice. Sentinels are more susceptible to infection than guides. He was half alienated in just a few seconds. The cold sea water seemed to have become the most gentle amniotic fluid, wrapping around him. The feeling was hard to describe. Inin also noticed his changes and told Ina immediately. Half alienation can enhance mental and physical strength in a short time. Inin rolled his Adam's apple and continued to add, but deep alienation may cause loss of consciousness. You can only follow Ania's orders and don't get lost. Ina immediately grabbed Xingqi's wrist and let his alienated nails penetrate her entire palm. Xingqi's pupils trembled slightly. Too deep, you will lose your self-awareness. Ina shook her palm with a blood hole twice without changing her expression. Her powerful recovery ability came in handy at this time. The whole palm was covered with phosphorus armor, including the blood hole that was hard to ignore. Ina took a deep breath in the water. She could feel that her mental power was quickly approaching the source of pollution. Her eyes looking at Xingqi were stained with a certain degree of aggression. Are you still awake? Xingqi asked her anxiously. Ina smiled. Don't worry, it's just a little pollution. Sheki noticed the movement on their side and thought it was not good. Daytime was activated instantly, and the dark and dark deep sea showed its full appearance for the first time. The seawater around Ina began to boil slightly, the water temperature continued to rise, and the powerful energy fluctuation spread throughout the seabed. Quick battle and quick decision. Ina tilted her head, and she looked at Feng Qingye with a hint of provocation. She wanted to provoke him. Feng Qingye lowered his eyes. The war blood in the sentinel's bones was completely affected by subjective will, and restrained as he was, he also had the signs of being overwhelmed at this moment. Sensing his emotional changes, Sheki immediately conducted mental counseling and kept reminding, Ina can't hold on for long in this form, and a war of attrition will definitely kill her. Feng Qingye's mind was a little clearer, but more desires surged in his heart. Kill her, all those who came to provoke deserved to be beheaded, and their blood was the best tribute. Kill her. Feng Qingye opened his eyes, and his spirit-body mutation skill, White Rainbow Piercing the Sun, which had never been used in the might competition, was activated. Sheki couldn't believe it. For the first time, Feng Qingye didn't obey his command, and was beyond his control. The White Falcon, magnified hundreds of times, appeared on the bottom of the sea. It was originally the Lord of the Sky, but because of the order of the Sentinel, it had to fight underwater. 6 pure white light beams appeared around Ina. They went straight down from the water surface to the deep sea. The high temperature in them made the seawater make an unbearable sizzling sound. The entire sea area began to evaporate rapidly, and the water in this area actually boiled. Ina raised her eyebrows. Feng Qingye did it on purpose. Can't you boil the seawater with high temperature? I can do it too. Feng Qingye wanted to defeat her with the same trick. The desire to win and arrogance that belonged to the young finally made him popular. Ina thought he was just a chess piece in Sheki's hand who would only follow orders. With skills of this level and scale, his future is limitless in the future. Ah! At this time, Ina laughed instead, and seemed to have no sense of urgency of the impending disaster. She raised her left hand lightly, and a dark line spread from the palm of her hand. The pure white line on her right hand was shining, maintaining the form of daytime. Sheki, who was paying attention to every move on the battlefield, noticed it at the first time. He was shocked. From Medusa's perspective, two spiritual bodies appeared in Ina's palm at the same time. Twin spirits. Sheki was horrified, and for a moment, he forgot to speculate on Ina's true identity, and only focused on communicating with Feng Qingye. Stop! Qingye. You are not her opponent. Sheki tried to stop Feng Qingye from draining his spiritual power. Feng Qingye looked back at him unwillingly, and the clear stubbornness in his eyes hurt Sheki. I want to win. Feng Qingye protested silently. Seeing that the 6 white light beams were about to collide with Ina's body, Ina no longer hesitated, turned her palm, and the spirit body changed skills. Stop, Ina! An order that penetrated the top of her head appeared in her mind. Ina clenched her fists in a daze, and her spiritual power collapsed instantly. It was Fuzi's voice. Time went back to a few minutes ago. On the altar, Fuzi closed her eyes, and felt the power flowing in every part of her limbs and bones. They did not belong to her, nor to Ania on the opposite side. The original power of this world is the purest, and they will only choose the most suitable master for them. The world has its own will. When personal will affects the will of the world, personal will be annihilated. More and more mermaid servants fell down. Seeing that all the power was about to return to Ania, she couldn't help but reveal a smile of determination. Feeling her surging mental power, Fuzi opened her eyes, and the beautiful and smooth figure of the mermaid was reflected in her pupils. Fuzi thought idly that the trial mentioned by Ania might not be to deceive her. 3 monarchs were born in the ocean, and the power was divided into 3 parts. They would definitely have differences because of the competition. After the differences, there would be wars and plunder. Countless lives died for this. Isn't this a sin? Fuzi raised her head, and the bodies of mermaids shining like crystals covered the entire sky above the altar. They were about to collapse. It's time to end. Fuzi suddenly let go of the last line of defense, and completely opened her body to Ania. Her memories, her thoughts, everything about her, were all leaked to Ania without reservation. Too much information suddenly poured in, and Ania's body stiffened, and the whole fish was stunned. Fuzi casually pulled off the silver-blue long knife stuck in her body. When they left, Fuzi could clearly feel the pain of the blades cutting through her flesh. Although there was no blood, the wound was real. If Fuzi's spirit body was present, these blades should have been stuck in its body. What a pity, Fuzi sighed. She swam to Ania, held up her head, and looked straight into her eyes. It was a pool of dead water mixed with despair and struggle. No matter how she resisted, she couldn't raise a wave. Too many memories and emotions were poured into Ania's mind. For a moment, her brain crashed and her mental power relaxed, giving Fuzi a chance to fight back. Fuzi took the scepter from her hand and threw it aside. She bit her neck without hesitation. Blood kept flowing out from the wound she bit. She bit hard and deep, almost breaking Ania's aorta. But the mermaid had strong vitality, and Ania would not die immediately. The silver-blue mental power was sucked into her body through the wound, and the entire altar became a dining table for her to feast on after hunting. Ania maintained the elegance and mystery of the ancient mermaid, insisting on using the scepter as a medium to transfer the energy in Fuzi's body, which had the highest success rate and was the most gentle. Fuzi was not so particular. She liked to use the most primitive hunting method to give the enemy the heaviest blow. If Ania cut off her hands and tail first, and absorbed them while she was weak, Fuzi would definitely not have a chance to counterattack. Fuzi put down Ania's soft body with satisfaction, her eyes wide open with disbelief. How could you do this to me? Fuzi understood her last words. She spread her hands. You only need to kill your own people to continue your power, and you don't allow me to defend myself? How can this be justified? Fuzi swung her tail and turned lightly, and most of the abundant ocean power was collected by her. She felt more relaxed than ever before, and the mental power that was suppressed by the sinking ship before also returned completely. It's time to end the game. Fusey picked up the scepter lying alone on the ground. The complicated handle was cold and heavy, and the core on the top could amplify her power 100 times. At this moment, she felt a strong spiritual energy appear behind her, and she knew exactly who had this ability. "Stop, Ina!" Without thinking, Fusey gave the order directly. Once Ina revealed the secret of the twin spiritual bodies, there would be no room for maneuver. Tefir would not let her go. Fusey could not let this happen. Fortunately, Ina used the mermaid alienation to enhance her body, and Fusey's order took effect immediately. Ina stopped moving and froze in place. White rainbow penetrating the sun instantly devoured her body. "Ina, out!" The target disappeared. Feng Qingye relaxed, but Sheki still looked serious. Others may not have noticed the clues, but he saw it clearly because of the special perspective. If Fusey had not stopped Ina, they would all be dead now. This was a game that was doomed to be unwinnable. If Ina was determined to help Fusey win the game, then the outcome would be predetermined regardless of whether White Rainbow appeared or not. But now Ina was out, and Fusey gave up the easy victory just to protect the secret of Ina's twin spirits. For the first time, Sheki felt puzzled. This was very different from his impression of Fusey. She should win by any means. Sheki concentrated his mental power on the altar, and felt the surging mental power fluctuations in Fusey's body. So that's how it was. She had already grasped the winning chips, and even Ania became the nourishment to feed her. Sheki slowly opened his eyes, a pair of lifeless white pupils embedded in his eye sockets, trembling slightly because of the stinging of the sea water. I really want to use normal people's eyes to spy on Fusey at this moment. The mermaid queen who gathered the power of the ocean will definitely be able to amaze his ugly pupils. Unfortunately, he will never have such an opportunity. Sheki closed his eyes, and prepared to welcome Bai Luolan's defeat. And so on. Sheki's spiritual power gathered on the altar, and he could naturally detect every tiny change on it. Ania, who was supposed to be dead, still had a lot of energy left in her body, and this energy was rapidly repairing her, and the lost spiritual power and blood were reborn in her body. The change happened in just a moment, and Ania jumped up from the ground, rushing towards Fusey like a sharp arrow out of a bow. Chapter 148. Investigate the fault immediately. Start the backup energy to maintain the energy supply of the simulation chamber. Talus maintained order outside the venue with a solemn look. At the moment when Fusey and Ania stepped onto the altar, all the screens suddenly lost connection with the stadium. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what happened. Mike has never had such a situation before, someone whispered. Why did it suddenly lose connection? Talus pursed her lips, and said impatiently, "What's the situation in the simulation chamber now?" Sitting next to her was the organizer of Mike, who was nervously communicating with his subordinates to investigate the cause. Obviously, he did not expect such a situation to happen. "Everyone, please be patient. The simulation chamber we use this time has an independent backup energy source, which will ensure that the mental connection of each contestant is normal and will not affect their entire game. There may be a problem with the live broadcast, and we are still investigating." The person in charge gradually weakened in Talus's increasingly cold eyes. Talus rubbed her brows, her eyes full of worry. The incident happened too suddenly, and most importantly, it was not only Moran representative who was present, so it was hard to say that this was an accident. As if seeing through her thoughts, Nai patted her shoulder and told her to calm down. "Don't worry, she will be fine." Nai knew how much Talus wanted to protect Fusey, and she didn't need to show up in this final, but Talus still insisted on coming to the competition site. The battle on the field did not stop for a moment, but they could not see any pictures, and anxiety and boredom spread in everyone's heart. What's going on? What does Mike's event maintenance department do? Why did they have to stop at this time when there was no other time to do it? Match point. That's match point. Damn it, I still want to see Ishin turn the tide and defeat 4 opponents in one match. There were more and more complaints like this, and Bailey had to stand up to maintain order and calm the crowd. When they were at a loss, the person in charge of Mike suddenly rushed out from the backstage, trotting all the way to Talus and Bailey, and said nervously, "There's a problem with the backstage data control, and the live broadcast may not be restored. Terminate the game immediately." Talus said in a deep voice. "No." The person in charge immediately refuted, and then realized that the person in front of him was not easy to mess with, and softened his tone. The new type of simulation warehouse used in this final was put into use on a large scale for the first time. If the game is forcibly terminated, not only will all the resources invested in the early stage be wasted, but it may also cause irreversible damage to the contestants' spirits. Talus closed her eyes. It was meaningless to pursue it now. The most important thing was to solve the problem instead of raising the problem. In other words, now we can only wait for the game to end naturally, and cannot intervene manually. Talus said faintly. The person in charge wiped his sweat nervously. Yes, it's just that there is a problem with the broadcast settings. The competition venue will not be affected at all. Forcibly ending it will be counterproductive. Bailey thought about it. The game has come to an end. After Fusey and the others finish and announce the results of the game to complete the final process, they can export the video from the game system to fill in the gaps in the event records. There won't be too many problems. As for the audience on the scene, I can only give them some souvenirs to compensate for their emotions. Fusey and the others were unaware of all these changes. She was being attacked by the suddenly resurrected Ania. Although she noticed her movements in time and avoided the fatal blow, she was still entangled by her ghostly and flexible body. Fusey found an interesting thing. This lively Ania had a very familiar aura. So that's it, Fusey dodged another attack and grabbed her wrist with her backhand. The familiar aura was even stronger. How did you get in? Ania snorted coldly, dislocated her elbow, and got away from Fusey's hand in the blink of an eye, like a slippery loach. Fusey raised her eyebrows. The review post of the mic competition is really a freeloader. They don't even know that a mouse has sneaked in. Not far away, Sheki pursed his lips. Of course, he also recognized the source of the strange energy in Ania, or no one present knew it better than him. It was a dark blue energy fluctuation. It was ridiculous that Yulan, who had been stolen from Banj's house for many days, appeared in the mic finals. But the fact is that it happened. Fusey casually pointed the scepter at Ania. Tell me your purpose. Ania looked at her contemptuously. Compared with the competition NPC, who could only run instructions according to the code, her expression now was more like a young emperor holding the power of the ocean. She stretched her hand upwards, and the entire sea area changed rapidly. The endless nothingness replaced the seabed. The mermaid attendants who fought hard, the submarines hunting humans, and the sacred and wide altar all disappeared. Everyone calmed down and looked down to see a mirror lake, which clearly reflected their figures. Except for Ina and Lin Xian, who had already been eliminated, all the contestants were teleported to the mirror lake. There was also an alien. Ania kicked her calf. She looked no different from a human at this moment. She was tall, and had long silver hair over her shoulders. Do you think I will tell you? Ania's lips opened and closed, and the sound was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Fusey stood up, and suddenly switched from a fish tail to a human leg. It took her a while to adapt. Xingqi suddenly raised his head, and stared at Ania. She spoke in Moros. 2547, you are so cruel. Ania narrowed her eyes, and pulled the corners of her lips slightly. The incinerator is so hot and painful, but you pushed me in without even looking at me. Hearing the familiar number, Fusey was unmoved. Are you reminiscing about the past? Ania's eyes swept from the faces of Sheki and others, and said with interest, do your teammates know who you are? Do your mentors, your classmates, and your opponents know who you are? Fusey's expression was slightly cold. From the moment she said the first sentence, the confrontation between the two suddenly began. Waves of huge and terrifying energy exploded on the mirror lake. Ania had no intention of dodging at all. She risked her broken limbs to pierce her body. It was a completely self-inflicted style of fighting. It's no wonder that she is so crazy and radical. Yulan can quickly repair her body and energy loss. If she continues to fight like this, only Fusey will suffer. Fusey stopped, and strangely, Ania did not continue to attack actively. 2547, I give you a chance to repent. As long as you're willing to apologize to me, I tell you how to get out of here. How about that? Ania's eyes scraped across her face like a bone knife, and she was bound to find a trace of guilt and reluctance on her face. Who knew that Fusey was still calm in the face of a mountain collapse? She touched her chin and caught the loophole in Ania's words. Get out of here. It seems that your accomplices have closed the stadium. What will happen if you force yourself to get out? Ania said coldly, your consciousness will be left here forever, just like interstellar dust that will never fall to the ground. Oh, Fusey nodded perfunctorily, that's it? Ania looked at her expression, trying to find a trace of urgency and fear on her face. However, Fusey was calmer than she thought. That's right, 2547 has been like this since the moment they met. It's really infuriating. Ania tilted her head, as if she had discovered something interesting again. She raised her hand, grabbed the necks of the other 7 people present, and pulled them fiercely into the mirror lake. Her power was too strong and strange. Feng Qingye and others, who had been drained of their spiritual power, had no means of resistance. Luoyi wanted to escape, but it was as if the lock mechanism was unlocked, and the silver blue chain followed him like a shadow. You don't consider yourself. Don't you consider your current teammates? Ania said with a smile. Her sharp fingertips pointed at Sheki and others one by one. You know me, although I can't beat you, it's still easy to control these trash. Let me see. Banshee, Feng Zhao, Lu Yu, Yanxi are all here. If they die in Moran's territory, the diplomatic issues alone will be enough to make you anxious for a while, right? Ania slowly clenched her palms, and the light circles around everyone's neck slowly shrank. Seeing Fusey didn't say anything, Ania turned her eyes to the other side, and her eyes suddenly became hot. I heard that you found your own guide. When I knew the news, I was very curious. What good stuff can an ungrateful trash like? Ania lifted Xingqi's neck, and put it in front of her eyes to look carefully. Seeing that Fusey's eyelids didn't even twitch, she couldn't help but doubt. No way, there are sentinels who can tolerate their guides being humiliated under their noses. Ania pinched Xingqi's chin and teased with a very bad taste. Why don't you give up now and follow me? Xingqi looked at the delicate face of the person in front of him. For the first time, he directly experienced that temperament would change a person's appearance. Now Ania is full of ruffian spirit, and the whole person is completely different from noble and elegant. And this face is unexpectedly familiar. Your cognition seems to be a little biased. Ahem, the energy ring on Xingqi's neck made it difficult for him to get blood to his brain, and his consciousness became a little fuzzy. 6785. A failed product that relies on body transformation, how can you compare to a single hair of hers? If he was not mistaken, the transformed experimental subject lying on the operating table in Fusey's memory was Ania in front of him. Hearing the number from his mouth, Ania was stunned for a moment, and she turned her head in disbelief and asked, You even told him this? What right does he have? Fusey saw her hysterical questioning and spread her hands. What do you want? Did Defir send you here just to hear my apology? Ania calmed down, threw Xingqi away, and returned her attention to Fusey again. We are here for you. Don't try to get away with it. Fusey lowered her eyes. Facing Ania's hideous face, she was really annoyed. The game was messed up by Ania to this extent, and the victory or defeat was meaningless. As Ania said, Fusey would never let the sensitive family descendants like Sheki die in Moran, let alone her teammates. Let alone Luoyi. If Fusey made a mistake, she would have a headache. Fusey opened and closed her palms. She had used her spirit body to deal with Weir last time, and her body was already in danger. If she did it again, it would inevitably lead to collapse and damage. By then, her consciousness would still remain in the simulation cabin, but her body outside would die. She would probably be trapped here forever for this ridiculous reason. Fusey snorted and laughed. When could these pros and cons of thinking restrain her behavior? Remember, Fusey raised her eyelids. I just want you to die. Before she finished speaking, the night was like ink, and everyone's mouth, nose and eyes fell into darkness. Chapter 149. Everyone was drowned in a thick black fog like ink. Strangely, there was no discomfort, but there was a faint pressure in the heart that could not be ignored. A bit like the feeling of suddenly entering the deep sea and being baptized by water pressure. In the chaos, everyone only heard Ania's angry shout. Aren't you seriously injured and unable to use your spiritual body? Fusey played with her lazily like a cat playing with a mouse. Don't worry, no matter how bad I am, I can't let you come here in vain. I will definitely make your neck and head take different flights and pack them up and return to Defil. Ania cursed again. Her voice was so urgent that the last sound was close to breaking, and the whole person fled in panic like a lizard with its tail plucked. The moment Sheki was wrapped in the black fog, there was only one thought in his mind. It was her. This feeling of oppression and suffocation like a large army approaching, just like that night 10 years ago. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Fusey had no scruples. Wherever the black fog permeated was her domain, and Ania had no place to hide. The data of the final venue had been modified by someone, and Ania was equivalent to a conceptual god here. In simple terms, she was in control of the strongest rule power here. The game had not yet been decided, and Fusey's use of her spirit body was equivalent to actively breaking the bet. Therefore, Fusey vented all her anger on Ania. I want to see who is the blind guide who colluded with the mic event officials to let you bastards in this time. Fusey stepped forward and approached Ania's body, which was trying hard to hide. Fusey raised her hand, and the layers of black fog immediately leaned on it, transforming into a soft and slender tentacle that wrapped around her palm. On the other side, dozens of sharp tentacles chased Ania like iron spikes. If there was any flaw, they would pierce her like a sieve. Ania was actually not afraid of this kind of physical attack at all. She had the infinite recovery ability of Yuan. Even if she was killed and only had a head left, she could still recover as long as she was given enough energy and time. but Fusie's ability was too abnormal. In her domain, all of Ania's recovery abilities were reduced to only 1% of the original. Ah! Before Ania could figure out how to deal with it, Fusie mercilessly pierced her 2 knees and made her kneel on the ground. Fusie played with the soft and obedient tentacle and walked in front of her. Come, it's your turn to explain who sent you here, and who colluded with the official mic event team to give you the authority. Ania bit her lower lip. As an experimental subject, she had no power to fight back under Fusie. It was like this more than 10 years ago, and it is still like this now. Why? Why is this happening? Obviously, their genomes are the same, and they have undergone the same gene editing experiments. Don't want to say it? Seeing her silence, Fusie raised a determined smile. Let me guess where your body is now. Hearing this, Ania slowly raised her head, staring at the bloodstains that slowly slid down the corner of Fusie's lips, and sneered disdainfully, You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to attack my body? Fusie wiped off the bloodstains that overflowed from the corner of her lips without caring. The collapse had already reflected on the consciousness body, which meant that the body outside could not hold on for long, and she had to solve the trouble in front of her as soon as possible. Sizzle, sizzle, the sound of piercing through the flesh was heard in succession, and the pitch-black tentacles turned into dozens of afterimages, quickly nailing into the joints and vital points of Ania. Because the healing effect of Yuan still exists, Ania will not die immediately. When the consciousness dies, the body outside will also die. Fusie touched her chin. For you, this rule should not exist, right? Ania widened her eyes in horror. She could clearly sense that Fusie's murderous intent was boiling violently. It was obvious that Fusie decided to test the feasibility of this rule herself. Wait! AI Fusieki? You can't kill me. Ania moved her limbs, trying to escape from Fusie's spiritual body. Sizzle Fusie impatiently stretched out her hand to point at her, and the tentacles as thick as a mallet pierced her abdomen. Ania's voice stopped abruptly. The experimental subject's sense of touch was more sensitive than that of a normal sentinel, and her sense of pain was 3 times that of a normal sentinel. She opened her mouth, and a hoarse groan of pain escaped from her throat. Fusie rubbed her ears, and a faint trace of blood stained her fingers. Don't scream. You are being used as a gun, and you are still happily counting money. The old man Morin had so many opportunities to attack and interfere, but he chose to stay put and waited until I returned to Morin before sending you here. Those who know him think that he is indecisive, and those who don't know him think that he sent you here specifically for me to kill, Fusie said with a smile. She used her spirit body to isolate the sound and picture of this space, and Sheki and others could not see or hear her conversation with Ania. Fusie patiently said, If you still want to keep a secret from Morin, then we have nothing to talk about. Ania's face was twisted in pain and hesitant for a moment. Fusie saw her hesitation and continued to seduce. You know me, I'm not interested in killing people. Tell me your purpose, and I can let you go. At worst, wait until she leaves Morin before taking action. Hearing her say this, the instinct of survival outweighs the loyalty to Morin. Ania said, This time we come? Sizzle Fusie's figure suddenly twisted. Fusie raised her hand with a sense of something, and the gradually transparent palm indicated a not-so-good fact. Her body was irreversibly damaged, and her consciousness began to disintegrate. In just a few breaths, the overwhelming black fog dissipated, Ania moved her arms and legs, and the terrifying recovery power of the dark blue made her body instantly regain mobility. Fusie tilted her head and said clearly, You are delaying time, there are people outside to pick you up. Heh, Ania snorted coldly, and was interrupted by Fusie before she could mock. Okay, let's go out and continue playing. Fusie took a step forward with her last bit of strength, and the crack spread from her feet like a broken mirror. The whole mirror lake was shaken by the powerful mental power, and shook continuously. Anya's pupils shrank slightly, her lips moved slightly, and she murmured, Madman. Fusie used her mental body mutation skills to forcibly rewrite the internal rules of the mic competition system, and forcibly sent everyone's consciousness out of here, at the cost of most of her own mental power. What's more, her body in the simulation chamber is now in an uncertain state of life and death. Using so much mental power to rewrite the rules is tantamount to seeking death. At the same time, don't stop me. Laikia? Fusie is still down there. Nothing can happen to her. Talus was very excited, and Nai held her shoulders tightly to prevent her from entering the area below where the simulation chamber was placed. A few minutes ago, the indicator light representing the vital signs of Fusie's simulation chamber began to flash continuously, which meant that the vitality of the contestants in it was gradually lost. Talus immediately ordered the person in charge of Mike to immediately shut down the operation of the simulation chamber, at least to preserve the vital signs of the contestants, who knew that the person in charge was about to explain, and his mouth was full of black and bloody blood. It didn't take long for his eyes, nose and mouth to melt into a pool of black and red tissue fluid that could not be seen. Talus saw this scene, and there was nothing she didn't understand. This was clearly a way to kill people and silence them after the plan was successful. This person was a scapegoat who was pushed to the surface. Talus wanted to shut down the operation of the simulation chamber immediately, but was stopped by Nye again. Nye urged, "Believe in Fusey. If you shut down the simulation chamber now, it will only cause all the contestants' consciousness to be lost in the competition system. Wait a little longer." Bailey was sweating as he watched from the side. Not to mention that Tan Sui-yin and Mahard were still at the scene. With such a big change, if Sheki and others died in Morin, Tan Sui-yin would never tolerate it easily. Unlike the peace-loving Morin, Tan Sui-yin and Morin were both radical war advocates. They kept a close eye on the mistakes of other galaxies, and then invaded in the name of maintaining justice or the majesty of the rulers. Bailey was very familiar with the expression on Manhart's face at this moment. He wished that Morin would be in chaos at this moment. Anyway, the two teams on the field had nothing to do with the fear. They would not lose if anyone died, so they were happy to see it happen. Is the peace that the three military academies have maintained for hundreds of years going to be destroyed today? The more Bailey thought about it, the more frightened he became. If Tanya's 100-year glory was destroyed in his hands, he would be blamed for his death. At the critical moment, the situation suddenly changed. There was a loud noise from the stadium, and the simulation chamber in the center of the stadium exploded. The high heat generated by the explosion directly vaporized the nutrient solution and repair solution in the simulation chamber, and condensed into small water droplets after contacting the outside air. The entire stadium was shrouded in a layer of shadowy mist. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. There were people whispering in the spectator seats, but now it was silent. "Who is that? Who is on the field?" someone suddenly exclaimed. Talus hurriedly looked over, and saw a conspicuous white in the white mist that diffused on the field after the explosion. The person was tall, with long silver white hair neatly tied behind her. A black and gold semicircular badge was worn on her left shoulder. She was wearing the standard combat uniform of the Morin army. The lining was tightly fitted, but the coat was just draped over her shoulders. She was capable but a little lazy. Her body proportions were very superior. She easily stepped into the half-person-high simulation chamber, stretched out her arms, and gently carried out the body with a stopped heart. Talus calmed down, and the anxious look on her face turned into confusion. "Ifsiki?" Nye said meaningfully. It seems that someone had anticipated it, and made preparations in advance. Fusey took the broken body out of the simulation chamber, carefully looked at the degree of damage, and sighed. "This body has been used for 3 years, and now it is scrapped. I am still a little reluctant." Ifsiki stared at the blue and cloudless sky above, turned her face coldly. "Get out." 6785. Chapter 150. Compared to Fusey's original voice, the voice of this body is more cold and majestic. Although her tone is rising, it will never give people the illusion of being gentle and approachable. Fusey certainly doesn't think that 6785 is so stupid that she will show up as soon as she calls. She is not Fusey's opponent in the world with fixed data rules, let alone now. Fusey raised her eyes, and her sharp eyes swept across the highest viewing seats, inch by inch, taking in everyone's reactions. 6785 dared to sneak into the mic competition site to cause trouble for her. There must be someone behind the scenes instructing her. Fusey saw the body of the mic leader with melted mouth and nose, Talus's anxious and worried face, Tan Sui-yin's half-smiled eyes, and a dark gaze in the corner that was hard to ignore. The scene was too chaotic. The sudden explosion of the simulation warehouse caused many students to scream, and some people wanted to leave in the chaos. Fusey lowered her head. Ai Fuziki's face was no secret in Morin. Many people had seen her through interstellar reports, but she no longer cared to hide her identity. The simulation chambers behind her made emergency stop humming sounds, and with several start prompt sounds, Inan and others woke up suddenly. Before they could see the figure in front of them clearly, they heard a girl with an ice stone texture. Inan, close all entrances and exits, including the emergency passage. Inan subconsciously followed her order, and then he suddenly realized something and blurted out, "You know?" Fusey glanced at him, and answered irrelevantly, "Something has sneaked in. The patrol route of the monitoring star must have been modified manually. You should conduct a self-inspection immediately." Inan nodded blankly. Countless data codes flashed in his silver-gray pupils, and the whole person froze in place. Luoyi hadn't reacted to what happened yet. He poked Fusie's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Why did you become like this?" Fusie turned her face. Her eyes became a purer ice blue, her face was more delicate, and her silver-white hair was longer. She looked like an enlarged version of Fusie, so Luo, he could still recognize her. "There's no way. Someone has installed a small explosive device in my simulation chamber, trying to completely kill me on the field." Fusie's voice was very light, and it was impossible to tell whether her mood was good or bad. Ina woke up earlier because she was eliminated early. She lowered her head and was silent in a rare way. Compared with the panic of others, Ina had already had some premonitions. Fusie stopped her from revealing the secret of the twin spirits, to a certain extent, to slow down the timing of Defil noticing her, and on the other hand, she noticed the inconsistency of Ania. What else could Ina say? Should she praise her for being thoughtful? She could think of so many things in such an emergency, but she didn't consider her own safety. Ina's expression was complicated, and she was about to speak, but Fusie made a subtle and brief eye contact with her, suppressing the words she was about to say. Fusie did expect that there would be all kinds of accidents in the finals, but she didn't expect that the one who was sent out to be the first to come out would be 6,785, a useless person. Manhard, as Morin's most useless adopted son, has a lot of power in his hands. The deployment of 6,785 this time is inseparable from him. Enen's eyes flashed with a dark light, and his movements returned to smoothness. All exits have been closed, and the whereabouts of suspicious persons are being checked. The results are expected to be out in 15 minutes. Luo was about to ask something when he heard the sound of the simulation chamber opening from the other side, and the members of Bailuan's team also woke up. Fusie turned around and met Feng Qingye's solemn gaze. He was not an ignorant student who didn't care about the world. He had seen a lot of intergalactic battles since he was a child. As for Fusie's identity, what was there for him to not understand when he saw the iconic silver hair and blue eyes? What's more, the body used for disguise was held in her arms, without any intention of covering it up. "How do you feel?" Fusie said in a calm voice. Sheki shook his head gently. "It's okay, the consciousness returned in time, thanks to you." In that case, Fusie interrupted his unspoken thanks, turned to look at the people in the spectator seats, and said in a cold tone, "Immediately check the mental fluctuation values of everyone present, and control those who are abnormal on the spot to prevent future troubles." Talus nodded in agreement, but someone was not happy and immediately retorted, "Who are you to dare to order us? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? I can come here today to give you more than enough face. Is this how you treat guests?" Fusie raised her eyes slightly, and Manhart's face was full of provocation and arrogance, looking like a toad showing off his power. Fusie said slowly, "Your father is the chairman of Morin Kailgal Defil, right?" Manhart originally wanted to use his father's name to intimidate this guy, who came out of nowhere. You know, most Moran people have no background and no support, and they dare not confront the chairman of Defil who holds real power. So Manhart admitted loudly, "Yes, that's right, my respected father sent me to attend this." Before he finished speaking, the people around him suddenly vacated his body, forming a vacuum zone. The last scene Manhart saw was Bailuan's slightly compassionate look. The black fog that rose from the ground was like the most advanced enemy-seeking flying thunder, piercing Manhart's chest in the blink of an eye. The blood spurted out more than 3 meters long. Fortunately, Bailuan dodged in time, otherwise he would have been contaminated by blood. Fusie said lightly, "So that's how it is. The great chairman can only teach such a waste." It really surprised me. Fusie raised her eyelids, and the black tentacles like clouds and fog compressed themselves into a ball, and finally only the size of a palm was left, turning into a 3-headed strange bird perched on Fusie's shoulder. Talus witnessed the murder scene that happened so fast that it was impossible to stop. The victim was an important representative sent by Defil. "Calm down. Are you sane now?" Talus held the stands with both hands. If there was no barrier above the stadium, she would have jumped down to Fusie's side. Fusie put the body in her arms on the ground, and the strange bird on her shoulder instantly transformed into a giant python, swallowed the broken body in one gulp, and then returned to the strange bird form, leaning against Fusie's face affectionately. "Don't be nervous, Talus, I'm sober." Fusie raised her face, her lips slightly curled. Mullen sent a waste here himself. Isn't it just to let others solve it for him? Sheki heard Fusie's ending tone, and the habit of pausing in sentences, and his heart trembled slightly, almost unable to suppress his impulse. Fusie shook the non-existent dust on her sleeves and said coldly, "Enen, have you found any records of suspicious people entering and leaving? It is true that there are people behind 6785, But if they want to come and go freely in Moran, they cannot do without the information supply brought by the internal and external cooperation. In other words, there must be someone in Tanya cooperating with their actions. Enan's eyes were full of data turbulence at the moment. Obviously, processing huge video data occupied his main attention. After a while, he replied, "The patrol trajectory of the monitoring star has indeed been modified manually. The changes are small and very obscure. The preliminary judgment is that the crime was committed by an insider." Bailey finally came back to his senses from the huge astonishment and said carefully, "To detect the mental fluctuations of the people present, we need to use the monitor of the Baiyuan, which may not be completed in a short time." He didn't finish the second half of the sentence. A diplomatic representative with a sensitive identity like Tan Sui-yin might not easily agree to cooperate with the search. Fusey said without hesitation, "Then we will put the whole of Tanya under martial law, and we must find out who sneaked into the competition site." After saying that, she looked at Tan Sui-yin sideways, her blue eyes reflecting the abrupt golden hair beside her ear. "The situation happened suddenly. I believe your highness can understand it, right?" Unexpectedly, Tan Sui-yin shrugged. "I just came to watch the game. I didn't expect this to happen. Since you want to investigate, I will cooperate with you with a clear conscience." Hearing this, Bailey couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This guy is notoriously difficult to deal with in Indiclair. Her agreement to cooperate really saved a lot of trouble. Fusey looked up and looked around. Many students who came to watch the game had not yet reacted to what happened. They were more curious about her appearance. After Manhard was shot dead by her, there were a few screams, and then there was a dead silence. It is unrealistic to force so many students and spectators to stay here. Bailey proposed a relatively mild solution. Most of the people present were Tanya's students, and some were loyal fans of Bailuolan. They followed Tanya from Gehrman to watch the game. In short, they were all military academy students. Tanya would be under martial law for 3 days to detect spies. During this period, an exchange academic meeting would be held and all students were welcome to participate. After all, the Sentinel Military Academy is different from ordinary military academies. The emotional loss of control of the Sentinels will cause more damage. It is best to complete the search in a tactful and gentle manner. Fusey tacitly agreed with Bailey's way of handling it. The bodies of the head of Mike and Manhard were still lying on the top viewing position. Bailey looked at the huge round hole in Manhard's chest and couldn't help but secretly groan. Isn't the spiritual body skill related to rewriting the rules? Why use such a simple and crude way to kill people in public? She is happy, but those who are engaged in diplomacy may have to drink a pot at the negotiation table. As if seeing through Bailey's concerns, Bailuan took the initiative to say, the Mike finals were due to the negligence of the person in charge, which led to the data leakage and spy invasion. Mr. Manhard was unfortunately killed by the genetic radiation weapon. All the teachers and students of Tanya expressed their condolences. He raised his eyes. "Do you think this is okay?" Bailey did not think of using this reason to prevaricate the Defei official, but this time Defei said more than just Manhard. If Bailuan insisted on Fusey's wanton killing of representatives from other countries, this matter would be difficult to handle. Now, people have even prepared the rhetoric, and they are very considerate to ask what he means. Bailey nodded. Although he still needed to block the malice of the spectators, it was the least likely to cause diplomatic conflicts. Bailuan picked up the light computer and wanted to report this emergency to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Defeer, but found that the signal had been blocked. Only the hidden dedicated line that Defeer inserted in Moran was still on. So fast? Bailuan was secretly shocked. Not only was the school under martial law, but even the Star Network transmission was blocked. This process took less than 10 minutes. Fusey and Enan had been communicating in the competition venue, so the people in the spectator seats did not notice Enan's abnormality. Seeing that the matter had been arranged, Fusey turned around and wanted to leave. She didn't need to intervene in the follow-up matters. Nyan Talis would report the situation to Shilai, and he would decide the main person to deal with the incident. Fusey's target from beginning to end was only 6785 and Manhard. They must die in Fusey's hands to rest assured. Seeing Apat and Fusey preparing to leave, the host who had been distracted for the whole game suddenly woke up and blurted out, "Hey, the result of the game has not been announced yet." Hundreds of eyes shot towards him, and a drop of cold sweat flowed from the host's temples. Fusey heard his voice, and paused slightly. She didn't know what she remembered, and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter anymore." After speaking, Fusey left the scene directly. Chapter 151. Help! Someone tell me this is all fake. If time could go back, I would never build a 100-story building on the forum to badmouth Apat. Why? Didn't the person who was seriously injured and had a high probability of being killed in the line of duty appear in Tanya? Although the school was under martial law, the internal campus network was still available, so the school forum was not shut down. Ivy Seki herself was not an unknown person, so in less than half a day, the entire school forum exploded. Why? I missed so many opportunities to take photos with my idol, damn it. Calm down. If you happen to pass Tanya's final exam and get a personal recommendation letter from Principal Bai, you can become a soldier in the Moran fleet, and then spend a dozen or 20 years making achievements, and maybe you can compete for the position of adjutant under her. Come on, everyone knows that Commander Zero never teams up with anyone, and has no adjutant of her own. She is a loner and never relies on group operations. By the way, is it okay for us to discuss like this? Won't the topic be banned? Don't worry, Tanya usually won't take the initiative to ban the topic unless someone reports it or mentions a key word. As long as the name of that person is not mentioned, they usually don't bother to care. Thinking about it now, it's still unbelievable. Why would the famous Zero come to participate in such a competition? This is too easy for her, right? By the way, I thought she didn't use her spirit body to save her strength until the finals to surprise everyone, but now it seems she just released it and killed instantly. There is a very strange point. Did you notice why her appearance is different from the interstellar report? It must be because she used something like a shape-shifting agent. The deterrence and form of that spirit body. There is no mistake, I have only seen this one in the entire universe. I didn't react at all when she killed that toad instantly. This is too cool. I still don't understand why that person came to participate in Mike. There are thousands of high-rise buildings behind to discuss why Fusey gave up her good position as a commander and came to Tanya to be an unknown tale. The analysis is well-reasoned, saying that she also discovered talents for Morin while recovering from her injuries, because the prizes of the Mike competition are just what she likes, or maybe it's just to experience the life of a student. There are all kinds of strange things, all kinds of speculations. Xing-Chi put down his laptop and stepped onto the stairs leading to the top floor of the swimming pool. Students were not prohibited from using the internal facilities of Tanya, but after all, it was a period of martial law, and some entertainment venues still restricted students from entering and leaving. But now, the entire swimming pool has been requisitioned by Fusey. Xing-Chi walked in lightly. The main light here was turned off by Fusey, and only the light reflected from the edge illuminated the clear water surface of the swimming pool. It was hard to believe that the central task of blowing up the entire school forum was still swimming leisurely here. Fusey heard footsteps, and a head popped out of the water, with silver-white hair floating on the water, covering her figure underwater. Xing-Chi took the initiative to speak. Yana asked me to tell you not to go back to the vicinity of the apartment recently. Every minute, someone sneaks in under the guise of passing by. Fusey lazily swam to the shore, propped her hands on it, and still had no intention of getting out of the water. Why doesn't she say it herself? Xing-Chi squatted down, and the closer he was, the clearer her flawless white eyelashes could be seen, each one distinct, and the silver-white hair color was shining. Because I want to see you. Fusey raised her eyelids, surprised by Xing-Chi's straightforwardness, but she regained her composure in just a moment. Oh? Let me guess. Are you here to ask about the information of 6785, or about Martha's past? She withdrew her hands from the shore, and stepped back a little, like a whale resting on the water to breathe, about to sink. Xing-Chi laughed. Is it only because of these two reasons that I came to you? Fusey raised her eyes, her gaze as cold as the water that enveloped her. Otherwise? You forced your way into my spiritual sea during the competition, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Sorry. Xing-Chi put away his smile and said sincerely, the situation is urgent. I saw your memory without permission. It's my fault. If you want any compensation. Forget it, Fusey said lightly. What kind of dazzling chips can a person who dares not even reveal his real name bring? Hearing her implication, Xing-Chi understood. He stretched out his hand to Fusey. Come up first? Your body and consciousness are still in the integration stage. I can help you. It's too hard to use a lot of exercise to run in. Fusey looked at his outstretched hand. Half of it was already immersed in the water. Because of the cold pool water, the knuckles were a little red, but it was still firmly hovering in front of her. Xing-Chi looked at her expression, and thought she would be rejected. Who knew that Fusey held his hand, slightly borrowed the force to jump out of the water, and turned ashore nimbly. She didn't use Xing-Chi to exert much force at all, just borrowed a fulcrum. Xing-Chi only felt that the force from his hand was like a seagull stopping for a while, and then flying away. Fusey smoothed her silver hair soaked by water and raised her chin towards the rest area beside her. Go there. She raised her foot and took a step forward. Her calf was strangely stiff for a moment, and she fell forward involuntarily. Xingqi raised his hand to help her, but Fusey pulled her collar to the side with ill intentions. When she fell into the water, Xingqi caught a glimpse of the interest that flashed in her eyes. Plop! Both of them fell into the water, causing a lot of splashes. Fusey was the first to float up from the water. She was already wet, so it was okay to get wet again. On the other hand, Xingqi was not so lucky. The originally ironed and silky shirt was directly soaked by water and became translucent, sticking to him stickily. His dark hair was soaked by water, and there were drops of water falling from his eyelashes. It was so miserable. Fusey had felt that this guy seemed to have grown taller before, completing the transition from a teenager to a young man. Now that his clothes were tight, it was even more obvious. The thin boyish feeling had completely disappeared from him. Xingqi was teased by Fusey once, but he was not annoyed. He kindly smoothed his wet hair and raised his eyes to ask Fusey, who was sitting on the shore, "Can I go up?" Fusey raised her eyebrows. She didn't have the habit of abusing people. The water was still too cold for a guide. "Come up," Fusey said in a calm voice. "Do you want me to help you?" Seeing her reach out her hand like he did just now, Xingqi didn't feel anything and pulled her hand up to the shore. Just as he recovered, he found that Fusey was staring at him. Xingqi lowered his eyes. His clothes were sticking to his body. Even if the light was not bright, he could see the outline of his abdominal muscles and chest muscles. It was a very perfect proportion. Fusey, however, stared at the side of his waist. Xingqi thought about it and simply opened his chest. His white and undulating muscles instantly broke away from the last layer of cover, and his thin and narrow waist and abdomen were presented to her without any obstruction. "Do you want to touch it?" Fusey looked at it for a while, and really stretched out her hand, and slowly put it on his ribs. Xingqi's heart skipped a beat, and the last drops of water on his eyelashes were shaken off by him. He said calmly, "You can be a little harder." Fusey's hand gently rested on his ribs. The fingers of her body were longer, and the bones on the back of her hands were obvious. It was a very thin pair of hands, but the power should not be underestimated. Xingqi's hot and active heart was just above her palm. At this distance, even the top sentinels could not react. Fusey just touched his skin and asked softly, "It has been broken many times here, right?" Xingqi lowered his eyes, and Fusey's ice blue eyes looked at him steadily, with a complicated expression, and her usually sensitive ability to detect emotions was out of control. "Yes," Xingqi nodded, and the hand that was originally holding the collar held Fusey's hand, and took her up. "Here, it's the same." Fusey sighed, stretched out her hand to pull his collar, and patted his neck. "It's too cold, come with me to the lounge." Except for the heavy force when she pulled him into the water just now, Fusey had always been restrained, and the two pats on his neck were as light as feathers. This entire entertainment building was requisitioned by Fusey, and the monitoring star was temporarily suspended, only guarding the periphery to prevent strangers from approaching. Xingqi was right. Every time she changed her body, there was a period of fusion. During this period of time, the body would be somewhat out of control, and the limbs would be stiff. The best way was to use the guide to open up the body's meridians. Forcibly running in through limb movements was actually a low-level method. She accidentally fell just now, but it was intentional that she suddenly pulled Xingqi into the water. In the lounge, Xingqi was forcibly wrapped in a blanket by Fusey, with only his head exposed. He was a little amused. "I'm not that fragile." Their clothes were quick drying, and they became soft and comfortable soon after leaving the water. It was really an exaggeration to put on such a thick blanket. "I thought you would stay away from this war." Fusey suddenly spoke. Xingqi was stunned and looked up at her. Fusey pointed to his chest, and her tone was not clear. "Your ribs and hand bones have traces of multiple fractures and splicing. After Martha died, you should have lived an ordinary life." "Who did this?" Xingqi stopped smiling. He carefully looked at Fusey's expression and said carefully, "Actually, there is nothing wrong with your arrangement. It was my own choice." "Hatred has no end." Fusey closed her eyes. "The moment you return to Defeer, you should have understood that this war of revenge will not end overnight." "I understand." Xingqi suddenly smiled bitterly. "Maybe it's a bit hypocritical to say this, but my fate has been doomed since I was born." He suddenly raised his head, and for the first time, his handsome face showed a fierce look. "You should understand. Isn't the appearance of 6,785 the best proof?" "Yes, the existence of 6,785 reminds Fusey of what happened in the laboratory all the time. Just like the hatred that Xingqi carries, it is never something that can be chosen." You said that you killed my mother, but I know that it was forced by the situation. Otherwise you would not arrange a new identity and new parents for me. As for what happened later, it really has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself, and don't feel guilty about it, Shang-Chi said slowly and firmly. He reached out and lifted the blanket draped over his body, gently placing it on Fusie's knees. Her calves were cramping. Guilt? Fusie laughed and shook her head gently. Don't think too highly of me. I didn't have such a strong desire to protect you 14 years ago. Yeah. Shang-Chi tentatively lifted Fusie's calf and stroked it with his fingers. The muscles twitched. You don't need to think about how painful it is. Fusie saw his movements and didn't stop him. She continued, I met Martha once. She helped me, so when she entrusted you to me before she died, I agreed. But I didn't want to get involved in the muddy waters of Defel at that time, so I left you in a remote star system and arranged for someone to fake your death, and then left you alone. Fusie rolled her eyes, and tried her best to recall that short time. Now it seems that he not only did not live an ordinary life, but was left with a body of disability and pain. The position of his ribs and hand bones was obviously due to multiple fractures without timely treatment. From the appearance alone, there is nothing unusual, but you can still feel that the bones are different from those of normal people when you touch them with your hands. The warm fingers rubbed the spasmodic muscles. Fusie lowered her eyes to watch his kneading movements, and an inappropriate thought came to her mind. If I took you back to Morin at that time. Fusie had just said the first half of the sentence, and before the second half came out, his fingers gently touched her lips. Shang-Chi's eyes were very soft. I am very happy that you have such an idea, but I don't want to be the second Shize. I don't want to be just your brother. He then added. Hearing this, Fusie raised her eyebrows and slapped his hand away. Shiza was not brought back to Morin by me. He is very special, and if we have to count by age, he is 2 years older than me. Somehow, the air was quiet for a while, and Shang-Chi's hands did not stop moving until all her spasmodic muscles were rubbed and smoothed. Shang-Chi hesitated for a moment, but still made an invitation. I can enhance the integration of your body and consciousness through spiritual counseling. Fusie's eyes moved, clearly depicting the uneasiness on Shang-Chi's face. He was afraid of being rejected by her. Fusie couldn't help laughing. I didn't have much desire to protect you 14 years ago. Hearing that she had brought the topic back, Shang-Chi lifted his eyelids, his eyes brightened a little, and he was expectant. For you now? Fusie's calf was cushioned by Shang-Chi's hot and tight legs, and she pressed it a little bit badly. What do you want me to say, huh? You said before that I refused to reveal my real name to you. Shang-Chi changed the subject, and the strength under his palm became a little heavier, because Maiga's Freeland Kadia is dead. I don't think the name of the dead needs to be mentioned repeatedly. Shang-Chi looked at her devoutly and gently. If you mind this issue, I apologize to you. He was sincere. He was too sincere. Fusie's scalp was numb, and she had a premonition that some silent noise in her heart was about to break through the silent soil above. In fact, I have already given you the answer. Fusie's silence did not last long, as if it was just a normal pause. On the night when Weir was attacked, you invaded the exhibition hall and followed me to the detention center where Luther was imprisoned. You disguised the scene after I left, right? Shang-Chi was amazed, but he did not dare to show the slightest flaw on his face. He still did not dare to bet that Fusie's feelings for him were positive enough. Fusie touched his cheek and stroked his thumb under his eyelashes, as if to comfort him. Yes or no? Shang-Chi's beautiful face was more lethal than Shize. When he was wronged, the corners of his eyes were red, and the tears would continue to fill his eyes, but would not fall, grasping the misty tears just right. Fusie stroked his wet eyes, and started to play the emotional card without saying anything. How could she ask? It's me, Shang-Chi confessed unexpectedly. When did you find out? Fusie shrugged. It's just a guess. There is no substantial evidence. Shang-Chi was stunned. Then you. Are you deceiving me? Fusie's lips curled slightly. I found that you have a good acting talent. Your anxiety, panic and helplessness are not all pretended, right? Thinking about it carefully, he seems to be very good at using weakness to arouse the other party's sympathy, warming up for the next interrogation or dialogue in advance, so as to achieve better negotiation goals or reduce the criticism he is about to receive. And this behavior is completely subconscious. Fusie believes that her tone is gentle enough, and she didn't give him a cold face. It's just a normal chat atmosphere. Why is there such a reaction? The only answer is that he is good at using this method to promote the development of events in the direction he expected, and it has become a subconscious reaction over time. Fusie narrowed her eyes, and the force of her thumb increased, leaving a red mark under his eyelashes. You have to listen carefully to what I say next. Ignoring his reaction, Fusey said to herself, the spy infiltration in the finals is definitely not as simple as it seems. They should have a backup plan. There has been no movement from Posilis until today. I guess he is waiting for the right time. If the identity of a Fuseki appears in the public eye again, it will definitely bring endless troubles. I must solve it before things escalate. Xingqi caught a key name. Posilis is the current warden of the interstellar prison. There were rumors that he and Commander Moran had a big grudge. Now it seems that the rumors are true. If there is an accident later, I hope you can cooperate with me, Maigas. Revenge is not something that can be achieved overnight. You need enough armed forces, and the power within to feel to gradually disintegrate it. Moran, that old man, is ignorant, but he still has some tricks. He knows that whoever he sends here today may not escape death, so he lets that waste manhard test my attitude. If he survives, it's a win, and if he dies, it doesn't matter. He knows too well how to use a person's value. Fusey's voice became fainter and fainter, and even the silver-white hair tails were shining coldly. He still hasn't given up on arresting me, even if I go to Moran. After saying that, she sneered. Sooner or later, I will let him die in my hands. Xingqi had no chance to interrupt her, and was forced to listen to all the confidential information. There have been rumors that the current commander of Moran, Eve Siki, was an experimental subject snatched back from the field by Governor Shilai, but this statement is too absurd and unsubstantiated. Moreover, Eve Siki and Moran have met several times in the federal parliament, and the atmosphere is not as tense as imagined. So the rumor was shattered. Xingqi's eyes refocused on Fusey's face. It turned out that the rumor was somewhat credible. You have seen my memory. I was indeed born in the underground laboratory of Moros. There is nothing to hide, Fusey said calmly. Xingqi felt that he should say something at this time, but he sighed that the language was too pale and powerless to express his feelings at the moment. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't deny my hatred for Moran, but if you want me to help you get revenge, you have to pay a price. Xingqi blurted out, no. Fusey pulled her calf out of his hand, and stood up with her legs restored to normal. She took out her own light brain. Don't rush to deny it, take a look at this first. Fusey called up a densely packed list interface, and threw it casually. Xingqi caught it accurately, lowered his head in confusion, but widened his eyes when he saw what was in his hand. Fusey looked at his face from sunny to cloudy, and said leisurely, what do you think? Do you want to continue to refute? Xingqi looked at this densely packed list, and his voice trembled slightly. Is this true? This list is complicated, and many people are well-known figures in the Defil Tribunal. Their faces often appear in the economic and political columns of the Interstellar Report. Xingqi slowly clenched the light brain in his hand. Fusey, of course it's true. I don't need to use a fake list to deceive you. No wonder he was so surprised. This list is the names of all the people who harmed the Cadia family 14 years ago. Some of them have disappeared, and some are active in major interstellar agencies. Xingqi has been collecting the list of perpetrators back then, and has also obtained some useful information, but it is not as detailed as Fusey's. Such an important thing, is it okay to show it to me? Xingqi lowered his hand. Fusey looked around, but there was no wine in the lounge here, so he could only take a bottle of rose citrus soda and drink it. Look, not only will I show it to you, I will send it directly to your light brain in a while. Xingqi was flattered and asked nervously, what do you need me to do? Fusey glanced at him with a smile. The time is not right yet, but I guess they will come to you soon. Xingqi took a deep breath, and put the light brain in his hand on the armrest next to him. Before he could speak, the door of the lounge was suddenly knocked. The two of them paused, and Ayane's voice came from outside the door. Fusey, the people from the interstellar prison have arrived. Are you inside? Fusey and Xingqi looked at each other, and both saw a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. Some people could no longer hold back. Chapter 152. Friends who often kill people must know that the law is long, and there is no loophole. As a super-interstellar law enforcement agency, the interstellar prison under the control of Posilis has been certified by the Federation, can enforce the law across the stars, and has the first right to arrest. In other words, as long as Posilis has a suitable reason, he can freely enter and exit the main space stations of major galaxies to carry out arrests. The moment Fusey exposed her spirit body, she knew that Posilis would not miss this opportunity to make trouble for her. Although the appearance of Ifuziki is not well known, her spirit body is too recognizable. The only biological spirit body without a physical object and a fixed shape in the known universe. No one knows how many forms Ifuziki's spirit body has, and no one knows her specific spirit body mutation skills. Judging from the few battle data, Ifuziki has rule-based skills, and the specific rewriting conditions and the extent to which it can be rewritten are unknown. Ms. Fuziki, a citizen of Moran, is detained for illegally entering the main city of Defil, Moros, illegally entering the main city of Indicler, Qingyu, and illegally participating in a series of activities. You will be escorted back to the Danceta Space Fortress after a 6-hour suspension. Pozilis looked indifferent, like a repeater without any emotion, and read Fuzi's verdict seriously. Because Pozilis came suddenly, Bailey could only clean up a conference room for him to use as an office area. Fuzi stood below and looked at Tan Suiyan in the witness seat and said meaningfully, "I thought you had some tricks." Tan Suiyan glanced at her, without any embarrassment of being stabbed in the back. "I just did what a law-abiding interstellar citizen should do." Fuzi smiled. "You are right. As a good citizen who abides by the law, I will make amends now." Tan Suiyan saw the smile on her face, and suddenly had a bad premonition. "Lord Pozilis, I report that the 6,785th experimenter illegally entered Moran and illegally invaded the mic competition system, causing Mr. Manhard to be implicated and killed on the spot. I apply for the means of arresting him first, and then reporting him to prevent Chairman Defay from shielding the criminal." Fuzi said word by word. Pozilis raised his eyes. He was very tall, with deep and three-dimensional facial features, a clear jawline, and a very high degree of facial folding. Because his eyelids always pressed down half of his eyeballs, his whole temperament exuded a gloomy horror that never dissipated all year round. Fuzi looked at him, and confirmed that she did not see any hatred in his eyes. More than 10 years of precipitation seemed to make him forget the discord he had with Fuzi. Looking at his businesslike and cold appearance, it is hard to associate him with the hysterical and almost crazy person back then. "Ms. Ivy, let me remind you that false reports and misreporting will increase your sentence. Please be careful." Pozilis emphasized the last few words. Of course, Vu was not unprepared. There is a spare simulation chamber equipment on the 3rd underground floor of Tanya Library. The nearby monitoring star detected the abnormal mental fluctuations inside, and implemented control over it as early as yesterday. You can check the input data and usage time of the simulation chamber as physical evidence. 6785 is being held there at this time. As for the witness, I believe Mr. Bailuan Oddby is willing to testify for me. Mr. Manhard's death is closely related to 6785. Fuzi said slowly. Tan Suiyan's first reaction was absurdity. At that time, thousands of people and thousands of eyes saw Fuzi controlling the spirit to kill people. Even if Bailuan was willing to give false testimony for her, and asked a random spectator at the scene, this lie would be like paper wrapped around fire, and it would be gone in smoke. However, Tan Suiyan met Fuzi's eyes the next second, and found that her eyes were full of provocation. She remembered something and turned her head to look at Poseidon's expression. Sure enough, she saw that the indifferent warden had been holding the light brain in his hand until it made a clacking sound. "Okay, as you said, Lucifer, take people to capture the experimental subject number 6785. If you encounter resistance, you can use the 3rd-level coercive means." Poseidon gave orders to his subordinates behind him. Lucifer immediately responded and led the team to execute the arrest order. Tan Suiyan couldn't believe it. Posiris believed Fuzi's one-sided statement without even seeing the witness? His fairness and integrity were eaten by dogs? Tan Suiyan opened his mouth to speak, but heard Posiris's cold voice. "Now, Ms. Fuziki, do you have any other rebuttal?" He paused, and then said, "Your probation is only 6 hours. If no bailer provides evidence of your innocence within this time, you will be escorted directly to Danceta. The interstellar prison is located in the core of the Danceta Space Fortress." Something is wrong. Tan Suiyan's eyes turned back and forth between Fuzi and Posiris. Why did she feel that Posiris couldn't wait to execute Fuzi on the spot? The probation was only 6 hours. Posiris could still say that he was cooperating with her plan to escort Fuzi back to the interstellar prison as soon as possible to prevent accidents. Now, he did not hesitate to handle the report case filed by Fuzi. His eagerness was almost written on his face. Tan Suiyan knew that Fuzi and Posiris had had a big conflict, but more than 10 years had passed, and his hatred shouldn't be so strong. No, that's not right. As the warden in charge of the interstellar prison, the biggest reason why Posiris was elected was because he was fair enough and his emotional stability was particularly outstanding among the Sentinels, making him the least like a Sentinel. What did Fuzi do back then to make him hate him? The warden is the position where personal feelings should not be generated, and he should not have such emotions as hatred. Tan Suiyan thought about it, and realized that this was actually beneficial to her. After all, her original plan was to cause some trouble for Fuzi, and let her leave Moran's shelter. Sending her to the interstellar prison was the most convenient and quickest way. then she had no reason to interfere. As for what the conflict was between Fusey and Posiris, it would be the same if he investigated it later. The most urgent task was to make Fusey confess her guilt, and then send her to the interstellar prison. As for the subsequent eradication plan, Tan Suiyan still needs the cooperation of Posilis, and there is no benefit in questioning him at this time. Fusey has been absent-mindedly looking at the pattern of Tanya's school emblem on the table. Lucifer is the second in command of the interstellar prison, and his ability should not be underestimated. It should be easy to catch 6785. In fact, in the 6th hour after the finals, Enon searched out 6785's hiding place, but he had not yet screened out the candidates who were working with her. Fusey asked him to control the place, and not to alert the snake for the time being, pretending that he had not discovered it. Tanya's students did not know that there was a secret of the 3rd underground floor of the library. With so many students coming in and out every day, it was easier for 6785 to relax his vigilance. 6785 would never have thought that Fusey would hold back after finding her. Fusey's killing intent was so obvious at that time that she even exposed her spirit body. Anyone who saw it would think that she wanted to kill 6785 on the spot. However, this was not the case. Time went back an hour ago. Xingqi and Fusey met Ina in the lounge of the swimming pool, and Lucifer followed behind Ina. Lucifer and Posiris were completely different. After all, the boss was already an indifferent and cold iceberg. As a subordinate, he had to be tactful and take care of everything. Lucifer said to Fusey respectfully, "Ms. Ai Fusiki, you are suspected of illegal border crossing according to the report of enthusiastic citizens. Please come with me. The warden will personally preside over this sentencing meeting." Fusey and Ina exchanged glances, and were not surprised by the charges Lucifer put on her. Fusey glared at Lucifer's official manner and thought back. In fact, as the commander of Moran, she really couldn't enter the two main cities of Qingyu and Moros without permission. As Tanya's student, Fusey could of course go to the mic competition, but if it was as the commander of Moran of Eseki who sneaked in, it would be suspected of a serious crime of destroying diplomatic relations. Xingqi turned his head and looked at Fusey, with inquiry in his eyes. Fusey thought it was easy to get away with it. Although most people had already determined that Fusey was of Eseki yesterday, she used two bodies, and the technology of switching between the two bodies had long been banned. If Eseki could just deny Fusey's identity. In this way, she could escape the crime of illegal entry, and also shirk the use of forbidden techniques. It was simply the simplest way to kill two birds with one stone. But Fusey looked at Lucifer and said straightforwardly, "Okay." She confessed almost without hesitation. Why did Fusey admit to a crime that she could have gotten rid of? Xingqi was puzzled. "But I still have 2 words to say to my guide." Fusey winked at Xingqi and glanced at Lucifer. "Okay?" Lucifer still had a smile on his face and said kindly, "Of course, you still have basic civil rights now." Fusey took Xingqi to a compartment further inside, and black fog filled the room, creating a space that was absolutely isolated from the outside world. "It's faster than I thought," Fusey whispered. "I should be escorted back to Dancetu this time, and Posilis will not give me a chance to get rid of the crime." Xingqi wanted to say that you obviously have the opportunity and means to get rid of the crime, but when he saw the serious expression on her face, he swallowed the words that he had not spoken. "What do you need me to do?" Xingqi asked. Fusey shook her head and answered irrelevantly, "I have just sent the list to your light brain, remember to keep it." Xingqi slightly widened his eyes. "Just this matter?" Fusey tilted her head. "Why, are we going to have a reserved program of crying and hugging each other?" It can be heard that she was teasing, and her tone was relaxed. Xingqi pursed his lips, but still couldn't help asking the question he had always wanted to ask. "What kind of conflict did you and Posilis have before?" As soon as he asked, Xingqi regretted it a little. This was related to Fusey's personal privacy. She had no obligation to inform, and it was a bit offensive to ask so rashly. I thought Fusey would avoid this question, but she touched her chin and said frankly, "The cause, process, and result of the incident are very complicated. I make it short. I stole his guide." "Oh," Xingqi reacted for 2 seconds, and suddenly realized that he had heard shocking gossip. Chapter 153. Until Fusey was respectfully invited away by Lucifer, Xingqi said with a complicated expression, "Posilis can actually have his own guide?" As far as he knew, the warden was aloof and cold. The Dancetu Space Fortress, where he was in power, was located outside the 3 major galaxies. It was a typical no man's land, with gray and white interlaced and barbaric rules. Such a living environment can be called a bad one for a guide. As for the guide who was robbed by Fusey, Euphemia is currently the commander of the 12th Fleet of Moran. I have heard a little about the accident that happened in the interstellar prison that year. Ina looked at Fusie's back and explained for her. Xingqi looked sideways, and the expression on Ina's face was rarely complicated, as if she was choosing her words. She admired and sighed. I had the honor to fight with Euphemia. Her ability is very special. If she is really marked by Posilis and stays in Dancita forever, then this guide will definitely be buried. Xingqi seemed to understand something. Fusie followed Lucifer to the meeting room that Poseidon had temporarily used, and what happened next was roughly consistent with her speculation. Poseidon's attitude towards her was the same as before, and he would naturally not miss any opportunity to convict her. As long as Fusie was taken out of Moran and out of the jurisdiction of Shilai, Poseidon could join forces with Tan Sui-yin to directly attack Fusie. Time passed by minute, and Lucifer pushed the door open. According to him, after arriving at the third underground floor of the library, he brought back the experimental subject number 6785 without much effort. Lucifer also inspected the scene by the way. There was only one life form 6785 there, but there were traces of at least 3 people living there. Fusie looked at 6785. Her steps were weak, her face was as white as wax, and her pupils were out of focus. She had a sense of déjà vu of a mental disorder. 6785's eyes suddenly came alive the moment she saw Fusie, and she became excited. You knew it a long time ago, right? After the sudden intense emotion, she returned to a dead calm. You are right. You are right, ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. In the end I actually agreed with the nonsense you said back then. The smile on her lips was extremely bitter. Although the words she said were a little crazy, she was unexpectedly calm. Fusie didn't know what she had been through, but she could guess it from these 2 sentences. Lucifer said that there were traces of at least 3 people living on the 3rd floor underground, indicating that the invasion of the mic competition was a gang crime. In addition to 6785, the main force, there were 2 accomplices who assisted her to enter the competition system. But now the situation is very clear. 6785 has become a discarded child. Posilius ignored her crazy expression and just said coldly, does the suspect still have basic thinking consciousness? 6785 lowered his head and sneered. Of course, I am not yet at the point of being recovered. Fusie frowned. 6785's character is very simple. In her concept, black is black and white is white. She has a very clear position on herself. She is just a weapon in the hands of the power holder. Even if she is abandoned as a pawn, she will not reveal the mastermind behind the scenes and any useful information. Posilius obviously understood this point. He detained 6785 just to bet on Fusie's mouth. Such an experimental subject, escorting it back to Dancita might have an unexpected effect. 6785 itself does not have much power. The faint blue breath gives her the ability to revive infinitely, but it cannot make her naturally incomplete spiritual body evolve. She is still the failed product that needs to rely on mechanical transformation to enhance her combat power. Fusie retracted her gaze and bumped into Tan Sui-yin's inquiring eyes. She did not seem to hide her curiosity, and her eyes flowed back and forth between Fusie and 6785. AI Fusiki's severely bleached silver hair and 6785's dazzling golden hair are completely 2 extremes. Compared with AI Fusiki's dead face, 6785's bright and flamboyant appearance is a yellow rose blooming in the thorns. Even now covered with haze, it is completely different from AI Fusiki. At least in terms of appearance, they can be said to be very different. But Tan Sui-yin just feels that the look in their eyes that occasionally meet is exactly the same tacit understanding. They seem to be very familiar with each other, but for some reason, they have to stand on the opposite side. Tan Sui-yin's original plan was very simple. He asked Posilius to intervene in order to muddy the waters, and use his power to take AI Fusiki out of Moran. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to find an opportunity to take action. But now it seems that there is an unexpected gain. It is no secret that AI Fusiki was once a test subject of Defeer's secret experiment. 20 years ago, Shilai and Moran fought over this, causing panic among all forces in the Interstellar, fearing that these 2 guys would be affected. Defeer is keen on human experiments. Although Tan Sui-yin despises this kind of human experiment transformation, he has to admit that this may also be an indispensable branch of human evolution. The current Usiki is the best example. Her strength is a mystery. Her spirit-body mutation skill is a unique rule-based skill in the known universe, and her prototype is unpredictable. Unless she wants to, No one can find out her trump card. However, if you become Yusuke's guide, you may be able to find out her bottom. Isn't that the guide who suddenly appeared beside her thinking about this? Tan Sui-yin was thinking about a lot of things. In fact, only a few seconds passed. Bang! The sudden blast of the door pulled her back to her thoughts. The visitor was unexpected, but also reasonable. Governor Morin, who had never appeared in the mic finals, finally appeared at the door of this simple courtroom. Shilai took in everyone's expressions and stepped in. The heavy military uniform extended his momentum of keeping strangers away to the extreme. Lucifer was originally standing at the door, but at this moment, he couldn't help but lower his head slightly, and took a few steps back. Shilai's eyes passed from Fusy's profile to Pozaris's unfriendly face, and he said, "What is the purpose of the warden's visit to Morin this time?" Shilai was a man with an extremely cold face. Ordinary people would probably be scared and unable to sleep if they looked at him, but Pozaris had already handled it well. "Please ask me, due to reports from enthusiastic citizens, Moran's current commander, Ms. Ivsky, used forbidden magic to disguise her identity to enter and exit the two important main cities of Moros and Qingyu, violating Article 32 of Volume 12 of the Interstellar Code. According to the law, she should be detained in the interstellar prison and wait for the federal court to judge the crime," Pozaris said clearly. Shilai stared at Fusy's back, seeing that she had no intention of making excuses, and said in a deep voice, "As a citizen of Moran, Ivsky should be handed over to Moran's Supreme Court for disposal as soon as possible, even if she violated the Interstellar Code. It is not your turn to intervene." Fusy listened for a while, and felt strange. It was rare to hear Shilai talk so much. You know, this man has always been very frugal with words, and his attitude towards Pozaris has been indifferent for 10 years. Now he can even bring up the Supreme Court to put pressure on Pozaris. It is really rare. Pozaris was not surprised by his arrival. He waved his hand, and signaled Lucifer to leave, and closed the door. Lucifer understood, and left the room with his men and stood guard at the door. He also took 6,785 out. Fusy saw this, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Pozaris was going to close the door, and speak frankly. "Shilai, Pozaris really didn't use the honorific anymore. No matter what you say today, Ivsky can't escape the fate of being escorted back to Dansitu. After all, this matter is not an internal issue of your Moran. The representatives of Indiklai and Defil have seen her disguised as a Tanya student entering and leaving the two main cities. This is an indisputable fact." Hearing what Pozaris said, Shilai's eyes really turned to Tan Sui-yin. He thought for 2 seconds and said slowly, "Tan Sui has an excellent successor." Tan Sui-yin began to be highly alert from the moment Shilai came in. The danger of this man is no less than that of Ivsky. She came to Moran alone this time, which was a great risk. She couldn't let Shilai lose her life. Hearing her mother's name from Shilai, Tan Sui-yin's alarm bells rang. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Ivsky whispered, "Enough." Shilai's pupils trembled, and she glanced at her, but she didn't say the second half of the sentence. "Why are you pretending to be a good person at this time?" Fusy turned her head and looked at Shilai. "Didn't you know it a long time ago? This body has been in Kananki. Yeet Sombai will tell you the first time it disappears. With your brain, it should not be difficult to guess what I am going to do, but you still acquiesced." Fusy was very calm. "You have long known that the mic competition cannot end so easily. The news of 6,785's entry can be hidden from others, but not from you." Fusy stared at his face, not missing any micro-expression. Shilai remained silent, but the aura around him became colder and colder. "You did not show up in the finals, because as Governor Morin, even if there is a problem with the final system, your spirit body mutation skills can repair and stop it in the first time, so you can't come. You want to force me to use my spirit body in the finals, and force me to reveal my identity." Fusy did not care about the other two people present at all, and spoke of the bet between the two without hesitation. "I lost anyway, didn't I? This way, I can win our bet and reveal my identity to the public. In the public eye, I lost completely." Fusy suddenly laughed at herself. She turned the ring she had been wearing on her right middle finger. It was the ring that symbolized Commander Moran's authority, and allowed him to freely enter and exit the headquarters building of Kanan Chi. As for Pozaris, Fusy fumbled with the ring, smiling. "It's true that the Dansitu fleet can enter major star systems without reporting, but you definitely don't know nothing about it. It really disgusts me to act like this now." She took off the ring easily, threw it on the ground, and it made a crisp knocking sound. "I admit the crime. Tell the outside world that I'm back to Kananchi to report, and I can also save your reputation as Governor Morin." She said the last sentence very sarcastically, with a rising tone at the end, a 100% mocking attitude. Shilai frowned. You. After I leave, Fusey interrupted him, her voice light. You don't have to worry about Governor Moran's authority being challenged. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone without dirtying your hands. You should thank these 2. Posilis and Tan Suiyan were stunned. What's going on? Commander Moran and the governor broke up in the court? What's the difference between this and the enemy cutting off his own hands? Chapter 154. Silai has been in high positions for many years, and he is a rare double S level sentinel. Few people dare to challenge his majesty directly. Unfortunately, Fusey has never been afraid of power, otherwise she would not have brought back Euphemia despite Poseris's killing order. Tan Suiyan saw her speaking out in front of Shilai without any reservation, and suddenly felt that it was not easy for Shilai to tolerate her for so many years. Posiris and Tan Suiyan looked at each other. Originally, the two were still thinking that it might take a lot of effort to take Isaki away from Moran, as she had the support of Moran. Now, as the ring fell to the ground, Isaki cut off the bridge ladder herself, and burned it all with fire, leaving no way out. Posilius calmed down. The consciousness body shuttled between different bodies, and the loss of mental power was very serious. Now was the weakest time for Ivesiki. Once Shilai stopped obstructing, the difficulty of escorting Ivesiki back to Dansetsu would be greatly reduced. Moreover, without any guide to assist Fusey, it would take at least 7 days to restore her mental power to its peak. Such a long recovery period would be fatal for any top sentinel. A trace of contempt inevitably appeared in Tan Suiyan's eyes. Shilai had been silent since Fusey opened her mouth, without refutation or anger, like a helpless acquiescence. The truth that meritorious deeds will shock the master has been tacitly understood since ancient times. Moreover, Moran's power system is not hereditary. It is reasonable for Shilai, as a ruler, to be wary of Ivesiki. Who would be willing to put such an undisciplined time bomb at the core of power? Posiris spoke at the right time. It seems that things have become simpler. Isaki turned her head and said to Posiris with a bad face, "Don't be happy too soon. I know what you are planning. Even if I am no longer the commander of Moran, Euphemia will never come back to you. Give up this idea." Posiris's face became visibly gloomy, and his knuckles cracked. If it weren't for the wrong timing, Tan Suiyan really wanted to sigh that Isaki's technique of poking people's lungs was better than before. Her indiscriminate attack was not aimed at anyone, and passing dogs would be slapped twice. Posiris exhaled deeply, and his emotions had recovered when he spoke again. "Ms. Isaki, the escort procedure will be started today. If you have no other objections, please sign the verdict." The law enforcement procedures of Dansetsu Interstellar Prison are simple, because once the procedures are cumbersome, criminals will have room to operate, and the escort procedure may be forced to terminate. Fusey lowered her eyes. The verdict prepared by Posilis was already in front of her. As long as she signed it, it would take legal effect. Unlike ordinary prisons, Posilis's spiritual body transformation skills have a very rare contractual nature. Once you sign the verdict he gave, you will lose most of your mental power within 3 days, and become a prisoner at the mercy of others. Because the triggering conditions are harsh, the constraints of justice verdict are very strong. Even if Fusey is at her peak, she is not absolutely sure to break free from the rules, not to mention that she is still in a weak period. Tan Suiyan stared at Fusey's hand. As long as she signed the verdict, their plan would be more than half successful. However, when Fusey raised her hand, Tan Suiyan began to doubt again. With her clever and almost demonic character, would she hand over her life to others at will? Although Posilius had never abused his power since he became the warden, all the criminals who passed through his hands had never encountered accidents during the escort. But Ivesiki knew that Posiris hated her. Would she really sign this judgment like a life and death agreement? Fusey paused and suddenly asked, "Posiris, illegal entry should not be punishable by death?" "The specific punishment still needs to be further determined by the Interstellar Federation." Posiris paused. "According to past cases, illegal entry will be sentenced to 30 to 70 years in prison." Fusey pointed her index finger at the signature column and said with a smile, "Then will I die on the way to Dansetsu?" Posiris lowered his eyes and said in an unrecognizable voice, "Are you questioning my fairness as the warden?" Fusey spread his hands. "You said it yourself back then, in front of my guide. I am not a high-ranking warden nor an executioner with the power of life and death. I am just a man. What else? If you take her away, you must be prepared to be my enemy for life." TSK. Fusey raised her arm and looked at him leisurely. "Which period of you should I believe?" She was crazy. This thought suddenly popped up in Tan Suiyan's mind. Fortunately, there were only 4 people in this room, Otherwise the pressure accumulated by Poseidon today would be wiped out by Fusey's words. Poseidon's face was so gloomy that water could drip out, and his handsome and sharp eyebrows were eager to turn into a sharp blade to pierce Eve's heart. Perhaps Posiris originally did not intend to take action on the way to Dancetu, but now that Ifuzaki had provoked him, the situation was different. After a while, Posiris's hoarse and low voice sounded, "Now I have no guide, so naturally I only have the identity of the warden." He closed his eyes. "Like a helpless loser, you will not die on the way to Dancetu." Fusey was waiting for his promise. Posiris was different from normal people. His spirit body's mutation skill, justice judgment, was both authority and shackles. Every word he said had the effect of a contract. Fusey signed the verdict casually. Shilai's eyebrows moved slightly, and he watched in silence as Posiris stuffed the snow-white verdict into the mouth of the unicorn behind him. The spirit body obeyed his will, and the contract took effect immediately. Fusey's face turned pale, and the contract instantly took away most of her mental power, which was not enough. Because of Posiris's promise, Ifsky's act of signing the judgment became reasonable. In an unnoticed corner, a faint black mist quietly dissipated from the feet of the unicorn. In the final analysis, Posiris and Tan Suiyan could not figure out where Ifsky's limit was, so they could only use external means to dry up her mental power and fundamentally suppress her means of resistance. Tan Suiyan breathed a sigh of relief. Posiris was very afraid of Ifsky, and so was she. Every time she faced this guy, she felt suffocated by the deep sea, and felt uncomfortable being coveted by a damp monster. This time, she had to cooperate with Posiris. She had to take back what Ifsky had snatched from her before everyone found out. Dancetu, which is independent of the three major galaxies, is her best choice. Seeing that the verdict has been signed and the situation has been decided, Posiris took back his spirit body, and the lion beast in the shape of a unicorn stretched and retired. Lucifer was still waiting outside the door, along with 6785. For an experimental subject like her, the trial process was much easier. 6785 did not have basic civil rights. Strictly speaking, she was just a weapon belonging to Morin, the chairman of the Defield board. Her subjective thinking was not important. Moreover, Morin's intention was very clear now. 6785 had long been abandoned by him. Since there was no need to consider Morin's intention at all, Posiris had enough power to judge her. 6785 obviously understood this truth. She did not struggle or defend herself, and obediently signed the verdict that belonged to her. Posiris' spirit body also deprived her of most of her mental power. Originally, she was barely hanging on with the power of Yuan, and now she was at her wit's end. Fusey observed 6785's movements with her peripheral vision. She didn't think Morin would just discard 6785. She must have attracted Morin's attention when she went to Defield to participate in the semifinals and semifinals of Mike, otherwise, he would not choose to take action in the finals. But why did he send 6785 to be the fish that muddies the water? This is what Fusey has never figured out. 6785 is not outstanding among the batch of experimental products, and can even be called mediocre. Otherwise, there is no need to rely on mechanical transformation to enhance combat power. Everything is ready, and Posiris put on an official face to Shilai. "I would like to trouble the governor to issue a clearance order disc." Dancetu's large troops are still on standby outside Morin. Fusey raised her eyebrows calmly when she heard this. Posiris was more prepared than she thought. Dancetu's combat power was limited, so Shilai had to come forward to give the clearance order disc. Would he bring out more than half of his combat power? Shilai glanced at Fusey, without any extra emotions, as if he had nothing to say, and silently approved Posiris' direct fleet to enter Morin. Bailey did a good job of keeping secrets, and Tanya's students did not miss any classes. For this reason, some people complained on the campus forum about whose military academy was so perverted that they had to attend classes even during martial law, and they might have to take final exams even if the world was destroyed. Out of Dancetu's traditional humanistic care, Posiris gave Fusey a chance to say goodbye to her friends before the escort procedure began. Fusey did not think that Posiris was being kind, but probably because he wanted to take this opportunity to spread the news and fish for big fish. Maybe he could get the one he wanted. For some reason, Fusey could not leave the surveillance range of Posilis and Lucifer. If Shizé wanted to see her, he could only come to this temporary meeting room by himself. The thing that Fusey had left with him before was the body of Ifuzaki. The moment the game system had problems, Shizé knew how right it was for Fusey to bring the body here in advance. Fusey told him not to show up easily, so Bailey told him what happened in the finals. But now Fusey was detained by Posilis, Shize couldn't suppress his impulse, and came to the meeting room alone. When he pushed the door, he saw Shilai talking to Posilis, and Fusey was sitting on the side, playing with the genetic shackles on her hands out of boredom. Her fingers were thin and fair, and the ring she had worn on them was missing. Shize's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized something, and turned to look at Shilai. Shilai understood his silent questioning, and it was useless to explain more at this time, so he simply said, "As you can see." Shize knew that he was a fool, so he simply asked Fusi, "Where's your ring?" Fusi was not surprised. Shize had 3 things he was most afraid of in his life, one of which was that she would leave Morin forever. "Don't look at me like that." Fusi raised her chin towards the gap under the table, where a metallic luster flashed. "Just throw it away, don't think about picking it up." Before he finished speaking, a red vine as thin as a little finger shot out from the inside of Shize's wrist, and before anyone could react, it deftly fished out a bright and beautiful platinum ring from the gap at the corner of the table, and quickly retracted it into Shize's hand. Shize held the ring tightly, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's like this again, you're leaving without saying anything, right?" Fusey swallowed the second half of the words. Based on her understanding of Shize, the more she talked at this time, the more excited he would be. The best way was to deal with it coldly, and wait for him to calm down and coax herself. But this time Shize seemed to be particularly excited. He turned around and attacked Shilai. "Why didn't you stop it?" Fusey couldn't resign for no reason, and it was even more impossible for her to be willing to fall into the hands of Poseidon. Since Shilai stood by and watched, it was his fault. Chapter 155. Shize's rare unreasonable behavior is only when he is facing Fusey. Shilai rarely sees it, and he just feels a headache. However, he did not show it on his face, and still looked like a cold and indifferent person in power. It is a foregone conclusion that AI Fuziki will resign. If you have any dissatisfaction, ask her in person. This means that Fusey should solve it herself. It is not ruled out that he is suspected of evading responsibility, but if this is Fusey's own intention, Shilai's attitude is indeed impeccable. Shize pursed his lips. In the end, he still had some respect for Shilai in his heart. He didn't want to be too biased, so he turned around and took 2 quick steps, trying to soften his tone. "Why?" Fusey glanced at the figures of Poseidon and Shilai standing beside him, and sighed. "As a good citizen who abides by the law, you must accept the punishment for committing a crime. The warden is just acting impartially." Her tone was very relaxed, and the ending of the last sentence was very characteristic. It seems that she doesn't care about the situation of being controlled by others. Shize narrowed his eyes, and finally calmed down. Reason made him sober, but he still couldn't accept it emotionally. Shize leaned down, half knelt in front of Fusey, stretched out his hands to hug her, and buried himself in her arms, not caring about the eyes of others. His voice was muffled. "I can't bear to leave you." Poseidon stared at Shize's seemingly weak figure, and his intuition was very strange. The mental fluctuations just now were familiar and strange. Fusey lowered her head and hugged him back, whispering in his ear, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I will miss your birthday this year. Your 24th birthday will be in 16 days. Don't act like a child to me anymore. I wanted to give you the energy mine B7864 on your birthday, but now you have to go and get it yourself. Remember to go to my apartment to find the transfer agreement." Shize listened silently, and suddenly bit her lightly, just on her right collarbone, like a kiss that was neither painful nor itchy. His action was very subtle, and no one except the person involved saw his seemingly venting anger, but actually acting like a spoiled child. Fusi knew that he understood, and patted his back to signal him to let go. Although she didn't feel embarrassed, she still didn't want Shize to be exposed in front of others. Shize got up reluctantly, and his thumb fumbled with the platinum ring in his palm. His eyes dimmed, and he looked down at Fusi, who was slumped in the seat. "I wait for you to come back." Perhaps ordinary people would be afraid of the gloomy and terrible tone behind his cold face, but Fusi knew that he was just taking the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction. If she didn't agree to him at this time, it would be difficult to coax her later. "I know," Fusi paused, and added, "You go to school well, and don't fail the final exam." Shize's lips moved slightly, and he was a little overwhelmed by her sudden concern. Shilai watched Shize leave as if no one was around, and suddenly realized the importance of education. Because of the lack of companionship in childhood, Shize has developed an indelible dependence on his only relative. If this continues, if one day Aveski really leaves and never returns to Moran, Shilai had the first thought of a failure in education. And what Fusi just said, Posiris and Shilai are both sentinels with extraordinary insensitivity, so they naturally heard it clearly. Posiris did not suspect anything. The intimate atmosphere between the two did not seem fake, and it was not uncommon to give gifts before leaving. Only Shilai knew that the words just now were all said to Posiris. Shilai looked at Fusie's calm face and said to Posiris, "The clearance disc is only valid for 24 hours. Please leave the country as soon as possible." Posiris nodded slowly. Among the major galaxies, Shilai's attitude towards Dancetu is already friendly. Posiris does not want to be hostile to him unless necessary. The gene lock on Fusie's wrist is tailor-made for her. To be precise, this is not the first time Fusie has visited the interstellar prison. The last time she went to Dancetu, she not only dug Euphemia back to Moran as a commander, but also took away an ordinary human being who was not very noticeable. In the process, 2 large space stations in Dancetu were blown up. Afterwards, Shilai maintained a conciliatory attitude and compensated Dancetu for the losses. So this time Posiris was fully prepared. The latest gene lock developed can play the greatest restraining role on SS level sentinels, like a Fusiki. If nothing else, at least the 5 senses will become duller than ordinary people. Fusie was obviously very interested in this pair of genetic shackles, and had studied them for a while. She had no fear or humiliation of being escorted. As the key person who reported Fusiki, Tan Suiyin would also go with them to Dancetu, and attend the federal meeting as a witness. In order to avoid suspicion, Shilai would not attend this federal meeting. Fusiki was truly isolated and helpless this time. When the time came, Posilis took Fusie in 6785 to board the direct fleet that came to meet them. Fusie stared at Tanya's increasingly smaller outline, and breathed a long sigh of relief. "You still have time to regret it now." Posilis suddenly spoke from behind her. Fusie was not fooled. I should say this. Posilis's expression turned cold, and then he sneered. "You are a SS sentinel, and I am indeed 1 level lower than you in mental strength. But you don't think justice judgment is a decoration, right?" Hearing the threat in his words, Fusie put away her playful expression and turned to look at Posilis's light eyes. "If there is a regret medicine in the world, will you regret treating Euphemia like that?" Posilis couldn't bear to hear this name at all. His jaw was tight, and his voice was cold. "How I choose has nothing to do with you." Heh, Fusie laughed mercilessly. "At this point, you still don't think it's your problem, but you just keep complaining about me poaching. I have to say that your ability is not very good, but your means of deceiving yourself are good." The atmosphere dropped to freezing point again, because of Fusie's words. Fusie knew too well how to poke the pain point of a man in a high position. Their sensitive and fragile hearts cannot tolerate provocation from anyone. Once someone questions their dignity, they will be angry and ashamed. Their tall and majestic male authority cannot tolerate anyone questioning it. Fusie is not afraid of angering him. People who can be hit by 2 harmless words will fail in everything they do. Poseidon has been sitting firmly in the position of warden for many years, so he still has some immunity. The journey is long, and Fusie does not want to face his cold face all the time. It is better to let him suffer now, and then it will be quiet. After these 2 doses of strong medicine, the ears are indeed quiet. At the same time, Shizei, who was worried, chose to dial Euphemia's interstellar communication. "I'm sorry to bother you." Shizei chose his words carefully. "Are you convenient to talk now?" Euphemia was on vacation. She had just dealt with a group of smuggling gangs, and was in a good mood. Of course, what's the matter? Shiza didn't communicate much with this guide, and they were just nodding acquaintances at the headquarters, but he had to know how difficult it was to mediate the conflict between Poseidon and Fusie. Would Poseidon be unfavorable to Fusie because of what happened in the past? When Fusie brought Euphemia back, she was still a little girl, just an adult. Shiza had also asked about Euphemia's life experience, but Fusie always perfunctorily passed it over. Later, she was annoyed by his questions, and had to say that this was related to Euphemia's privacy, and she couldn't take the initiative to tell everything. Unless Euphemia told him in person, Fusie would not reveal a word. This once aroused Shiza's curiosity, because since Euphemia came, Fusie's attention on him was divided into more than half for that weak little girl. Shiza was very dissatisfied, and Fusie's eyes broke into the figure of someone else. He was eager to understand this opponent, and wanted to take back the attention that Fusie had put on her. But it was about a girl's privacy, and it was really beyond his boundaries for him to ask directly. His upbringing and character did not allow him to do such a thing. So Shizei gave up the investigation until today when Posilis attacked Fusie again. Shizei took a deep breath and asked, "What extent will the conflict between you and Posilis make him do?" The person on the other end seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then reacted and said anxiously, "He went to find Sister Ai?" Calm down first. Shizei did not want the news that Fusie was taken to Dancetu to spread. "Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe in my sister's ability. Posilis is not her opponent. This sentence was very convincing. Euphemia calmed down in an instant and took a deep breath. I don't know. What? This answer was unexpected by Shizai. Euphemia repeated again. I can't see through his attitude towards me, so I don't know what I am to him. I can't predict what crazy things he will do if he loses something like me. Hearing her use a metaphor of materialization to describe herself, Shizai frowned subconsciously. If I have to say it, Euphemia's voice was a little ethereal, and she tried her best to recall, he seems to be able to give up the position of warden for this, but I'm just guessing, after all, he is still sitting in that position now. Euphemia showed a bitter smile on her face. She was glad that the interstellar communication at this moment would not show images, and this moment of embarrassment could be covered up. Maybe I think too much. He is such a power-hungry person, he should be reluctant to hand over the power in his hands. Euphemia said softly. Shizai suddenly began to blame himself for choosing to dial the interstellar communication a minute ago. It was about Euphemia's privacy. Although Euphemia acted relaxed, Fusey would definitely be angry when she came back. Sorry to bother you. I heard that you are on vacation. Enjoy your vacation time. Don't worry about your sister. She is fine. It was just my curiosity today. I hope you don't mind. Shizai hung up the call with Euphemia. He stood by the window, holding the light brain in his hand blankly, silently lost in thought. He started to miss Fusey as soon as she left. Shizai took a deep breath. He was really hopeless. His eyes followed his thoughts, and he subconsciously looked out the window into the distance. Then his eyes suddenly condensed and focused on a very familiar figure downstairs. That was Shang-Chi. He and Ina were parting at the door of the student dormitory and walking towards the apartment building. Shizai recalled what Fusey said before she left, snorted with an ambiguous meaning, and turned to go downstairs. Chapter 156. Shang-Chi's journey back was not peaceful. Because Fusey's identity was exposed, the doubts and disdain of the past turned into admiration and worship, and the attitude towards Shang-Chi as a guide also took a 180-degree turn. He is a freshman, why should he compete with that person? Who knows what gossip he heard, and he actually hugged the thigh directly. Hate it. That's Commander Zero. Few people in Moran have seen the honor of that person, but he can see the face of his idol every day. I hate it. Shang-Chi heard a lot of such remarks along the way. Those students did not avoid him when they whispered. Fortunately, he was used to the gazes of strangers, and would not be disturbed by these gazes. Shang-Chi looked at the man in front of him with a bad face, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Shiza stared at his face, and said in a voice that was not clear, Did she mention a string of coordinates to you? Shang-Chi looked up thoughtfully. Supervisor Sheng was working tirelessly in the corner. This was not a good place to talk. If you don't mind, come to my room to talk. Shang-Chi invited. Shiza's eyes dimmed. He really couldn't stand Shang-Chi's behavior. Fusi had left. Who was he acting for? Shang-Chi saw through his dissatisfaction and added, It doesn't matter if you don't trust me, but you have to believe in her decision. Don't use her as an excuse, Shizai said coldly, you are just a despicable liar. Shang-Chi was unmoved by his accusation. He just turned his head to look at him, and motioned him to come over here. Shizai took a deep breath and followed him. There were no more concerns when talking behind closed doors. Shang-Chi turned to Shizai and said sincerely, I admit that I had some intentions when I approached her at the beginning, but please believe me, I will never do anything to harm her now. Shizai glanced at him. Starting with a lie, no matter what compensation is made later, the credibility will be greatly reduced. I don't need to explain this to you, right? Shang-Chi was inexplicably a little surprised, and smiled bitterly for a long time. How can such a shameless and despicable me be chosen by her? Shizai narrowed his narrow eyes. Are you showing off? You are still acting cute after getting the advantage? The atmosphere was a little cold for a while, and Shang-Chi felt that he couldn't go on like this. He mentioned the coordinate problem that Shizai mentioned, and said in a light voice, 16.24.78.64, this is the clue she left for me. Shizai raised his eyes, and pursed his thin lips. She only told. Shang-Chi gently shook his head. There is another accurate time point, but I haven't decoded it yet. Hearing his answer, Shizai just felt unbelievable. Fusi actually trusted him to this extent. How could a liar be worthy of her sincerity? Shang-Chi didn't care what he thought, and continued, Your identity is not convenient to enter and exit Moran at will, so she didn't tell you the specific time point. Shiza suddenly sneered. Maigas, don't act so smug and disgusting. It's just because you happen to appear, and it's just right. Otherwise you would never. It's my honor, Xing-Chi interrupted him calmly. I will do everything for her plan, whether it's now or in the future. I'm here today to conspire with you, not to show off or to swear sovereignty. Xing-Chi took a deep breath. Posilis's ability is only stronger than before. The restraining force of justice judgment is very strong. I am worried that she will be overwhelmed, so we must deploy in advance. Despise, Shize will not fall behind in the main business. Fusey gave the time and coordinates, of course. They need to do the external cooperation of the internal and external cooperation. He can't go in and out of Moran at will. This matter can only be handed over to Xing-Chi. Dancitu's production capacity is self-sufficient most of the time, but it needs to import arms. Posilis has a fixed supplier, and the whereabouts of the Crozier fleet are uncertain. It is not easy to exploit loopholes in this regard. Shize frowned, but he saw Xing-Chi's half-smiled face out of the corner of his eye. A bold guess came to his mind, and Shize frowned and questioned, "Is it you?" It has been rumored that the behind-the-scenes boss of the Crozier fleet is an old noble of Defeer. After a major change of blood a few years ago, the strength of the entire caravan directly ranked among the top 3 in the interstellar rich list. Being favored by Posilis and maintaining a long-term cooperative relationship is enough to show how big their business is. Their leader is an inconspicuous freshman in Tanya, and all his time is spent on the basic guidance course. If this is told to others, it will only be regarded as a joke and laughed off. Xing-Chi extended his index finger to touch his lips lightly, signaling Shize not to be ostentatious. She has known it for a long time. You don't have to look at me like this. Shize retracted his condemning gaze, calmed down, and quickly conceived a suitable plan in his mind. She went to Dancitude this time. It must be for the clues of Yuan. 6785 has a Yuan aura on her body. She must avoid the eyes of all forces before she can take action. Interstellar prison is a good choice. Xing-Chi thought about it. Shize's attitude towards him was not good, but since it was related to Fu Si, he should not hide too much, so he asked directly, "What exactly is Yuan?" Shize rubbed his temples irritably. He could not accept that Xing-Chi and Fu Si were getting closer and closer, but Xing-Chi had to have enough information to take action. You can understand Yuan as a kind of lifelike organism. Its secretions can restore the activity of cells and restore inactivated molecules. In short, it is a magical medicine that can revive the dead, Shize said briefly. Then he suddenly thought of something. The Crozier fleet once auctioned a star core gem in Indiclay, but it was finally bought by a mysterious buyer. Who did you give it to? Xing-Chi lifted his eyelids and said slowly, "I gave it to her." The air suddenly became quiet for a moment. "You are really generous," Shize said with a wry smile. "Such a hot potato. You are really not afraid of letting her get burned." Xing-Chi also smiled. "I don't deny that I had the intention to test it at that time, but judging from the result, this decision was correct." Time was tight. Shize had no intention of bringing up the past with him. He continued, "If I am not mistaken, the origin of that gem is not simple. Someone must have proposed the idea of a secret transaction with you. Before Tan Sui-Yang came to the door, I completed the transaction with Fusey." Sure enough, Shize's face turned cold. Yuan must not fall into the hands of others. She went to recover 6785 this time. But if it was just to recover 6785, it would not be worth going to the wasteland of Dancitude. Shize paused subtly and whispered, "Did she tell you what the main purpose of going to Dancitude is this time?" Unexpectedly, Xing-Chi shook his head. "No." Shize inevitably felt a little happy in his heart, and then thought, if the two of them didn't know what Fu Si's main purpose was, how could they cooperate with Fu Si's plan? He pinched his high-nose bridge. Now he could only follow Fu Si's arrangements. She gave the specific coordinates and time. As long as he brought what she wanted at the right time and place, he would have completed her instructions. "I will return to Kananki immediately. The things she wants are still in the main city. Time waits for no one. You wait for me outside Kananki. After getting the things, I will set off to Dancitude immediately," Shize said quickly. Xing-Chi nodded. He could enter Dancitude with the cover of Crozier's fleet, but he still needed an opportunity. He must arrange it as soon as possible. Shize turned around and held the door handle to leave, but someone behind him suddenly said, "Wait." "What else?" Shize half turned sideways. Xing-Chi pointed to the date on the light brain. "The final exam is in 3 days. If I disappear from school at this time, it will arouse suspicion. You should come back to Tanya to find me after you get the things." Final exam? Shize's forehead jumped. This was the second time he heard this schedule today. Maigas and Ivsky, two people whose status and position had nothing to do with students, were thinking about Tanya's final exam. Got it. I will come back to school to find you as soon as I get the things. There is a high possibility that there are spies inside the school. Be careful to hide your identity. Shizue warned. It was not easy to say what Fusey said to him in front of Pose-Iris, so he could only cover up the information in this way. As for the so-called mineral transfer contract, Shizue turned the pinky ring on his little finger, and the ring that Fusey threw away was worn on his hand. Because of the size, only the little finger could fit in it. This ring records Fusey's itinerary records for most of her commander career, and also has her apartment key. When Fusey threw away the ring, she probably thought of the follow-up countermeasures. Although Shilai didn't know what her ultimate goal was, she still chose to cooperate. Thanks to Shilai's silent character, otherwise, after Fusey's operation, anyone would have gone crazy on the spot and dealt with her quickly. Shizue recalled the conversation between Pose-Iris and Shilai at that time, and his hurried steps suddenly slowed down. For some reason, I always feel that Shilai's attitude is a little too calm. Even if he was a person in power who didn't like to show his emotions, he should have made some attempts to retain or doubt the commander, who ranked first among his subordinates, who had rashly challenged him to resign. But he seemed to have no intention of retaining Fusey at all. Even when the news of Pose-Iris' entry reached him, he had no emotional fluctuations at all. The confrontation between Shilai and Pose-Iris did not seem to be a defense of Moran citizens, but more like a play that was done out of necessity. Shizue believed that he had a deeper understanding of Shilai. He was a person who disdained to lie. He either kept silent or told the truth. So, should he ask him? Shizue believed that Fusey's strength was enough to get out of Dansetsu unscathed, but when he didn't know the full picture of her plan, he inevitably had concerns. He clenched his hands, and the ring on his little finger that didn't fit him felt untimely pain. Chapter 157. Dansetsu is located outside the jurisdiction of the three major galaxies. The people here are wild and unruly, and the ruling power is entirely in the hands of the Warden. The laws and regulations of the Interstellar Code are also valid in Dansetsu, but Pose-Iris' words are undoubtedly more effective here than the laws and precepts. Pose-Iris' direct fleet is equipped with the most advanced weapons in the entire galaxy, and the wormhole crossing technology is also the fastest thanks to the support of Indakla. Therefore, Fusey and her team only took 7 days to complete this ultra-long interstellar crossing. This journey, Fusey was arranged under the eyes of Pose-Iris and Lucifer. The genetic shackles were always tightly around her wrists, and the power of the suppressor was also turned to the maximum. There was really no room for maneuver. Thanks to Fusey's verbal provocation to Pose-Iris on the first day, Pose-Iris did not make trouble for her in the next few days. Instead, he had a bit of a sense of out of sight, out of mind. Fusey silently counted the time, waiting for the day when the main fleet arrived in Dansetsu. This last peaceful time is really nostalgic. Fusey sighed. The internal structure of the interstellar prison is complicated and changeable. It is easy to get in but difficult to get out. I don't know if Shizue and Xingqi understand the hints she left. Last time, Fusey was able to successfully take people out thanks to someone outside to support her. This time, Poseidon will definitely be on guard, and it will probably be more difficult to act. It doesn't matter if she is alone, but if she brings others, Fusey will need someone to support her outside. Thinking of this, Fusey rolled her eyes, and her eyes fell on Lucifer, who was lingering behind her. Fusey was not familiar with Poseidon's deputy. When she came here last time, Lucifer had not yet joined the company. I have never seen you before. Where are you from? Fusey asked casually. Lucifer was handling trivial matters with his laptop. He looked up when he heard Fusey's question. I am a nobody. It is not worth your concern. Fusey pondered his words. Lucifer spoke standard Moranese without any strange accent or pauses. There are more than 100 languages spreading among the galaxies now, and Moranese is the most widely spread. Lucifer has a deep appearance and a tall stature. He does not look like a native of Indical, but more like someone from Tefir. Fusey stroked the genetic shackles on her wrist, and said in a relaxed tone, I didn't see you last time I came to Dansetsu, but in just a few years you have become Pose-Iris' deputy, which shows your ability. You flatter me. Lucifer smiled. It just happened that Lord Pose-Iris appreciated me and gave me a few opportunities to show my abilities. He thought for a moment and said meaningfully, as the saying goes, heroes are made by the times. The trouble you caused to Lord Warden before you left made me what I am today. Oh! Fusey turned around and looked at him with interest. It seems that the big reshuffle of Dansetsu a few years ago was true. When she left Dansetsu a few years ago, she encountered strong obstruction from Pose-Iris. In order to get away, she blew up 2 space stations in Dansetsu. The armed energy stored in these 2 space stations is very precious. Osiris is unable to split himself, and some people want to take over in the chaos, which gave Fusey the opportunity to leave. I think it was at that time that Lucifer stood out and was highly valued by Poseidon, and he has reached his current position. You have become the second in command in Dancetu in just a few years. You are still young. Do you have any more ambitious revenge? Fusey held up her chin and openly instigated rebellion. Lucifer was not surprised. Ifuzaki also had a title similar to Flame Demon and Star, but few people mentioned it. Ifuzaki is more often called Disorder, named for her elusive spiritual body mutation skills. Ifuzaki herself is just like this title. She rarely plays by the rules and has an extremely weird style of doing things. It seems that Poseidon is a good boss. You don't even look shaken at all. Fusey blinked. Lucifer lowered his head and continued to deal with trivial matters, and did not forget to answer Fusey's question. It is important for people to know themselves. I have no second thoughts about Lord Poseidon at the moment. I admire his ability and temperament. You don't need to test me anymore. Fusey did not feel disappointed. On the contrary, she heard another meaning from Lucifer's speech. She scanned every gap in the room obscurely, and indeed found a lot of flashing miniature monitoring stars. Fusey withdrew her gaze meaningfully and whispered, "What a loyal dog." Lucifer did not refute, and still acted as a qualified monitor in the corner. Fusey did not say anything more afterwards, not because she was afraid that Poseidon would hear their conversation, but because the sequelae of her consciousness replacement had recurred. Fusey rubbed her knees calmly. Her calves were twitching violently, and waves of cramps spread from the soles of her feet. Her entire lower body seemed to be experiencing growing pains, which were difficult to ignore for a sentinel with a sensitive sense of pain. I wanted to start the plan as soon as I reached Dancetu, but now my mobility and mental power are limited, and Fusey must spend time to adapt to this body first. A strange feeling of comfort suddenly spread from her calf. Fusey raised her eyebrows and glanced at Lucifer obscurely. He didn't notice the movement here. Fusey seemed to raise her legs casually, cross them in front of her, and look down at the side of her legs. A black snake as thin as a cotton rope was coiled on her calf, and the red pattern was faintly visible on it. Fusey had been busy dealing with Lucifer and Poseidon, and the mental power fluctuations on it were very weak, but it actually let him follow all the way. Sensing Fusey's sight, the black snake swung its tail, and quietly rubbed the inside of Fusey's calf. Fusey was very familiar with its breath. This was Xingqi's spiritual body touch branch, which was more hidden than the spiritual body clone. Fusey thought for a moment, and caught the little snake while adjusting her clothes. She hid it in her palm, pinched its tail, and stuffed it into her collar carelessly. Black snake, shock! It swung its tail in panic, but seemed to be hesitant about something and didn't dare to get close to the soft area. Fusey pressed it down through her clothes and even stuffed it in again. Don't move. Fusey used her remaining mental power to connect with it. Dancetu's immigration inspection is very strict. If you don't want to be discovered, stay here. The black snake stopped struggling, carefully wrapped around Fusey's neck, and merged with her inhibitor. Xingqi should have separated this tentacle in the lounge, and quietly put it on Fusey while massaging it. Perhaps he was afraid that she would refuse, so he didn't tell her directly. Separating the tentacles is a unique ability of K1 level guides, which requires a lot of mental power. If the tentacles are attacked, the guides themselves will also suffer the same damage. For this reason, few guides dare to separate the tentacles to assist the sentinels, which is equivalent to handing over most of their lives. Fusey sighed in her heart. She wanted to use this trip to Dancetu to test the sincerity of that guy for the last time, but she didn't expect that he handed in the paper in advance. The snake's tail gently pressed against her soft skin, and the tiny scales rubbed against her collarbone. The weak mental power was transmitted to her through the skin, relieving her discomfort. Whenever she was sleepy, someone would send a pillow. This tentacles could speed up Fusey's body fusion, and the plan could be advanced faster. Fusey inevitably recalled Xingqi's gentle and well-behaved appearance when sitting beside her. Only one most appropriate adjective remained in her mind, virtuous. Perhaps because of her childhood experience, Xingqi seemed to be particularly good at guessing other people's intentions. Whether it was giving gifts or doing things, he could always achieve unexpected results. If he hadn't carried a deep blood feud, Fusey really wanted to bring him back to Morin, and he would definitely replace Yi Tsongbai as a diplomat in the future. Alas, what a pity. Fusey looked at the beautiful scenery of the galaxy in the distance and sighed. Lucifer, who was standing behind her, couldn't help laughing when he heard her ambiguous remarks. You actually treat mediocre people like us differently. May I ask what's the reason? Fusey snorted and laughed. You seem to have a big misunderstanding of me. Everyone knows that although Moran's Supreme Commander, Disorder, has a lonely and eccentric personality, he has introduced a lot of supreme combat power to Moran, including but not limited to Flame Demon and Nightmare, which are rare talents. Now you say such specious words to me, it's hard for me not to doubt your intentions. Are you sure this is information known to everyone? Fusey teased. Lucifer put away the light computer in his hand and smiled. Of course, if a nobody like me knows a little bit, isn't it known to everyone? Fusey did not deny his words. Nightmare is Euphemia's current code name, and Flame Demon is even more so. They were all introduced to Moran by Fusey, but Fusey did not provide any other help except for the introduction. The fact that they can reach their current status can only show that their personal abilities are in place. Lucifer humbly asked for advice. You don't seem like a person who would meddle in other people's business. I'm curious, what made you insist on taking away Lord Poseidon's guide? Isn't the answer obvious? Fusey's voice suddenly turned cold. Euphemia's character and potential are both better than Poseidon's, but because of her lack of experience, she doesn't even have her own name in Dansethu. Everyone who mentions her only says Poseidon's guide. Fusey spread her hands. Poseidon dared to imprison Euphemia, just for lying on the power of the Warden, and there happened to be no one in Dansethu who could compete with him. Lucifer looked at Fusey's frivolous eyebrows, and seemed to have anticipated her next line. Power is indeed a good thing. Fusey rubbed her neck. Now Euphemia also has power. If Poseidon wants to repeat the same trick, he can try it. Chapter 158. When the main fleet of Dansethu arrived at the transit space station, Fusey just woke up from the hibernation chamber. She moved her wrist, and could clearly feel that the fusion of the spirit and the body had reached the top. The black snake was still quietly wrapped around her neck, blending into the metallic luster of the inhibitor. As if it had noticed her movements, the black snake, which was dozing with its eyes closed, moved and raised its tail to rub the back of Fusey's neck, but it seemed to have been drained of strength and fell down softly. Fusey touched its head with the action of tidying her hair. The time was almost up. The main fleet was about to arrive at Dansethu. The entry inspection there was very strict. She was not absolutely sure that she could bring Xingqi's tentacles in. Unless... Fusey's eyes dimmed. The tentacles were another kind of spiritual body clone. If they were hidden inside her spiritual body, it was impossible to avoid the inspection process. But because of the existence of Justice Judgment and Gene Shackles, she cannot release her spirit body. Once she uses it forcibly, she will be attacked by the spirit body mutation skill of Poseidon. Don't worry, a faint and low voice sounded from Fusey's spiritual sea. I have a way to avoid the entry inspection. Fusey raised her eyebrows slightly. This is Xingqi's voice, but the overall voice is hoarse and dark, completely different from the softness when he usually speaks. After he said this, he fell silent, as if he had exhausted the last bit of strength and entered a dormant state. Fusey was not surprised. Xingqi was far away in Tanya College, at least hundreds of light years away from her. Under normal circumstances, the two would never have a mental connection. It was only now that Xingqi's tactile branch was here that he could communicate with Fusey through this spiritual body medium, which undoubtedly consumed a lot of the guide's mental power. But there is another possibility. Fusey touched the slippery snake's back and raised the corners of her lips slightly. This kid was afraid that she would settle accounts with him later and talk about his disguised spirit body. Fusey knew as early as that time on the Haney that Xingqi's spirit body was definitely not as simple as the white bird. If you have to say, I'm afraid this snake is somewhat similar to his original spirit body. It's no wonder that Shizei always said that Xingqi was despicable and shameless. This is completely due to some stereotypes. When mentioning goats, you will think of words such as insidious and cunning, and scheming, while mentioning snakes, you will think of dirty, damp and cold characteristics. When these two species are combined together, there will be the prototype of Satan in fantasy stories, which of course will not make people think of any positive adjectives. Fusey suddenly became a little curious. Martha's spirit body is very special. I don't know which branch of the demon spirit body Xingqi inherited. Judging from his abilities, he is good at bewitching and disguising, and is not very aggressive. Most of the time, he relies on inducing his opponents to destroy themselves. Forget it, I asked him in person after returning from Dansethu. Fusey stretched her body, and with a slight tremor, the fleet had officially entered the interstellar domain of Dansethu. There is a reason why Posiris did not make Fusey unhappy during this period. Dansethu has experienced a baptism of change from inside to outside, and now the important positions in the entire interstellar prison are all his confidants. But Posiris did not relax his management because of his power. All arms and weapons transactions in Dansethu must be reviewed and examined by him. Once an abnormality is found, the magic crystal cage of the interstellar prison is always on standby. Therefore, when Osiris learned that the supplier of Shuiyin and Weiyun crystal mine wanted to terminate the contract unilaterally, he immediately looked for other supply chains. The result was not satisfactory. Weiyun crystal mine is easy to say, the three major galaxies have their own mining areas, and Dancetu itself has some mineral resources, but the caravans that can continue to supply rare resources such as Shuiyin for a long time can be counted on one hand. The price and supply frequency of the Crozier fleet are most suitable for Dancetu, and Osiris does not want to lose this pretty good partner. So Lucifer sent a negotiation invitation to the Crozier fleet on his behalf, hoping to retain them at a more suitable price. Just now, Lucifer told him that the Crozier fleet sent a reply letter, and their boss was willing to negotiate in person, but because of the influence of the interstellar storm, they needed to follow the time they gave. Osiris did not mind this condition. The Crozier caravan's whereabouts were uncertain, and each voyage time was affected by the interstellar storm. Being able to take time to negotiate with Dancetu was enough to prove their sincerity. Write a reply. I will stay in Dancetu for the next month. They can come to visit at any time. Osiris told Lucifer. Sending a Vesiki back to Dancetu was just a delaying tactic. Osiris and Tan Suiyin did not intend to convict her according to the normal trial process. In fact, Tan Suiyin did not tell Osiris what the conflict between her and Vesiki was, and of course, he did not mention the matter of Euphemia. As the plaintiff in this court, Tan Suiyin accompanied him all the way to Dancetu. Fusey was being held by Lucifer. Seeing Tan Suiyin appear, she waved with interest. Long time no see. Tan Suiyin glanced at Fusey's smiling eyes. What are you crazy about? I say this first. If you want revenge, just come, but don't use those dirty means to disgust me. Fusey blinked innocently. When did I ever use any means on you? Tan Suiyin snorted coldly. You know it in your heart. Fusey wanted to say something, but Poseidon interrupted in a calm voice. Ms. Fuseki, this is not your first time to come to Dancetu. I believe you are also familiar with the review process. Please cooperate with our work. Fusey did not intend to quarrel with Poseidon again here. She followed Lucifer to accept the review. Xingqi's tactile branches had been hidden in a more hidden place. Fusey had been to Dancetu before, so she naturally knew that the review here was extremely strict. The first 3 checkpoints were all mechanical scanning and serum tests to prevent impersonation or bionic substitutes. The last one was a spiritual body test by a K1 level guide. Based on the basic logic that there are always people who are better than you, Posleys would not allow a sentinel with abnormal mental fluctuations to enter. So this last light card is the most important and the most difficult to pass. Fusey entered the inspection room, where 2 female guides were waiting. Their spiritual bodies were swans and antelopes. They seemed to be chatting when Fusey came in, because the inspection work was very boring, and Dancetu didn't always have visitors. One of the guides heard the sound of the door opening and glanced sideways, then seemed to be stunned for a moment, and quickly patted his companion's shoulder to signal her to turn around. What's wrong? The warden won't come to inspect you. Why are you so nervous? Before she finished speaking, she saw Fusey's iconic silver hair and blue eyes, and she was silent for a while. Fusey was a little surprised to see their actions. It seemed that these 2 guides were not unfamiliar to her. This was very interesting. Fusey carefully looked at their facial features and spiritual bodies, and confirmed that she did not know these 2 high-level guides. Why are you here? The slightly shorter guide on the left spoke first. But she regretted it as soon as she said it. The genetic shackles on Fusey's wrist were very obvious. It was obvious that she was escorted back to Dancetu as a potential criminal. It was really unnecessary to ask such a question. Sorry, please sit over there. We will conduct basic tests on your spiritual body. Please don't be nervous. The guide on the right was obviously more calm. She raised her hand to signal Fusey to sit down. Fusey walked over without being surprised. Lucifer did not follow in. I think he felt that she would not make any waves in her current state. For some reason, Fusey always felt that the 2 guides looked at her with a hint of admiration. If she was not still working, Lerualing would probably jump up and scream. They have been working in Dancetu for 10 years. Many people saw the scene of Ivseki taking Euphemia away from here and escaping unscathed, but because of the reputation of Poseidon, this story was not spread. Euphemia was also an outstanding guide before she met Poseidon, and was highly respected for her stable spiritual counseling ability. As a result, Poseidon's words made Euphemia his exclusive guide, losing her personal freedom, and living in loneliness all day long. Lerualing and Euphemia's relationship was not very good. They were just colleagues. After Euphemia was favored by Poseidon, Le Rualing once envied her life. That was the warden. How many people wanted to do spiritual counseling for him just to get his favor? Euphemia really didn't know how to appreciate her blessings. Until Le Rualing found out that the interstellar prison was always next to the dark and lightless cosmic rift. The environment was bad, and Poseidon restricted all the means for Euphemia to contact the outside world. This was simply a disguised house arrest. Le Rualing suddenly woke up. What if Poseidon had outstanding looks and abilities? Euphemia didn't like him. Songbingjian, who was also a pioneer guide, understood from the beginning that the reason why guides could provide spiritual counseling for sentinels was because they had free and upward souls. If the white dove lost its wings, it would not be able to spread peace. With Euphemia's ability, there was a broader sky waiting for her. Her destination is definitely not just the narrow stargazing window of the interstellar prison. So when she heard that Euphemia was taken away by Ivy Siki, Songbingjian was relieved at first. Then she couldn't help but worry. The sentinel was so responsive to the guide's requests, it was hard to say that he didn't have other thoughts. Fortunately, time proved that Ivy Siki and Posleys were not birds of a feather, and Euphemia got the freedom she dreamed of. Songbingjian patted the excited Le Rualing and said, during work hours, "Don't express your emotions too obviously. The monitoring star here is in operation all the time, and there are also strict regulations on the time of review." The large optical computer standing nearby updated the data. Le Rualing looked at the information on it, and confirmed that it was AI Fuziki herself. She was a little excited again, and then she calmed down immediately and exchanged a subtle look with Songbingjian beside her. Fuzi spread her hands, and a ball of black mist appeared on her hands. She wanted to condense it into the shape of a falcon, but because of insufficient mental strength, she could only turn it into a sparrow. Songbingjian's antelope spirit body stepped forward, and the sharp horns, like tree branches, pressed against Fuzi's palm. The inspection passed, no problem, Songbingjian said. Le Rualing's spirit body also stepped forward to touch the black mist on Fuzi's palm. After a while, she also gave a conclusion. The inspection passed, no problem. Fuzi watched Songbingjian update the data on the optical computer next to her, and a question mark slowly appeared above her head. This was not the first time she had undergone a customs inspection. So she knew very well that Songbingjian and Le Rualing were just pretending just now, and her spirit body had not been explored by the guide at all. The bright land gave these two people a green light. Fu thought about it, and roughly understood the reason. She didn't know who told her. It was too long ago, and she had forgotten what kind of expression was on that person's blurred face. The kindness in this world is conserved. The good fortune you spread will be fed back to you at some unknown time in the future. Chapter 159. When Fuzi came out of the spiritual body examination room, Tan Sui also passed the entry inspection smoothly. Fuzi thought of the two guides, who just used their public power for personal gain, and she couldn't help but feel helpless. If this behavior is not exposed, everyone will be happy, but once Poseidon finds out, it will definitely bring trouble to them. Fuzi silently retracted her gaze, and the plan that was only in its infancy in her mind gradually took shape. There was no abnormality in the entry inspection, and the fleet's speed increased a lot. When the main fleet officially landed outside the interstellar prison, it was already 16 hours later. The interstellar prison is located at the border of the entire Dancetu. Next to it is the cosmic crack left by the explosion of a star. This thing is somewhat similar to the principle of a black hole, but as long as it is not close to a certain range, it will not be affected. Poseidon used the cosmic crack as his execution tool, and some vicious people who refuse to reform would be thrown into the cosmic crack to fend for themselves. Of course, this is the statement to the outside world. Ms. Ivy, for safety reasons, your genetic shackles will last until the day of the Interstellar Federation trial. I hope you will forgive me, Lucifer said respectfully. Fuzi raised her wrists. The genetic shackles provided her with a limited range of movement. Her hands could only be separated by a palm, and even if she raised them, she could only raise them to the same height as her shoulders. This thing was tailor-made for her, recording most of her genetic code. The body strength that the Sentinels were proud of had long become useless. Fuzi opened her eyes, and saw that Posilis was contacting the jailer, who came to greet the fleet. Ivy was different from other interstellar criminals. When Shilai had not made a clear statement, she was still Moran's Commander Zero. The shackles and honors that some people carry are too heavy to be put down. And once Shilai makes his position clear, I don't know how many forces and organizations will extend olive branches to a Fuziki, and then Dancetu will probably become the target of public criticism. This situation is what Posilis does not want to see. Fuzi has a satellite positioning device on her ankle, rooted in the subcutaneous tissue. There are things that do not belong to her in her body, and she will feel a slight discomfort when walking. Posilis personally escorted Fusey to the cell with the highest level of armed. It is actually a bit inappropriate to call it a cell. This is a circular room with a radius of about 10 meters, without windows, and only a circular invisible door in the center. The facilities here are simple and comprehensive, but the dormant chamber used for rest has been replaced with an ordinary bed. Fusey stepped forward and stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the bed sheet, which was rough and cold, and could not be compared with a fluffy and warm blanket. Putting aside the inhuman physical strength, the Sentinels are actually a group of extremely precious guys. The mattresses, clothes, liquids, and food they use are all fine. If they are a little rough, they will feel uncomfortable. And this discomfort will accumulate the mental pressure of the Sentinels. Over the years, without the pollution source taking action, the Sentinels will die in the high-pressure living environment. The suppressor can only suppress the 5 senses of the Sentinels, but cannot soothe their spirits. Fusey sighed and put down the thin sheets in her hand. Fortunately, she did not plan to stay here for a long time. Calculating the time, Shizai should have taken what she wanted by now. Fusey hid the coordinates and time in the list, and it was not difficult to decode it with Xingqi's ability. In fact, she planned it much earlier than Shizai expected. From the moment she deduced that Xingqi was the boss behind the Crozier fleet, Fusey began to plan for today. The hatred between Posilis and her is not a day or two, and she always wants to settle with him. Yolan's whereabouts are unknown. 6,785 suddenly appeared and disrupted the situation. Fusey is sure that there is an invisible big hand pushing all this. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. Fusey does not think she has an advantage. But since someone wants to muddy the water, she will jump out of this stagnant water. Dansitu, which is independent of the 3 major galaxies, will be her first stop to launch a counterattack. Moreover, the enemy's power is extremely broad now, and even Tan Suiyan has become their pawn without knowing it. Fusey must make plans for the future. At this time, she inexplicably remembered the wise words that Ina said to her. People who can't lead a team can only work themselves to death. Iveski has worked in Morin for many years, and has never had any deputy. Yi Tsongbai even tried to arrange an adjutant for her to record the abnormal conditions of the spirit body, but she rejected it every time. But this time, she may have to break her own style of behavior. As far as she knows, Defeer has had 3 historic revolutionary wars. And the most recent one was undoubtedly the war to eliminate the Cadia family. The Cadia family is not isolated and helpless. Martha is a guide with great personality charm. Before she got married, countless Sentinels launched a fanatical pursuit for her favor. There are also many high-level guides, who are eager to explore the boundaries of science with her. In the battle to eliminate the Cadia family, many guides lent a hand to her, but they were defeated because they could not match the powerful fighting power of Caligar. The 2 most famous ones were not sentenced to death afterwards, but were escorted to Dansitu for permanent exile. And this verdict has been questioned by many people. The reason is that the 2 women sentenced to exile are 2 women. According to the military roster and historical war reports of Defeer, no woman can be promoted to that position. In other words, the 2 guides were pushed out to take the blame, and the real war criminals are others. This is not a rare thing. It is not the first time that Defeer's corrupt senior officials have done such a despicable thing. To give the simplest example, Garoman is not an absolutely private organization. It is rumored within Defeer that its leader has always been assumed to be a man, which invisibly gives Ina the opportunity to disguise herself. Even if the tattoo is accidentally exposed, not many people will speculate that it is above the leader of Garoman. Because it is hard for anyone to believe that the leader, who controls the Garoman and calls the wind and rain, is a woman. But the fact is that Ina has a twin spirit body that Defeer rarely sees in a century, and she killed those ignorant men in seconds. From this point, it is not difficult to see that Defeer's female genes are not as bad as rumored. It's just that they have been suppressed for too long, their scientific research results have been replaced by fake names, their military achievements have been shamelessly plundered, and even their innate fertility has been regarded by Defeer as a petri dish for experiments, and has been inhumanely used and degraded. As Ina said, Defeer needs a revolution, from inside to outside, from outside to inside. The 2 guides imprisoned in the interstellar prison may become one of the helpers behind Fusey. As for what chips Fusey has to make them believe and follow. Fusey closed her eyes, hooked her fingers upwards, and touched the black snake that swam to her wrist. There was a monitoring star in the cell for all-round surveillance, and Fusey could not openly put the black snake in the palm of her hand to play with it, although she wanted to do so. Perhaps it was aware of Fusey's unstable mind. The slender snake tail hooked her little finger and rubbed her finger base tenderly. Fusie's fingers were very flexible, and maintaining this action did not cause her pain, but her mental fluctuations increased a lot in vain. There was a monster running around in her chest that was about to be released. She raised her eyes, and her dark blue eyes reflected the silver-white arc-shaped ceiling, like another highlight. As the only blood of Martha left in the world, Maiga's is a good bargaining chip. When the two guides were pushed to the review committee, they did not make any excuses, and took all the blame for helping the Cadia family. Fusie speculated that their admiration and worship of Martha would only increase, not decrease. If they only used this bargaining chip, it would undoubtedly push Maiga's to the forefront. Once their plan was exposed in advance, the news that the remnants of Cadia were still alive would immediately spread to every corner of the field. If a person has many followers, then there will be more people who hate her. Maiga's has been on the run for so many years. If he is exposed to the gun because of Fusie's decision, will he be willing? Chapter 160. This question only existed in Fusie's mind for a moment. A chuckle sounded in the cold and silent room. Fusie is not a dictator who makes decisions for others. On the contrary, she respects everyone's subjective will. The premise is that the person does not block her way forward. Fusie recalled that the time of the federal meeting mentioned by Posilis was about 7 days later, and the specific time depends on whether the interstellar storm will give face. In other words, she only has 7 days. Once the federal meeting is held, even if Sheila wants to protect her, she will not be able to withstand the pressure from all parties. At that time, the whole Moran will fall into a passive situation. Without further ado, Fusie's eyes swept across every corner of the room inch by inch. The inhibitory power of justice judgment on her was gradually weakening, and the fine and dense black mist climbed up her ankles. Each cell in the interstellar prison is made of magic crystals. The arc-shaped cells are very resistant to pressure, and the natural advantages of the sentinels are useless here. But Fusie didn't want to destroy it. It was enough for her to leave here for a while. Fusie sat on the not-so-soft bed, quietly waiting for the opportunity to come. She was not in a hurry. Now there was someone else being roasted in the pot. Why can't I see her? Tan Sui-yin stared at the dead face of Posilis and felt that it was extremely annoying. Excuse me, Posilis said calmly, you are currently the plaintiff and do not have the right to meet the defendant before the federal meeting. Tan Sui-yin was unmoved. What identity are you talking to me now, the warden or the person in power in Dansitu? Poseidon, don't forget what you said when you proposed cooperation to me. Tan Sui-yin's voice was not loud, but the ending tone was very heavy. Poseidon lowered his eyes calmly. It is said that Tan Suwu is very satisfied with his successor. Seeing her today, the queen's judgment is rarely wrong. Hearing the contempt in his words, Tan Sui-yin stopped talking and stared at his face silently. You want to terminate our cooperation, Tan Sui-yin stated calmly. When Poseidon heard this, a trace of imperceptible resentment flashed in his pupils, and then it disappeared in an instant like a drop of water falling into the sea, leaving only a cold and lonely face. Yes. Okay. Tan Sui-yin said 3 times in a row, each one lighter than the last, and his emotions seemed to have returned to calm. Poseidon lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, and Tan Sui-yin turned around, as if he didn't intend to argue with him about this issue again. It was indeed Poseidon who broke the contract first. The cause of the incident was an anonymous letter, which passed through all the censorship methods and the inspection of the monitoring star, and appeared on Posilis's desk out of thin air. In this era of fast data exchange, the appearance of paper letters is itself a very strange thing. What Posilis did not expect was that the letter mentioned the illegal behavior of Iski hiding her identity and signing up for Mai Cantania. However, an anonymous letter without a signature could not be used as evidence for Dansitu's trial. So the letter mentioned another insider who could help him. The only heir of Queen Indical, Tan Sui-yin. The letter explained in detail that Tan Sui-yin and Iski had appeared at the same auction, and Tan Sui-yin had already discovered Iski's true identity at that time, but for some reason, she did not expose it on the spot. So Ifuzaki continued to disguise herself as an ordinary military school student and travel between major galaxies to compete. Posilis' hands were trembling when he read the letter, not because of anger, but because of indescribable excitement. The letter also mentioned a key factor, that the previous feud between Ifuzaki and Tan Sui-yin was not caused by the battlefield as rumored by the outside world. The truth is far more incredible than the rumors. Ifuzaki used her life as a bet to win the yumming from Tan Sui-yin. Posilis once doubted the authenticity of this information. Yumming is the most important weapon of Indiclair, and it is the result of hundreds of years of research by the Church. As soon as this weapon came out, It set off a wave of discussion among countless researchers. Its material is very simple, ranked low on the element table, rare and dangerous. The most important thing is that it can change its form according to the user's mind, which is equivalent to the second spiritual body of the warrior. If this information is true, then Tan Sui-yin is definitely a rare helper for Posilis. Tan Sui-yin was responsible for being a witness, and Posiris provided a venue independent of all forces. This conspiracy was initiated by Posiris from the beginning. Fusie's inference was wrong on this point. But the result was the same. Fusie looked up at her palm. Posiris changed his mind at the last minute and rejected your request for interrogation? The black bird the size of a little finger stood in Fusie's palm, chirping and scolding Posiris's mean behavior. Because of Tan Sui's overprotection and doting, this princess developed a straightforward and hot temper. Since Poseidon wants to break the contract, then everyone will have a hard time. Fusie glanced at her and raised her lips without surprise. Don't you think it's a little too late to come to me to talk about this now? Although she said so, the smile on her face was obvious, and it was obvious that she was not without any room for maneuver. You are asking for trouble. What's the point of keeping Yu Ming? My offer will definitely satisfy you. Are you really not going to make a deal with me again? The little black bird pecked at her palm. Fusie threw away the black bird that was resting on her palm and said lightly, What's the point of saying more? I am an interstellar criminal now. Once the federal meeting is held, Poseidon will secretly put pressure on me. The meeting hasn't been held yet. Tan Sui-yin couldn't stand it anymore. AI Fusiki was still the same old way, talking in a roundabout way and not straightforward at all. As long as you agree to make another deal with me, I don't believe that Posiris or the Interstellar Federation can bypass Indeclare's veto power. Tan Sui-yin's voice was full of arrogance. As she said, as the leader of the three major galaxies, Indeclare has a transcendent status in the Interstellar Federation, and Indeclare has a veto power over any decision and implementation of the code. Theoretically, as long as Tan Sui disagrees, Posiris will never be able to sentence Ivesiki to exile. However, the last time Tan Sui exercised a veto power was 300 years ago. This is another consideration for Posiris to cooperate with Tan Sui-yin, but he doesn't know what went wrong in his mind, and he actually unilaterally tore up the cooperation with Tan Sui-yin. Since Yu Ming is so important to you, Fusie teased, why do you still use it as a bet? Minnie Blackbird froze, standing at the head of the bed, and didn't say anything for a long time. Since she had nothing to do anyway, Fusie slowly recalled the bet that year. At that time, she had just taken up the position of Commander Morin, and her style of doing things was flamboyant and reckless. Not only did she snatch the energy mine that Tan Sui-yin had set his eyes on, but she also invited her to bet against him. The bets at the beginning were not so extreme. Fusiki played with the slightly curved ends of her silver hair, with a rather careless attitude. Since you want to make a bet, then show some sincerity. Tan Sui-yin looked at her careless actions. He had never been provoked like this in his life, and he was also aroused with anger. When did Moran raise a thief, like you who plunders wantonly? Don't be so angry. Fusiki smiled and spread her hands. I have the mining rights of the Shuiyan energy star that you have been searching for a long time. Don't you really want to play a game? Tan Sui-yin on the opposite side was obviously a little tempted. They shouted across the interstellar communication and could see each other's three-dimensional images. Fusiki observed her expression and said, 3 games, 2 wins, how about it? Tan Sui-yin, who had just been released by Tan Sui for training, couldn't stand her provocation and immediately agreed. However, Fusiki lost the first game very quickly. Tan Sui-yin immediately regained his morale and raised his chin. Nothing special. Fusiki was still sitting leisurely on the other side, and said with interest, how about we increase the stakes in the second round? What do you want to add? Tan Sui-yin frowned. Well, I'm actually very poor. Only my life is valuable. If I lose, you have the power to execute me. How about that? Fusiki said with a smile. Tan Sui-yin's pupils trembled slightly. With such a huge temptation in front of her, she tried her best to suppress her excitement. What do you want me to raise? She gave such an attractive condition, and what she wanted must be very expensive. I heard that you have a younger brother. Fusiki ignored Tan Sui-yin's drastic change in expression and continued, if you lose, your brother's life will belong to me. Tan Sui-yin glanced around. Those around her were the Empress's confidants. She also knew about this secret. She lowered her eyes at the first time and left the interstellar broadcasting room with her eyes and nose. Tan Sui-yin turned his sight back and looked at Fusiki's delicate and cold face. Okay. No matter how Fusiki got this news, and no matter what the result of today's gambling game is, She must not be allowed to leave alive today. Ivy seemed to be completely unaware of Tan Suiyan's killing intent. They started the second round of gambling. Tan Suiyan was restless and lost to Ivy. Just as Tan Suiyan was about to start the third round, Ivy said again, "Wait, you haven't said what the bet is for this round." Tan Suiyan named several rare treasures in a row, but Ivy was not satisfied. "So your brother is worth only these junks in your heart?" Ivy pinched her neck bone lazily. "It seems that your relationship is worse than I thought." Tan Suiyan's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he blurted out, "What do you want?" "Oh!" Ivy finally got interested. "I heard that Indakla has produced an epic-making weapon. It should be on you, right?" At this moment, Tan Suiyan finally knew what Ivy's real purpose was. This guy was here for Yuming. What energy mines and gambling games are all her pretexts. However, Tan Suiyan had just contacted the guards stationed here. Even if she lost the bet, AI Fuziki alone was no match for them. Tan Suiyan narrowed his eyes and said simply, "Okay, then I will use Yuming as the bet for the last round." Recalling this, Fuzi glanced at the silent Jinza spirit in the corner, sighing. "You didn't think that I could break through the Queen's guards by myself, so you agreed to use Yuming as the bet, right?" Chapter 161. This sentence came out of Fuzi's mouth without any sense of arrogance or pride. Because she really did it. The team of hundreds of Super A-level sentinels and 3K1 level guides failed to stop Ivesiki at that time, and watched her take Yuming away from the border of Indiclare. Fortunately, all those present at that time were promoted by the Queen herself, and they kept their mouths shut, so the news of Yuming's loss was not spread. The symbolic significance of Yuming is far greater than its practical significance. The main weapons of the current interstellar war are still the super-energy ion cannons, or antimatter activating weapons carried by warships. So as long as the news is blocked from the outside world to prevent the outside world from knowing that Yuming has changed hands, the impact of this incident will be minimized. However, Tan Suiyan never gave up taking Yuming back from Ivesiki. Even this cooperation with Posleys was to create an opportunity to meet with Ivesiki alone. "Stop talking nonsense. What exactly do you want to return Yuming?" Tan Suiyan patiently won. Fuzi put her hands back and put on a very leisurely posture. "Okay, I can discuss this business with you, but it will take 7 days. 7 days later? Tan Suiyan was stunned. What are you talking about again? Fuzi said calmly. Nothing, but I still have things to deal with. Before that, can you tell me where 6785 is imprisoned? Tan Suiyan's mental and physical energy avoided all monitoring stars, and came to her cell, proving that she must know the specific location of this group of interstellar criminals. Tan Suiyan said unhappily, Why should I tell you? Fuzi raised her eyebrows slightly, not angry. Speaking of which, our bet back then was not just Yuming. Don't you plan to take him back to Indakla? Tan Suiyan fell silent again. This was why she hated AI Fuziki. She always felt uncomfortable in front of her. What do you want to say? Tan Suiyan said indifferently. Fuzi smiled and said meaningfully, You have seen Moran's situation now. It is not safe around me. You should take him back to Indakla as soon as possible. Don't worry about it. Tan Suiyan said coldly, I will help you this time. As for when to take him back to Indakla, I will make my own decision. Fuzi got the result she wanted, so she naturally didn't say much. She said lazily, Tell me the location of cell 6785, as well as the locations of Zoe and Nofui. Huh? Tan Suiyan was almost laughing in anger. This person ordered her around without hesitation. Who is this person? Do you really think I am an inspector? Don't rush to refute. Fuzi's eyes passed over the dormant monitoring star in the corner. You should have heard of these two people. The previous battle of Kaida implicated many old nobles of Defil, but in the end only 3 guides were sentenced to heavy sentences. One of them was caught in an interstellar storm on the way to the interstellar prison, and his life and death are unknown. The remaining 2 guides have been imprisoned in Dansitu after being convicted by the Interstellar Federation. Fuzi paused and continued, You must provide me with information and opportunities. Tan Suiyan snorted, You know to beg me now? Find out who is asking for help now. People under the eaves will not die if they bow their heads a little. Fuzi teased. Tan Suiyan's spirit body jumped twice on the bed, and it seemed that he was very resentful of Fuzi, but he could only step out 2 small holes. Fuzi looked at them, and said with a little curiosity, Hey, don't you have 3 legs? Tan Suiyan said unhappily, Take care of yourself. How many points of your spiritual body mutation skills can you use here? I'm afraid it's difficult to use even 1 point. Fuzi ignored her sarcastic ridicule and said in a good temper, I don't have much time. Tell me the specific location of the 3 of them within 3 days, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Tan Sui-yin snorted twice, and the black bird turned into a warm breeze and disappeared on the spot. Fusey looked at the monitoring star, who was gradually resuming work, and was a little worried about the progress of Shizai. In fact, when Shizai returned to the apartment where Fusey lived in Kananchi, he had already had the idea of retiring. He looked at the person in front of him, his voice tense. "She asked you to come?" Bernard was not surprised by his arrival. He closed the paper book in his hand and stood up. "Yes." "Why?" Shiza was a little out of control. What on earth does she want to do? After he left Tanya, he took off his disguise. Once the immature student face was peeled off from him, it would reveal a coldness that was hard to ignore. Bernard ignored the frust on his face. "You have guessed it, haven't you?" Shiza walked back and forth twice, as if he was a little at a loss, and seemed a little confused. Finally, he stopped and said in a deep voice, "Do you think it's okay?" "To be fair, Evesky is my boss, and I shouldn't criticize her behavior." Bernard raised his eyes. His pure black pupils were a little cold, but I don't deny the risk of this plan. Shizai looked at him for 2 seconds and understood what he had not said. There is no room for maneuver. Bernard nodded. His facial features were not as delicate and flamboyant as Shizai's. There was a hint of decadence between his eyebrows and eyes, as if he had no interest in doing anything. The corners of his eyes drooped, and no special emotions could be seen. All we can do is accept it. Shizai pursed his lips, still unwilling to believe. Is she really going to attack Posiris? Bernard answered expressionlessly. To be precise, it is Dansetsu. Posiris has lost his fairness as the warden. He is no longer suitable to continue to be in charge of the interstellar prison. Shizai closed his eyes. It's not that he didn't believe in Fusi's strength, but he was afraid of the uncertain factors. Tan Sui-yin also went to Dansetsu. If she and Posiris join forces, Moran will be out of reach. Shizai has calmed down. No. Bernard's eyes were flat, and his sight looked behind him. Shizai seemed to have sensed something, and when he looked back, he saw Euphemia standing downstairs in the apartment building. Bernard said calmly, "Until now, everything is still within her calculations." Shizai opened the door for Euphemia, and she immediately said, "I'm sorry for coming here intrusively. I just care about the call you made to me before." Shizai's eyes moved around her face, a little hesitant. Bernard said behind Shizai, "She has gone to Dansetsu." Hearing the expected answer, Euphemia frowned deeply. How could this be? Poseidon's power is not so great. How could the governor let him take Sister Ai away so easily? She spoke very quickly, not hiding her worries and fears. What is the crime that Posilis has charged Sister Ai with? Shiza took a deep breath. Illegal entry into the 2 main cities of Moros and Qingyu. The informant is Tan Sui-yin. The matter is a bit complicated. Don't make it public before the news spreads. After listening, Euphemia did not hesitate and said directly, "I will leave for Dansetsu immediately." "No." "Okay." Shiza and Bernard said in unison. Shizai turned his head in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Dansetsu is a place that is easy to enter, but difficult to leave. The water is already muddy enough now." "That's not what I meant," Bernard said word by word. "Before Fusey left, she told me that if Euphemia wanted to go to Dansetsu, don't stop her." Euphemia's face lit up, and then she became serious again. "I get ready right away." Shizai and Bernard looked at each other for a few seconds, and he suddenly woke up from a dream. She had already thought that Euphemia would go to Dansetsu. "Rather, she knows you too well." Perse lowered his eyes, and is thin and long. Smoothing the corners of the paper book with his fingers, "You will definitely ask Euphemia about what happened that year. Once you ask, Euphemia will definitely guess that Poseidon and Fusey are in conflict again. Naturally, she will be worried. After all, it was her fault, and she will definitely go and settle it herself." Bernard slowly put the book back on the bookshelf, his voice a little dull. "You have almost no secrets in front of Fusey, and your every move is within her expectations." Shizai did not deny it, and was even proud of it, because we are close enough. Bernard didn't expect him to be so calm. His movements were slightly stiff, and then he closed the dust cover of the bookshelf as if nothing had happened. "Euphemia and I were both brought out of Dansetsu by Fusey. We should have understood this matter earlier, but it has been delayed until now." Bernard rubbed his high-nose bridge, seeming a little tired. "This may be a good time." Shiza pursed his lips, and finally said nothing more. "Someone will take you into Dansetsu, but don't alert the enemy before the interstellar conference, and keep your troops in place for now." Hearing him say this, Bernard suddenly raised his eyes. "Who is that person?" Shiza didn't notice that his expression was a little cold, and continued to remind him. "The Crozier fleet has daily transactions with Dansetsu, and it is not a problem to send a few people in. Bernard rarely frowned. The Crozier fleet is going to. The whereabouts of the person are unknown, and Morin has little friendship with him. How did you get in touch with him? Shiza then raised his eyes, and a subtle viciousness flashed in the corners of his narrow eyes. He said in a sarcastic tone, "How can I be so capable?" Berna turned the candidates in his mind around and couldn't think of a matching candidate, so he couldn't help but ask again, "Who is it?" Shiza glanced at him, and seemed very reluctant to mention it. "The mystery of Jialan was detected by you, right? You should have heard about the auction organized by the Crozier fleet. The gem was bought by a mysterious buyer, but now it is in the hands of your sister." He didn't point it out, probably because he really didn't want to say it directly. Fortunately, Berna was smart enough to infer the truth behind it in a few words. Berna calmed down and whispered, "So that's the case? Then he is indeed a trustworthy person." Hearing his conclusion, Shiza did not deny it. After all, Maigas is now on the same rope with him. He is close to people and resources, and his sincerity is indeed very sufficient. But Shiza would still feel unhappy. He is just a latecomer. Why can he stand beside her? Chapter 162. Under Euphemia's strong request and Bernard's silent support, Shiza still gave in and agreed to send Euphemia to Dansitu. Even though he felt uneasy and felt that something was wrong, his mind was in a mess because he was worried about Fusy's safety. Shiza rarely panicked, but as he said, the interstellar prison was far away in Dansitu. Even if he wanted to help Fusy, he was out of reach. Without further ado, he could only take Bernard and Euphemia back to Tanya as soon as possible. However, when the three arrived in Tanya, Xingqi brought bad news. "Ina is missing," Xingqi said in a deep voice. The original plan was that Xingqi would leave for Dansitu immediately after Shiza returned from Kananki. So Xingqi wanted to say hello to Ina before leaving so that she would not worry. But Ina was not in Tanya at all. I heard that she didn't even take the final exam. Her attendance sheet was all red. The system showed that she had been absent for a week. Shiza and Xingqi met in the student dormitory again. At this moment, they were the only two people in the room. Some facts were known to both of them. Shiza said bluntly, "I have always wondered why the people from Garoman entered Tanya. Who sent her admission invitation letter?" Xingqi raised his eyes. "What are you suspicious of?" Time was urgent, and Shiza did not beat around the bush. "I don't know what happened to my sister on A2547. Ina followed her all the way to the Mike finals. I believe that the relationship between them is not something I can blame. But you also know that Dafir has never given up looking for the traces of Inzhou. Mashu, who was in a high position, participated in the Mike competition under a hidden identity. If it weren't for the military order, he would never have condescended to travel to various galaxies to participate in the competition." Xingqi took a deep breath. Yana relied on fake death to escape the pursuit of the Galamin. The organization is very deep. As the direct subordinates of the chairman, their strength is unfathomable. What's more, Ina's ability is special. The Galamin will not let her go easily. I should have thought of this earlier. Shiza's mind flashed a fragment. In the finals, Ina faced Feng Qingya's fatal blow. From her movements to her expression, she did not mean to be slaughtered. At the last moment, she chose to stop and stop the last killing move. If Fusy hadn't stopped her, Ina would have become the target of public criticism before Fusy. Galamin is not an upright organization. Ina knows very well what impact the exposure of her identity will have on her. A bold guess crossed Shiza's mind, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Perhaps she didn't want to hide any more." Xingqi was stunned for a moment, as if waking up from a dream. The two looked at each other in silence, and Xingqi said softly, "At this point, we can only believe her. Twin spirits are rare in a century, and Garoman will not easily kill her." Shiza rubbed the platinum ring on his little finger a little irritably. "I will search for her traces in Moran. The school is under martial law recently. If Defay's people took her away, there must be clues left, but if she left by herself..." Xingqi understood what he had not said. In a sense, Ina and Fusy are very similar people. They both do things with a little extreme. The thorns and arrows on the road ahead are like breeze and drizzle to them. Once they decide, they will go to the end. As the former leader of the Garoman, if she doesn't want to die, she can always get away with it unless Morin takes action personally. Shiza rarely made a pertinent comment. Fusy personally introduced Ina to Tanya. The friendship between the two of them for nearly 3 years cannot be faked. Shiza is grateful for all Ina's efforts. Even though she is likely to be on the opposite side of Morin now. "I have brought the people from Kananki, and they are waiting at the space station. You have to bring them into Dansitu together." Shiza then mentioned Fusy's instructions. Xingqi was not surprised. He only asked Euphemia and Bernerland? Shiza glanced at him, narrowing his eyes slightly. How do you know? It's easy to guess. Shang-Chi paused. I've seen her inject ZY interferon, which is listed as a banned drug in the Interstellar Codex. It was once used by the DeField Laboratory to interfere with the mental activity of the experimental subjects. Only a few core researchers know the composition of the ingredients. Shiza's face suddenly turned cold. You came to Moran in the first place because you knew she was DeField's experimental subject. You used her hatred for Moran to achieve your own goals? Maiga sighed lightly. I regret it. If you were honest from the beginning, stated your purpose and identity, and went through the traditional campus acquaintance and love process again, maybe you wouldn't have to tread on thin ice now. But will the result be different? Maigas couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Sometimes I really envy you, Shize. Shize didn't give him the opportunity to feel sad. I warn you again, don't dream of getting anything from her. If I find out that you are taking advantage of her. No, Shang-Chi blinked and smiled a little bit subtle. You can trust me on this point. Shiza glanced at him and crossed his arms. Are you going to continue to hide your identity with Bernard and Euphemia this time? Yes, Maigas nodded. The relationship between the Crozier fleet and Shang-Chi cannot be exposed now. Please keep it a secret for me. Shiza's eyes swept over him. Time is tight. You should arrive in Dancita just before the federal meeting if you leave now. Shang-Chi nodded. Pay attention to INA's affairs. Interstellar communication is unstable after leaving Moran. I will share the internal contact network of the Crozier fleet with you, and you can contact me at any time. Half a day later, Euphemia was anxiously waiting at the transit space station. Although she was expressionless, her white knuckles and slightly rapid heartbeat had exposed her nervousness. By comparison, Bernard was contented, holding the paper book brought out from Fusey's apartment and reading it with relish. In a sense, the paper books in Fusey's apartment are all rare books, and the ancient characters included in them are priceless. This transit space station is specially provided by Commander Moran. Except for the necessary daily maintenance, no strangers will enter here. Bernard looked up at Euphemia. His eyes stayed for only a moment, and then he lowered his head again. What are you afraid of? Euphemia's body stiffened, and her thin eyebrows slightly frowned. I know that Sister AI is powerful, but Poseris's spiritual body mutation skills are really tricky. Even Sister AI has to follow the rules of justice judgment. Bernard shook his head gently. Euphemia, you know that's not what I'm talking about. Euphemia looked up in a daze, with confusion flashing in her almond eyes. What? Bernard picked up a page and turned it over, saying in a calm voice, Poseidon has a great influence on you. If you don't want to return to your hometown, it is understandable. Don't force yourself. No. Euphemia suddenly raised her voice. It's not because of him. Bernard looked at her quietly. Because he didn't have an artificial eye, he wore a pair of frameless glasses on his nose to improve the accuracy of his vision. His eyes looked straight through the lenses, with a bit more coldness. Your heart rate has been rising. Euphemia pursed her lips. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to explain something, but she was a bit incoherent. As a guide, the influence of the mark cannot be eliminated. You won't understand. Bernard is an ordinary person without a spiritual body. The most common sentinel he has seen is the special case of Ivesiki. Ivesiki is never affected by any pheromone between sentinels. She only shows a little loss of control during the manic period, and will soon be suppressed by interferon. From this perspective, Bernard did not know enough about the spiritual markings between sentinels, and theoretical knowledge alone was not enough to serve as a factual basis. It may be a bit presumptuous to say this. Bernard took off his glasses and rubbed his eyebrows. Euphemia, you need more power to support your sense of worthiness. Euphemia understood what he was talking about. As the commander-in-chief of the 12th Fleet of Moran, she had tasted the taste of power, but once she touched on the past, she would inevitably put herself back in a low position. Just like this trip to Dancita, she did not tell anyone, including her adjutant and subordinates. Euphemia told everyone that she was still on vacation, and quietly left a letter of recommendation to her adjutant. Bernard ignored Euphemia's sudden change of expression, and he continued quietly, You don't have to assume that if Ivesky brought back other people, it would be different. Everyone is unique and irreplaceable. Your ability is beyond doubt. Even if you return to Dancita today, it is not to compromise with him. You must believe in Ivesky, and even more so, believe in yourself. Euphemia's heart skipped a beat. She has always been clear about Bernard's ability to see through people's hearts, but he can see through her concerns so easily, which still makes her a little scared. Ever since receiving the communication from Shize, Euphemia has been reflecting and blaming herself. If I hadn't asked Sister AI for help that year, it would have been better. The powerful strength of Poseidon left a big shadow on her. The feeling of powerlessness that she couldn't get rid of no matter where she fled or how hard she struggled almost enveloped her youth. Because of this, Euphemia has always been afraid that she will become a burden to Ivesiki. Poseris's status and strength are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. If it weren't for her, Ivesiki wouldn't have to get into such a big trouble. If I had never appeared, would things be different? Euphemia unconsciously said this sentence. Good afternoon, both of you. A deep male voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Euphemia's self-pity. Bernard turned his head first, and saw a faceless man following behind Shizei. The boss behind the Crozier fleet is as mysterious as the rumors say. The hood he wears can block infrared scanning, and most of the cosmic radiation rays, while also hiding physical features. He also has a mask on his face that reflects the metallic luster, and not an inch of skin is exposed from head to toe. Let me introduce myself. His voice was obviously disguised. With a little noise of electric current in the low magnetic field, I am Metz, the leader of the Croce fleet, and I will lead you two to dance into next. In front of outsiders, Euphemia quickly regained her composure. Her temperament was cold and solemn. Hello. Please take care of me on the next journey. Bernard looked at Euphemia's serious profile and felt relieved. Although she was afraid, Euphemia had already been able to stand on her own, and Ivesiki would never favor a truly cowardly person. He was worrying too much. Chapter 163. Let me make it clear first. If you are discovered by Posilis, I will immediately get rid of you, and will never cover up for you. The little black bird chirped in front of Fusey. Fusey looked at the simple map she brought, and said helplessly, What the hell is this thing you drew? The magic crystal cells are changing all the time. They can't stay in the same place, and wait for me to find them. Tan Suiyan snorted and said unhappily, The magic crystal cells where dangerous people like you stay are different from theirs. They are in Area A67. Whether it is the number of monitoring stars, or the strength of the defense system, they can't compare with yours. Tan Suiyan said this with a bit of boasting. After all, this interstellar prison is like walking on flat ground for her. She can enter the magic crystal cell with such a solid guard mechanism. Who knows that Fusey didn't understand her deep meaning at all. She still looked down at her ghostly talismans, with silver-white hair hanging on both sides of her cheeks, covering her expression. Fusey read for a total of 3 minutes, and used 2 30-second parts to understand the scribblings that Tan Suiyan had marked next to it. Tan Sui language is the most complex and difficult to write, but this is not the reason why Tan Suiyan's handwriting is crazy. Fusey rubbed her eyebrows, and threw the paper back casually. A black shadow that jumped out like lightning swallowed it, and then dissipated in midair. Tan Suiyan couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene, Your mental power has recovered to this extent? Obviously, when she was in Tanya, this guy's mental power fluctuations were still very weak, and the sequelae of the consciousness body switching should not have dissipated yet. Why can she recover so quickly? Tan Suiyan immediately thought that this guy had been hiding his identity in Tanya for so long. It was impossible that he just wanted to participate in the might competition. Could it be because of some new genetic engineering experiment? Then her current strength is probably better than before. What are you thinking about? Fusey raised her head and saw Jinza standing there blankly, silent, and definitely had no good intentions. No, it's okay, Tan Suiyan reacted, and she glanced at the monitoring star in the corner. Time is almost up. You wish yourself good luck. Fusey waved her hands lazily, and the miniature Jinza system dissipated in the air. Ding-dee, the monitoring star in the corner issued a faint reminder sound to resume work. If there is any loophole in this prison, it is that there is only one eye in the cell to monitor the criminals, because the external monitoring of the interstellar prison is very intensive, and considering the personal privacy of the criminals, the guards inside the cell can be said to be lax. This gave Tan Suiyan an opportunity to take advantage of. If the public knew that the Jinza spirit, which ranks first in the known universe in terms of spirit combat power, was developed by Tan Suiyan into a spirit mutation skill for smuggling, they would probably burst out laughing. Lost Fang can create a woven illusion within the spirit range, and the common frequency magnetic field of all equipment is also affected by it. It is a very good hidden camouflage ability. The strange thing is that this is a skill mutated by the Jinza spirit, and Tan Suiyan himself does not have such an ability. But on second thought, there is indeed one of the Queen's guides who is good at weaving illusions like this, and it is normal that Tan Suiyan inherited the genes of his father. Fusey sorted out her thoughts, put aside her thoughts on investigating Tan Suiyan, and began to think about another more important thing. She never concealed her murderous intentions towards 6785. If 6785 was in trouble now, it would be hard not to associate it with Fusey. At this point, Fusey could only temporarily adjust the order of the plan, and go to find Zoe and Nofui first. So much time had passed, and the interstellar prison was dark and long. Even normal people would be worn down by staying here, let alone two guides abandoned by their families. Fusey closed her eyes, and the genetic shackles on her hands faintly lit up a warning red light, but soon disappeared. Opening her eyes again, Fusey entered the dimension of the spirit body and looked down at the entire cell from a high altitude. The black snake that was originally entrenched on Fusey's waist noticed her mental fluctuations, and raised its head uneasily to check her condition, but was swallowed into another space by a sweeping black fog. The black snake was stunned for a second or two, then it sensed the familiar aura around it, gave up resistance, and lay quietly in the black mist's body. All criminals imprisoned in the interstellar prison will wear genetic shackles and sign a confession with the effect of justice verdict, with Poseidon to prevent them from using their spirit bodies to escape in prison. But that thing is basically ineffective against Fusey. To be honest, I have to thank Morin. If it weren't for his more cruel laboratory methods, Fusey might not have been able to train the ability to avoid the blockade of genetic shackles. The black mist seeped out bit by bit along the circular gap on the floor. There are many comments on disorder in the outside world, but very little is known. Even Poseidon doesn't know that Fusey's spirit body can pass through any tiny gap, breaking himself up and reorganizing himself. It can be said to be pervasive. Imprisoning Fusey in the interstellar prison is like putting a wolf into a sheepfold. According to Tan Suiyan's information, Zoe and Nofuyi's cells are not far apart, both located in the center of Area A67. This is the cell where the guides are imprisoned. From time to time, there will be weak mental fluctuations. Fusey quickly locates Zoe's position, and leans over to rush into her room. Unexpectedly, Zoe is sitting on the bed, painting her fingers lazily. Fusey is not surprised by her behavior, but by her aesthetics. I saw that her 10 fingers were painted with different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black and white. At first glance, it is an abstract color scheme that artists must praise. Her face is very young, and she still looks lively as a girl. With light brown hair and fair skin, she looks no different from the students of Gales. She seems to be in a good mood, humming a soothing tune in her mouth. Fusey looked around and confirmed that this was the cell of the interstellar prison. She had not walked into the wrong room. It was definitely Zoe's cell. Outsider, you better not affect my good mood. Zoe's eyes were still fixed on her nails, but her voice was cold. Obviously, she had discovered Fusey's presence. Fusey had no intention of hiding. She came straight to the point. Are you Zoe Vittorio Derby? Zoe said mercilessly. I am Zoe, but not Zoe Vittorio Derby. If you want to find her, please go to find the time wormhole and go back to Defeer 20 years ago. Maybe you will get something. Fusey had decided on the progress of today's lobbying, so she simply showed her figure in the room, but the black fog could only simulate her figure, which looked like a life-size figure made of black clay. Zoe stared at the guy who suddenly appeared. Who are you? Her words were very rude, but Fusey didn't care. She explained, for some reason, I can only meet you in spirit now, please forgive me. Fusey spoke standard Moro's language. Zoe didn't remember any person in Defeer who could do this in spirit. This is Dansatu. How could there be such a big loophole to exploit, unless she is not from Defeer? Zoe quickly recalled the characters in her mind until a shadowy picture flashed through her mind. You are 2547, Zoe exclaimed, then realized that her voice was too loud, and quickly covered her mouth. Fusey nodded. I came today. Don't talk. Zoe suddenly stretched out her hand, and 5 colorful fingers stopped in front of Fusey. Let me guess. Zoe only thought for a few seconds, and said quickly, you can't stand the rule of that old Morin, so you decided to revolt on the spot and unite multiple forces to overthrow the rule of the current chairman of Defeatsy? Fusey raised her eyebrows. You. I know. Zoe could hardly suppress the excitement on her face, and added excitedly, this goal is too small. With your ability, you should kill Morin directly this time and take over the Caligar family yourself. Seeing that her pie was getting bigger and bigger, Fusey took the opportunity to say, then are you willing to complete this great cause with me? Zoe immediately raised her head. I am willing. I have been waiting for this day here for more than 10 years, but let's make a deal first. In the end you have to leave Morin a breath so that I can pour the water flame into his stinking dog mouth and ignite it. Fusey didn't expect it to be so smooth. She confirmed again, are you sure? This decision may betray your family and beliefs. Bullshit family and beliefs. Zoe took a deep breath, her expression more serious than ever. Do you know who I hate the most? Fusey cooperated and asked, who? The great man who always talks about saving all living beings and turning back. Zoe said word by word, the hatred in this world, if it can be avenged in this minute, it must not be left to the next minute, and if it can be resolved today, it must not be left to tomorrow. If anyone dares to tell me that hatred has no end, and only letting go can bring bliss, I will definitely stab him in the chest 3 times with a knife, and then apologize, and finally arrange a funeral unique to Defeer. Fusey looked at her expression. Although she was emotional, her eyes were clear, and she didn't look like she was polluted by endless darkness. Don't worry, Zoe saw through her concerns. I won't fall before Morin dies. Fusey couldn't help but say, do you trust me so much? Zoe looked at her and suddenly showed a warm smile. I have seen you. After the great changes in the Moros laboratory and the Qaeda eradication war, I was Martha's student. Although she never admitted it, I still want to call her teacher. At that time, everyone was trying to protect themselves. I wanted to help the teacher through this difficult time without hesitation. It's a pity that the power of one person is limited after all. Zoe's voice calmed down, and she didn't seem to resist the dark history of that year. The teacher's greatest sorrow is that she was born in a noble family of Defeal, and her scientific research results were robbed. She thought that after the marriage, her status in the research institute would improve, but who knew that it was just the beginning of another tragedy. Zoe's voice sank here, and she seemed very regretful. Fusey looked at her. She was expressionless and even in a mood to mock when she talked about her own experience, but she was full of regret and heartache when she talked about Martha. I have nothing to lose. One person's power is indeed limited, but I can't let this paralyze myself and not resist. A tree without roots has no leaves. I am willing to be your root. Zoe's eyes were bright, and Fusey saw the rare starlight in them. Welcome to join us. Fusey shook her hand lightly. Chapter 164. After coming out of Zoe's place, Fusey was still a little dazed. Zoe's mental state was better than she thought. Although the interstellar prison would not treat criminals harshly, it was obviously unrealistic to want to live here as easily as before. However, as a senior guide, Zoe could exchange a certain degree of freedom and resource points by participating in large-scale public welfare spiritual counseling activities. Thinking of this, Fusey had more confidence in persuading Nofuyi. She looked chaotic and scattered now, and looked extremely unstable. Fortunately, Zoe did not scream when she saw her. Fusey recalled the simple map that Tan Suiyan drew for her, and searched for Nofuyi's cell by feeling. Sometimes the sense of direction came strangely. When Fusey was outside Area A, she could still locate it through the simple map, but she was a little lost when she entered the interior. The black that had been hiding in her spiritual body suddenly raised its head, and the snake tongue hissed and kept swallowing, as if to hint at something. Fusey stopped moving forward. The dark and invisible black fog clung to the ceiling. The monitoring star passed by it, and found nothing unusual. Why don't you speak? Fusey was very curious. Hiss, he was skilled in playing dumb. Fusey was helpless. This guy was still worried that she would settle accounts with him later, and care about his hiding the true information of his spirit body. Am I a petty person in your heart? Fusey teased, no. He finally spoke human words, but his voice sounded very light, and would dissipate after a slight fluctuation. What? Did you feel the spiritual fluctuation of Novii? Fusey stopped chatting with him, and asked about the business instead. But this time Shang-Chi did not answer her immediately, and Fusey was not in a hurry. Her spirit body could move for a long time away from her body, and she did not intend to find Zoe and Nofuyi all at once. I sensed a very weak mental fluctuation that was very similar to Feng Qingya, but the ability of the touch branch was limited, and I could not guarantee that the perception was correct. Shang-Chi was careful to communicate with Fusey. Just go and see, and you will know. Fusey did not hesitate at all, and went in the direction he pointed. She was so straightforward that Shang-Chi was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he reacted and hesitated. Don't you think it's strange? Fusey certainly did not decide to go, and find out based on his one-sided words. Feng Zhao Qingya was not the only son of the Feng Zhao family. He had a sister who was a few years older. She was extremely talented, and was a double A-level sentinel. She was selected by the queen into the guards as soon as she came of age. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Feng Zhao Qingyu accidentally got contaminated while performing a mission, and was soon sentenced to exile because she couldn't suppress her manic spirit. Fusey told Shang-Chi about this while walking. He was silent for a while before asking, the manic period of the sentinel is not unsolvable. The situation should not be so serious that he should be sentenced to exile, right? Fusey turned a corner, where there were many more mental fluctuation detection devices, so she slowed down and replied naturally, of course, As long as there is a guide with a high enough degree of fit to give her long-term and stable mental counseling, Feng Zhaoqing, you may be able to return to normal. Xing-Qi's voice was a little sleepy. Did something unexpected happen later? Fu Si came to the outside of Feng Zhaoqing's cell quietly. It was strange that as a sentinel, she should not be imprisoned in the area cell, but Xing-Qi's perception was generally not wrong. Then there is only one possibility. Fu Si slowly infiltrated her spirit body and answered Xing-Qi's question. Feng Zhaoqing, you refused to marry the guide arranged by the family. She asked to be exiled, and the queen agreed to her choice. The layout of the cell was no different from Zoe's, but the color was much more monotonous, with only black, white and gray, which looked a bit cold and hard. Daily activities in the interstellar prison need to be exchanged for labor points. Looking at the layout of Zoe's room, you can see that she has exchanged labor points for colorful plush toys and beautiful nail dies. It stands to reason that Feng Zhaoqing is not short of labor points, but the facilities in her room are mediocre, and there are few things added later. Fuzi's spirit body completely infiltrated her room. It stands to reason that even the sentinels, who are not good at perception, should have noticed it at such a close distance, but Feng Zhaoqing didn't even raise her eyelids, and seemed to have no idea of the extra things in the room. Sure enough, Fuzi saw her state and understood it. The reason why Feng Zhaoqing was imprisoned in Area A, which was full of guides, was because she was no longer a sentinel. She was now just an ordinary person, with a slightly stronger physical fitness. Fuzi stayed here for a while longer. Feng Zhaoqing seemed to have gotten used to the life in the interstellar prison. She was writing and drawing at the desk. Her posture was relaxed and casual. She didn't seem to be eroded by mania at all. Out of courtesy, Fuzi didn't spy on what she was writing. Just from the range of her movements and writing speed, she enjoyed it very much. Fuzi didn't disturb her, quietly withdrew, and continued to look for the location of Nofuyi's cell. Xing-Qi's voice sounded deep in her spirit, thin and small. How could this happen? I can't feel the fluctuations of her spirit at all. Has she become an ordinary person? Compared to the death of a genius, the mediocrity of a genius is what makes more people difficult to accept. When Xing-Qi was touring the major galaxies, he had heard about Feng Zhaoqing's deeds. He was indeed a rare young hero. Fuzi did not answer his question immediately. We will talk in person after we solve the trouble of Poseidon. Just don't run away. Hearing her hidden meaning, Xing-Qi felt a tingling in his back, and asked with expectation, Can we meet before the interstellar meeting? Seeing that he did not dodge but welcomed, Fuzi wanted to tease him, but the occasion was not so appropriate. It's difficult. Poseidon has not made a move yet. I don't know his specific plan. Where are you? Xing-Qi answered truthfully, on the periphery of the Eclipse Nebula. It's still 2 days away from Dansitu. Fuzi silently estimated the distance in her heart to ensure that they could reach Dansitu before the interstellar meeting. Okay, the original plan remains unchanged. You can enter a dormant state first to preserve your mental power. Xing-Qi hesitated for a moment, but still cut off the mental connection with the touch branch. The mental power carried by the touch branch is limited, just like a device powered by a battery. If the energy is exhausted, it will lose the ability to connect with the guide, and it will no longer be able to remotely assist the Sentinel's actions. Hibernation is indeed the most suitable choice. Fuzi sensed it, and confirmed that Xing-Qi had cut off the connection. She finally stopped pretending to be lost, and went straight to Nofuyi's cell. The map drawn by Tan Suiyan was indeed abstract, but as Moran's top commander, Fuzi couldn't possibly not have the ability to identify directions. Xing-Qi's tentacles could communicate with his thoughts, and she brought him out. For safety reasons, but it was also like carrying a mobile surveillance camera on her body. The situation on Nuofui's side was more complicated, and Fuzi didn't want a third person to know the next conversation. Gujia's sticky, numbing sound of skin and flesh cracking spread in the air. Fuzi slowly infiltrated the cell, and watched Nuofui leave a clear blood mark on her arm. Fuzi didn't rush to stop it. To be precise, this was the scene Nuofui wanted her to see, and it was useless for her to stop it. Nuofui's face was beautiful, with an indescribable gentleness and intelligence. Fuzi rarely described a person's appearance, but she had a kind of beauty that was hard to ignore. From her thin ankles to her graceful neck and shoulders, Novi's figure is excellent, and her every move is permeated with the aristocratic etiquette of ladies that is criticized. Hello. Novi put down the sharpened pen tip in her hand, and looked up at where Fuzi was. Fuzi fell from the ceiling to the ground, her eyes unconsciously fixed on her arm, and whispered, I just counted, a total of 175 scars. I don't quite understand what this number means. Are you interested in explaining it to me? Novi raised a perfect smile on her face, and her soft voice sounded, "Actually, it doesn't mean anything. Whenever I think of my past lover, my heart will ache. If I have to, I will replace it with other pains." Fusey nodded in understanding. "I see. I know why you're here." 2547, Nufui chuckled. "As long as you answer me a question, I go with you." Fusey was once again surprised at her fame. In her few memories, Nufui's only paranoia in her life was given to her husband and Martha. Logically, she shouldn't have any impression of her. Nufui savored her silence and asked with interest, "Are you surprised why I know you?" Fusey nodded honestly. "I'd like to hear more." Nufui stroked the hair hanging by her ears. The wound on her arm had not been treated, and a lot of red blood was dripping. Her voice was much lighter. "Speaking of which, I was very jealous of you at first. You were created by the chairman. Because of the existence of the god-level gene, you are born more noble than ordinary women. You can continue the genes for the chairman." Fusey did not interrupt her speech in the spirit of respecting her allies, even though she was already feeling indescribable disgust. After Martha exposed the laboratory, I was still wondering why Martha was so restless. Although she is a senior guide, I am not much worse than her. I can give up my career to take care of my husband and children. Why does she want to be different? The most important thing is that I know why the chairman has never chosen a spouse. I am surprised that he is waiting for a group of experimental subjects to mature. Nofui turned her eyes to Fusey. "As women, why can you have the most noble man in the field since you were born? My husband has a high official position, so I can go to Moro's. I lived in the center and witnessed your feat of blowing up the laboratory." The expression on Nofui's face finally fluctuated a little. She continued, "I am very confused. Why would someone give up the canary and be willing to be a wild bird with no food to eat? Until my husband pushed me to the trial, I suddenly woke up and found that he was one of Martha's followers. Because he helped the Cadia family get out of trouble, the chairman held him accountable, and he put all the blame on me." When Nofui said this, she calmed down instead, without any resentment or anger of being betrayed. Fusey listened quietly, thinking that Nofui would describe her own psychological process, but she suddenly became excited when she changed her tone. "My question is, after listening to my story, what do you think love is?" Chapter 165. What is love? Before today, Fusey had never thought about this question. But she did not feel offended, she just felt it was particularly interesting. "Is this the question you want to ask me?" Fusey confirmed again, "As long as I answer this question, will you follow me?" Nofui casually touched the blood on her hands twice, and nodded indifferently. "Whether your answer satisfies me or not, I will follow you." Fusey touched her chin unconsciously, and began to think about this question carefully. This is about the basis for a person to work hard for her. She doesn't want to be perfunctory. So this question needs to be thought about? Nofui regarded Fusey's pause as hesitation. "I thought you would immediately deny the existence of love." "Deny?" Fusey was stunned, then shook her head. "There is a reason for the existence of any kind of emotion." Nofui tilted her head, and looked at the chaotic black fog in front of her seriously. "Then what is your answer?" Fusey paused and said sincerely, "Sorry, I have never seen the appearance of love. Since I was born, I have been surrounded by suspicion and killing. I have never had this kind of emotion, so I can't answer you." Nofui was stunned. This was an answer she had not expected. It is no exaggeration to say that Nofui has asked many people this question. Her parents, her sisters, her husband, everyone gave their own answers. Even if their marriages are not happy, and their partners are not loyal, they have all described the true appearance of love in their hearts. Don't you have your own guide yet?" Nofui said hesitantly. "Sentinels need the comfort of a guide to survive the manic period after adulthood, otherwise their spirit will always be in an uncontrollable state, which is extremely fatal on the battlefield." But no matter how the person in front of him sensed, his spirit did not show any weakness. Fusey shook her head and said, "Problems that can be solved by scientific means are never problems. Moran has long developed a sentinel inhibitor. Even without the assistance of a guide, the sentinel can safely survive the manic period. It's not that Defeer didn't introduce this inhibitor, but the price is high, and most sentinels are unwilling to use drugs to suppress their instincts." Fusey continued, "You probably don't know that Martha's research direction at the time was the active use of GA-active genes in inhibitors. If this research is successful, Defeer sentinels can be untied from the guide, and can safely survive the manic period with only the inhibitor." Nofui concentrated slightly. Martha was her senior sister, and her academic achievements were unmatched by others. What Fusey said was very unfamiliar to her, but it became very reasonable when it came to Martha. That's Martha. It said that her suitors can line up from the door of the guide's apartment to the school gate. This is a rare spectacle in Defeer. What does this have to do with the question I asked you? Novi raised her head, and the frost on her face gradually appeared. Are you really inviting me, or are you here just to make fun of me? Fusey seemed to be unable to see her cold face, and said in a light voice, but at the most critical moment of this research, the Cadia family changed, and the research was forced to stop. The Sentinels of Defeer still have to rely on the help of the guide to survive the manic period. If they are not careful, they will end up degenerating. Nafui still didn't understand what Fusey meant. She frowned, but if this inhibitor is developed, the irreplaceability of guides will become a joke. Where will we have a foothold in the whole of Defeer? Fusey looked at her with a trace of pity. Do you think the inhibitor will replace the guide? In the corners you can't see, many Sentinels use their powerful body strength to force guides to mark. Even if the other party is unwilling, Defeer's ridiculous IU law will make those forcibly marked guides and Sentinels bound for life. Their blood, tears, and humiliation are hidden under the appearance of peace in the upper class. I say this not to preach, but to state the facts. People who stay in high positions for a long time will be blinded by the beautiful scene in front of them. Nafui, do you still think that the inhibitor is developed for Sentinels? Nafui swallowed the rebuttal that had not yet come out. She was a little helpless. As a lady cultivated by the old nobility, she has a unique purification spirit body. The high level of the spirit body allows her to marry a senior official. From birth to marriage to imprisonment, she had never come into contact with what Fusey said. Fusey lowered her eyes and looked at her. Her face, which was made of black fog, was a little stiff. Nafui could only see her vague expression, which seemed to be a little nostalgic, but not mocking. Nafui said with difficulty, I have never thought about it this way. It doesn't matter, Fusey suddenly smiled. If you want to talk to me about what love is, you can't just talk about love. If there is a kind of emotion that can be independent of hormones, independent of human society, and choose you without hesitation, I think this emotion can be called love. But this situation is too idealistic. I never enjoy the future that has not yet happened, so I still can't give you an accurate answer. She reached out and gently brushed the wound on Nafui's arm, and said in a calm voice, You are a lucky child. Your birth is noble enough. You have never seen most of the filth in this world. In the peaceful interstellar field, this may not be a bad thing. Nafui closed her eyes, and suddenly her shoulders collapsed. I know, I will go with you. She said this unexpectedly, not because she got the answer she wanted, but because she couldn't bear to listen any more. Fusey raised her eyebrows in surprise. You agreed? Nafui nodded heavily. Yes, I know why you came. As you said, I have a noble enough background. I know you are not interested in my ability as a guide, but in Nobirai's financial resources. My father and brother do have a certain say in the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, but I cannot guarantee that I can exchange enough chips for you. She said it modestly. In fact, the Nobirai family's caravan is a very important existence in the entire Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, but they act low-key and never call themselves the richest. As the youngest daughter of Mr. Nobirai, she has obtained countless resources since she was a child. Fusey came to her. In addition to valuing her purification spirit body, she did have another layer of thoughts. Fusey couldn't help laughing. I underestimated you. The Nobirai family doesn't keep idle people. You are more perceptive than I thought. But don't underestimate yourself. I believe this revolution has many potential supporters. I am just collecting rivets, so that this aircraft carrier can operate normally one day. She said it very straightforwardly and easily. Nafui couldn't pretend to be ignorant, and could only nod gently. The blood on Nafui's arm had stopped, but Fusey still gently raised her arm, and a faint blue light flashed from above. Nafui was surprised to see the wound on her arm heal quickly, leaving only some numbness and itchiness. This is... Nafui opened her mouth to speak, but Fusey raised her hand to stop her. Why do you always punish yourself for other people's mistakes? Fusey waved her hand. Then we have a deal. When things are settled over there, you will come back to Moran with me. Nafui nodded in a daze. She watched Fusey turn into illusory mist and disappear on the spot. She lowered her head and rubbed her smooth arm. There was a kind of pain of drinking poison to quench thirst in the dry place in her heart. Fusey left the area where the guide was imprisoned. Halfway through the journey, she always had the illusion that she had deceived the little girl. Nafui is young and her mind is simpler than expected. Will there really be such a love-obsessed child in the Nobirai family? Fusey is skeptical about this. Nafui and Zoe's status can indeed be a great help, but the premise is that Fusey has enough chances of winning. If you want people to stand on the side, you have to be able to hold the scene. Nafui and Zoe's joining can only be regarded as a trigger. Fusey has been immersed in the power field for many years, and she still has some self-knowledge. Thinking of this, Fusey suddenly remembered that someone's pre-movement was too long. Posilis kept her under his nose, and kept her under custody. It was really strange that he could bear to stay quiet for so long, and not come to see her. It's impossible that he really waited for the Interstellar Federation conference to take action. Fusey slowly walked back to her cell. From the perspective of the monitoring star, she just fell asleep while sitting on the bed. Fusey opened her eyes. Everything in the spherical magic crystal cell was the same as when she left. The black snake that she had swallowed into her spiritual body was now quietly coiled around her waist. The delicate snake scales were against her waistline, which was a little cold. Well, something was wrong. Fusey opened her eyes, and her ice blue pupils reflected the silver-white ceiling. The body was right, the cell was right, but the location was not right. Fusey sneered. She still thought that Poseidon was too noble. This guy did a lot of things to take advantage of others' misfortunes, but it was too long ago that she had forgotten his ugly face. You are still so unpresentable, Poseidon. Fusey sighed. Her voice was very light. As the words fell, the hemispherical magic crystal cell was like an eggshell that had been cracked open. The deafening roar of the beast came crashing down, and it squeezed desperately into the small cage. Fusey raised her head, and a very familiar guy was lying on top of the magic crystal cell. His dense eyes filled his bloated body like a black bear, and his walnut-sized pupils focused on Fusey. They were excited, expectant, and greedy. He. It's delicious, it's delicious. Give me a taste. Give me a taste. I eat first. I eat first. Don't fight for it, don't fight for it. A rustling sound rang in Fusey's ears, hoarse and unpleasant. Fusey frowned after hearing the first sound. It's so ugly, Fusey said coldly. The black fog moved in response, surging like a thundercloud, and broken out aggressively. Chapter 166. Posilis is no longer the fair and strict warden of the past. He knew that he had no chance of winning a direct confrontation with Fusey, so he simply imprisoned her in the magic crystal cell first, and then used the spiritual body mutation skill to set a trap for her. Fusey quickly observed the surroundings, and finally concluded that this was Posilis' spiritual body mutation skill, Midnight Dream. Midnight Dream is a powerful domain skill. The sentinel or guide who actively steps into it will expose all weaknesses and flaws in the eyes of the skill initiator, and at the same time, the target's subconscious source of fear will be generated in the domain. The only way to counter this skill is not to actively step into it. But Posilis is really vicious. He set a trap directly in the magic crystal cell while Fusey went out to lobby in the spiritual body fusion state. Once Fusey's consciousness returns to its position, it will directly enter his domain. It can be said to be insidious. Fusey took a deep breath. Posilis, you gave up your job as a politician and became a villain here. A light laugh came from the air. Facing Fusey's ridicule, Posilis acted unconcerned. The fight between the black fog and the eyeball monster has gradually come to an end. It is not accurate to say that it is a fight. The guy covered with eyeballs is one of the failed experiments in Morrow's laboratory. It is a high-risk pollution source, but in front of the black fog, it is just a small dish that is not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth. Posilis watched the black fog swallow, blind, inch by inch. He was not surprised by the strong compatibility of the black fog. He had experienced the ability of Ivesky 10 years ago. At this moment, it was just a reappearance of the scene. What a pity. Looking at your performance now, who would have thought that you would not live long? Posilius suddenly appeared. He stood above the magic crystal cell. A layer of translucent plank road supported his body, allowing him to overlook the battlefield below. Fusey's eyebrows suddenly turned cold. Did Morin tell you? Oh, of course not. He loves you so much. How could he bear to tell others about your weakness? Posilius' tone and expression were very split. His face was calm, and the mockery in his voice was as if he wanted to squeeze the other person to death. Fusey smiled instead of getting angry. Do you think this is my weakness? The next second, the expression on her face was completely restrained, and her blue eyes were fixed on Poseidon. How much longer can your life be than mine? Poseidon stretched out a finger in front of him. Since I took the position of warden, there is only one person who can escape from Midnight Dream, and you are not one of them. You are too confident. Fusey took 2 steps forward, and the satisfied black mist returned to her side. 10 years ago, you didn't let me step into Midnight Dream, and today it is even more impossible to keep me. 10 years ago, Fusey rewrote the space law of Dancetu before Poseidon launched the spiritual body mutation skill. Midnight Dream has never taken effect on Fusey, so in a sense, This is also the first time she has personally experienced the power of Midnight Dream. Poseidon didn't bother with her for long. Iveski was very different from what was rumored. Not only could she make you feel physical pain, but she could also make you feel unprecedented frustration with her words. However, it would be inappropriate to describe her with words like sharp-tongued. Fusey watched Poseidon disappear from the spot, and she had no intention of stopping him. This was the spiritual realm created by Midnight Dream. From the moment she took her spiritual body back to the magic crystal cell, she was pulled into this world created by Poseidon. Since it was a world created by him, of course, she could come and go as she pleased. If Fusey attacked him at this time, she would fall into his deeper trap. To remain unchanged in the face of change is Fusey's conventional means of fighting against spiritual domain skills. Fusey's eyes suddenly blurred, and the scene began to change, indicating that Midnight Dream began to exert its strength. Because there were very few people who could survive after fighting with Poseidon, Fusey blew up 3 space stations to delay Poseidon's steps and avoided a head-on confrontation between the two. The laziness she stole back then had to be paid back today. Fusey took a deep breath, and the scene in front of her became clearer and clearer. After the scene was changed, a huge hot incinerator appeared in front of her. Fusey, can you come up with something new? Fusey is not unfamiliar with this incinerator, and can even be called familiar with it. Midnight Dream will trigger the things that people fear the most. In this situation, the sentinels with weaker mental defense will reveal their weaknesses and be taken advantage of. But Fusey does not think that this scene can be called a psychological shadow. For a short period of time, the incinerator represented the final means for Moros to deal with failed products. For example, 6785 was very afraid of being thrown into the incinerator for recycling, so she took the risk and chose mechanical transformation, but the result was not satisfactory. As soon as Fusey had a little thought, the incinerator in front of her, which was originally silent, suddenly started to work, and blue-purple radiation burst out from it, burning her skin more painfully than direct contact with the flame. Her feet moved slightly, and Fusey keenly noticed a sense of disobedience. She became smaller. Fusey raised her hand, and a young and tender palm appeared in front of her. She tried to grasp it twice, and her 10 index fingers moved with her thoughts. This is not her memory. Fusey realized it later. Fusey has no childhood, and no one knows this secret except Morin. She has been an adult since she was born. Strictly speaking, when she helped Martha and Meyergas escape from the pursuit 14 years ago, she had just entered the world. What does she look like now? This question popped up in Fusey's mind. The incinerator has been in operation, and the temperature in the room is constantly rising, but Fusey is not in a hurry to escape. Fusey looked up. The shell of the incinerator was flawless, and had a cold metallic luster. Staring at the scorching radiation, Fusey leaned forward and saw the body clearly. Although the eyebrows and eyes were blurry, Fusey still recognized the identity of the body based on the obvious teardrop mole under the eyes. It was number 1009. Among the thousands of experimental subjects, 2547, 6785, and 1009 had the most intersections, because they grew up in the same breeding chamber, and were assigned to the same group every time they trained. Among them, 6785 was always the last one. 6785 even developed the habit of sleeping in the incinerator because this punishment was commonplace for her. There is no harm without comparison. 1009 is the one with the best performance among the 3 of them. Correspondingly, she has been punished to the incineration room the least number of times. This kind of 3-person group training mode is very common. Some trainers have added many punishment and reward methods to stimulate the ambition of their experimental subjects. For example, the one ranked first can exercise the right to punish the one ranked last, or have the right to use it for 1 day, etc. Fusey turned over this memory from her mind. At this time, 1009 was thrown into the incineration room by the trainer because of the test failure. It can be said that it was a relatively dark period of time. Morin created these experimental subjects to select the most suitable gene combiners. DeFeer advocated the theory of bloodline and was unwilling to introduce Moran's culture chamber technology, but was willing to cultivate a group of uteruses to give birth to the chairman's offspring. Every time she thought of this concept, Fusey felt that Morin's brain was broken, or his mind was backfired by the spirit body. If his brain was normal, this plan would not be born. Boom! The incinerator suddenly made a loud explosion sound. Even though the ironclad shell blocked most of the aftershocks, 1009's young body couldn't help but tremble. She was familiar with this sound. Some of the experimental subjects pushed into the incinerator were semi-mechanical bodies. When they were incinerated by high temperatures, they would expand and explode due to impurities. 1009's mind was not mature yet, and she still had a natural fear when facing such a life and death scene similar to the morgue. In fact, these experimental subjects were no different from real human cubs. They just had better genes and a crueler growth pattern. They were still ignorant and harmless in nature. Posilis had been secretly observing Fusie's reaction, but his spirit body now gave him a less selfish fact, that Fusie was not affected at all. She had no fear, no uneasiness. It was as if everything in front of her was just a passing cloud to her. But how could this be possible? Posilis asked himself. He had been in power in Dancetu for many years, and had forgotten the suffering he had experienced in his youth. But now, he still felt palpitations when he saw things like slave brands. People will be trapped in their lives by things that they could not get when they were young. Posilis longed for freedom and power the most in his youth, and this desire is still very strong today. But Fusie did not have any emotional fluctuations when facing the incinerator, which was a shadow of her childhood. The unicorn at Posilis' feet was pacing back and forth anxiously. Not being able to find Fusie's weakness means that she cannot be defeated in this illusion. For the Sentinel, the stability of mental power is undoubtedly an important factor in determining victory or defeat in battle. Posilis forced himself to calm down and continued to look at Fusie's thin figure. That face did not look like a smaller version of Asiki. Although the eyebrows and face shape were similar, and the hair color and eye color were exactly the same, Posilis still saw the subtle differences between the two. Seeing Fusie reaching out her hand to knock on the outer wall of the scalding incinerator, and her fingers were burned with a circle of blisters, Posilis suddenly woke up. He might have found the reason why Fusie was calm and composed. This was not her inner demon at all. This whole memory did not belong to her, so she could calmly reach out and test the incinerator because it was not her own body at all. Posilis frowned deeply, hiding in the dark and staring at the short figure. If this was not Fusie's memory, then whose inner demon was this? Could it be that there was another person mixed in this illusion? Chapter 167. The moment he realized this possibility, Poseidon checked the mental fluctuations in the entire area. Except for Fusie, he did not find any trace of the second person. But the scene in front of him was indeed not a terrifying picture that Fusie could produce. She was not afraid of staying in such an environment at all, so how could she have mental disorder? Poseidon was waiting for an opportunity in the dark. But Fusie took this opportunity to figure out the operating rules of this incinerator. This incinerator was indeed the one she was familiar with. Thousands of experimental subjects, including 1009, were buried here. 6785 escaped because of a mission on the day of the incident, otherwise he would not have lived to this day. Fusie touched the very hot outer wall of the incinerator. Not only did her palm not hurt, but she also felt comfortable as if she was immersed in hot water. So you felt this way at that time? Fusie murmured. Before 1009 was thrown into the incinerator by her, there was no resentment or pain in his heart, only relief after being liberated. They were born in the breeding chamber and died in the incinerator. From the perspective of mechanical ascension, isn't this a return to the mother's arms? She rarely thought of the past, and stood there without any movement for a long time. Finally, Poseidon couldn't help it, and Midnight Dream was at it again, determined to find Fusie's mental weakness and wipe it out. Fusie half opened her eyes, and the scene in front of her changed again. The tall and hot incinerator disappeared, replaced by a vast and cold training ground. Poseidon saw Fusie's figure change again. This time it turned into an adult female body that was almost the same as Ivsiki, but it seemed that something was wrong. Fusie opened her hand again to check the palm of this body. Her fingers were long and strong, with slightly upturned fingertips. There was a series of light gray birthmarks on her wrist. This was indeed the body of subject 2547. This was the fear that 2547 had buried deep in her heart. Fusie looked at the person in front of her. Whether from her facial features or her outline, she was an enlarged version of 1009. 1680. You are at the bottom of the training again. Go to the infinite land and reflect on yourself. Swim 20,000 meters of freestyle swimming. If you don't finish, you will have to wait in line in the incinerator. The door of the room next to her was not closed tightly. Fusie heard the roar coming from inside and understood a little. No wonder, except for 6785, who slipped through the net. 1680 also lived for more than 10 years. It turned out that he was exiled to the infinite land to escape. Siki, let's start. 1009 stood opposite her, with sadness and reluctance on his face, but his hands were extremely neat, ready to attack. Fusie understood when she saw the scene. This was the time when the funding of the research institute was cut in half. Because there had been no progress, half of the experimental subjects had to be sent to the incinerator for recycling. The ones that were recycled must be the weaker ones, so the selection method was very simple and rough. 2-on-2 duels, and the loser was sent back to the furnace for recreation. To put it bluntly, this was a life-and-death game. Only one of the two could survive. 1009 looked at her with a very firm look, but his clenched fist was trembling slightly. She couldn't bear it. Fusey sighed softly. This was a hurdle that 2547 couldn't get over in his heart. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong in this battle. Today, she stood in 2547's perspective, and it was hard to resist the desire to survive. What did Poseidon not understand after seeing this scene? Great shock swept over him, and he no longer cared about hiding and appeared from the dark. You are not 2547, who are you? His tone was very sure, because just at that moment, he felt a strong mental fluctuation from Fusey, and this mental fluctuation came from two completely different individuals. Because of seeing 1009, it triggered the residual consciousness fluctuation. Fusey whispered, "This is within Poseidon's domain. Any mental fluctuation cannot escape his perception." At this point, hiding it is not in line with her style, so she simply admitted, "I never said I was 2547, it is you who subjectively think I am subject 2547. Poseidon frowned in disbelief. His face was like an icicle hitting a cruise ship, and for the first time, he showed a very lively look. "Who are you?" Fusey didn't care about his emotions that were raised in vain, and looked sideways at the frozen pictures around him. "Maybe you will know after you finish watching this memory?" At this point, Poseidon didn't believe the nonsense she said. If Fuseki has served as the supreme commander in Moran for many years, and is deeply trusted by Shilai. Even if she is not subject 2547 from Moro's laboratory, her identity is definitely not simple. At this moment, many possibilities flashed through Poseidon's mind, but he didn't have time to think about it carefully. Fusey whispered, "I also want to know who I am. Your ability is quite useful. Can you lend it to me?" The surrounding scene was originally frozen. Fusey pressed down her palm and made a pause gesture. Then the gesture flipped, and the whole picture suddenly came alive. It was difficult for Poseidon to describe the feeling at this moment. It was as if the heart that was beating continuously in the chest was pinched and moved out of the body. After it stopped beating, it was controlled by others to control the rhythm of pumping blood, and lost control of the body. The surrounding scene began to move again. Poseidon watched Fusey take over his position, and slowly looked at the battle between 1009 and 2547 from a third-person perspective. Poseidon lowered his eyes. The white and thin wrist was obviously not his own. He fell in his own domain skills, and was thrown by Fusey to 2547. The black mist hovering at Fusey's feet rubbed her calf, as if asking for credit. Its body was not solid. Midnight Dream would indeed impose certain mental restrictions on intruders. Fusey could only mobilize 3/10 of mental power at this moment. But it was more than enough to deal with Poseidon. 1009 and 2547's figures that had stopped moving started to move again, but this time Poseidon saw the battle from 2547's perspective. 1009 was indeed the most outstanding experimental subject. Poseidon stood opposite her, and could clearly feel the experimental subject's control of her limbs, and her ease with physical skills. 2547 was obviously not her opponent. The two of them decided the winner within 100 moves, and 2547 showed a clear decline. A strange thing happened. Whenever 1009 could kill 2547 with one blow, she would always withdraw her attack and reveal a flaw. After a few times, even a blind man could see her purpose. 1009 was prolonging the battle. She didn't want to decide the winner so quickly. Fusey looked down at the battle from a third-person perspective, and saw it more clearly. Neither 1009 nor 2547 wanted the other to lose the game, but they could not stop the battle. Let's extend it a little bit, extend the other's life a little bit. Their movements became slower and slower, and they were more and more exhausted. As experimental subjects born for fighting, the battlefield was their favorite competition place. But now they hoped that the battle would end later. Later. However, time would not stop. Even in the illusion created by Midnight Dream, the battle was still decided. 2547 was the first to run out of energy. Her gene sequence priority was originally ranked behind 1009. The fact that she could hold on for so long was the result of 1009 letting her go. This was not the first time Fusey had seen this scene. In her recorded memories, every time she came here, she would fall into darkness, which should be the reason why 2547 lost consciousness. Fusey did not lie to Posleys. She was not the experimental subject number 2547, and she did not have any memory of her predecessor. At the very beginning, the first scene in her memory was the explosion in the laboratory, when Sheila suddenly appeared and competed with Morin for her. At that time, she had already entered the body of 2547, and no one could see that the body had been replaced. Fusey was very sure that Sheila knew who she was. The reason was simple. The first sentence Sheila said when he saw her was, "Do you want to come with me?" This was a question with a very obvious direction. Fusey was instinctively wary of all unfamiliar faces, but she sensed a very familiar aura on Sheila. Just like the sea anemone naturally recognizes the shell snail of the hermit crab, Fusey let down her guard against him and followed him back to Morin. From that day on, Fusey has been trying to trace her memory, otherwise she would not have agreed to Sheila's bet to participate in the mic competition and wasted 3 years on Tanya's campus life, even though she knew that it was Sheila's delaying tactic to extend the use life of the experimental body. Poselius was right about one thing: 2547's life was running out. Sheila obviously knew this a long time ago, so he let Fusey go to school. After all, no matter what era, school is the safest place, and spiritual body mutation skills will not be used easily. Naturally, it will not accelerate the passing of Fusey's life. The two made a bet that if Fusey could win the final victory of the mic competition without using the spiritual body, he would tell Fusey about the clues about memory. But obviously, there was a problem in the final of the mic competition, and Fusey lost the bet. Fusey guessed that this was also the result of Sheila's arrangement. How could 6785 suddenly appear? Who was the traitor who was colluding with Tanya and her? Sheila must know all this, so he suddenly appeared when Poseidon was about to take her away. Everything was to hide her memory and prevent her from recovering it. Fusey simply played along. Sheila had a lot of connections in Morin. If she wanted to bypass him and track down clues, she had to jump out of the circle. Fusey could feel that her memory was not lost, but buried deep in her mind. She had to dig and dig again to see a little bit of light. Poseidon's spiritual body mutation skill, Midnight Dream, can reproduce the nightmare in the deepest part of her heart, and should also be able to find the tail of her memory buried deep. But now, Fusey looked at the picture that had stopped again in front of her. 2547 fell to the ground, and 1009, who was desperate, and had to admit a fact again, Midnight Dream, could not help her regain her memory, and this road was blocked again. Disappointed, Fusey had the thought of killing again. Since Midnight Dream was useless, there was no need to keep Poseidon. Chapter 168. Please show me the past disk. A voice with electromagnetic sound was sent to the main control room of the Crozier fleet through interstellar communication. Maegas raised his head. Because of the separation of the tentacles, his mind was always in a split state. The consumption of mental power in dual-threaded work was too intense, and he needed some time to recover. This was not the first time that the Crozier fleet went to Danceta to do business, but this time, they brought 2 living people with them, so they still needed to take some countermeasures for the customs inspection. Maegas rubbed his temples, picked up the mask beside him, and put it on his face again. The skin exposure on his body was basically zero. Even if Martha came, she would not recognize that Maegas and Xingqi had any relationship. "Boss, we are here." Yui stood outside the door. He was responsible for connecting with Danceta before, and this was the first time that Maegas came out in person. "Let's go." I don't know if it was the voice changer that made Maegas' voice sound muffled, and Yui couldn't help but look at him twice more. Yui's silver-gray hair was very abrupt and to feel. Because of his congenital genetic defect, people often made a fuss about it, so he was used to covering it with a hood. At this moment, walking with Maegas, they looked the same from the back. It's just that Yui, as a double A-level sentinel, is wider and taller. If you look closely, you can still see the slight difference. Maegas took Yui to meet Lucifer. Danceta and Croce fleet have always had transactions, but it was the first time for Lucifer to meet this mysterious caravan owner. At first glance, he just felt strange. This man was wrapped tightly from head to toe, and he looked like a rat who hid his head and showed his tail. It was a bit different from his imagination. "The warden has something important to do, so I was sent here to talk to you. Please forgive me." Lucifer spoke first, showing his sincerity. Danceta is an autonomous region independent of the 3 major star systems. If the exchanges with the Crozier fleet are cut off, it will not be a good thing for Danceta to find a caravan to take over for a while. So the warden personally said that he must do his best to promote the continuation of this business. If the other party wants to raise the bottom price, it is not impossible to make concessions within an acceptable range. Maigas glanced at the large main ship docked behind. Bernard and Euphemia were inside. If they went through the normal entry inspection, these two people would not be able to step into Dancetu at all. But Maigas led the team personally. To show his sincerity, Lucifer gave them the green light with the warden's authority, so naturally they did not have to go through the inspection process for outsiders. If it's convenient, please follow me. Lucifer signaled Maigas and Yu to board the direct ship behind him. This small shuttle ship is much faster than a large aircraft carrier. Lucifer wanted to quickly promote this cooperation. Maigas raised his eyes, and Lucifer's eagerness was reflected in his eyes, indicating that the interior of Dancetu was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Okay, Maigas nodded simply, but my direct fleet will enter the country together. For the trust of both parties, you can conduct customs inspection first. How could Lucifer really search his direct fleet? He was just being polite. If he took it seriously, I'm afraid their cooperation would be in vain. No need. Since it is your direct fleet, this search is waived. But foreign fleets are not allowed to enter the main area. Please forgive me, Lucifer said. Having said that, Maigas achieved his goal and followed Lucifer onto the shuttle. Maigas lowered his eyes, thinking that he would waste a few more words, but he didn't expect Lucifer to be more urgent than he thought. It seems that Fusey has already started to act. Posiris is so overwhelmed that he even lets his deputy take over the business related to arms supply. Lucifer can sit in the position of deputy in a short time. He is naturally good at guessing people's hearts. Seeing that Maigas did not show his true face, he did not show any strange color. He was looking for new topics to talk to him all the way. He spoke and did things properly. Maigas couldn't help but look sideways. Yui is a straightforward person. He is really powerless to deal with the twists and turns in the business world, so Uncle De, or he has to make decisions on many things. He didn't mean to compare deliberately, but Tanya's studies cannot be neglected. If he takes care of both ends, Maigas will always be unable to split his time. The speed of the small shuttle ship is indeed much faster than that of the large aircraft carrier. It arrived at the main area of Dancetu in a moment. Many heavy armed fighters can be seen along the way. The guards are tight and easy to enter, but difficult to exit. I didn't see the iconic magic crystal cell of the interstellar prison, but the meeting area has always been far away from other important areas, which is reasonable. I don't know what the situation is like on Fusey's side. Maigas unconsciously clenched his fingertips. Although his tentacles cut off the connection with Fusey, he could still sense weak mental fluctuations. Fusey and Posiris' mental fluctuations were equally strong. They were very anxious, and Maigas was also uneasy. It's not that he doesn't trust Fusey's ability, but she was taken advantage of by Posilis. The effectiveness of justice judgment cannot be underestimated. Even if the effectiveness of the contract will gradually weaken after reaching Dancetu, Maigas still feels uneasy. I hope he is worrying too much. If Fuseki is famous, and is better than the warden, Posilis can't be her opponent. Sorry for the wait. Lucifer activated the large meeting room. All the equipment here, including the emergency system, are the most advanced, which is enough to express his importance to this transaction. Maigas came back to his senses and told Yui, "Wait for me here." Yui didn't doubt him. Maigas was not an ordinary person without the ability to protect himself. As a high-level guide, he was not without means to deal with Lucifer, a double-level sentinel, and he didn't need him to accompany him. Seeing Yui pause, Maigas and Lucifer entered the meeting room alone. Maigas scanned the number of monitoring stars, and exposed gravitational wave attractors around him calmly, and understood. You came here in person to negotiate this time, so you probably don't want to end your relationship with Dancetu just like that. Water flames are a scarce resource now. If you have any needs, you might as well ask for them first, Lucifer said sincerely. Somehow, he felt that Maigas was a little absent-minded, and there was a subtle pause before he spoke every time. Regarding the resource line of water flames, only nearby in Croce, as well as the Golden Footwood Church, can afford this business in the entire galaxy, Maigas said in a deep voice. Lucifer nodded slightly. What Maigas said was right. Only these 3 caravans in the entire galaxy had the source of water flames for external sales, and the Golden Footwood Church and the nearby caravan first used the Indical Royal Family and the Review Committee, and naturally would not consider Dancetu first. This is also the reason why Posiris repeatedly gave in to the Crozier caravan. The heavy armed fleet equipped by Dancetu consumes a lot of water and microcloud mineral crystals every day. Once the source is cut off, it will be a big setback for Dancetu. Similarly, there are few customers in the interstellar space, who can give a large amount of water orders at one time. Once the Crozier fleet unilaterally destroys the contract with Dancetu, the capital chain will face the risk of not being able to turn around. Therefore, this negotiation should have been conducted by Posiris himself to match the sincerity of both parties. The warden is busy with official business. It is not my intention to treat you lightly. Please forgive me. Sure enough, the next moment, Lucifer explained Posiris' absence. Maigas glanced at him. Lucifer spoke authentic Moro's language and was fluent in Mandarin. He did not look like a deputy who had been under someone for a long time. The warden is busy with his work. It's just a simple meeting. My request is very simple. I have seen the price you offered. I hope to add 3 points on it. Maigas said calmly. 3 points? Lucifer couldn't help but exclaimed, don't fool me. For a precious resource like Shuiyin, each order exceeds the reserve price of 10 billion. 3 points doesn't sound like much. If you really give it up, you have to pay at least hundreds of millions of reserve price. Maigas was irritated in his heart, and his tone became cold. I never joke. You proposed to negotiate first. I came here at the invitation, so naturally I want to make this deal. Lucifer couldn't help but frown, since, before he finished speaking, a sudden vibration came from the bottom up, and the water cups originally placed on the table trembled, and ripples appeared on the water surface. Lucifer's pupils shrank slightly. With his excellent perception, he could naturally know that the fluctuation came from the direction of the magic crystal cell. Thinking of the difficult criminal, he couldn't help but worry. At this moment, there were only 3 days before the Federation Interstellar Conference was held. All forces had confirmed their attendance. Dancetu must not make any mistakes at this time. Sorry, excuse me. Please wait here. I go and see. Lucifer got up quickly. He didn't have the energy to care about Maigas' mood changes. He called his subordinates to confirm the situation. Before the door was closed, Maigas heard a vague conversation. They communicated in the local language of Dancetu. Maigas didn't carry a translation-like brain. Perhaps because of this reason, Lucifer didn't avoid him. What? The magic crystal cell was lost? What are you doing? Damn. I go there myself. After understanding the situation, Lucifer assigned 2 subordinates to accompany Maigas here and left in a hurry. But before he arrived, he saw a violent white light exploded, and the entire magic crystal cell was filled with dark and dense black fog, and the aftermath of the explosion made people afraid to approach. Fusey broke through the illusion of midnight dream, but accidentally destroyed the outer wall of the magic crystal cell, triggering the defense system here, and gravitational waves exploded and made a lot of noise. This also gave Posiris a chance to escape. After midnight dream, Posiris accidentally learned that 2547 was not the real body of the experimental subject. If it was the artificial sentinel from Moros, he would still have the strength to fight. But fear comes from the unknown. The true identity of a Fuseki is a mystery, and he can't take the risk of testing her background. But Fusey didn't intend to let him go at all. Bang! 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 The black fog turned into 3 thick and powerful tentacles, crossed the defense of the light energy barrier, and pierced directly into Posiris' retreat. Fusey's icy blue eyes were tinged with interest. Want to run? Instantly, her voice turned cold, but she still had a smile on her face. You are cherishing your life now. What a pity. Fusey touched her index fingers together, and the remaining fingers together to form a cage shape. If you beg me a few words, I will let you live a little longer. How about that? Chapter 169. If you beg me, I let you live a little longer. How about that? Poseidon stared at the smile on Fusey's lips, somewhat dazed. Once upon a time, he had said this to Euphemia. If you beg me, I let you go out for a day. How about that? Poseidon looked down at Euphemia, who was squatting on the ground. She was picking up the broken porcelain pieces that had fallen on the ground. Her fingers were slender and white, her nails were trimmed round and neat, her white neck was bent, and her eyes were focused on the ground, not even a fraction of what was on Poseidon. This silent protest was far more irritating than a fierce quarrel. The porcelain pieces on the ground were caused by Poseidon accidentally knocking over the ceramic ornaments on the table, but he was so angry that he had no intention of cleaning them up. Euphemia didn't want to stalemate with him, so she picked up the sharp broken pieces with her hands. Seeing her look of not being bothered by her, Poseidon was furious for a moment, and that's why he made these alms-like remarks. He said it, and he didn't regret it. Euphemia didn't like him. Every time she communicated with him, she couldn't hide the disgust on her face. Whether it was threats or inducements, it would be worth it if he could force Euphemia out of her little world. Who knew that after hearing it, Euphemia still squatted on the ground and picked up pieces of white porcelain, as if she didn't hear it at all. Poseidon clearly saw the smiling face of Ivesky, but he always saw Euphemia's pale and lifeless eyes that day. If his tone was a little gentler and his emotions were a little calmer, would he not have ended up like this with Euphemia? No, if time goes back, Poseidon will still do it. This is the nature of the Sentinels. They are born with a desire for control that is different from ordinary people, and they are too selfish. Having a guide will stimulate their already strong desire to protect. To a certain extent, the guide is a soothing agent for the Sentinels, and also an outlet for them to vent their energy. Poseidon closed his eyes, and said in a low and cold voice, "It seems that only one of you and me can survive today." Fusey has been stepping, slowly closing the distance with Poseidon. The metal floor and her heels collided, making a dull click sound, one after another, gradually overlapping with Poseidon's slowing heartbeat. Fusey blocked all the gravitational wave weapons around, including the firearms that Poseidon carried with him, which were ineffective. Poseidon lowered his eyes. Ivesky didn't know the triggering conditions of Midnight Dream, so she fell into his trap. How well did he know Ivesky? Poseidon's eyes drooped, and the sticky and dense black fog condensed like steel bars, branching out and densely blocking all his retreat routes. Her spirit body was weird and changeable, and the spirit body's mutation skills were even more unpredictable. Just now in the environment of Midnight Dream, Poseidon could clearly feel that Ivesky reversed the operating rules and turned him, the initiator, into a person in the game. He felt the burning pain of the incinerator. Poseidon had no choice but to lift the illusion restrictions of Midnight Dream, so he was able to get out. "And now, what's that look in your eyes?" Fusey raised her eyebrows, and strengthened the surrounding shielding barriers again, to ensure that all gravitational wave weapons were paralyzed. Poseidon felt a strong sense of oppression, and could not help but tighten his wrist. The spirit body in the shape of a unicorn hovered at his feet, constantly making anxious growls. At this point, he could only give it a try. Poseidon took a deep breath, his pupils lit up with brilliant purple light, and the spirit body fusion state suddenly emerged. His spirit body was a rare concept species. After the spirit body fusion, the range of the spirit body mutation skills that could be performed was greatly increased. Justice Judgment. Originally, the target needed to take the initiative to reach a contract with Poseidon to take effect. Poseidon broke through the shackles at this moment, and directly imposed a mental ban on Fusey. Fusey pressed her temples. The feeling of forcibly extracting mental power was really unpleasant. It was as if a meat grinder was forced into the depths of her brain, stirring, shouting. Fusey's blood was boiling, and she frowned impatiently, taking advantage of opportunities. After she finished speaking, she turned her fingers, and made the same reversal action as in the illusion at that time. Poseidon was prepared and snorted. "You can't expect the same trick to work twice." Poseidon initially deduced that Fusey's ability was related to the reversal of rules. If he wanted to start from this aspect, he had to make her spirit body mutation skill ineffective. Justice Judgment is different from other contract skills. It has strong goals and strong implementation. Once it is determined that the contract is reached, it cannot be reversed. Who knows that Fusey seems to have seen through his thoughts, and said with a smile, "It seems that I will always be looked down upon after going to school. Although I don't mind, but it's still a bit unhappy." Fusey's voice turned, and her figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, she suddenly appeared in front of Poseidon, and used 70% of her strength to chop down with her hand as a blade. Fusey is actually a potential violent person. When she can take action, she will never stop talking, and the strength of her hands will not be weakened at all. The magic crystal cell of Dancetu belongs to the fortress. Poseidon will not use large-scale destructive weapons here. Instead, hand-to-hand combat has become the best way. Poseidon and her exchanged 2 punches, and the tiger's mouth was slightly numb. He was caught by Fusey for a moment, and was kicked hard in the knee pit, and his knees knelt forward uncontrollably. Fusey saw that the time was ripe and deliberately said, "Why don't you show your trump card at this time? If Euphemia saw you like this, I don't know how relieved she would be." Poseidon raised his head silently, and his offensive turned sharply. The spirit body mutation skill, Midnight Dream, was activated again. In the state of spirit body fusion, this skill has made a qualitative leap, instantly expanding the flaws of Ivesky. Fusey felt a pain behind her head, and was in a trance for a moment. Poseidon seized the opportunity to counterattack, holding Fusey's forearm with his backhand, and twisting it hard. The force was enough to break steel and iron bones, and broke Fusey's arm instantly. Fusey groaned, and laughed instead of being angry. "Guess, why can you succeed so easily?" Before he could think about the deep meaning of her words, Osiris felt a chill in his waist. He looked down, and saw that the black mist as thick as his wrist penetrated his waist and abdomen, and gurgling hot blood spurted out from the wound the size of a round hole. During the battle, adrenaline surged, and Osiris' first feeling was not pain, but an indescribable sourness. Something was flowing out of the wound. Fusey pushed Osiris' tall body away with a palm, and his right hand hung softly at his side, with his elbow bent abnormally. Osiris was too cautious, and was reluctant to confront her in close combat. Instead, he kept fighting a war of attrition. Fusey didn't have much patience, so she simply sold him a flaw. An arm in exchange for his life was a good deal. Osiris took 2 quick breaths, and the pain came to him belatedly. He couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes. Fusey didn't stop after stabbing him that time, and continued to stab him until he was bloody. The sentinel's body was very strong. Fusey stabbed him several times, and each time it seemed to be stabbed into a solid sponge. She simply cut off his aorta and put it aside to bleed. TSK, Fusey raised her soft arm and looked at it. Osiris's hand was really dark. It was impossible for this arm to recover in a short time. Fusey turned her eyes to look at Osiris again. She had to watch him die with her own eyes. It would be difficult for her to rest assured if the guy who crippled her arm didn't die today. It didn't matter if she looked at him. Fusey's eyes passed through his bloody upper body, and found something subtle and strange. With so many penetrating wounds, even if Osiris's vitality was strong, he should be breathing in more than out at this moment. But as Fusey watched, a little bit of freshness slowly emerged on Osiris' pale face. He opened his eyes, and stared at Fusey's surprised pupils. So you can also show this expression. Osiris opened his mouth, and blood could not be controlled from overflowing from his mouth. He didn't care much, and wiped it clean with the back of his hand. Fusey's face sank, and she retreated to a safe range at the first time, in case he had a backup plan. Familiar mental fluctuations came from him, and Fusey narrowed her eyes. So that's it. The guy who cherishes his life suddenly started to fight desperately. It turns out that he has a backup plan. Since entering the magic crystal cell, Fusey has not seen 6785. Now that she thinks about it, she has been forced by Osiris to sign the Justice Judgment. Justice Judgment will only take effect when both parties of the contract are alive, so Osiris hid 6785 to prevent Fusey from attacking her. A faint blue mist passed through Osiris's wound, and the wound that was difficult to heal immediately began to grow blood and flesh and heal itself, and the bleeding speed gradually stopped. The contract will only be triggered when you are near death. I can't see that you have to be a gambler instead of a good warden. Fusey looked up and down at him, watching the wounds on his body recover, and once again confirmed that this was the special power of the blue. In the entire galaxy, I am afraid that no mental or physical ability has a recovery power comparable to this. His right arm was still in excruciating pain, but Osiris got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. He shook off the blood on his hand. Commander Zero is famous. How can I not keep some tricks? Fusey's eyes turned cold. I can kill you once, so I can kill you a second time. Please be careful with your words. Lucifer's voice suddenly interrupted. Fusey raised her eyebrows in surprise. This place was locked by her spiritual domain, and no armed mecha could forcibly invade. Where did Lucifer come from? Lucifer stepped into the magic crystal cell area as if no one was around. Behind him, a shadow with 6 black wings slowly opened. The mental power fluctuations were very strong. Fusey saw that he was at least double a level. Lucifer, are you sure you want to stop me at this time? Fusey said indifferently. I thought you were a smart man. Lucifer had a rare serious look on his face. He wanted to check on Poseidon's injuries at the first time, but was fixed on the spot by his eyes. Finally, he said helplessly, Mr. Warden, the Interstellar Conference is about to be held. We can't make any mistakes at this time. Poseidon's eyes never left Fusey for a moment, and he just replied, I know my limits. Lucifer's eyes moved between the two. Fusey's broken arm and Poseidon's uniform almost stained with blood all showed the intensity of the battle. It was hard for him to believe his boss's lies. Chapter 170. Fusey's right hand hurt even more. Lucifer and Osiris were now clearly on the same front. Fusey raised her intact hand and rubbed her sore neck. At this point, Fusey still did not forget to poach. Osiris has been the warden of Dancetu for nearly 100 years, and has made no achievements in politics. You are really buried by following him. Osiris looked down at the blood on his body, and stared at Fusey's injured arm for a while, confirming that they were fighting to the death, and all this was not an illusion. Who would recruit talents while fighting? Osiris frowned and looked at Lucifer. What time is it now? There are less than 3 days before the interstellar conference. Lucifer reported truthfully, "You have disappeared for 3 days." Midnight dream causes the flow rate of time in the illusion to be different from that in reality. They were only half a day in the illusion, but 4 days had passed in reality. Posilis was not surprised. His original intention was to delay Fusie's steps. If she could not be killed in the illusion, the trial of the federal meeting would be crucial. It was just that there was a slight deviation in the time. Posilis moved his stiff neck, and his bones made a crisp sound. His expression became more and more stern. Fusie seemed to have not seen Posilis's stinky face at all. She was a little concerned about Lucifer's mental fluctuations just now. He could pass through her mental body blockade and reach the center of the battlefield. His mental body mutation skills should not be underestimated. Really not considering it again. Fusie's ending tone rose, and she said, if Morin hadn't given up 6785 and let her be exiled to Dancetu, Posilis would have been dead by now. Lucifer blinked, his eyes narrow and long, the tails of his eyes raised, a bit like a fire fox that comes out to forage at night. No such plan for the time being. Fusie was not angry after being rejected repeatedly. If Lucifer was the kind of fence-sitter who followed Fusie's words easily, she would be disappointed. Come on, finish the fight early and rest early. Fusie took 2 steps forward, her blue eyes eager to try. Since you have absorbed 6,785's power with Justice Judgment, you should have made some progress. Don't let me down. 6785 has a blue aura, and has the top recovery ability of blue, but her own combat power is low. Even with such a strong external force, she can't last more than 10 moves under Fusie. But if the terrifying recovery ability of blue is combined with Poseidon, I wonder how strong it will be. Fusie is looking forward to it. It was the first time that Lucifer saw Fusie's aggressive side. Even though one of her hands was injured, her offensive was still unabated. However, Posiris didn't know what he was afraid of. He had hundreds of bruises on his body in a flash. His flesh and blood healed quickly. Fusie's offensive was too fierce, but she couldn't touch Posiris's vitals. No matter how many wounds he had, Yulan was just adding pain to him. Posiris' body was slightly stiff. As time went by, he felt that his limbs were stiff and difficult to control. It was as if all his meridians were frozen. It was really strange. Seeing that the time had come, Fusie made a feint and pulled out, leaving a considerable distance between him and Posiris. Posiris wanted to pursue the victory, but he couldn't control his knees and fell to the ground. Fusie's body was more or less stained with blood, but she seemed to feel no pain. She stared at Poseidon's painful face with a smile. It seems that you were not chosen by it. You did it on purpose. Poseidon's whole body began to hurt, his muscles cramped, and his heart, liver, spleen and lungs curled up deep in his body like he was being roasted on a fire. Fusie spread her hands. So what? Justice verdict. I didn't force you to sign it. It was you who colluded with Morin, and used the power in 6785 to make trouble. Now you are just reaping the fruits of your own labor. A powerful and mysterious creature like Yulan has very high requirements for its host. If the host does not meet its wishes, it will definitely make trouble until the host is weak and dying. At this time, it can start to devour the host. Lucifer had been watching, and when he saw this scene, he was shocked and said, how could this be? He knew that Poseidon had received an anonymous letter. As the warden's most trusted deputy, Poseidon would discuss many things with him. Because of this, they all agreed that the anonymous letter was instructed by Morin. From the perspective of strategy and the habit of dispatching connections, Morin is the most likely. Even the appearance of 6785 was just right. Poseidon signed, Justice Judgment, with 6785 at the instigation of the anonymous letter. The letter did not mention the occurrence of this situation. Don't blame me for seeing through you. Indical has been in Yulan for many years, and has not been put into the battlefield. You have only met 6,785 for 2 days, and you have started to use him. Fusie reached out and touched her temple. I'm afraid you were carried away. Lucifer hurried forward to check on Poseidon, but was discouraged by the surrounding black mist, so he could only stay where he was. It seems that you will not survive today even if I don't do anything. Fusie hooked her finger, and the black mist floating around Poseidon rushed over like a dog, rubbing against her fingers. Poseidon opened his eyes wide. His eyes were bloodshot and red. The scene in front of him became red and blurred. His 5 fingers were swollen and bleeding, and the heart in his chest was beating non-stop, far exceeding the normal heart rate. Fusie glanced at Poseidon, who was kneeling on the ground, and then glanced at Lucifer, who was stunned in the same place. It's a pity. If there is a guide to help you at this time, maybe you can really survive. Lucifer, you might as well kill him now, rather than watching him explode and die. Lucifer frowned and remained silent, still without any intention of taking action. The three of them were stuck in place. Fusey was keenly aware of the restlessness outside the spiritual realm, and a familiar breath was approaching. The person she was waiting for finally came. Fusey raised her eyes lazily, clasped her hands together, and then separated them. A gap suddenly opened in the vast sky, and a medium-sized transport ship was released. Sister AI? Euphemia jumped down before the ship landed and rushed straight to Fusey. Although Fusey had always been at ease, her right hand was bleeding and there were many scratches on her body. In order to speed up the time of the blue attack, she often showed flaws when fighting with Poseidon, which hurt herself 800 and hurt the enemy 10,000. So half of her body was soaked in blood, only her silver hair was still clean, but the end of her hair was a little messy. Euphemia. When she saw it, her heart suddenly choked. She ignored the gazes of Poseidon and Lucifer, and held Fusey's soft right hand, and said carefully, "How did it become like this?" She didn't wait for Fusey to answer, and her mental power was already winding on it. A faint jasmine fragrance spread, and the piercing pain had disappeared for the most part. This is Euphemia's mental body mutation skill, Nightmare, which can both relieve pain and inflict pain. Her terrifying title, Nightmare, also comes from this. Euphemia's eyes turned red too quickly, and Fusey didn't even have time to say it's okay before her mental body covered her. The soothing mental power rushed to her as if it was free, and Fusey couldn't help but sigh, and her mind became clearer. Lucifer, as a bystander, saw it more clearly. When the guide appeared, the two sentinels on the scene forgot the pain. Fusey was really missed. And Poseidon completely forgot that he was still suffering from the backlash. His eyes only followed the beautiful figure. He consumed too much mental energy, and was not very clear-headed. Seeing the former guide, he lost his mind. He was in pain and spasmed all over his body, and crawled forward twice, hoping to get closer to her. He was embarrassed and pitiful, like a dog that had lost its home. There was no dignity of the warden. Lucifer, who had never wavered, suddenly had a line of words in his mind. Love-brained people will never achieve great things. Maybe he should really consider changing jobs. Fusey glanced at the other two familiar figures from the corner of her eye, and simply patted the back of Euphemia's hand, and pulled out her arm. It's not time to relax yet. Meigas brought Bernard over here. Fusey's spirit body spread all around, and the pressure was full. Bernard was just an ordinary person, so it was a bit difficult. For some reason, when the black mist touched Meiga's body, it would unconsciously soften, and the pressure would suddenly decrease, and it would be much better to be around him. Meigas' eyes paused on Fusey's right arm for a moment, and when he saw that Euphemia had already given her emergency treatment, he restrainedly moved away. There was an undercurrent between the few people, but Fusey was only worried about one thing. Fusey said to Bernard, "We are waiting for you. Many permissions of Dancetu are bound to the biological information of Posiris. If you change it rashly, it may cause the system to start self-defense. See if you can start from the inside, and directly transfer the highest permissions of Dancetu to someone else." Bernard was stunned. "Do you have a candidate?" Of course, Fusey turned her head and lifted Euphemia's lowered head, letting her look at Posiris, who was struggling to death. "Euphi, kill him, and Dancetu will be yours in the future." She said it very straightforwardly, and everyone was stunned and looked at her subconsciously. Fusey seemed to be unable to see the surprised eyes of everyone, and said to herself, "He was attacked by Yuan and hit the vitals. He will die in a moment at most." "Lucifer, you didn't consider my existence at all, did you?" Euphemia was stunned and said, "You want me to take charge of Dancetu instead of the warden?" Fusey said, "As a matter of course, no one is more suitable than you." But Euphemia's mind went blank for a moment. "I may not be able to take on such an important position, not to mention that the warden position requires election by the federal conference." "Euphi," Fusey stretched out her hand to fix her shaking head, staring at her wide eyes. "Don't worry about it, just answer me. Do you want to sit in the position of warden or not?" Her strength was gentle with an unquestionable toughness, and Euphemia was fixed in place for a while. Fusey just wanted her to answer, whether she wanted to or not. This question seemed very simple, but it was actually very heavy. Euphemia glanced around blankly, but found that everyone's eyes were focused on her, especially Poseidon. His eyes were red as blood, and he was staring at her. Euphemia looked at him, and a string in her heart snapped and broke. "I think." Chapter 171. Euphemia paused as she spoke, as if she regretted it. Not to mention that the position of warden needs to be nominated by the federal council. She herself is no longer the person who came and went easily in the past. During her time in Morin, she encountered almost no setbacks. Everyone treated her well, not to mention the adjutant who fought side by side with her many times. Once she returned to Dancetu, everything that happened yesterday seemed like a lifetime ago. It was impossible to let it go just by saying so. Euphemia raised her eyes, and Fusey took a small silver blade from Bernard and handed it to her. Fusey's right hand no longer hurt, and her spirit was much more stable. She saw through Euphemia's thoughts at a glance. Regret? Euphemia shook her head in panic. No, I just... Don't be nervous. Fusey took back the small and exquisite butterfly blade and made a knife flower on her hand. I don't mean to force you, but Poseidon is no longer suitable to continue to hold power. If I hand it over to someone else, there will be other problems. Fusey turned around and saw that Poseidon had lost consciousness. The backlash of the blue was very strong. Even if Euphemia didn't do it, he would not survive today. Fusey threw the silver butterfly blade with one hand, and in just a blink of an eye, the butterfly blade turned into a delicate small energy wave transmitter. Yu Ming moved with the sentinel's mind. Fusey simulated the plan to deal with Poseidon in her mind, and the things in her hand changed again and again. Forget it. Fusey glanced at Euphemia's tense profile, and signaled Bernard to take her away first. Bernard saw that Fusey had changed her mind. He was silent for a moment, then stepped forward and left the battlefield with Euphemia. Fusey turned to look at Lucifer, who had been silent. Since Lucifer could not be used, it was not a big deal to send him and Poseidon away. Fusey originally intended that Euphemia needed an assistant who was familiar with various affairs to take over Dancetu, but now the plan has changed. Lucifer is not tactful, so it is better to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. It is important for people to know themselves, Lucifer suddenly said. He wanted to lay the groundwork, but after seeing Fusey's impatient look, his tone quickly changed. I am willing to follow you, but I have an unwelcome request. Fusey said in a calm voice. If it is about the secret of your spiritual body, there is no need to say it. I just saw that you have been in Dancetu for many years, and have been able to handle various affairs at ease, not because of your rare spiritual system. Hearing her words revealed what Lucifer was thinking. Although he knew that Aveski had sharp insight and broad vision, he was still faintly frightened when he was in it today. Euphemia and Bernard returned to the transport boat to wait. Poseidon was unconscious, and there were only 3 of them in the spiritual realm constructed by Fusey. Fusey glanced at Maigas, who was dressed in black from head to toe, and turned to Lucifer. What's so surprising? Although your mental fluctuations were small when you just broke in, if you are determined to investigate, there are still clues for me to refer to. Having said this, Lucifer lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, I am willing to follow you. Fusey snorted. You go out first, stay away, and wait until I deal with him before discussing the handover of positions. Lucifer glanced at Poseidon, who was lying on the ground, and silently lit a candle for him, and turned away. Maigas looked at Lucifer's back as he left, and suddenly felt uneasy. He turned his head, and met Fusey's icy blue eyes. Suddenly he understood something. But he didn't expect the revenge to come so quickly. Maigas saw Fusey rubbing her waist with her intact hand. He hesitated for a moment, but still chose to help. He reached out, and touched the not-so-obvious bulge on Fusey's waist. His fingers reached in from the hem, and gently hooked out the tentacles he had placed on Fusey. I thought you would run away. Fusey turned her face halfway, and looked at him teasingly. Ahem, Maigas lowered his head to cover up, and when he saw the back of his hand covered by the black glove, he remembered that he was wrapped tightly now, and Fusey couldn't see his face. In order to hide his guilty conscience, Maigas changed the subject and said, What are you going to do? His mental fluctuations are almost gone. Fusey stretched out her index finger and lightly tapped his heart. I want to try to devour the blue. It's a rare opportunity. Such a useful mental body mutation skill, aren't you tempted? Maigas lowered his eyes and looked at her, pretending not to understand, and said softly, Fusey disdained her eyelids, stared at him for a while, and suddenly reached out to take off the mask on his face. The night will died. Did you follow me just to clean up the mess? Innocence poem is a rare talent skill. I'm afraid you have been eyeing him for a long time, waiting for me to take action and sneak in secretly to take Innocence poem for yourself. Maigas blinked. He was a little taller than Fusey, and the two were almost looking at each other. He could see clearly that Fusey's eyes did not have the anger of accusing her, but only a hint of teasing. Maigas laughed. Are you trying to trick me this time too? He leaned forward, as if he wanted to get closer to her so that he could see all the expressions on her face, but Fusey pulled away, and there was nothing in front of him. Posilis won't last long. Whether it's Yuan or his spiritual body mutation skills, it's best to peel them off when he's alive. Fusey waved her hand, and the active and excited black mist instantly turned into a hawk, flying over and landing on her shoulder. She said meaningfully, "You can't miss this opportunity. Are you sure you want to miss this opportunity for a vest that will fall off sooner or later?" Hearing her usual rising ending tone, Maigas felt relieved. Fusey didn't really want to pursue his deception. Most likely, it was just a lot of noise, and she would just let it go after a few words. Maigas stepped forward, raised his palms slightly upward, and the silent tentacles turned into a gray light that sank into his body along his wrist. Not long after, a thin black and red snake climbed up along his wrist. But the thin snake was extremely gorgeous, with black and red patterns appearing beautifully along the lines of the snake's scales, and a pair of strange goat horns grew on the triangular snake head. Fusey just glanced at it, confirmed her guess, and then retracted her sight, concentrating on dealing with the restless Yulan in Poseidon's body. Speaking of which, Fusey should thank Morin for his decisive killing. Seeing that the surplus value of 6,785 was about to be squeezed out, he sent it to Dancetu to play with the residual heat, which gave Fusey the opportunity to devour Yuan. The hawk on Fusey's shoulder turned into a mist of nothingness and invaded along the forehead of Poseidon, carefully searching for the breath of Yuan. The mental power in Posilas' body was in chaos, his meridians were disordered, and his internal organs were congested. It was hard to believe that this person was still alive, just by looking at the blood flow speed and organ condition. Maigas quietly grasped Fusey's wrist, and it was extremely hot. In the duel between the two top sentinels, no matter how strong Fusey was, it was impossible for her to not have any consumption, not to mention that she was under the suppression of genetic shackles and justice judgment, which must be very uncomfortable. Fusey opened her eyes, glanced at him indifferently, pulled back her wrist, held her already broken right hand and stretched it hard. Maigas subconsciously wanted to stop it, but saw a white bone emerging from her elbow, blood pouring, but Fusey's face was indifferent. Only the slight twitching of her forehead proved that she was not without pain. "You?" Maigas was about to speak to stop her behavior that was almost self-harm, but saw a bright and cheerful blue mist flowing in along her wrist. However, this input was not stable. The blue mist promoted the growth of flesh and blood while devouring Fusey's flesh and blood. The two phases were carried out at the same time. For a moment, life and death appeared on Fusey's right arm at the same time. Fusey took a breath gently. The blue mist that Posilas got was only a small part. Compared with the one that the Banshee family once had, it was only the tip of the iceberg. This power was mysterious and yearning, and countless scientists and people in power flocked to it. Maigas watched Fusey's bleeding arm begin to recover, but in a breath, the white bones were wrapped by beautiful flesh, and after a few soft sounds, it was completely restored to its original state. Fusey opened and closed her palms, and the abundant power flowed in her body. The blue mist was not at peace. After being swallowed into her body, it was still struggling to resist, but it was just a spent force. Maigas couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" "Don't look at me." He was relying on the blue to survive. Now that the blue has been swallowed by me, his mental power will soon dissipate. Fusey moved her shoulders and waved her hand. She walked out. "I go and arrange the rest of the things. You keep an eye on him. Do you want to turn Justice Judgment into your ability?" "Right now." Fusey had just absorbed the blue. Her breath was unstable, and she staggered a step. She adjusted her center of gravity to stabilize her body. The blue was fighting with her for control of her body. I'm afraid she have to suffer in the short term. The more times like this, the more we need to arrange the aftermath properly. The warden died, Dancetu must be in turmoil, and the federal meeting is about to be held. Now is not the time to relax. Fusey calmed down and did not withdraw the spiritual body that was shrouding the surroundings. The news of the change in the magic crystal cell must have spread throughout Dancetu. Maigas must have spent a lot of effort to take Bernard and Euphemia through the layers of blockade. Euphemia did not want to kill Posilas personally, but it did not mean that she was not suitable for the position of warden. The fact that Euphemia had been able to lead the Moran 12 fleets for so many years was enough to show that her ability was not inferior to Posilas. In fact, because the guide's spirit was stable, her decision-making ability would be stronger. It's strange, I have never seen your mental power fluctuations, but it is somewhat similar to that of Mr. Mace. Euphemia's confused voice came from the inner room. Fusey paused and restrained her breath. Lucifer's voice was still unhurried. Your perception is very sharp. Mr. Mace's spirit body and I do have some similarities, but it is related to privacy, so I can't tell the truth. For some reason, Lucifer is also a double-level sentinel, but the sense of oppression on him is far less intense than that on Posilas. And the first sentence this person said when he just came in was, "I came to say hello to my future colleagues." The speed of accepting the new identity is a bit too fast. Euphemia was skeptical, but heard Lucifer say, "As long as my working hours can strictly implement the 8-hour work system in the future, I will wholeheartedly follow Ms. Avesiki until the day she goes bankrupt." Suddenly I felt a strong resentment. What's going on? Jokes aside, Euphemia didn't think Lucifer would change sides so easily. Unexpectedly, Lucifer looked her up and down for a while. His eyes were not obscene, but pure curiosity and gossip. "Speaking of which, I am very curious about what kind of person Poseidon likes. Do you mind telling me about Poseidon's courtship history?" Euphemia was speechless for a while. She thought she would be ashamed to mention it, but the embarrassing appearance of Poseidon kneeling on the ground just now flashed through her mind, which was far from the figure looking down on her in her memory. Even the shameful memory that she couldn't bear to look back on was covered with a hazy white veil. Now it seems that she is a bit of a bystander. Euphemia opened her mouth to speak, but heard footsteps outside the door and hurriedly looked back. "Well, the time is right. Let's talk about the details of the replacement of the warden's position." Fusey knocked on the door frame. Lucifer saw her right hand that had recovered, and his eyes were filled with surprise. "Your hand?" "Oh, this." Fusey shook her right hand. The newly grown right hand was not very useful, and was still a little stiff. "I was just about to ask you, who suggested that Poseidon and Tan Swayan work together to set up a trap for me?" The topic jumped so much and the analysis was so deep that Lucifer couldn't help but blurt out, "How did you know?" Chapter 172. Fusey moved her newly grown arms and said calmly, "I don't think Poseidon knows all about the feud between me and Tan Swayan. This matter was probably revealed to him on purpose. Poseidon was eager for revenge and lost his judgment. He didn't even know that he was being used as a gun. Tan Swayan would definitely suppress the fact that Yiming was lost. How could Morin know about it? It's just that Lucifer, Yufei, and others don't understand the key point. They will naturally associate this matter with Morin, and Fusey has no intention of correcting their thinking." Lucifer couldn't help but feel a little suspicious when he heard this. "You mean, the chairman has been eyeing Dansetsu for a long time?" Fusey glanced at him, and didn't comment. The little thing between Morin and me was a big deal back then, and he is not in a hurry to seek revenge now. That's the problem. Fusey rubbed her right hand with her left hand. Although the old man Morin is greedy for life and cowardly and sinister, he is a politician who likes to play the long game. Manhard was the chess piece he sent to Morin to test the enemy. Once Manhard died, he would never choose to take action at this time. Euphemia didn't know that Tanny. After so many things happened in Asia, she couldn't help but exclaim when she heard the news of Manhard's death. "Manhard died in Tanya? It seems that the news is well blocked." Fusey glanced at her lightly. "Maybe it will not be known until the federal meeting is held." Euphemia frowned worriedly. If this matter is not handled well, it may be used by someone with ulterior motives. "It's okay. When the news of Zoe and Novi's death in prison reaches to Feel, he will be overwhelmed. Manhard is just one of Morin's many adopted sons. Morin has no time to investigate the cause of his death." Fusey threw out a thunderbolt lightly. "What? Zoe and Nofui died of illness in prison." Lucifer suddenly stood up and walked around anxiously. "When did it happen?" "Tomorrow's matter," Fusey replied. Lucifer turned his head stiffly and opened his lips. Ah! No matter how smooth and sophisticated he was still blocked by this tomorrow's matter. Fusey raised her eyes and looked back and forth between the three people. "I need you to help Zoe and Nofui fake their death and get away. Bernard, you and Yufei should work harder and get all the biological certifications of Dansetsu today. With Lucifer's help, can you complete it within 3 hours?" The three people who suddenly felt pressured. Fusey sighed softly, lowered her head, and sniffed the blood on her body, and couldn't help but feel disgusted. Fusey raised her head and continued. "Dansetsu's defense system and encryption program are derived from the one code. The difficulty of modifying the intrusion is not high. What do you think, Bernard?" Bernard nodded. He was a researcher and had been in Dansetsu for 2 years. He was very familiar with the system code here. It just took time. "I will finish it as soon as possible." Bernard stared at Fusey's slightly trembling shoulders and frowned. "What's wrong with you?" Fusey was puzzled. "What?" Bernard raised his hand and pointed at her shoulder. "You are shaking." Fusey looked sideways and saw that her right shoulder was indeed shaking slightly, causing her whole body to shake slightly, but she didn't notice it at all. Fusey turned her head and opened her mouth to speak, but she didn't expect that her eyes suddenly went black and her body lost control and fell forward. She did not lose consciousness, but she lost control of her body. She could still hear Euphemia's anxious voice echoing in her ears, and the footsteps approaching hurriedly outside the door. Strangely, she did not feel any discomfort, but there was a lingering irritation in her heart. As the darkness in front of her eyes became longer and longer, she could perceive fewer and fewer things. Finally, Fusey was completely drowned in the darkness. Without any pain, Fusey felt that she was asleep, and her brain even began to weave dreams for her. Dreams are illusions extended from people's memories and imaginations. Fusey once indulged in dreams and insisted on finding lost memories. However, every time she dreamed, it was the past that 2547's body had experienced, or it was a nightmare formed by the fear she buried in her heart. But this time, she saw Shizei when she was a child. It is not accurate to say that it was a child. Like her, Shizei did not have a juvenile body. They were adults since they were born, but their minds were still in different periods. At that time, Shizei's mentality had only grown to the age of 16 or 17, still a half-grown boy, but he was more intelligent and sensitive than ordinary people. The first time Fusey saw him, she knew that he was the heir specially trained by Shilai. The reason was simple. Shizei and Shilai's spiritual bodies were both extremely rare Guichuan wood, and he was more suitable as a leader's guide, rather than an emotional sentinel. When Fusey met him for the first time, his mental power fluctuations were particularly strong, obviously because he was still young and could not control the release of mental power well. After Fusey was brought back to Kananki by Shilai, she temporarily lived in the main city, and Shizei came to her on his own. He came to the door, but didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, so Fusey didn't say anything either. The two of them were in a stalemate. Out of politeness, Shizei didn't dare to look at her directly, but just controlled his eyes between her eyebrows. Fusey was much more unrestrained. The boy had a delicate face and a tall stature, a narrow waistline and superior shoulders. His clothes, which should have been blurred in the dream, were extremely clear. Fusey glimpsed his slightly open collar, revealing a clear clavicle indentation. His hair color was lighter, between brown and black, but his eyes were a rare dark blue. This was a detail Fusey discovered after staring for a long time. If you don't look closely at his eyes, you can't see the blue hidden deep inside. Finally, Shizei couldn't help it and asked abruptly, "What are you looking at?" Fusey said bluntly, "Your eyes." Shizei suddenly frowned and turned his face away, as if he was a little annoyed by Fusey's recklessness. Nothing to see. Fusey didn't know the concept of euphemism at that time. She praised sincerely, "You are very beautiful, your eyes are also beautiful. From the perspective of human aesthetics, your appearance genes are very good." I don't know which sentence stimulated him. Shizei suddenly turned his head and asked, "So you only like my genes?" "Genes?" Fusey was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "What do you think of my genes?" Shizei was stunned for a moment. The person in front of him obviously had extremely severe albinism, and his hair and eye colors were extremely light. Because of the rapid development of technology, albinism has long been a disease that can be avoided in Moran. This is the first time Shizei has seen a real albinism patient. Not good enough, right? Fusey had answered for him. "Will you hate me because of my defective genes?" This was the first time Shizei heard such a question. He thought seriously for a while, and then shook his head. "I won't hate someone for this reason." "That's it." Fusey suddenly reached out and grabbed him. "I like your scent." "What's your name?" For some reason, Shizei didn't like people who were very familiar with each other, but he couldn't hate Fusey's intimate remarks. He stammered, "Shizei." He only said his first name, without a long and complicated surname. Shizei paused, half raised his eyes, and asked awkwardly and expectantly, "What about you?" Fusey thought, 2547, that's what those people call me. Although Shizei was immature, he had been instilled with a lot of necessary knowledge by Shilai. This title sounded like a number that was easy to manage. He thought about it and suggested, "You need a name." If Fusey stayed in Moran, she would indeed need a name of her own for registration information. This suggestion came at the right time. Fusey thought about it for a while, and a name came to her mind. "Ai Fusichi, you can call me like this in the future." "Okay." Shizei didn't doubt him, just thought Fusey had already planned it. Fusey looked at him and curled her lips. "Can you tell me now, what's wrong with your genes?" Shizei didn't say anything. The boy's tense profile had clear lines, sharp and indifferent. "Do you know how I got my albinism?" Fusey suddenly talked about herself. Shizei's jawline relaxed. He turned his head and looked at Fusey inquiringly. "What's wrong?" "You should have heard about the exposure of Defeel's laboratory. He pursues the ultimate female genes. As long as he can give birth to strong enough offspring, Other minor diseases are not worth mentioning. Therefore, each experimental subject will have some diseases, but these diseases will never be passed on to the next generation. This is Defiel's star plan, which benefits the offspring, but not the mother. Fusey briefly recounted this dark and secret research history like a bedtime story. Shizai was a little puzzled after listening. Why doesn't he just use the culture chamber to give birth to a child of his own? Just like him. Fusey didn't understand human nature enough at that time, but she vaguely felt that Morin had other plans. At that time, she couldn't figure out the deep meaning. When she came to her senses, Shizai had walked in front of her and almost looked at her at eye level. It's not your fault. Your hair color is beautiful, and so are your eyes. At this time, Shizai's experience was still shallow, and his vocabulary for complimenting people was pitifully small. The main reason was that he basically had no chance to compliment the opposite sex. Fortunately, Fusey didn't mind. Thank you. Fusey raised her head and smiled. Shiza looked at her ice blue eyes, and felt a slight movement in his heart. When he reacted, a gentle kiss had already landed on her eyelashes. The young boy was also cute and frank when expressing his love. Fusey's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Maiga's superior jaw was just leaving Fusey's forehead. She raised her eyes slightly, and saw his thin red lips slightly opened in surprise. The two looked at each other, and Fusey confirmed that she did not see any panic in his eyes. Is this completely not pretending? Chapter 173. Fusey looked at Maiga, who was stunned and motionless, and said in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing?" Maiga calmed down. "You have a fever, your body is very hot." Fusey raised her eyebrows. "This is not a reason for you to kiss secretly." The two were silent for a while. "Actually, this is a very common behavior of measuring body temperature," Maiga tried to defend himself. "When I had a high fever when I was a child, my mother would do the same." He lowered his eyes, trying to identify Fusey's mood. "Do you believe it?" Fusey suddenly chuckled. She moved her stiff arms, put her arms around Maiga's neck, and pulled him down. The two were originally very close, and now there was only a finger space. Is that all the courage? Maiga's pupil shrank slightly, and his fingers trembled slightly uncontrollably. It would be a bit ungrateful to speak at this time. He lowered his head, and kissed Fusey's pale and dry lips deeply. He held her waist and neck with both hands, and his passion was lingering on them. It was very quiet here. In order to take care of the sentinel's sensitive hearing, 2 noise reducers were added to her resting place. The whole room was audible, but at this moment, 1 or 2 water sounds were faintly heard. Fusey did have a high fever. It must be the rejection reaction of Yulan in her body that caused complications, and her head was dizzy. Her arms were weak, and Fusey held his neck, which was easy, but he kissed hard. People driving in the desert finally found an oasis, and they couldn't wait to take it. His hands were also restless, gently stroking along Fusey's waistline. Rather than being driven by lust, he was more like a child who got his beloved thing, and couldn't help but confirm it again and again. Fusey's lips and tongue were scorching hot, and her dry lips were soaked by him, but Maiga felt that no matter how much he sucked, it was not enough. He pressed his fingers on the back of her neck, and kept moving her towards him. Fusey responded slightly, and he couldn't help but let out a low moan from his nose. They were too close, and their body temperatures were mixed together. Fusey could even feel the ups and downs of his tight muscles. I don't know if it was because of nervousness or excitement, but his body lines were unbelievably hard, which was very different from Fusey's impression. Finally, Fusey couldn't help but pat the side of his neck, and whispered between their lips, "Relax." Maiga's eyes were clearer. He stepped back a little, buried his face in Fusey's neck and breathed deeply. Her body temperature was still high. He couldn't help but rub it twice, and surprisingly didn't hear any scolding or cursing. Fusey rubbed the back of his neck and teased, "So excited?" "Yeah." He greedily turned his head, and kissed her neck, mumbling, "I want more." He obviously didn't want to wait for Fusey to give it, and kissed along the side of her neck all the way up, and only when he rubbed her lips did he lift his eyelids and looked at her expectantly. "I want it." Fusey didn't know what she was thinking. Her pupils were unfocused, and she heard his voice, and lazily him, acquiescing to his actions. The two kissed again. In the lingering breath, there was a rich rose and citrus fragrance, which was particularly intoxicating. Fusey's eyes were half closed, and her mind gradually became confused. In the quiet and dim room, there was only the faint sound of water. I don't know how long it has been. Fusey suddenly felt a chill on her waist, and she concentrated her senses. It was the touch of the cold and slippery scales of the snake. Fusey lowered one hand to touch it. The snake, which was as thick as the wrist, was climbing up along her waist. Feeling her scalding temperature, It diligently put the tip of its tail into her palm and rubbed it. Stimulated by its cold temperature, Fusey sobered up a little. The whole room was filled with the intoxicating scent of roses and citrus. The person on her body had long been confused and had no intention of controlling the out-of-control spirit. The thick and strong black snake tightly wrapped around Fusey's waist and hips. Although its movements were very careful, Fusey still felt waves of tremors flowing from her tail vertebrae. Fusey suddenly felt a little difficult to breathe. She stretched out her hand to press his chin a little further away. The silver thread between their lips was not broken, and the charming and ambiguous meaning filled the room. Meigas was puzzled. His body moved faster than his brain. His arms were attached to Fusey's back and pressed her towards him. His eyes were blurred and scattered, and he only relied on instinct to move. What's wrong? Fusey pinched his chin and looked at him from left to right. Are you getting hot from the combination? Her voice sounded in his ears. Meigas closed his eyes and regained some rationality. I overused my mental power and lost some control. I'm sorry for offending you, he said, offended, but his hand showed no guilt at all. His arms were around Fusey's waist, even tighter than when they just kissed. Fusey's fingers gently stroked the side of his face. Did you get the spiritual body mutation skill of Poseidon? Yes. Meigas buried his head in her neck, and his usual sobriety and restraint disappeared. He wanted to continue to be gentle after just saying half a sentence. Fusey was not annoyed. She stroked his back and continued to ask, how did you deal with Poseidon? The force behind him was very gentle. Meigas narrowed his eyes, relaxed his muscles, and thought slowly. He is not dead, but he has lost his spiritual body and has become an ordinary person. Hearing this news, Fusey frowned. He is really lucky to be able to survive at that point. Her tone was cold, and Meigas noticed her emotional changes and kissed her neck one after another. Don't be angry, don't be angry. His actions were mostly soothing, with little love, and Fusey couldn't help laughing. If Poseidon doesn't die, he will be a useless person. I don't want to worry about him. However, keeping him is always a hidden danger, and I still have to wait until the rejection reaction is over to find a reason to end it. Fusey's mind has calmed down, but the strong pheromone smell in her nose lingers, irritating her nerves all the time. This is not a solution. Although the guide's combination heat is not as easy to get out of control as the Sentinel, it will not last for a while without the help of inhibitors. Thinking of this, Fusey pinched his neck and pulled him away from her neck, staring at his handsome and delicate face, and asked, Do it? Meigas' eyes widened, and he suddenly became much more sober. He was afraid that he had misunderstood, so he asked carefully, What did you just say? Fusey looked down and found that he had been half sitting on the bed, and the series of actions just now were all supported by his waist. When did I break my promise? Fusey pulled his arm and motioned him to get on the bed. It was tiring to hang on the bed. It was also at this time that she realized that she had changed her clothes. The material was fine and soft, and the stitches of the cutting were almost invisible, which was very suitable for highly sensitive people. Fusey pinched his face and asked jokingly, You don't want to? Since the last sentence, Meigas' brain seemed to be taken away. He was obediently pulled onto the bed by her, and stared at her blankly. After a while, the corners of his eyes slowly turned red. Strange, he rarely showed such a vulnerable side. If it weren't for the restless black snake hanging around her waist, Fusey would have thought he was really unwilling. What's wrong? Fusey spoke patiently. Meigas shook his head silently. Since he came to Tanya to study, his figure has completed the transformation from a teenager to a young man. His broad shoulders and narrow waist are in perfect proportion. His muscles are very easy to hug, but he doesn't feel bloated and knotted. I want to confess something to you. Meigas seemed to have finally come to his senses, and took Fusey's hands, and said solemnly. Fusey's heat dissipated a little, and she felt a lot more refreshed. She turned her head and looked at him. There is no need to talk about the dark spirit body. I have discussed this issue with Martha. I don't think that a person's goodness or badness can be judged by the spirit body alone. Meigas was stunned. Where there are people, there are classes. Where there are classes, there are high and low nobles. Since the concept of Sentinel was born among humans, some people have divided it into different levels. For example, the level of mental power, the guides are proud of K1, and the Sentinels rate the mental power and the body separately. Double S level like Shilai is rare. In the assessment of the spirit body, Yanji's white tiger or Luo Yi's chameleon can be regarded as common animal system, but the one-horned unicorn like Po's lease will be called a rare system, and the spiritual body skills mutated are also more powerful and rare. However, Fusey's spirit body was not included in any system. Many people privately speculated that her spirit body was the legendary dark system, which could grow by devouring the spirit bodies of others. But Fusey did not use any similar means in the public eye, and this rumor gradually died down. Martha's spirit body was a dark system that relied on devouring the spirit bodies of others to grow itself. It was just that she was obsessed with scientific research, did not focus on improving the ability of the spirit body, and never used the ability of devouring. As Martha's only blood, it was not surprising that Meigas was so nervous. It was strange to say that many people in society were eating human blood buns, but everyone could tolerate their existence, at most spitting a word of consciencelessness. But in the Sentinel field, it was just a spirit system that might pose a threat to others, and it became an existence that everyone wanted to kill. Fusey touched the soft end of Xingqi's hair. His black hair was already very long, and a strand of it fell to his chest, which was a bit casual. You should have sensed Lucifer's mental fluctuations. He is also a dark spirit. Fusey was in a good mood and braided a scorpion tail braid for him. After braiding, she couldn't find a suitable rope to tie the hair, so she simply cut off a bunch of her white hair and tied it on as a hair rope. Lucifer was able to break through her spiritual realm because he swallowed a small piece of edged black fog, just like chewing a hole in a fondant cake. Meigas lowered his eyes and looked at the small braid hanging in front of his chest, and his tense mood relaxed. But Fusey changed the subject. Lucifer's spiritual body is dominated by arrogance and gluttony, so it's normal to eat a little. What about yours? Fusey pulled out the black and red sheephorn snake from her waist. Upon closer inspection, its tail was pointed, and it was excited because of her gaze. Meigas opened his mouth to answer, but Fusey reached out and gently pressed his lips. Let me guess, I have read a lot of taboo knowledge, but they are all illusory. This is the first time I have seen a living example. The black snake with a bowl-sized mouth looked extremely creepy, but in Fusey's hands, it quietly let her play with it, but its tail was still wrapped around her waist. Meigas' brain was half a beat slower during the period of combination fever, but he was used to being obedient. When Fusey said she wanted to guess, he cooperated and kept silent, watching her playing with his spiritual body in silence. The black snake's triangular head crawled in her palm. Fusey looked at the grotesque curved horns on its head, and the sharp heart-shaped horns on its tail, and she had a guess in her mind. This is the very famous Tanari tribe among the demons. They are good at creating illusions to confuse people, and have considerable personal charm, which can easily capture the hearts of other races. To put it more bluntly, the Tanari have a well-known nickname, Succubus. Fusey couldn't help but touch its sharp horns, muttering in her heart that she had hit a treasure. Chapter 174. Meigas kept staring at Fusey's movements. His eyes were hot and ambiguous, and his lips were red and swollen. Fusey was only half an arm's length away from him, and the effect of the heat was more unbearable than before. Fusey was still holding the black snake and looking at it, but the person next to her couldn't sit still anymore. He came over and put his cheek on her belly, saying in a muffled voice, "Don't you blame me?" Fusey lowered her eyes and looked at his hair. "Do you think I really know nothing?" Meigas understood her implication and chuckled. "Sometimes you are so sharp that it scares me." Fusey seemed not to want to continue this topic. She lifted his chin and scratched it gently. "Do you feel you can still hold on?" "Actually, I took inhibitors before I came here," Meigas panted twice. "But this time the combination heat is particularly turbulent and a little bit uncontrollable." Fusey knew in his heart that he had spent a lot of mental energy to devour the spiritual body of Poseidon, not to mention that he had spent a lot of effort to separate the tentacles before. At this time, the combination heat took advantage of the opportunity, and it would be difficult to resist with inhibitors alone. In that atmosphere just now, he did not extend his mind tentacles to establish a mental connection with her. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Fusey caressed the back of his neck lovingly, and saw a portable computer placed aside from the corner of her eyes. She reached out to take it, and checked the time. After Meigas' IQ dropped, he only had Fusey in his eyes. When he saw her reaching out to get up, he quickly tightened his arms to keep her. "Don't leave." Fusey was very relaxed, and didn't prepare for the force on her waist. She staggered for a moment, her elbow resting on the soft bed, and half of her body was pressed on him. Fusey's heart tightened, and she quickly raised her upper body, and touched his ribs with both hands. "Are you okay?" Her bone density is much greater than that of ordinary people. The force of such pressure cannot be underestimated for the guide. It would be troublesome if important organs were injured. His upper body clothes had been half removed in the entanglement just now. Fusey felt the warm and tight muscles. His skin was white and thin, with sharp muscle lines and a thin waistline. There were no unusual depressions and scars. She reacted in time just now, and most of her body weight was transferred. Fusey breathed a sigh of relief, and when she looked up, she found that he was staring at her face intently, with tenderness written in his red pupils. Fusey realized that her posture was a bit dangerous. She sat on his waist, but she was completely supported by her legs, and did not dare to sit firmly. The guide was still too fragile, Fusey thought absent-mindedly. It's okay, Meiga seemed to see through her thoughts, and gently held her waist with both hands. Sit forward, it's okay. Fusey moved her hands down to support his lower abdomen, and the silver-white hair tails gently fell down, itchy and numb. Ignoring the clear and tight abdominal muscles, this waist is so thin that she feels that it can be broken with a grip. Fusey is skeptical about what he said. Meiga's was a little helpless. It was not the first time he had this feeling. In Fusey's eyes, he was like a fragile porcelain bottle, or a kitten that was born not long ago. In short, he was not an adult man. Fusey lowered her eyes. The blood vessels and tendons of people with thin skin would also be very obvious. The blue veins on his lower abdomen were slightly rising and falling with his breathing. With her eyesight, she could even see the swelling of the blood pulse. But dear, I will feel more uncomfortable if you don't sit down. Meiga blinked and quietly pressed her down with both hands. Slowly, I will tell you if you feel uncomfortable. Fusey was very persistent on this issue, and would not allow him to get away with it. The guide's recovery ability is weak, and this time note is very critical. You can't make any mistakes. Meiga couldn't persuade her. Anyway, there was a long time to come, and this position was not urgent. He compromised and negotiated. Then I be on top? He could still talk in a negotiated manner, but his voice was trembling violently, as if he was about to be unable to bear it. Fusey understood that he was uncomfortable with the heat, so she didn't say anything more and leaned to lie down. Meiga turned over. The lounge was not completely dim, which might be a little difficult for reading and writing, but it was more than enough to see the outline of the body. His hand moved down along Fusey's waistline. Fusey's thighs had obvious muscle lines, but they were soft and smooth when she was not exerting force. He couldn't help but lower his head and sucked a few times. Fusey didn't dislike his sense of service, and even took the time to sigh. The combination of heat is very tiring, and he still has the leisure to play tricks at this time. It's really amazing self-control. Fusey just woke up, and didn't have time to wear the suppressor. The touch level is very high. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, and patted Meiga's head with the other hand. Where is my suppressor? He paused for a while before raising his head, licking his lips subconsciously. The fishy and sweet smell mixed with the fragrance of roses and citrus filled his nose, and his head was a little confused. What? Fusey reached out and touched the head of the bed. She seemed to have seen the suppressor and the optical computer together not long ago, so it should be here. But before she touched the hard shell of the metal suppressor, a large, hot hand covered it, tightly grasped her fingers, and wrapped them in the palm of her hand. Fusey put down her hand and looked up at him. Give me the suppressor. She could now hear his heartbeat and hoarse breathing, not to mention the concentration of pheromones in the air that was about to drown her. It was not safe here, and she had to maintain basic rationality. Meiga pursed his lips, trying his best to suppress some dark thoughts, and stretched out his arm to buckle the suppressor on her wrist. Fusey took a breath and praised him slowly. Good boy. He obviously didn't buy it, and the scarlet snake became more and more powerful, implicitly venting his dissatisfaction. Fusey couldn't help but tighten her leg muscles, but then she thought of something and quickly relaxed her body. Your pheromones are about to get out of control. Fusey took a breath and pulled him up by the black hair at the back of his head. Can the mind tentacles still work? Should we still be able to establish a short mental connection? But Meiga shook his head. That won't work. Fusey was stunned for a moment. Generally speaking, the guide's combination heat can be alleviated by establishing a mental connection with the sentinel, but if the reaction is very serious, it requires deep mental counseling to solve it. Now Meiga's mental power is so dry that the mind tentacles cannot condense, and the mental connection naturally becomes a delusion. Fusey frowned slightly. Then you. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his waist, and his broad naked shoulders trembled slightly, and the rest of Fusey's words were stuffed back. Meiga's eyes were slightly red, and he pleaded in a low voice. Relax, dear, it hurts. Hurt? Fusey woke up as if from a dream. Is it your first time? Meiga raised his eyes, as if angry and painful. Yes. Fusey knew that this question was a bit of a letdown. She thought about it carefully. It was understandable that Meiga had just become an adult, and had little experience. She raised her hand to signal. Meiga was silent for a while, but still leaned over to hug her. Their naked skins were touching. Fusey's high fever had gone down, and now it was Maiga's whose temperature was rising. Fusey stroked his back muscles and comforted him. Don't be afraid. The guide's combined heat will last for a maximum of 6 hours, and it will slowly subside later. Yeah. Maiga's hummed vaguely in his throat, and I don't know if he heard it. He was not idle while holding his lower body. His spiritual body was a Tanari tribe. He was gifted in this kind of thing. Even if he was a little immature at the beginning, it was all made up by his racial talent later. Fusey narrowed her eyes and muttered in her heart. Although she didn't drink today, she was really drunk, so she indulged him. Compared with her distraction, he was fully engaged. If Fusey took Yumming and stabbed him in the chest at this time, he probably wouldn't even notice it, and even the pain would be diluted by the massive secretion of dopamine and adrenaline. Baby, Maiga suddenly whispered in her ear, how did you get through the previous combination fever? Fusey glanced at him, not caring about his name, and carelessly stroked her swollen belly, curiously poking and pressing with her fingers twice. Use interferon and inhibitors together. Hearing this, he didn't know what was wrong again, and his movements suddenly became heavier. Fusey pushed his shoulder and reminded him, don't be impatient. In the future. He lowered his head and kissed her eyelashes. Can you not use it? Fusey blinked, her ice blue pupils reflecting his sweaty forehead and wet eyes. What's the problem with inhibitors at this time? Fusey didn't understand. This guy was asking her for the future. But who can say for sure about the future? Fusey didn't want to write a blank check, so she pretended not to hear, pinched his chin and gave him a gentle kiss. I don't know if it's because it's the first time, his mind is particularly uncertain, his eyes are erratic, he wants to fall on her, but keeps stopping, he wants to look but doesn't dare to. Fusey was about to tease her, but he suddenly remembered something and stopped abruptly. It was certainly not comfortable for Fusey to be so up and down. She snorted lazily in her nose, as a question. Maiga suddenly became serious, and his voice was devoid of emotion. I didn't take the medicine. Oh that, Fusey said indifferently, don't worry about it. Maiga's was still worried, and his eyes dropped to Fusey's lower abdomen. What if? Fusey felt his nervousness and moved his waist playfully, which really caused him to shudder. Afraid? Maiga's hesitated and said, my last physical examination was before the mic finals, and the results were all normal, so this. It was my negligence. He apologized to Fusey with great regret. I'm sorry. When he came, he didn't expect such a thing to happen, and naturally he didn't prepare corresponding measures. Then combined with the sudden onset of fever, the brain stopped working, and he didn't think of it at all. Fusey saw that she had teased him enough, and reached out to hook up the small braid hanging on his chest. The white hair she used to fix it was very conspicuous on it, and it swayed with his movements. Long-term use of interferon will inactivate the egg cells, and it will not recover in a short time. Maiga still looked apologetic. Sorry, I will start taking medication for a long time. Fusey raised her eyebrows, and said with a rising tone, I thought you did it on purpose. Maiga's was stunned. They were very close now, but Fusey could still hurt him casually. You? Why do you think so? Fusey lay back and sank into the soft pillow. I'm not speculating maliciously about you. Things like fear are not uncommon. Even people of Moran status want to tie a mother with a child. It's normal for you to have such thoughts under the influence of that culture. Maiga's lowered his eyes, and his long black eyelashes blocked the light, casting a shadow on his cheek. Fusey was about to continue speaking when she saw a flash of crystal water dripping on her lower abdomen, cold and salty. He was still breathing softly. Fusey sat up and held his face, sighing softly. No more, I know you didn't mean it. Maiga's nodded slowly, and buried his head in her arms. So smart, Fusey sighed, never falling into the trap of self-proof, but using another method to win her favor. Such a smart person would never use such a stupid and cheap trick. Fusey rubbed her chin on the top of his head, and it seemed that she had gone too far in joking this time. Chapter 175. The consequence of the joke was that the time was extended from the original 1 hour to 6 hours. In the middle of the time, Fusey picked up the light brain and glanced at the time. From the time she lost control of her body to the time she woke up, there was about a 12-hour window. This time was still within the acceptable range. Before Fusey could think about it, a slender white hand came up from behind and wrapped her hands in the palm of her hand. A low and hoarse voice drilled into her ear. What are you looking at? In fact, Fusey was not really calm, but she was worried about the handover of Dansatu, which kept her somewhat clear-headed. Don't push your luck. Fusey slapped away his arm that was wrapped around her relentlessly and touched his forehead with her backhand. Why do I feel like you're getting even hotter? Maiga's was always particularly clingy at this time. He rubbed her palm and said vaguely, "It will be fine in a while." "It's not a matter of time." Fusey touched his sweaty forehead and couldn't help laughing. "Don't you realize that your language system is already confused?" Maigas paused and went over the words he said in his mind, and then he realized that he used a mixture of Moros and Moran, various small languages and previous and next sentences, more like the ravings of a mental patient. "Sorry." Maigas lowered his head, and his tall nose was pressed against the back of her neck. "I'm too excited." Fusey pulled the corner of her lips and didn't comment. He moved down along the back of Fusey's neck, swaying his hips slightly, kissing her butterfly bones, and mumbling, "So beautiful, baby, I want to bite." His movements were very gentle, and Fusey glanced back at him. The blush behind her ears and at the corners of her eyes could not be suppressed, and the pheromones that had been suppressed with great difficulty came out again. Fusey sighed. It seemed a bit too harsh to ask him to stay awake at this time. Since Maigas went to the top floor, Yui hadn't seen him for more than 10 hours. After all, he was still worried, so Yui decided to go up and take a look. But just as he walked to the corner and hadn't had time to step onto the rest area on the top floor, he saw a silver-white figure coming out of their boss's exclusive lounge. Yui was stunned and forgot to move for a while. If Fuziki was famous. Her face and iconic hair and eye color were very recognizable. Yui had heard of the reputation of Commander Moran a long time ago. Hearing about it was one thing, and seeing the real person was another different feeling. Fusey stretched lazily, and her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the shadow deep in the corridor. She squinted her eyes, and after seeing that it was Yui, she understood. "Come to see him?" Yui nodded hesitantly. "Let him sleep." Fusey pressed his neck. "Is this the main fleet of the Crozier fleet used to transport Shui Yin?" Yui heard her familiar tone, and his doubtful eyes moved back and forth between her and the lounge, and forgot to answer her question for a while. "Why?" Fusey pointed at the heavy metal door behind him, surprised. Yui was silent for a moment, and said in a trance, "This time we came to Dansatu with light luggage, and did not bring a large-scale caravan. I didn't expect." "Where are Lucifer and Euphemia?" Fusey interrupted him, and asked. Yui paused. "I don't know, the boss only asked me to take care of Miss Zoe and Mrs. Nofui." He was once a native of Dafir, and he still kept the original habit of addressing them. Fusey nodded and said casually, "He has just recovered from the fever. He will be able to recover his mental strength after a good sleep. There is still time. Don't wake him up." I don't know if it was because of Fusey's strong aura. Yui could only nod and watch Fusey walk down the stairs. When Fusey's back completely disappeared from his sight, Yui's brain started to work. Their boss disappeared for only a year, and he got such a big thigh? As soon as Fusey walked to the door of the reception room, a fragrant breeze came towards her. Fusey subconsciously wanted to dodge, but stopped when she saw who was coming. Zoe jumped in front of Fusey, and said in surprise as soon as they met, "You smell so good." Fusey subconsciously sniffed the sleeves. The shirt she wore under her coat was Meyer gas. Her original one was no longer good-looking, so she simply picked one and put it on. Unexpectedly, his pheromones were so serious. "Oh, this," Fusey didn't pay much attention to it. "It's the smell of perfume." Zoe was even more confused when she heard this. Would a sentinel use something with a pungent smell like perfume? "You don't look well." Nofuyi's voice came from behind Zoe. Fusey's eyes were still bright, but Nofuyi's spirit body was special and her perception was extraordinary. She could detect the hidden fatigue under Fusey's strong posture. The power of the dark blue was strong, otherwise Fusey would not have lost control of her body. "Do you need help?" Nofuyi raised her palm, and a pure white double-petal lotus appeared in her palm. Fusey stared at the double-petal white lotus, and wanted to test Nofuyi's spirit body mutation skills, so she just went with the flow. "Okay, thank you for your trouble." Fusey followed Nofuyi into the reception room. Zoe turned around and asked Yui for felt materials. She was bored staying here, and needed something to kill time. The two entered the room and closed the door. Nofuyi was not polite, and put the spirit body in Fusey's palm. "You take it." Fusey took the icy snow lotus, and was about to say something when a chill suddenly ran through her wrist. The black snake hissed at Nofuyi's spirit body, as if it was very dissatisfied with the spirit body of others being so close to Fusey. It appeared suddenly, and Nofuyi saw it before Fusey could push it back. Nofuyi said nothing, but looked up at her for a long time, and said with a smile, "Your guide?" "Don't worry about it." Fusey calmly put the black back into her sleeve. "You continue." Nofuyi clasped her hands together. "Let me say this first. I haven't used the spiritual body mutation skill for many years. It may not work." Fusey gestured for her to use it freely without worrying. Nefuyi's spiritual level is not inferior to Martha, the same K1 level, but it has not been used for many years, so it is somewhat jerky. Holy Light is Nefuyi's first and last spiritual body mutation skill. Because the effect is too strong, she has never awakened other spiritual body mutation skills since then. Fusey clearly felt a hint of coolness spreading from her palm. Her right arm had grown again under the stimulation of Yuan, and the reaction was the strongest at this moment. Nefuyi's spiritual body transformation skill is a rare purification system. Fusey's mind became clear, and the two forces that had been arguing in her body finally calmed down and turned into a part of Fusey peacefully. Nefuyi observed her expression and asked tentatively, "How is it?" Fusey moved her right hand and nodded slowly. "Thank you, I have basically recovered." Nefuyi nodded and said slowly, "Can I dispel your concerns now?" Fusey heard her say this, and sighed in her heart that Nefuyi was more perceptive than she thought. "Don't think too much, I don't doubt your intention, but the time is not right now, and you can't meet." Fusey rarely explained more. Nob looked at her quietly. "Are you worried that I will hate Martha and harm her son, so you hide him?" She said it very straightforwardly, and Fusey was happy to deal with such a person. He can already stand on his own, I don't have to do this to protect him. Nob tilted her head in confusion. "Then why did you announce to the public that Zoe and I died in prison? Isn't it to keep us in your hands?" Unlike Zoe's straightforwardness, Nob mingled in the upper class, and had been around her father and brother for a long time. She could guess some of Fusey's plans. Fusey announced their death to the public, which was to completely kill their current identities. If they wanted to get back the family name of Nilbirai in the future, they would have to pass her test. Moreover, now that Poseidon has fallen, the entire Dancetu is in chaos. Although Lucifer and Euphemia are suppressing it, there are too many dangerous elements in the magic crystal cell who are ready to make a move. Without Poseidon's justice, the shackles that bound them suddenly disappeared, and they might be thinking about how to escape from prison. Before Fusey left Megas, he was persuaded to stay. Fusey told him this story to bring him back to his senses, so that he could go out and meet Zoe and the others. Otherwise, considering that it was his first time, Fusey would not be stingy with these few hours of companionship. The reason for announcing your death is so that you can have a new identity when you return to Defil in the future, Fusey explained patiently. Nufui was stunned. New identity? Fusey glanced at her and said indifferently, "If Mr. Nilbirai knew that his beloved daughter was not dead, he would certainly be eager to find you. But I am not interested in the financial resources of the Nilbirai family, I am just interested in you as a person." "You and Zoe," Fusey glanced outside the door, "your abilities are far more than this." Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, Nufui tried her best to distinguish, but because she had not communicated with others for a long time, she had lost her ability to see through people's hearts. Was the heavy metal door open to both sides? Yui was standing at the door. He said quickly, "Someone wants to see you." Fusi said slowly, "Is it Tan Sui Yin?" Yui nodded, "Yes, she is already outside. I asked her to come in and wait, but she refused." Fusi snorted and laughed, "I know." After that, she walked out. Tan Sui Yin certainly would not come in, or rather, she would not easily step into any fleet related to Defil. This guy cherishes his life very much. Although she is flamboyant and high profile, she has been cautious in this matter for 10 years. I guess she couldn't wait to come to Fusi to fulfill her promise, but she didn't take the initiative to save her own face. And this matter can't be known to too many people, so she waited until now. Fusi straightened her slightly messy collar, and thought about what excuse to deal with her. Chapter 176. For a long time, Fusi hated Tan Sui Yin. Not only because she always chased after Fusi, and made trouble for her. "Hey, don't tell me you're going to break the contract." Tan Sui Yin spoke rudely when he saw Fusi. Fusi looked her up and down. Although she tried her best to restrain herself, she couldn't hide the anxiety and gloom in her eyes. She didn't know that Fusi had lost consciousness, and was recuperating these days. In her eyes, Fusi was deliberately delaying seeing her, relying on her not daring to publicize the bet. What a black-hearted guy. Fusi lowered her eyes, and looked at the angry Tan Sui Yin. He was obviously over 100 years old, but he still had the mentality of a child. "What are you in a hurry for?" Fusi smiled playfully. "What are you afraid of?" Tan Sui Yin opened his mouth to refute, but was speechless for a moment, and glared at her angrily. "Don't change the subject. The climate in Dancetu is no different from that in the polar regions." Fusi gathered her hair that was blown by the cold wind. "Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise, but it will take some time." "What?" When Tan Sui Yin heard that she still had to wait, he was furious and pointed his finger to start a soul debate with her. But before the debate started, the ground under his feet suddenly began to vibrate slightly. Tan Sui-yin was now a frightened bird, with a sharp blade called Mother's Love hanging over his head. Fuzi turned her head and squinted her eyes, looking at the border direction of Dansetsu, turned around and patted Tan Sui-yin on the shoulder. Good luck to you. Tan Sui-yin quickly slapped Fuzi's restless hand down, turned around and wanted to run. The overwhelming spirit of the golden-footed crows suddenly appeared above the entire fleet. Fuzi yawned lazily, and remained calm in the face of the spirit's fluctuations that were like a volcanic eruption. As expected of Her Majesty the Queen of Indeclaire, her spirit body has been as strong as ever for 10 years. Susu, why are you running? A gentle and warm female voice rang in the empty inner space station. Tan Sui-yin suddenly stopped, his back stiffened, and he turned around in slow motion. Mom! The Jinzu, whose size was comparable to that of a small space station, suddenly disappeared, replaced by a slender figure. Tan Sui's face was exactly the same as it was 10 years ago. More than 3,000 years had not left any traces on her. Her jet-black hair was loosely tied by a circle of scarlet gems, and her golden pupils were embedded in a pair of phoenix eyes, with the tails of her eyes raised. Her gaze on Tan Sui-yin was always warm and gentle. Influenced by the Jinza's spirit body, her appearance was always fixed in the year of her peak. Long time no see, Fuzi took the initiative to wave her hand. There are not many things that can make you take the initiative to leave Indeclaire. Tan Sui was not the stern and majestic monarch as rumored. She always had a faint smile on her face. Hold me, Susu. Tan Sui opened his arms to his daughter. Tan Sui-yin secretly glanced at Tan Sui's face, and it seemed that she had no intention of asking for punishment. She hesitated and threw herself into her mother's arms. There are still people here. She hesitated in her words, but her body was very honest, rubbing intimately in her mother's arms. Fuzi did not have any intention of avoiding suspicion, and calmly watched the two very similar figures hugging each other. Sister AI? The fleet of Indeclaire broke in. Euphemia was about to come to Fuzi to discuss countermeasures, but she jumped down before the shuttle stopped, and her eyes met Tan Sui's golden eyes. Euphemia fell silent instantly. Tan Sui's control over the spirit body has reached the level of perfection. As soon as she landed, she took back the spirit body, so Euphemia naturally couldn't sense it. But her intuition told her that this person was very dangerous. Tan Sui let go of the person in his arms, raised his eyes, and smiled at Euphemia. I'm sorry. I heard that Dan Sai too has been in turmoil recently, and I miss my daughter so much that I came here uninvited. I will make up the clearance documents later. Euphemia had never seen Tan Sui in person before, and it was too slow for her to see his identity at this moment. She turned to Fuzi for help. Fuzi sighed. It's a good opportunity to meet you now, Yufei. Come and get acquainted. This is the current ruler of Indical, the first person in charge of the Interstellar Federation, and the owner of the only remaining golden-foot crow spirit in the known universe, Tan Sui. Such a long list of titles. Without any exaggeration, Tan Sui couldn't help laughing. There's no need to be so detailed. It still needs to be more detailed, Fuzi said seriously. After all, the Interstellar Conference is about to be held, and the votes in your hands are very precious. Euphemia also needs your care. She raised her hand to introduce Euphemia. This is the Commander-in-Chief of the 12th Fleet of Moran. She has now retired. I nominate her to be the next warden. The smile on Tan Sui's face faded. The phoenix eyes are naturally noble, and the upturned tail of the eyes is very oppressive when not smiling. What do you want to exchange? Enlightenment. Fuzi spread out her palm, and the silver-white butterfly blade changed back to the shape of a scepter in her palm. Tan Sui-yin's pupils suddenly shrank, his body stiffened, and he didn't dare to look at Tan Sui's reaction. The smile on Tan Sui's face completely disappeared, and there was an imperceptible coldness in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Yu Ming's weight is not enough. Fuzi put two fingers together on her empty hand and pointed in the air. I knew you would say that. She turned to Euphemia and said, Fei, go and arrange the visitors of Indeclaire first, and I will find you later. Yuffie was afraid that Fuzi and Tan Sui would conflict, but since Fuzi said so, she could only nod hesitantly and quietly leave on the shuttle. Tan Sui stared at Yufei's departing back and said meaningfully, she is a very good junior, but if she wants to sit in the position of warden with her qualifications, I am afraid she needs some actual achievements. Tan Sui played with the tassels on Tan Sui's shoulders out of boredom, and glared at Fuzi several times, implying that she was not trustworthy. Su, go find Jianqing first. Tan Sui turned around and touched her head. Hearing this almost identical rhetoric, Tan Sui-yen felt that he was being treated like a child again. There was no way, because she was indeed a child in front of her mother. Tan Sui-yen turned and headed towards the entrance of the space station. Seeing her disappear at the border, Fusey was no longer lazy, and her spirit spread out, firmly framing this world and blocking all prying eyes. "You have to bring a guide with you when you go out to attend a meeting," Fusey joked. "You are so relaxed, Your Majesty." Bai Jianxing is Tan Sui's guide, and is also the honorary principal of Gehrman, with unlimited power in his hands. Tan Sui pulled the corner of his lips. "I didn't want to come, but Susu is here, so I have to come. If I'm not mistaken, if I don't show up today, you will detain Susu until I show up, right?" Tan Sui spoke the Sanskrit language that Indiklai had abandoned for many years. The pronunciation of syllables and the pauses of sentences were different from the mainstream Sanskrit language now, but strangely, Fusey had no difficulty in listening to it. The current situation was not the time to go into details. Fusey smiled and said, "How could it be? The queen is famous. Who dares to detain the princess? Don't tell me such polite words. I met you today just to discuss a deal." Tan Sui said lightly. Fusey was a little surprised. She loosened her collar and tried to relax. "Please tell me more. I want you to challenge me to a leader battle." Tan Sui continued. Fusey frowned. A leader battle is a war that will only be launched when there is an irreconcilable conflict between two galaxies. The participants of this special battle are only the leaders of the two sides. The loser is willing to offer territory and wealth. It is a form of war with the smallest scale and the highest cost. There is no way. Technology is advancing rapidly. If an interstellar war really breaks out, the financial resources consumed and the usable planets damaged will be a considerable amount. The mainstream life forms in the three major galaxies are still dominated by humans. They were one family thousands of years ago. There is no need to kill them all. So 3,000 years ago, the Interstellar Federation announced the form of the leader battle. With the Federation as the bottom line, everyone has to accept the loss. Fusey raised her eyes. Now she really couldn't understand what Tan Sui was thinking. Chapter 177. "I don't seem to have room to refuse," Fusey stated calmly. The two were separated by a space by Fusey, so they didn't have to worry about anyone eavesdropping, so some things could be said openly. Fusey raised her chin towards the central space station of Dansitu. "Your trip this time is quite grand. If I don't agree, what are you going to do? Will you put Dansitu under your rule, or just create an accident and destroy it directly?" The two looked at each other for a long time, and Fusey didn't see the slightest embarrassment and guilt on her face. Should we say that she is worthy of being the monarch who has ruled in Dakla for more than 3,000 years? "You seem to have some misunderstandings about me." Tan Sui softened his tone. "I don't seem to be known for my cruelty." Fusey spread his hands. "It's not a misunderstanding. Your political achievements are too outstanding. You really don't need more means to demonstrate your power." Tan Sui rarely showed a speechless expression. She smiled and shook her head. "No one has joked with me for a long time. I'm still a little uncomfortable." Fusey took 2 steps forward. The other party was slightly taller than her, so Fusey raised her eyelids and continued. "Once the leader battle is launched, it will not stop unless one party dies. Can I interpret this request as you want my life? Are you afraid?" Tan Sui locked his eyes with her, raised the tail tone, and stepped forward. Fusey stared at her pupils. The queen's alienation level has been maintained at 30% for many years. It is said that this is the sequelae left by the cleaning of the polluted area in the early years, so there is a translucent film on her eyes, which does not affect her vision, but will add a bit of inhumanity to her. The queen's spies are definitely no worse than those of Poseidon, so you should know that I don't have much time," Fusey said in a deep voice. Tan Sui tilted his head childishly. "I heard a little about it." Then she changed her tone. "So what?" "I heard a little about deface human experiments. As a test subject, your life is indeed running out, but—" "Are you really?" Tan Sui stretched out his hand to pick up a strand of her white hair and gently circled it on his palm. Fusey keenly perceived the deep meaning of her words and directly pointed out, "Do you know who I am? You know who you are best in your heart, just like super artificial intelligence will not change from a data life form to a real human even if all the data is formatted." Tan Sui smiled again. Fusey savored the meaning of this sentence and asked persistently, "I challenge you to a leader battle, and you tell me the clues about memory." Tan Sui looked at her for a long time, and suddenly realized, "Is this how Shilai tricked you into going to Mike?" She shook her head, as if she was very disapproving. "You are the only one who believes him." Fusey pursed her lips. It was very uncomfortable to be in a passive situation. Tan Sui Wu's age and experience were not inferior to Shilai. She might really know something. Too impulsive, Fusey closed her eyes. She shouldn't have put out what she wanted so early. At least she should have figured out the other party's real purpose first. You? Tan Sui Wu suddenly looked behind her with a stern look in his eyes. It seems that today's conversation can only end here. Fusey was stunned, turned her head to look at the direction where the Crozier fleet was parked, and when she turned her head again, there was only a strong spiritual fluctuation in the air, and the spirit body of the Golden Foot Crow flapped its wings and flew high, disappearing with Tan Sui Wu. Fusey narrowed her eyes, and the voice of Tan Sui Wu remained in the air. The enactment is here with you. The cold metal touch on her hand reminded Fusey that the conversation just now was not an illusion. A pair of slender and broad hands suddenly wrapped around her waist, overlapping and holding her lower abdomen, and a warm body leaned against her back. Why are you standing here? It's too cold, go back. His voice was a little hoarse. Obviously he had just woken up not long ago. Fusey gathered her thoughts and patted the back of his hand. How do you feel? Has the heat gone down? Yeah, he still retained a little of his habit of tenderness, and his lips were pressed against the back of Fusey's neck, who was here just now. Fusey lowered her head to avoid Maiga's kiss, answering the question irrelevantly. Are you not going to continue to hide your identity? Maiga's back stiffened, and his lustful brain suddenly woke up. He restrained himself and let go of his arms around her, and took a half step back in a panic. What's wrong? Fusey turned around and faced him. Indical's fleet has arrived at Dansitu, and various forces have gathered. You should be cautious. Maiga's lowered his eyes, and looked at her for 2 seconds. Fusey's ice blue eyes clearly reflected his face, but the temperature was terribly cold. It was as if a cup of ice cubes was suddenly poured into a pot of boiling water, and it immediately cooled down. Maiga's took 2 steps back involuntarily, keeping a distant and polite distance from her. Fusey knew that she was now a bit like an emotional cheater who slept and ran away without wanting to take responsibility. But so what? I know, Meyergas nodded, reached out from his folded pocket to take out the mask and put it on, and returned to his inhuman appearance. His voice sounded muffled. Pozelis is now imprisoned in the magic crystal cell, and the fluctuations of his spiritual body have completely disappeared. Fusey felt troubled when she heard this name, not only because of the special nature of Pozelis' spiritual body, but also because she was afraid that Euphemia would be shaken by this. Euphemia is kind and romantic by nature, but she has a tenacity in her bones, which can be seen from the guide's spiritual body mutation skills. The ability of Nightmare can make Euphemia reappear in the state of pain, which is a double-edged sword, because every time she inflicts pain on the enemy, she has experienced it once. Fusey does not want to interfere in the matter between Pozelis and Euphemia, but this does not mean that she will keep Pozelis as a trouble. Do you want to see him? Maigas asked her what she meant. But Fusey stretched out her hand and tapped her chin. I go by myself, you stay here. After that, Fusey walked to the shuttle dock nearby with ease, but after a few steps she suddenly stopped, half turned sideways, and reminded, Don't tell anyone about this. Maigas nodded silently, and watched her back disappear. Although his hands behind his back had been pinched to the point of whitening. Dansitu is a very magical area, far away from the 3 major galaxies, with the most stable cosmic radiation fluctuations in the known universe, and the place where the contaminated area is least likely to explode. Therefore, the social structure here is very stable, and there have been no major changes for hundreds of years. However, this is also related to the special nature of Poseidon's spiritual body mutation skills. Once Justice Verdict is released, potential terrorists and high-risk criminals must abide by its restrictions. Duh, the crisp sound of metal collisions rang out. Bernard has already handled the biometric authentication here, and with Lucifer's assistance, the work efficiency is terrifyingly high. Fusey reached out to open the control terminal next to him, found Poseidon's cell number, and put it on the interrogation table. The magic crystal cell has the most complete holographic projection technology, which can be used to interrogate without contacting the criminals, avoiding all external interference. Speaking of which, Poseidon's loss of his spiritual body is both reasonable and unexpected. According to existing scientific research, the relationship between the spiritual body and the sentinel and the guide is not symbiotic, but more parasitic. The disappearance of the spirit body will not cause the death of the sentinel and the guide, but the disappearance of the main body will also lead to the disappearance of the spirit body. Tell me, do you have any last words to say? Fusey looked at the shadow in front of her and said bluntly. Poseidon's condition seemed surprisingly normal. Normally, most losers would be haggard and have dull eyes, but he was relieved and calm. I can do something for you. This was the first sentence Poseidon said. Fusey raised her eyebrows, and did not speak in a hurry. Although Poseidon had saved his life, the blue eroded his body, causing a large area of his organs to fail, and he had lost his spirit body. The advantage of being an immortal species was gone. If he was left alone, he would only live for another 3 to 5 years at most. I know that you have been expanding Moran's territory, whether it is the Dancita today or the Ceres flag in the past. Posilus's face was pale, and he gasped 3 times every time he spoke a word, which was very miserable. Fusey still didn't say anything. She looked at Posilus leisurely, waiting for him to reveal his ultimate goal. I have heard about your origin. As a person without any ties or kinship, theoretically speaking, you should not have such a strong sense of belonging to Moran, Posilus said in a calm voice. Fusey narrowed her eyes dangerously, and her gaze gradually became more focused. Posiris noticed her change in attitude and quietly said the last sentence. You have always wanted to kill me, not only because my identity and spiritual body mutation skills are special enough, but also because you are afraid that I will become the stumbling block of Euphemia in the future. Posiris said word by word. Because you are also tied to the anchor point now, you know too well that this kind of emotion will change from one way to two-way. Okay, Fusey interrupted his chatter, you are talking too much. Posiris paused, but still finished his words. You can trust me, after all, I am not a threat to you now. Dancita has been independent of the 3 major galaxies for many years. I am the only one who knows many separate arms supply chains and energy transportation routes. Even if you rebel against Lucifer, he does not understand the tricks. It is undeniable that Posiris has a clear positioning of himself. He understands that he has lost the bargaining chip of justice judgment now, and his utilization value has been reduced again and again. But he has served as the warden for many years, and the resources and intelligence accumulated in his hands are of immeasurable value. Fusey tapped the ground with her feet, measuring his weight. Poseidon glimpsed 2547's memory and learned that she was not a real experimental subject, but an unknown life that had taken over the nest. This was full of uncertainty for Fusey. She didn't know what the consequences would be if she left this handle in the world. So far, even her nominal guardian Talus didn't know this secret. All the high-level officials in Moran believed that Disorder was the experimental subject from the D-Fel laboratory, because the unique spiritual body was famous. If Poseidon spread her information, she couldn't predict the consequences. You are hesitant now, not because you are afraid that Euphemia will be influenced by me, but because you are worried that I will reveal your secret, right? Poseidon spoke again. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he still pressed forward step by step and hit the point directly. Fusey really admired him a little. Fusey patted her palms twice. You've finished talking. Since you see so clearly, you should know how to let me set you free, right? Posilius lowered his eyes, his thoughts racing, secretly trying to figure out Fusey's attitude. If my perception is correct, you have a dark guide who is more difficult than Lucifer, Posilius whispered. Hearing him talk about this, Fusey became a little interested. So you are still conscious? Good. Finally talked about a topic that I am more interested in. Posilius subconsciously felt that she was speaking in a sarcastic way, but the situation did not allow him to hesitate for too long, so he could only continue. My spirit body did not disappear on its own initiative. I can feel that someone has stripped my spirit body. According to your methods, justice judgment has already been in your pocket by now. Fusey took 2 steps forward. You want to sign a contract with me to show your loyalty? Posilius nodded. This is the fastest way to gain trust. Heh? Fusey interrupted him impatiently. Justice judgment has the strongest restraining effect on guides and sentinels, because mental power will be suppressed by the contract as a bargaining chip. But you are now an ordinary person with nothing, and the most valuable thing on your body is your life. Then use my life. Posilius was particularly calm at this time. Fusey raised her right eyebrow slightly. You are so straightforward. Posilius took a deep breath. I have lived long enough. Life and death are not the most important things for me. We should have a consensus on this point. Fusey glanced at him, and suddenly raised her lips slightly. Okay, since you said so, I will certainly not let go of the labor that comes to my door, but the decision-making power of this matter is not in my hands. Euphemia's opinion is the top priority. Do you understand? Posilius' eyes lit up slightly, like a gambler who bet all his chips on the gambling table. I understand. Fusey looked at him like this. What else did she not understand in her heart? Love-mindedness really messes things up. It is hard to imagine that Posilius was known as a workaholic before he met Euphemia. Okay, I give you this chance. Fusey pressed the terminal control next to her and interrupted the conversation. From a subjective point of view, Fusey did not want to leave Posilis behind. Even if justice judgment is used as a constraint, there is no guarantee that other factors will not appear. But she cannot ignore Euphemia. Fusey clearly remembers that when she proposed that Euphemia kill Posiris personally, she hesitated. No matter what the reason for this hesitation, it is not appropriate for her to kill again under that situation. So Fusey chose to do it herself. But she also felt that it was a waste for such a special spiritual body mutation skill as justice judgment to dissipate like this. This gave Meigas the opportunity to rise to power. After a series of chain reactions, Fusey obtained part of Yolan's power, and Meigas obtained the ability of justice judgment. From the results, this entry into Dancetu was not without gain. But she always felt that something was wrong. Fusey stood at the border of the magic crystal cell area, staring at the Tian Shan constellation emitting a light pink light in the distance. What was missing? Chapter 178. Dancetu is adjacent to the constellations of Tian Shan and Hemisphere, and at certain times it will emit a very gorgeous nebula-level landscape. Fusey hasn't had the interest to stop and admire a landscape for a long time. Today, it is rare to see such a touching scene, so she can't help but stay for a while. When Euphemia received the news and rushed over, she saw Fusey's absent-minded back. The magic crystal cell area is sparsely populated, only batches of monitoring stars are working tirelessly. Fusey stood on the semi-open terrace, with the terrace floor tens of meters high under her feet, and her back was really depressed. Euphemia approached carefully, and Fusey noticed the movement behind her, turned her head, and bumped into Euphemia's face that was about to say something but stopped. Fusey raised her eyebrows. What's wrong? Euphemia waved her hand. Her eyes glanced behind Fusey. It's windy here. Shall we go inside? Fusey glanced at the high platform behind her. There were no protective measures here, and the empty terrace was in full view, which looked particularly dangerous. Fusey followed Euphemia inside. The climate in Dancetu was cold, and it was not suitable for human survival outdoors. I heard Poseidon lost his spiritual body and became an ordinary person. Do you want to keep him? Euphemia spoke softly. Fusey stared at Euphemia's slightly haggard eyebrows and said in a light voice, This question should be asked to you. From now on, Dancetu will be your jurisdiction. All matters will be decided by you. You have to get used to it. Aye? Euphemia's eyes were filled with hesitation. She raised her eyes to look at Fusey's face. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Dancetu is not a small planet that is not worth mentioning. You just hand it over to me. Fusey put her hand on her shoulder. Are you questioning my judgment? No, Euphemia waved her hand hurriedly. I just feel that I am not worthy of my position. Not worthy of my position? Fusey seemed to have heard a joke. Euphemia looked at her sneering action, thinking that she had said something wrong, and quickly added, I am not. Fusey put her index finger on her lips, successfully silencing her. Listen to me tell a story. Euphemia blinked her almond eyes, and looked at her in confusion. When did Sister AI start to like telling stories? No matter how surprised she was, Fusey said, It's not appropriate to call it a story. When I was participating in the mic competition, I met an old nobleman from Defeer. Her husband was abused by her, and she accidentally killed him. In order to escape the crime, she hid in Morin, but was repeatedly threatened by Morin's adopted son. Fusey looked at Euphemia's slightly confused eyes. If it were you, how would you sentence this case? Euphemia has an excellent memory. She once read the laws of various galaxies and interstellar codes beside Poslis. She can find the answer to this kind of question from her memory. According to Article 32 of the Defeer Law, this person should be sentenced to death. After collecting evidence, he can be sentenced to suspended death penalty depending on the circumstances. Euphemia subconsciously gave the standard answer. Fusey looked at her quietly without saying a word. The pronunciation of the female she and the male he in Moran language is very different. Euphemia can easily know the gender of the person involved. If the gender of this matter were reversed, the situation would be completely different according to the law of Delphi. Euphemia moved her lips and fell silent for a rare moment. You see, you have the most basic judgment and the ability to judge the injustice in the world, which is exactly what many people don't have. Fusey said gently. Euphemia was surprised. How is it possible? Anyone who gives this case can see the unreasonableness in it. Fusey finally couldn't help laughing. You can say this, which shows that Moran's current laws are very perfect, and you have been treated well in Moran over the years. Euphemia was confused by her sudden joy. Fusey laughed enough, her face calmed down in an instant, and a trace of self-mockery flashed in her ice-blue eyes. In fact, I have had this idea, and more than once. If I didn't meet you at that time, if I met someone else, would I still lend a helping hand? You are thinking about this, right? Euphemia's thoughts were exposed, but she became curious about the first half of Fusie's sentence. Sensing Euphemia's probing gaze, Fusie tapped her forehead. If you are a fence-sitter without a strong opinion, who forgets his principles for the sake of beauty and goes with the flow, I have no chance and no intention to take you away. Euphemia blinked and said nothing. Fusie looked blankly for a while, and suddenly said, Pozela said that I stayed in Morin because I was controlled by the anchor point and could not be free. In fact, this statement is not wrong. Shilai brought me back to Morin from Defear. From the perspective of human society, Shilai has done me a favor. Most people guess that I stayed in Morin to repay the favor. Isn't it? Euphemia blurted out subconsciously, and only after she finished speaking did she realize that she had crossed the line, and hurriedly explained, That's not what I meant. Fusie snorted and shook her head. Actually, the reason why I stayed in Morin is very simple. The import and export trade tax here is the lowest, and the degree of civil freedom is very high. It is a very good place for retirement. Euphemia couldn't believe it. It's that simple? Fusie nodded. Just like I pushed you to the top, it was just a simple trust in your ability. Nightmare can see the pain that ordinary people can't see, and your suffering will all turn into a sharp blade. Euphemia nodded in a daze. She couldn't help but recall the scene when Fusie fainted not long ago. Mr. Mace's anxious mood could be seen by outsiders even through the cold metal mask. It's also true that they can use their own connections and resources to pave the way for Fusie. They must not be simple partners. Mr. Mace has obvious mental fluctuations. He is a senior guide, which is obvious. But Fusie did not show any special emotions to him, but remained calm and self-sustaining. The bond between the guide and the sentinel is difficult to break. Once they establish a mental connection, only death can separate them. After the sentinel has a guide, it is difficult to resist marking him. Even a powerful person like Poseidon cannot resist this temptation. Sister AI spent the dangerous period in the Crozier fleet, which is clearly a manifestation of trust. It is not certain that their relationship has taken a step further. But she can still meet Poseidon so calmly, arrange the handover of Dancetu, and even have an impromptu meeting with the current monarch of Indical. Is it true that someone can completely separate love from life? In comparison, does she take this intimate relationship too seriously? Seeing her lost in thought, Fusie patted her arm and said nothing more, leaving her to think on her own. Fusie came here in a shuttle, but walked back when she returned. The temperature here was not a threat to her, and she wanted to appreciate the wonders of the starry sky in the shuttle for a while longer. Fusie rarely played the role of a life mentor, not only because she hated preaching, but also because people's wills were difficult to change. She did not think that a few words could change a person's state of mind. But facing Euphemia, she had a strange mentality. It was a bit like rescuing a young snow leopard from the mouth of a vicious dog, and seeing her ignorantly chewing cat food with her sharp claws. It was absurd and ridiculous, but also a trace of pity. Forget it, just treat it as a daily chat, and there will be no chance to talk again in the future. Fusie returned to the Crozier fleet's berth, naturally boarded the main ship, and briskly returned to the top floor along the route in her memory. She met Yui on the way. Ignoring his surprised expression, Fusie said calmly, What's wrong? Yui was tongue-tied for the first time in his life. No, nothing, go to bed early. He seemed surprised that Fusie would come back. After all, the boss's air pressure had been very low, as if he had just experienced a day of love. Yui watched Fusie climb to the top floor, hesitating for a long time, and forgot to inform the boss at all. Fusie deliberately concealed her breath and footsteps, approaching her prey silently like a top predator. The lounge was obviously Meyergas's private area, with all the facilities available, and a very spacious interior. 2 noise reducers were installed for Fusie to rest better. This also caused Meigas to not notice her appearance at the first time. The heavy metal door was almost silent. Fusie's biological information was recorded by Meigas in the recognition system. She only needed to blink to open the door. The air was quiet and peaceful. Fusie did not see his figure at first glance. Her 5 senses subconsciously released, looking for the familiar breath of the guide. A faint hum mixed with her perception. Fusie raised her eyebrows slightly and looked over. It was the location of the bathroom. Fusie had never used the bathroom. I think Meigas is using it now. Fusie's footsteps were approaching invisibility. The sound of water in the bathroom was continuous. The door was ajar. The closer Fusie got, the clearer the sound was. Her hearing was more sensitive than the best eavesdropping device on the market. Any small movement could not escape her perception. When the water fell vertically, The sound was dense and continuous, not as chaotic as it is now, mixed with a few sticky and dense sounds. Fusey knew very well under what circumstances such a sound would be made. Maiga's mother tongue is Moro's. He and Fusey usually communicate in Moran. He can switch to Moran freely when they are alone. The sentences he murmurs are all in his mother tongue, which sounds lingering. Due to the interference of the sound of water, Fusey can only hear roughly. Maiga's voice is completely different from Xingqi's. One is clear and pure, and the other is low and pleasant. He worked hard on pseudo-voice, even disguising his voice and word habits. But Fusey still likes his current voice more. If he sneaked into Tanya just to win her favor, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Fusey thought about it, and thought that it was probably the third perspective that was causing trouble. Many speculations and rumors from the outside world led Maiga to think that she would like the young and ignorant junior schoolmate, rather than the black-hearted capitalist who was scheming and scheming. Most people like simple and stupid lovers, so that they can find a sense of superiority in them and exert their desire for control, so as to consolidate their class, which is already a castle in the air. The door in front of her was not closed tightly, as if it was a mysterious place waiting for her to explore. Okay, Fusey still had to admit it. Whether it was the heart-to-heart talk between her and Euphemia today, or the choice to push the door open now, it was not a matter of interests and transactions. Everything was just because she had human emotions and impulses. Maiga turned his head suddenly, and before the blankness in front of his eyes dissipated, his brain had already reacted subconsciously. Baby? Chapter 179. Maiga rarely showed an awkward or embarrassed look. Fusey was still standing there. There was no mist or heat in the bathroom, but a chill that made her hair stand on end. Something was wrong. Fusey took 2 steps forward, and her fingertips touched the water drops rolling down his chest. It was cold. Her pupil shrank slightly, and she touched his shoulders and neck without hesitation. It was also cold. He was not a person with a weak body. He must have taken a long cold shower to lower his body temperature to this extent. Fusey's icy blue eyes were stained with doubt. Isn't the combination fever over? Maiga looked dazed, but his brain was working fast. He thought Fusey would not come back, so he didn't care about anything. Although he used his native language and his voice was as low as a lover's whisper, and there was the sound of water as a cover, he had experienced Fusey's hearing, and she must have heard every word without missing a word. Fusey noticed that his eyes were wooden, and he would only follow her. He seemed to be frozen. The guide's body was always fragile. Fusey sighed and patted his neck. Turn the water hot. People will get sick if this goes on. Would you care about this? Maiga suddenly chuckled. Fusey raised her eyes and met his gaze. She intuitively felt something was different. Swish, he raised his feet and leaned forward, hugging Fusey tightly. The muscles were tense and the temperature was cold. Fusey frowned uncomfortably. I was a little uncomfortable after getting used to the warm and soft embrace. It was indeed easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Fusey could probably guess what he was thinking. After all, the image he had always created was that of a very positive and obedient junior. Now that she had exposed this side of him, I wonder how he was planning to save his image. Fusey suddenly became playful and said teasingly, Why haven't I heard you say these words before? Maiga's body became more rigid. Some people seem to be still standing, but they have actually been dead for a while. In that state, his mind was in a mess, and he said everything he thought of, without restraint, which sounded not only rude but also unspeakably violent. Evidently, he refused to hum even when it came to that point before, and his mouth was tighter than genetic shackles. Seeing his heartbeat getting slower and slower, Fusey no longer wanted to tease him. She originally wanted to discuss the matter of Poseidon with him, but now she had to postpone it again. Fusey lowered her head and glanced at him. His body was more honest than his emotions. Her first reaction to hearing his true thoughts was not worry but excitement. Mute? From just now, he seemed to have lost his language system, and his plump and round lips were tightly pursed, refusing to reveal a flaw. Hearing Fusey's question, he answered in a low voice, No. Maiga closed his eyes, with a kind of dejection. Can you pretend you didn't hear it? Fusey thought he was going to say something, but he stayed for a long time and thought about it for a long time, and then said such an unnecessary request. How could he let him go so easily? Fusey had a bad idea and teased him in his ear. I didn't expect that the subtext in your mind was so dirty. Maiga's shoulders trembled, and the thing he was most worried about still happened. She didn't like it. Fusey only felt that the person on her body was hugging her more and more tightly, and she said the second half of the sentence in a light voice. You guessed that I would come back, and you said it to me on purpose, didn't you? Maiga's muscles tensed for a moment, and his chest suddenly trembled. He was laughing. It was not the kind of laughter that pretended to be obedient, but a joyful and wanton laugh. Fusey calmly pushed him away half a step. Finally, you can't help but go crazy? She pressed against his chest to prevent him from getting close to her, and he lowered his head and looked at her. Why only sleep once? Huh? Fusey raised her eyebrows and stared at him. Are you sure it was only once? That's not the point. Maigas held her face and put his forehead against hers. What are we now? Fusey understood that this was probably the operation of asking for status in the basic relationship in human society. Maigas couldn't bear to see her silent at this time, so he asked again, What am I? Fusey didn't care much about this meaningless title, and said casually, What you say is what it is. Maigas used to agree with Fusey's casualness, but now he felt unexplained panic. I'm not honest enough, I'm not frank enough. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can tell me. Maigas said this almost against her lips, but before he finished speaking, Fusey blocked him from saying the rest. Maigas kissed back nervously. He would never refuse Fusey's desire for him. Only this body could be used. If Fusey hated his body, he couldn't think of a second way to keep her. Fusey was so close to him that she could easily feel his trembling lips, like a hound that secretly observed its owner's expression while eating. It was a little cute and a little funny. After a while, Fusey ended the intimacy. It lasted too long, and her lips and tongue felt a slight tingling. How much effect does justice have left in your hands? Fusey asked. Maigas was silent for a moment, but still answered, Do you really want to ask about the information about the spirit body's mutation skills, or are you testing my sincerity? Yes, it's better to say it directly than to keep it in your heart. Posilis is still useful. Since he is not dead, I have to find a way to turn him into a usable chess piece. If justice is in your hands, I can save a lot of effort. Fusey raised her lips. Maigas calmed down and tried to explain in a steady voice. My spiritual body mutation skill can select an object to devour and copy its spiritual body mutation skill, and finally generate a similar weakened version of the skill. The original function of the judgment of justice is to build a spiritual channel between the two selected people. Once both parties violate the contract, they will be punished. Maigas stepped out of the bathtub, picked up the bathrobe beside him with his arms dripping with water, put it on, tied a knot casually, and exposed a large area of his chest. Fusey looked at his movements and asked, What can you do now? Maigas looked at her dimly and answered irrelevantly, I got you wet, go out and change. Fusey nodded with a relaxed look, Okay, I wait for you outside. Maigas had noticed that her lining didn't fit her well, and it was obvious that she was in a hurry and just picked up a random one to make do, so he said, There's a custom-made shirt for you outside, that one is more comfortable. Strange, she was eager to ask for status just now, but now her tone was so familiar, as if they had been married for many years. Fusey didn't understand. Is status really that important? Even if no one had ever confessed their love to him, and there was no formal ceremony to establish their relationship, they could no longer get along as classmates. That illusory status was completely redundant. What difference did it make whether it was or not? Fusey went out to change clothes. The fabric was as silky and close to her body as ever, and the size was just right. Hiss, Fusey suddenly changed her mind. Crack. Maigas pushed the door open. You just said you wanted to sign a contract with Poseidon to ensure his loyalty. Maigas suddenly fell silent as he looked at the screen in front of him. Fusey was communicating with Shizei in interstellar communication. He wanted to start a video call, and Fusey always indulged him. Shizei stared at the guy in front of him with a deep V-neck that was cut to his chest, and the chill in his voice was almost unbearable. You just want me to see this? How could it be? Fusey waved to Maigas to rest first. Perchelis has lost his spiritual body, but his value is still there. You immediately separate a tentacle for me, and I want to implant it into Perchelis' body. Shizei's spiritual body mutation skill, pulling silk, can control the thinking spirit of a creature to make it a puppet. Once implanted, it is irreversible. However, the side effects of this spiritual body mutation skill are very large. Depending on the strength of the puppet's body, the time it can be used is also different. A double A-level sentinel can support it for 10 years, and a low-level one can only support 1 or 2 years at most. Shizei had to turn his attention back to Fusey first. Are you sure? Pulling silk consumes a lot of host. Perchelis' physical strength will definitely decrease after losing his spiritual body. After 3 to 5 years, his body may be hollowed out. 3 to 5 years? No, he can't hold out that long. His body has been devoured by the blue, and with the effect of pulling silk, he will have to go to the morgue in a year at most. Fusey shook her head gently. He assimilated the power of 6,785? She's a thought about it, and was not surprised. He thought that with the power of the blue, he could compete with you. Unfortunately, even if the ditch was full of water, he couldn't be compared with Han Yang. I will hand over the touch branch to you as soon as possible. The recent interstellar storm is very peaceful, and it won't take too long on the road. At the end of his speech, Shize's gentle gaze stabbed in the direction of Meiga's. He got your lifelong mark? Huh? Fusey glanced back before turning around to explain, not yet. Shiza was visibly relieved. Fusey could dial his video at this time, proving that his position in Fusey's heart was far better than Meiga's. Thinking of this, Shize's jealous heart suddenly calmed down. I will hurry up to separate the branches for you, you should be careful. Fusey nodded and reached out to hang up the video. Turning around, she met Meiga's dark eyes hidden in the shadows. Are you hitting me? Meiga stretched his legs and folded his hands on the armrests. I know I'm not your only choice. He seemed to be more honest, but he also thought more. Fusey had no choice but to come in front of him and stretched out his hand to hook his chin. Aren't you tired of doing this every day? Meiga raised his chin along with her strength, and his sharp jawline tightened. What do you mean? You want a status? There are only two results, give it or not. It's good to give it to you, but if the result is the opposite, will you let it go? Fusey asked. No. A decisive answer. Fusey tilted her head and bent down a little. So are you going to continue to dwell on this issue, or are you going to play with me? She looked away suggestively at the bed. Meiga rolled his Adam's apple and gave up without hesitation. Why talk about feelings with the devil? They should have made the bed rotten. Chapter 180. When Fusey was halfway through with him, she suddenly remembered that she should let Shize separate the two tentacles, one to control Poseidon and the other to suppress Lucifer. The video call has been over for so long, it may be too late to tell Shize now. As her thoughts flowed, the person on her suddenly bit her collarbone in dissatisfaction. You are always distracted. Fusey thought about it, and for the first time in her life, she wanted to hear other people's opinions. How much do you think Lucifer is available? After waiting for a while, she didn't hear the answer. Fusey raised her eyes, and met his resentful and obscure eyes. Am I too boring? Meiga approached her, and stopped moving completely, master. Fusey's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide, and she quickly reached out to hold his shoulder. I don't have this niche hobby. Her social experience is neither long nor short, and her emotional experience is completely based on the emotional reference samples she has seen before. It can't be said to be very correct, but at least it is complete. Meiga looked at her wide eyes, as if it was the first time he saw her showing an expression similar to astonishment. Who knew that the next second he heard her say, that damn place of Defeer is really not suitable for raising children. As she spoke, she reached out and touched the side of Meiga's face. Poor little thing. It seemed to have the opposite effect. Meiga reached out and held her hand and put it to his lips and kissed it. Don't you like me calling you that? Fusey did not reject his intimacy at this moment. This word can also be translated into ruler, dictator in Moran language. These two words are far away from me no matter how you look at it. Meiga thought for a moment, and said it again in Moros, master. He said it tenderly. Moros has many affixes and complex pronunciations. With his tone, he said it with a bit of tenderness. This word in Moros only means the leader of a relationship, whether it is an employment relationship or a romantic relationship. I think this word suits you very well. After listening to his explanation, Fusey did not find the word easier to accept, but instead had an absurd illusion. So Fusey exhaled lightly. Do you think I am the leader in the relationship? Meiga was stunned. Fusey pressed against his lower abdomen and tried to push him out, but was met with silent resistance. He did not stop Fusey from pushing him out, but his body did not move at all. Fusey looked at his tight waistline and throbbing abdominal muscles, and the strength of her hand slowed down, pressing against his lower abdomen without moving. Meiga knew what she meant. Just like what he had just thought, it was meaningless to talk about status with her. It would be more practical to do it twice more. He wanted to be a little deeper and more intimate. Would she be more reluctant to leave when she left? Actually, it's not wrong to think so. Fusey took back her hand. I prefer to give actively rather than passively accept, but this doesn't mean you are inferior in this relationship. Meiga was stunned, lowered his head, and held her hand in his palm. Lucifer is a man who cannot be trusted easily. If you want to use him, please think twice. The intention to change the subject was a little too obvious, but Fusey didn't mean to continue asking. Fusey raised her index finger and scratched his palm. I know. Meiga held her hand and pushed it in. His talent was not only reflected in his skills, but also in some physical values. Fusey raised her eyebrows, and Maiga stopped immediately when he noticed her expression. Are you uncomfortable? Fusey held his wrist with her backhand and pulled him closer. You will attend the meeting with me tomorrow, and I will introduce 2 old friends to you. Hearing her say this, Maigas did not feel happy, but became more resentful, and his movements returned to their usual fierceness and swiftness. Fusey looked at his sweaty eyebrows, and felt that he had 2 faces in front of others and behind them. Was he not a profit-seeking capitalist at this time? Seeing that she began to wander again, Maigas pursed his lips, and suddenly touched the inhibitor on her wrist. Fusey's eyes condensed, and her tone was slightly low. Don't joke like that. He didn't open the lock of the suppressor immediately, and his red pupils looked at her with a tide. Don't you want to try it, master? The body touch of the sentinel is dozens of times that of a normal person. They can only wear the most delicate clothes, and use the softest materials. Fusey's pain perception is about 10 times that of a normal person, and the same is true for pleasure. Now she can chat with Maigas with a relaxed face, all thanks to the suppressor. She can't bear the consequences of the failure of the suppressor. The great stimulation may make her lose consciousness temporarily. When people are in danger, they will secrete adrenaline to relieve pain, but Maigas brings her not pain but pleasure, and she can't relieve this pleasure through any hormones. Don't unlock it. Fusey emphasized again. Maigas didn't let go of her hand immediately, but studied her suppressor more intensively. Are you afraid that things will get out of control? Fusey was not angry. You'd better keep this character in the future. The words gentle, kind and virtuous have nothing to do with you. Only you have seen it. Maigas kissed her fingertips again, and released the inhibitor on her wrist. There is still a lot of time. They can play something else. The highly anticipated Interstellar Federation Conference was originally a trial meeting for Fusey, the criminal who entered the country illegally. Sarai would not attend this meeting to avoid suspicion, and Tan Suowu would not come because of his high status and respect. Morin, the old man, has not stepped out of the territory of Defeer for hundreds of years, so he naturally would not attend. In addition to the 3 leading galaxies, the Interstellar Federation also has many other galaxies mixed in. The venue is a large space station provided by Dansitu, and the armed forces are all top-notch. Even though Dansitu is in turmoil, the Interstellar Conference was held as scheduled under the work of Euphemia and Lucifer day and night. Fusey was the protagonist of this meeting. Before she left, Maigas was still asking her what reason she was going to use to get away with the crime. Get away with the crime? Fusey smiled and shook her head. As long as Euphemia can successfully take the position of warden, all the charges are just castles in the air. Maigas hesitated and said, the warden's position values fairness and justice the most. If Euphemia openly favors you, it may backfire. Fusey couldn't help but reach out and touch his head. You have led the caravan for many years, but have never been immersed in the officialdom. Today you can experience what it means to be a high-ranking official and crush someone to death. Maigas glanced at the place where the Indakla fleet was stationed and understood. Have you already negotiated with that person? Fusey folded her arms and looked into the distance. This matter is a bit complicated. I also need to verify some things. It's getting late. Let's go first. Fusey sat down very early. There are 2 ways to attend the Federation Interstellar Conference, real people or virtual images. Generally speaking, the latter is the exclusive right of Shilai and others. Their qualifications and status allow them to have special treatment. She used to sit in the first row of this kind of meeting, but now sitting in the judgment seat is a different experience. Maigas was arranged by Euphemia in the back row. He couldn't be exposed to people easily, so the more hidden the position, the better. This Interstellar Conference will be broadcast live across the Interstellar. Therefore, the whole scene was silent, with only the hurried footsteps and the heartbeats echoing in Fusey's ears. The short Mr. Kafurles arrived at the venue in a shuttle that didn't fit his body shape at all. He is the person in charge of the Centauri galaxy, and has to attend every federal meeting in person. He is short and has sparse hair, but his facial features are large and piled on his face. His light gray eyes glanced at the person next to him, and couldn't help but move aside. Chris brushed the artificial hair that was in the way behind her. She was not used to using a human body. She was very uncomfortable without numerous tentacles and compound eyes. However, the federal meeting did not allow anyone other than human form to enter, so she could only temporarily suppress her irritability. A small noise came from the back. Chris and Kafurles looked behind them, and froze in place when they saw the person coming. When they saw the person getting closer, they hurriedly retreated to both sides. Not only them, this entrance passage was not narrow, but unusually wide. But at this moment, All the people who were moving stopped and made way for the newcomers. Fusey looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Tan So was slowly entering the venue. The golden emblem of the golden-footed crow on her chest showed her identity. Bai Jianqing followed her 3 steps behind her, lowering her head, and looking obedient like an ordinary secretary. Strange, Indiclay has its own entrance, so it should not have to squeeze into the public passage with others. What is going on? Before Fusey could think about it, there was a small commotion behind her, as if someone could not help but take a few breaths of cold air. Fusey turned around and looked, and her figure froze in place without being noticed. The silver-black military uniform outlined her figure almost perfectly. The silver dragon boat flower interwoven on her chest was an embroidery pattern that only the highest military rank of the field could have. The tight waistband had a simple and extreme line, and there were similar patterns on it that echoed the dragon boat flower. As she walked, the hem of her dress gently drew a natural arc in the air, and the straight boots perfectly restrained her leg lines. She wore a meticulous silver-gray suppressor on her neck, a thin and narrow circle, not like a shackle but more like some kind of trendy decoration. This added a touch of softness to her cold momentum. Fusey met her light gray eyes, a completely unfamiliar face, completely unfamiliar eye color. Her eyes swept across the whole scene casually and sharply, as if she was no longer surprised by such scenes. No one had ever seen the federal meeting of Defeer represented by her, and no one had seen her face on the headlines of interstellar news. Many people had already speculated about her true identity, until Horus behind her showed his full appearance, and everyone suddenly realized it. Horus had attended many important meetings on behalf of Morin, and he had also led the team to eliminate some major pollution areas. Although he had been in office for a short time, he had also accumulated some prestige. Such a person was half a step behind the woman, with his shoulders slightly lowered, and it was obvious that the person in front of him had a higher official rank than him. Fusey's vision was a little distorted from the moment she looked into her eyes. Completely different temperament, delicate and sharp appearance, everything was far from what she remembered. But Fusey still recognized her. This was Ina. They participated in Might together, and traveled between the 3 major galaxies to compete. How could she not recognize her?